Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto lost control during the Land of Waves mission and believed he had become the monster everyone said he was? After unleashing the Nine Tails chakra against Haku, Naruto is terrified of himself. Afraid that he might hurt Sakura, Sasuke, or anyone else close to him, he makes a painful decision. He leaves Konoha. With only a note behind, Naruto disappears into the night, believing the village is safer without him. Now alone, hunted, and unsure of his future, Naruto travels across the world under a new name, Naro Uzaki. Along the way, he meets Jiraiya without revealing who he really is, discovers his wind nature, and begins training himself to survive. But everything changes when he reaches the desert of Wind Country. There, Naruto is saved by Temari and brought to Sunagakure, where he may finally have a chance at a new life. But in Suna, Naruto meets someone just like him, Gaara. Two Jinchuriki, two lonely boys. One battle that could change both of their futures. Interesting? Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1, I'm a Monster. It was over, finally. The mist had cleared, and Gato was dead, as well as Haku and Zabuza. The Land of Waves was now free to continue the bridge without any further threats from Gato's forces. It was a time to celebrate. Well, it should have been at least. One of the genin of Team 7, however, didn't feel much like doing that at the moment. Wah, what happened to me back there? Was that, the demon fox taking over? Naruto thought to himself, shaking a little as he looked at the blood on his fingertips. He had taken a clean swipe at Haku's stomach, and probably would have killed him had the boy not gotten away, only to instead die from a raikiri to the chest, saving his sensei Zabuza. It was so evil. Such bloodlust shouldn't be able to come from him, right? Naruto fell to the ground, and felt his insides turning. What's wrong with me? Kakashi, who was standing by a recovering Sasuke and grateful Sakura, looked over to his blonde-haired student. He walked over to the boy, feeling the uneasiness emanating from him. Kneeling down beside his student, he put a hand on his shoulder, and watched as Naruto flinched. A clear sign that something was wrong. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto shook his head in reply to Kakashi's inquiry, then without warning, vomited. He was clenching his stomach, rolling around in pain. His eyes were shut tight as he gasped for air. Naruto, Kakashi said, holding the boy down and checking his forehead. It was burning hot, and Kakashi had a good idea as to what had caused it. Sakura, tell Tazuna-san to get us medical attention, quickly. Naruto's breaking into a fever. He kept out the part of the youth having just unleashed a portion of the nine-tailed fox's chakra not too long ago. Sakura nodded, and ran off to inform the bridge builder of her teammate's condition. Naruto opened his eyes to a dimly lit room. The shades were pulled shut, but from the look of some light poking through, he guessed it was close to sunset. A small fan was running next to his bed, and he felt the moisture of a wet cloth on his forehead. Despite the cold air running through the room, and the damp rag of cold water, the bed sheets clung to him as he felt the sweat on his back run down his body. In the corner of the room on a chair was the sleeping form of Sakura wrapped in a blanket, snoring lightly. Naruto was about to get out of the bed when suddenly he felt a burning pain rack through his body, and an image of two burning eyes flashed through his vision. He clutched his stomach, and felt himself fall back into the bed, heaving in air as the pain subsided almost as quickly as it came. Sakura stirred in her chair, then awoke to see Naruto breathing rapidly as he put a hand against his forehead. Oh, you're awake. How are you feeling, Naruto? She asked her teammate as she got out of her chair, and took a seat on his bed. Naruto slowly scooted away from her. I don't know, how's Sasuke? I saw that he was waking up from Haku's attack. Naruto replied, trying to change the subject. Naruto's behavior didn't go unnoticed to the pink-haired Kunoichi. She quirked an eyebrow, but decided to reply to his question, yeah, he's fine. A little sore, but nothing that Sasuke-kun can't handle. She then reached to check his forehead. Naruto flinched as she made contact. What's wrong, Naruto? Pete, please, don't come any closer to me. He whispered, trying to stop himself from shaking, thinking of what happened in the fight earlier today. That wasn't him back there, but it was his body that did the damage. I don't want to hurt you. What are you talking about? Naruto shivered as the cold air from the fan hit his bare back. There's something wrong with me, Sakura-chan. I don't want to accidentally hurt you because of it. Now, being in the same class as Naruto during her days as an academy student proved to show when Naruto was not himself. Usually he'd give her a stupid grin and say something like, I'm fine, Sakura-chan. And then try to prove it and get out of the bed or something like that. However, right now he looked downright scared, and was acting like he was contaminated with a deadly disease. I'm going to get Kakashi-sensei. Stay here until we get back, Naruto. She said as she walked to the door. Before leaving she gave him a fleeting glance. He gave her a weak smile, and she knew he was hiding something from her. As much as he annoyed her, she did care about his well-being. Besides, he could be nice at times. Sakura managed to find her sensei along with Sasuke after 10 minutes of searching. They were by a small river near the house, sitting and talking about something. Kakashi-sensei, she called to the masked Junin. Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha both turned to Sakura. What's wrong, Sakura? She gave him a shake of her head, signifying that she was unsure of how to answer. I don't know. Naruto's acting weird, saying something about not wanting me to come closer, and that he may accidentally harm me. Kakashi sighed, knowing full well what was meant by the boy's words. All right, let's go check on him. Sakura nodded while Sasuke silently got up and followed. When they reached the room their blonde teammate was in, they were greeted by an empty room. The window was open, and a kunai was stuck to the wall near the open window. Pinned by the kunai was a note, which appeared to be written in a very hasty manner. Kakashi already was dreading what the paper might say. He plucked the kunai off the wall and read the note silently. To Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke. I've left because I don't want to cause anyone unintentional harm. The village was right, I am a monster. I think it would be best if I remained far away from Konoha for its own safety. I don't know how much control I have over my problem, and I don't want anyone close to me to find out. I'll miss you guys. Naruto. P.S. Please tell Hokage Jisun and Iruka-sensei that I'm sorry, and that I understand if I'm labeled as a missing nin. Kakashi sighed as he put the letter in a pocket inside his vest. He feared that this would happen, but not this soon. He turned to his two remaining genin, who were looking at him expectantly. Well, where's the dobi? Sasuke asked, sounding mildly concerned. Gone. Kakashi answered, turning to the open window. He couldn't detect the boy's scent, seeing as the ocean air decided to be strong tonight, and there was a light drizzle outside, just enough to destroy any scent trail for him. Salt invaded his nostrils as he breathed in the air. On a normal night, he'd be able to track the boy down, no problem. He was only a shinobi though, not a nin hound. Kakashi gazed down to the ground outside the window, and much to his chagrin, noticed at least several dozen sets of footprints. Obviously Naruto had thought this through. He made shadow clones that had gone in several directions. It'd be a wild goose chase at this point. If he didn't have Sakura and Sasuke with him, he may be able to track him. Gone. Sakura echoed, why? Could he lie about Naruto's reason to his two students? Yes, but they would eventually find out the truth one way or another, regardless of the third's law. He sighed, cursing his luck, knowing that even though they probably just missed him by 5 minutes or so, that with the boy's stamina, he was long gone. He looked back at the two, and pinched the bridge of his nose behind his mask, knowing that the next couple of hours were going to be stressful for the Junin. I think you two should have a seat. I'm going to tell you both something that could get me killed, considering that the third Hokage has forbade anyone to speak of it. However, given the circumstances, I believe you two have the right to know. Hopefully you'll come to realize what Naruto's gone through a little better once I'm done explaining. He wasn't surprised to see the two rookie genin silent with confusion. All I ask is that you keep all questions to yourself until I'm done. Sakura and Sasuke had a feeling that whatever was about to be said wouldn't be leaving the walls around them. Sasuke and Sakura were speechless as Kakashi finished his story about their teammates' background. To say that they were shocked was an understatement. Naruto, the container of the Kyuubi. They were always told that the fourth Hokage had sacrificed his life to kill the nine-tailed fox, not to seal it in an infant child. And that's why I believe that Naruto ran off, to try and protect us, even though he had been doing that already by merely holding the demon fox inside of him. Kakashi finished, feeling exhausted from telling them their missing teammate's story. He gave them some time to let it sink in. Just to remind you, Naruto is not the Kyuubi. He is the container. I hope you two can see the difference between the two, unlike many people in Konoha who either are unaware of this, don't care, or are unable to do anything about it. Kakashi added, just to make sure they understood. Sasuke, for the life of him, couldn't get past the fact that Naruto had an even worse life than he thought he originally had. With that being said, Sasuke knew that Naruto's life was rough, he just never knew the reason why. He felt a twinge of guilt for the first time in quite a few years. One of the only people who didn't sympathize with him or treat him as though he was royalty was gone. Naruto was the closest he ever had to a friend, and now that was gone he didn't know what to make of things. He also never knew that Naruto had dealt with so much hatred when he was younger, and still was even after he became a ninja. He dealt with all that cruelty, all that hatred, and Sasuke had known nothing of it. If Sasuke felt guilty, then Sakura was ready to beat herself out of shame. After thinking about it, she never had been the kindest person to the blonde. She had grown up with the notion that the boy was a troublemaker, and just happened to be more misguided than other children without parents. She never would have guessed that Naruto was hated for something he had no control over. This brought Sakura to a horrible realization: she wasn't much different from the villagers in a few ways. Sure, she never outright beat him like Kakashi had told them that the villagers once did when he was younger. This had brought Sakura nearly to tears, but she also never tried to comfort him. She was pretty sure that if she had known this information earlier on, she may have been able to help her runaway teammate. Sasuke looked up. We should go after him. The Uchiha boy was ready to jump out the window when a hand grabbed him by the shirt. No, Sasuke. He left long before we arrived here, and knowing him, he's out of range. Even if I tried to have my nin hounds track him, he used the shadow clone jutsu to throw off the scent. His trail would be dry by the time we find out which of the trails was false. The silver-haired man paused to look at his students, and definitely felt their spirits fall further upon hearing that last bit from him. Besides, we can't afford to take up any more time. We need to head back to Konoha and report this to the Hokage. He finished. Sakura's eyes lit up with a hint of fear. But Kakashi-sensei, he'll be made a missing nin as soon as they. I'm aware of this, Sakura. The chances of him being labeled a missing nin are very likely, but hopefully the Hokage can pull a few strings to give Naruto a chance. Kakashi said, giving one last look to the window before finishing. Okay team, get to bed. We're leaving at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and no later, if not sooner than that. The two nodded in reply, and slowly got up, heading to their respective rooms. Naruto stood on a tree limb, trying to catch his breath. He had not run that fast in ages, probably the last time being his 7th birthday when that group of drunkards tried to attack him. He shook the thoughts from his head. He needed to think of something else. After all, he was starting a new life tonight. He instructed all of Shadow clones to run in their given direction for a whole 3 hours, change direction, then go for another 4 hours. He estimated by that time that they would probably dispel from using up their given chakra supply that the blonde allotted to each of them. The lights of the village that he had learned so much in the last few days from were dimming. One by one, they went out as people went to retire for the night, to the safety and warmth of their beds. Naruto only hoped that his teammates weren't suffering. However, knowing how his reputation was, they may as well be celebrating. Sakura was probably enjoying the fact that she had Sasuke all to herself now, he imagined. Naruto looked to the forests ahead, and sighed, where do I go now? He thought aloud, realizing he was south of Fire Country right now. He pulled out his compass, and then pulled out a map immediately after. Using a small flashlight, he examined it quickly while sitting in the tree. Northeast would lead to Sunagakure, and he was sure the hidden cloud was not a good option. Northwest was also out of the question, considering that Earth Country wasn't on the best of terms with Fire Country. North would be going to Fire Country itself, definitely out of the question. He ruled out Water Country. He didn't have a way of crossing so much water. And after meeting Zabuza, he'd rather not chance meeting more mist nin if he could help it. The smaller villages of grass, rain, waterfall, and sound seemed appealing at first, but if Konoha by some twist of fate found out that Naruto was in one of the small nation's villages, it could cause problems. West lead to Wind Country, but he knew nothing of it aside from that the ninja village there had relatively peaceful relations with Konoha, considering that the two were under a treaty. West it is then, he said, stashing away his map and looking to where his compass was pointing. He turned to his left, and sighed. Before taking off into the night, he untied his headband. No way would Konoha ever want him back, and doing this would only further support the anger they held towards him. He still cared for the village, but that was why he was doing this. To truly protect them. Goodbye, Konoha, he said, tucking his headband into his backpack, and leapt to where he believed to be the direction towards Wind Country, and hopefully a better future. Chapter 2, Traveler. It had been close to a week and a half since the remaining 3 members of Team 7 got back from the Land of Waves. Sasuke and Sakura were instructed by Kakashi and the Hokage himself to say that Naruto had been lost in the middle of the mission, and was assumed as either dead, or lost. It was horrible, but for all they knew, it was correct. It was either that, or have Naruto be marked as a nuke nin right off the bat. Sakura and Sasuke were waiting in their usual training ground for their sensei to arrive, saying he had some urgent news. Sakura and Sasuke could only assume the worst by what that meant. I miss him, Sakura spoke, reflecting the current mood she had been in the last couple days. was all that was said by her dark-haired teammate. Sakura gave Sasuke a sad, yet also somewhat angered look. Ever since Naruto ran off, he had become even more distant and withdrawn than before. Whenever she did talk to him, he would either tell her to leave him alone, or simply try to get away from her. She was starting to have second thoughts about the Uchiha, or maybe he was just under as much stress as her and she wasn't aware of it. Is that all you have to say? Not even a, yeah, me too, or a, same here. Doesn't this bother you at all, Sasuke? She asked him. Sasuke was a little surprised by her outburst. He had always believed she was simply a fangirl who always agreed with him. The fact that she was standing up to him was a sign that she was more than that. At the same time though, he gave her a glare. Don't make assumptions about me, Sakura. You want to know the truth. He asked her, and didn't wait for a response. Yeah, I do miss him somewhat. He was my only friend, well, the only person who came close to one. I could be upset and depressed, but what good would that do? He paused, and lessened his glare at her, and looked ahead at nothing in particular. Now I'll have to train even more so I can bring the idiot back, and so I can defeat him. Sakura looked at Sasuke, and asked, defeat Naruto? Sasuke shook his head, no, someone else. Before Sakura could press further into the matter, a puff of smoke signaled the arrival of their Jonin teacher, and it wasn't long before she heard his casual, yo. He was disheartened to not hear the usual reply from Sakura and a certain blonde in the words of, you're late, so he simply continued, well, I've got some bad news, and some worse news. What's the worst news? Sakura asked, hoping that the bad news would be easier to take if she heard the worst part first. Kakashi nodded, they can't find Naruto at all in Fire Country, and our search teams have failed to find any trace of him in the Land of Waves as well, which is next to impossible in regards to tracking down a genin. Any further tracking would cause problems with neighboring nations if we sent our shinobi into their borders without their prior knowledge. Sakura deflated, losing the last bit of hope she had at finding Naruto. She turned to Sasuke to see that he was expressionless, except that his eyes had narrowed, and was staring more intently at nothing. Kakashi saw this and gave a sigh. His team was trying to recover, and he knew that, but he also knew that as much of a pain the boy had been, Naruto had been a key in the team's morale and the social glue that kept them together, even if they didn't realize it. Sakura fought back the urge to shed tears once again, and looked up to her sensei. To her surprise, he was standing there, not moving an inch, and his book was missing, Kakashi-sensei. He snapped out of his thoughts, oh, right. Well, the bad news is that there's no available shinobi at the moment who can join our team, and that means we're going to have a difficult time ahead. Not only will we now be short one person, but the Chunin exams will be coming up within the next 2 months or so. Lord Hokage still has given us the option however, to take the exams. It will only be you two though, are you willing to do that? Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other. Sasuke spoke, so, if we become Chunin, we'll have the ability to lead a team, and run missions, correct? Kakashi nodded, yes, that's right, Sasuke. Sakura's eyes widened, catching on to Sasuke's deeper meaning behind it. We'll have the ability to lead a team and find Naruto. Sakura gave Sasuke a light smile, and he gave the slightest hint of one as well. Maybe she had misjudged the boy after all. She decided to postpone her nagging at getting a date with him, and decided becoming a better friend would be her best bet of accomplishing her goals. If they passed the exams, they would both be Chunin, and maybe, just maybe, be able to look for Naruto. Kakashi decided to add in the last detail of his message, by the way, while the Hokage has declared Naruto missing in action, should they find any clues that show he has been conspiring against Konoha in some way, shape, or form, then he'll have to be declared a missing nin. So, hopefully he has kept low profile and kept his nose clean. Sakura and Sasuke both returned to facing their teacher, worry etched onto their faces. Kakashi, however, simply gave them a masked smile. The other two nodded. Naruto had a tendency to surprise everyone. He wouldn't be found by the tracking teams, and hopefully they would find him before things turned for the worse. Okay you two, today we're going to do some advanced training for the Chunin exams. From here on out, we'll be training from 6 until 4 in the afternoon whenever we have a practice held, understood? Kakashi explained, receiving 2 nods. They knew for a fact though that 6 o'clock in the morning would probably be 11 o'clock instead. Now then, first lesson today will be how to walk on water. Follow me. Naruto sat on a bench in a small village somewhere southwest of Fire Country. He was pretty sure that the land was becoming much more arid, and the amount of trees in the area had greatly decreased since he managed to get a ferry to cross the island nation of Wave. Within a few hours' time he had reached one of the southern ports of Fire Country. He was anxious to get to the border, and decided to hurry. However, he hadn't gotten through the country with ease. Apparently, his absence was found out sooner than he would have liked. Several times he had to use a henge to avoid being noticed by Anbu that were searching for the blonde. Just yesterday he had gotten through the border as a woman who was heading west to visit some relatives. The Chunin patrolling the border apparently bought it, and luckily enough Naruto was able to find some makeup to cover his whisker marks. For a genin, he was quite proud of that feat. Now he was wandering from town to town, making money by doing odd jobs. Every night he would train under the moonlight, getting stronger and getting better at his chakra control. He noticed a significant build in his muscle mass in the short time, considering that he had been living off nothing but 2 meals at most every day. Not to mention that he didn't find any ramen stands around the area. He was thus forced to eat healthier food, though he was merely concerned about satisfying his hunger at this point. He slept wherever he could afford, be it a rundown motel room, a house of some sympathetic old couple, or the roof of a restaurant. Several times various bandits had tried to rob him, only to find themselves surrounded by half a dozen clones of the blonde. He definitely was getting stronger, but was by no means a Junin. Not yet anyway. Naruto got up from the bench upon noticing the man who had hired Naruto to go to a nearby hot spring with a camera and take pictures for his research. Naruto snorted at the explanation. The man was pervert, but he was also well off financially speaking. The establishments he had seen the man visited confirmed his belief. One of the restaurants he saw him walk into was easily a 4-star. "Did you get the pictures?" the man asked. Naruto nodded and handed the old man his camera. "Yeah, and I even managed to get one of them having a splash fight. Just like you hoped for," Naruto said, and rolled his eyes upon seeing the man grin with a hint of drool. This guy would definitely not last against the Warok no Jutsu, let alone the Harem no Jutsu. The man claimed to be the legendary Toad Sage, but Naruto remained firm in his pervert theory. Jiraiya, as he had informed the boy to be his name, handed Naruto a wad of Ryo notes. "Here's the 10,000 Ryo I promised. You took quite a risk there, considering they actually have security guards around the facility. Women, of course, but still." Naruto had been smart enough not to give his name to the man, and after hearing that the man was a shinobi only further assured Naruto he had been smart not to. "Thanks, Ero Sennin. Where did you say you were from again?" Jiraiya immediately tensed up upon hearing the nickname, but then realized the boy was probably an orphan, considering the amount of dust and the condition of his clothes. However, something about the boy seemed vaguely familiar. Why he didn't know though. "I'm from Konoha. I was trained by the third Hokage himself, and am one of the legendary Sannin." The older male replied with a hint of pride. Naruto was about to explode with excitement, hearing that this man knew Hokage Jisen, but held back knowing that would cause further trouble. "Konohagakure. So you're a leaf nin?" he asked. Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders. "You could say that. I'm still tied to the village, but I can come and go as I please, being that I'm one of the Sannin and all." Naruto nodded, knowing that if he planned to make it to Wind Country, he'd have to leave before this man was able to memorize Naruto's facial details. If this man had been a ninja for as long as Naruto believed, he would be in for trouble if the man found out that Naruto was a runaway. "Hey, kid, don't you have a family or house to go home to? I mean, not that it's my business, but aren't you out kind of late?" Naruto frowned at the man. He may be a pervert, but he seemed okay. Well, as long as he didn't know that Naruto held the Kyuubi inside of him. "No sir, I'm an orphan." Jiraiya nodded, and with that being said, bit his thumb smeared a thin trail of blood on a scroll that he pulled out of a pocket. Jiraiya summoned a suitcase. He gestured Naruto to open it, and when the boy did, he smiled to see a couple of pairs of outfits for the arid climate. Then Naruto made the mistake of accidentally sending the suitcase back to its scroll with a hand seal. Seconds later, Naruto realized his mistake, and noticed the silver-haired man looking at him. So, you can control your chakra, Jiraiya said with an amused tone. Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah, I was in Konoha for a while and a retired Junin I meet taught me a little about it. I kind of just learned on from there by reading anything I could find. You know, just in case I needed it. Naruto said, smiling inwardly at his lie. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, but then smiled. Well, consider the suitcase yours. Those clothes are light and should be a lot better than those orange pants and t-shirt you're wearing for this weather. I received them from a client for free. He said I could give them to my grandchildren. Seeing as I have none, and they don't fit me, you can have them. Jiraiya explained. Naruto would have been wearing his jacket, if it wasn't for the fact that it had been ripped to shreds in a fight with some armed bandits. The substitution jutsu was necessary to save him from attack, but it had cost him his favorite article of clothing. Naruto nodded, and was surprised to see the man pull out a piece of paper. Naruto eyed the paper, and looked to the man with mild curiosity. Apply a small amount of chakra to the paper here. Naruto took the paper, and did as commanded. The paper ripped into a clean half, and Jiraiya smiled. Well, a wind user, impressive. You're quite a rare gem to find around these parts. Jiraiya then dug into his pockets and took out 2 scrolls. Here, I was saving these for selling to the next time I went to Konoha, but I think you earned them. One explains how to manipulate wind elements, and the other will explain how to apply wind to your jutsu, as well as showing how to do some basic techniques. Naruto smiled, and refrained from hugging the man out of pure joy. He had only known the man for less than 5 hours, but he had already done more than most people did for Naruto in his entire life aside from Iruka-sensei and the old man. Thank you, Ero-sennin, but why? Naruto asked, still not believing this. Jiraiya smirked as he ruffled the boy's hair. Don't know, it's dangerous out there for a kid your age, figured you could use some help. That, and you kind of remind me of a student I once had. Naruto's joy immediately changed to fear. Oh great, he reminded this Jiraiya of someone, and considering that the Sannin was from Konoha, if he found out about Naruto's predicament, he'd be in deep trouble upon Jiraiya recognizing him. Well, I should be going. The sun's going to be rising in a few hours, and I need to get some sleep. Naruto said, and turned to run off. Jiraiya would have offered to pay for hotel room for the boy, but he could tell the blonde preferred doing things on his own. Alright, kid. Be careful out there, and if you ever feel like becoming a ninja, consider going to Konoha. They're always welcome to train kids with your potential. Naruto nodded, knowing full well that he would be an exception to that statement. Before running off, he stopped and called back to the Sannin, hey, if I keep going west, where will I end up? Wind Country. They're also home to a shinobi village, Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. Jiraiya replied. Naruto gave another thank you before running off. Jiraiya hoped that the boy would be safe, he sure seemed like a decent kid. Almost reminded him of Minato. Wait. Jiraiya paused for a moment. No. I didn't sense anything from the boy, and besides, Minato's son had whisker marks. That boy didn't. Jiraiya watched as the boy turned down a street, and he laughed. Well, regardless, I imagine I'll be hearing about the kid before I kick the bucket. With that, he jumped up to a rooftop, and headed eastward to Konoha. The old man decided to summon him for some reason about a ninja who recently graduated the academy that had gone missing. That, and the Chunin exams were coming up. He didn't mind staying around for a while, considering the Uchiha boy graduated his academy tests as well. It might be mildly entertaining to watch. It had been 2 days since Naruto had reached to what he hoped to be the desert surrounding Sunagakure. He managed to meet a Suna Chunin in a village yesterday who was patrolling the border that gave him general directions to take. Naruto was now low on water, and completely out of food. The sun, however, remained a constant presence for Naruto. Luckily, Naruto had been smart and changed into a lighter outfit consisting of tan desert pants and a white t-shirt. He let his blurry vision scan ahead, and noticed some very large rock, or something in the distance. That was it, otherwise. Damn, Sennin, no village of sand, here. Naruto collapsed into the sand, succumbing to the heat, ready to let the dunes swallow him up into the desert. Temari was currently on a break from patrolling the perimeter of Sunagakure. She was about to head into the village when she noticed something moving in the sands ahead. In another hour a sandstorm would be hitting the village. She cautiously stepped over to the lump of something in the sand, and realized it was body of a young boy. Hey, she called out, and seeing as there was no reply, bent down next to the kid. She brushed away the layer of sand covering his face, and felt for a pulse. She sensed one, weak, but there. Upon noticing his face, she saw he had blonde hair, and snapping open an eye, saw they were a beautiful deep cerulean. She also noticed faint whisker marks on him. He was probably about a year or two younger than her, but was easy on the eyes in her opinion. She quickly hoisted the young boy onto her shoulders, and with a chakra boost ran towards the giant rocky structure that held Sunagakure inside its walls. Naruto felt what he believed to be water running down his forehead. He opened his eyes and saw a woman in a white uniform dabbing his forehead with a rag of cold water. Where? The nurse gave the boy a smile. You're in Sunagakure's hospital. From the looks of it, you were out for about a good 3 minutes before Temari-san found you lying unconscious in the desert outside our walls. Naruto was about to speak when a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The nurse told the person to come in, and was greeted to the sight of a girl around Naruto's age with 4 ponytails and a light purple dress with a short skirt that would be typical of kunoichi in the desert. Upon seeing what he recognized as the headband of the Sand Village, he confirmed that he truly had reached Suna. The kunoichi had what appeared to be a large fan on her back. She looked to the boy and smiled gently, then turned to the nurse. So, how is he? The nurse bowed. Temari-san, glad to see you're here. The boy seems fine, which is quite a surprise. What do you mean? Naruto asked the two. Temari decided to answer, well, I happened to find you out in the middle of the soon-to-be sandstorm, lying unconscious in the sand. You would probably be dead if I hadn't found you. Naruto's eyes widened upon realizing that this beautiful kunoichi had saved him from the heat of the desert, as well as from being suffocated by being covered in the fast-moving sands. He nodded, thank you. Temari smiled, it's fine, it's all in the duty of being a kunoichi of Suna. I have your bags in the room next door along with your scrolls. Naruto's face paled a little. Did she go through his stuff? Then she probably saw his leaf headband. Temari smiled, relax, I just noticed 2 scrolls hanging from a pocket in your bag, so I just placed them inside of the bag so they wouldn't get stolen. I noticed you're a wind user of wind techniques. She paused, and eyed up Naruto carefully, do you belong to a ninja village? Naruto shook his head, no. She put a hand on her chin, what's your name? This he had no trouble with. He planned this one out the day after meeting Jiraiya, Naro Uzaki. Sure, it was pathetically similar to his true name, but it was also so different that people wouldn't think twice of it. The nurse left the room to let the two talk, and to go get a report filled out on Naro. Upon the nurse's absence, Temari decided to take a seat next to the boy. He was indeed as handsome as she first thought, if not in a childish sort of way. Being the woman was and having the kind of lifestyle she lead, she really didn't get to date handsome boys, considering they tried to avoid her due to her family's problems. Naruto noticed her looking at him, and he began to feel a little uncomfortable. Considering he was wearing a simple hospital gown, and the sheets were as thin as possible, he felt naked in front of her. Temari decided to snap out of her wandering thoughts at the moment, and coughed nervously, yeah, my name's Temari. Anyway, so you don't belong to a village. Naruto shook his head, nope, I'm a wandering vagabond. I just happened to luck out and learn a little about jutsu from a retired junin during my travels. Temari nodded, you seem like someone capable of being a ninja. Her eyes suddenly lit up, yeah, I know. Maybe we could get you to become a genin in Suna's shinobi forces. I mean, you do have the basics of chakra down, right? Naruto nodded. He did learn how to walk on water using chakra on his own before leaving Fire Country's borders, and already knew how to walk up trees. Still, he felt ties to Konoha, a ninja. I don't know. Oh come on, I'm sure you would be great. Consider it your way of repaying me for saving your life, she said in a sugar-coated tone. Truth is, Suna was in desperate need of shinobi, even a genin like her was well aware of this. Not to mention he was cute. Well, okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. I'm not all that good at my chakra control, but I do have a lot of it according to what the Junin told me. He replied. Good, then I'll see what Baki-sensei can do for you. Her voice gained a darker tone as she continued, hopefully the case cage will be accepting of it. Naruto cocked his head, is the case cage mean or something? He asked, sensing her sudden change in tone. Hey, my dad's never in a good mood, case cage or not. She said, then immediately wished she hadn't said a word, seeing Naruto's face. You're the case cage's daughter, he yelled. Temari shrugged, yeah, but it hardly matters. He doesn't really talk to me or my 2 brothers, especially Gaara. Gaara, Naruto repeated. Yeah, Gaara and Kankuro. They're my brothers, and pretty much the only real family I've got. Our family's been under a lot of stress these last couple of years. Temari replied, a saddened adorning her face, which she immediately tried to hide, but don't worry about that. Anyone who's a wind user is welcome to Suna, and with me being one as well, I can help teach you some basic stuff. The door suddenly opened to reveal a teenage boy in a black outfit with a hood that had 2 cat-like ears on the top. He wore face paint, and carried a bundle on his back that was wrapped in bandages. Oh, so the kid's awake, huh? I was wondering if he was dead or not. The boy nodded, receiving a glare from Temari. Naro, this is my older younger brother Kankuro. He's a pain most of the time, but don't let it get to you. Temari said. Naruto simply smiled to Kankuro, nice to meet you. I'm Naro Uzaki. Kankuro immediately noticed the air of confidence the boy leaked out, and gave a smirk, same here. Temari says you were in the desert, waiting to be picked by the vultures. Kankuro. Naruto, however, laughed, hey, yeah. I was trying to find this village, believe it or not. I heard that it was the next closest place, and I was running low on money and food, and needed more water soon. Kankuro gave a nod, and decided that perhaps he'd give the squirt a chance. He appeared to be around Gaara's age, but unlike Gaara, Naro wasn't trying to kill you for joking around. Well, then welcome to Suna. Temari decided to speak. Kankuro, Naro's going to try and join the shinobi forces of Suna and become a genin. He apparently can use jutsu, and he's a wind user from what he's said. Now Kankuro was interested, really. A wind user like Temari and Baki-sensei. Naruto gave a shrug, and then slowly got up, only to be pushed back down by Temari. No way, not until you're cleared to go. Naruto, despite being thankful to the kunoichi, was miffed that she was keeping him here. He slumped down into the sheets, and looked out the window. Temari then had another idea. Say, I know what we can do. How about tomorrow we have Baki-sensei see how well Naro stands against us in practice. That way, we can determine if he's suited as a sand nin or not. Kankuro grimaced. You think Gaara will like that? Temari sighed. No, but it's worth a shot. I mean, Naro's got no family, and he may as well try to make a living here. Besides, Suna's not necessarily filled up on ninja as of now. Kankuro nodded in agreement. Fine, but I'll go tell Baki-sensei about it. Gaara seems to find you less bothersome than me. With that, Kankuro turned to leave. Nice meeting you, Naro. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. Temari looked a little stunned at this, and Naruto asked her what was wrong. She simply shook her head. Kankuro's not usually that friendly with people who he doesn't know, especially those younger than him. 2. After Temari left, Naruto waited impatiently to be cleared. At 4 o'clock he was greeted by Temari, who gave him a key to a hotel, stating that he would be staying there tonight and that he should meet up with them tomorrow morning at 9 in Training Ground 7. She also advised that he wear light material, claiming that fighting Gaara with unnecessary weight was a bad idea. That night, after Naruto ate some dinner, which was sadly not ramen, he went out to a training ground that was out of view of the village. He eventually found himself standing amongst a circle of boulders with a scroll explaining wind jutsu. Naruto was surprised to see how quickly he mastered drawing on the element's power, but still had no techniques under his belt in the offense or defense capable of taking on a shinobi in battle. If he was going to spar with Temari and the others, he needed something aside from the shadow clone jutsu. He unrolled the scroll and read it. I guess I could give it a go, he said, putting the scroll in his pocket and taking a stance while facing the largest boulder. In all honesty, Naruto wasn't sure what would happen. He was trying to learn an offensive technique, but wasn't sure how powerful it would be. As far as he knew, wind techniques were best for battle, at least he remembered Temari saying that before she left the hospital. Naruto again turned his focus to his opponent, or in this case, boulder. Naruto held out one palm, and let it face upwards while he concentrated on the slight tingle he felt run through his fingers as a light breeze blew by. It was faint, but enough to draw on. Suddenly, the breeze picked up, and he noticed a vortex of sand pick up as the winds grew stronger around him. It was working. He continued focusing his chakra, and eventually curled all but his middle and index finger into his palm, continuing to point his two fingers upward. Now came the hard part. Naruto focused on the wind-based chakra, and channeled it into his hand, and up into his fingertips. This required a maximum effort on his part, considering that with all the practice he put in while traveling, he still had only slightly below average chakra control. After a minute of channeling the wind into his hands and two fingers, he saw what he had hoped for, a small, barely visible vortex of air spinning around his two fingertips. He remained focused on it as he pulled back his arm that held the miniature tornado of wind chakra. When Naruto felt that the vortex had reached its maximum velocity, he quickly swung his arm forward, and then swiped it back, yelling the words he learned, Fuden, Kiritori Keisegyu no Jutsu. The tornado became a thin, high-speed blade of wind, and flew at the boulder in front of him, and right past the grounds until it eventually died down. Naruto panted, exhausted from the amount of strain he put into the technique to control it. He frowned upon not seeing any explosion from the boulder, and began to turn around to the village. Then he heard a heavy scraping. He turned to see the top half of the boulder he attacked slowly slide off the bottom half, then fall with a dull thud as it hit the sand. He ran over to inspect his work, and felt a smooth surface where the cut went through. It was just like the scroll said should happen. Naruto smiled and shot a triumphant fist into the air. He felt very pleased with himself, seeing as he had pulled off a B rank wind technique in his first try. Things were starting to look up for him after all. Chapter 3, Training and Hoping. That night, Sakura sat by her window. It was close to midnight, but sleep never came to her. She was too busy thinking about her still missing teammate. Naruto, you don't just how much you meant to our team. She whispered, watching the stars twinkle. A week without Naruto proved to be the most uneventful week for her since she became a genin. Well, no, she did do something today, so it was somewhat productive. It was early morning, and the team had training at 9 o'clock. Sakura was awake at 7 though for some odd reason. She blamed it on how Kakashi had messed with her internal alarm clock by making her wake up super early, only to wait 3 hours for him to arrive. She got cleaned up a bit, then headed out to the training grounds to practice before the others arrived. Maybe she could do some kunai and shuriken throwing, she really wasn't sure. She noticed the figure of Sasuke doing some taijutsu drills on a wooden post. He stopped upon noticing Sakura's presence. "Hey, Sasuke," she greeted with a polite bow. He gave a small smile. "Sakura, enough with the formalities. We're teammates, not student and teacher. Kakashi deserves that, okay." He added the last part with a smirk almost. Kakashi-sensei deserves a daily wake-up call involving an explosive tag. She muttered, receiving a chuckle from the Uchiha. "Hey, I can almost agree to that." The dark-haired boy added with a nod, then sat down to take a break. "You know, you're earlier than usual." "Hey, yeah," she shrugged. "Couldn't sleep." She nodded. "I swear, you must a telepath or something." Sasuke shook his head. "No, I can just tell, besides, I couldn't either. Sensei's messing up with my daily routine lately." Sakura then decided she should get a question that had been bugging her for the last couple days off her chest. Sasuke. Do you think that Naruto's okay?" she asked hesitantly, knowing full well how Sasuke felt about this whole predicament. "Without a doubt," answered the Uchiha with no signs of uncertainty in his voice. Sakura should have expected that. She herself knew that Naruto was too good at survival to get killed by some bandit or thief. After hearing from Kakashi about just how much the boy had gone through, she was certain her opinion for the boy had done a complete 180. She felt a sense of wanting to help him become stronger, a sense of caring for him she didn't realize. She wasn't sure what it was, but she knew it was a good feeling. Regardless though, she still had a bad feeling she couldn't shake. Call it an ominous feeling that she felt like something was going to happen to Team 7 and herself in the not-too-distant future. "Sakura," Sasuke spoke, snapping the pink-haired girl out of her thoughts, "how's your taijutsu coming along?" Okay I guess," she replied with a shrug. "Want some help?" She gave the boy a look of surprise, but smiled. "Yeah, I would appreciate that." An hour later, the two were sitting against the posts, breathing heavily. "Hey, you've gotten a lot better, Sakura. That right hook of yours caught me off guard," Sasuke said while nurturing his left jaw. "That's only because you didn't have your Sharingan Octiva." "Doesn't matter, Sakura. You're improving by a lot. I'm sure the Chunin exams will be a piece of cake for us. Well, at least we'll have a good chance of passing." "Thanks, Sasuke." As the two continued to wait for their chronically late sensei, Sakura couldn't shake that feeling she had earlier. However, she felt that whatever it was, she would take it head-on. Sakura now sat in her bed and rubbed her temples. She looked at her clock and sighed. It was going on to 1:15, and she was still not sleepy. Kakashi decided to try and put more effort into genjutsu training with Sakura, seeing as she was already intelligent enough for the basics casting illusions. Well, she had no real genjutsu techniques, but she was willing to learn a few. She turned to the moon outside. It was beautiful. Hopefully, if Naruto was using the night to travel, he would be able to use its light to guide him. She really hated to admit it, but she was starting to feel confused emotions towards the blonde. She had already stopped denying that the idiot was important to her just like Sasuke was. Their team had become a small family in her eyes. Now the family was missing a little brother of theirs. She walked across her room and picked up the picture of Team 7, inside as she plopped down into her bed. Kakashi had either of his hands ruffling Sasuke and Naruto's hair with a grin behind his mask. Sasuke had his calm, expressionless look upon his face, while Sakura was beaming with a smile between her two genin teammates. Then she turned to the blonde-haired boy that was grinding his teeth together out of annoyance towards Kakashi's antics. "Naruto," she said as she felt the sting of tears. Why didn't she feel this way towards him before? She practically hated how the kid was weeks ago. She cared about him, okay, she really cared about him, not in a romantic way, at least, she didn't think so. Regardless, the blonde held a significant portion of her thoughts since they departed from Wave Country. She got out of her bed after another glance at the picture, then set it back on the shelf. After laying down in her bed again, and pulling the sheets close, she let a few silent tears fall. She was trying to be strong, she really was, and it hurt her to not cry. He better come back, or I'll end up looking for him myself after the exams myself. She mumbled as she drifted off into a troubled sleep for the second time this week. Naruto tossed and turned in his bed, experiencing what he believed to be the most realistic nightmare, he had ever had. Naruto was walking through what must have been a sewer, and as he would expect, it was dim and hardly any light was present except for an almost eerie glow from what looked like the sewer itself. All the while he heard a deep, rumbling growl. He eventually found himself standing before a giant cage in some isolated room. On the two doors of the cage was a paper that read, "Seal," on it. It almost seemed to be there to hold the doors in place, but why? Naruto jumped when the growling he heard earlier was louder than ever, and seemed to be from the interior of the cage. Naruto instinctively reached for a kunai. "Ha ha ha, is this my container? How utterly pathetic," came a deafening, yet well-articulated voice. "Who's there? What do you want?" Naruto called into the cell, and immediately regretted it. A bright, red light flared up, and two large, slitted pupils and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth approached the cage. The face seemed to resemble upon closer inspection that of a fox. "What do I want?" The creature laughed diabolically. "What do you want, stupid boy? Or have you simply come, offering yourself to me so that I may feast upon your marrow?" The fox retorted with a menacing grin, letting the saliva on his fangs drip a little. Naruto paled, now realizing just what he was looking at. That then made him turn from fear to anger. "You're the demon fox, the Kyuubi." Naruto yelled, taking a step closer to the cage and pointing at the monstrous Biju. Naruto barely had time to react when a giant set of claws lunged at him from between the bars, missing him by an inch. "Curse this seal. I can't even enjoy a small snack like you." The Kyuubi growled, drawing his claws back into the darkness of his prison. Naruto was furious, now facing the cause of all his years of hatred and pain from the village. All of it because of this damn fox. You're why I was hated so much." His tone of voice was darker than usual. He began to form a small ball of wind in his hands, and let it spiral around his two fingers. You're my curse. I go through 12 years of hell because of you. Then, when I just may have had a chance to make some friends, you rear your ugly head and change me into something I'm not. Darn you, you stupid fox. Eat this. Wind release, severing wind strike. The blade-like wind flew at the Kyuubi, and hit the demon fox square in the face. However, he merely chuckled in amusement at the now panting boy. Hee hee, ha ha ha. He leered at the boy, and moved up close to the cage, a snarling grin on his face, and Naruto could clearly see the fur of the demon before him now, even though he was far enough from the cage. "You think your little summer breeze can possibly harm me?" The fox snickered. "I'm the Kitsune no Yoko, Lord of the Nine Tails. You think that a mere mortal like you could kill me? Think again, brat." It boomed, weakling. "I'm surprised that a human with your strength hadn't been killed sooner in that despicable village." From the angered look on Naruto's face, the Kyuubi could tell that he had gotten the point across. Yes, Kyuubi did enjoy destroying the self-esteem of his container, and would try to do it as often as possible. However, he did this also to make sure the boy got stronger. If the nine-tailed fox planned on living long enough to break free of the seal when he saw the chance, then he needed his container to be powerful enough to stay alive in the meantime. Kyuubi looked down upon the ninja with just a shadow of understanding and pity, mainly since the pathetic creature had such little strength in comparison, and the boy had been beaten by his own kind, which the Kyuubi found utterly ridiculous, considering that this human was the only thing between the hidden leaf and total destruction. "Listen, brat, from here on out, you and are a team. If either of us dies, then we're both dead, got it? Here's the deal, I'll lend you my chakra when needed, and you in turn keep your body from mortal harm and getting killed." Naruto looked up. "Your power? No way. That chakra is anything but good for me. I lost control of myself for a second back in the battle at the Land of Waves." Kyuubi smirked. "That, my dear mortal Jinchuriki, was less than 1/9 of what you could unlock, even though my power is infinite in a sense. You have no idea just how powerful I truly am." The demon fox noticed the boy looked unconvinced still. "Look, brat, I plan on living, and I'm sure you do too. You may be stronger than most of those your age, but I can guarantee that there will be a time when you will run into an opponent that will be too much for you to handle with your powers alone. I will be able to give you that extra edge in the battle, and you know that power is quite potent." Naruto put a hand under his chin, then gave the proposal a moment of thought. "Fine, don't think this makes us friends though." The Kyuubi laughed dryly. "Believe me, I would rather devour you any day than do this. However, my current conditions seem to prevent that. Now, leave before I decide to give you a migraine." Naruto left the chamber, and then awoke to the early morning light. He turned to his city table by the hotel bed to see a note. "Naro. Baki-sensei said he wants to see your skills in battle today, so please remember to meet us at training ground 7 at 9 o'clock sharp, and no later. You'll be up against Kankuro, Gaara, and myself, but we'll try not to beat you up too much, okay? See you then. P.S. This fruit was fresh from the market this morning, I hope you enjoy it. Temari. Naruto slowly got up out of the bed, and looked at his alarm clock, which read 7:45. He smiled, and picked up a melon of some sort from the basket next to the note that the Sand Kunoichi left. He felt, almost, happy about having met Temari. She sure seemed to carry herself around in an assertive manner, but if he recalled correctly, so did Sakura from time to time. Perhaps he was a glutton for aggressive women, he did like the idea of fighting a girl who could very well beat the snot out of you though, only to then apologize and treat your injuries. Naruto looked out the window, and saw a small cloud of sand fly past. He then recalled Temari saying to dress light, something about fighting against Gaara on sand with extra weight was a stupid idea. He noticed an assorted bunch of piles of clothing at the foot of his bed that he had lay out from his purchases he made while traveling. He then noticed a dark, rustic brown cloth on top of the pile, perfect for hiding the face while not keeping in too much heat. He looked back out to the sand, and flinched a little as it seemed to pick up speed. Better wear a mask, he said as he got out of his bed. Chapter 4, Gaara of the Sand. It was 8:30 when Naruto had arrived to the training grounds that he was told to go to. When he got there, he found Kankuro along with 2 others he didn't know. One was dressed in the traditional clothing of Jonin in Suna, and was probably Baki from what Temari had said the day before. However, the man had one major feature that made him stand out, he wore a veil covering the left portion of his face. Naruto then looked towards the boy with red hair and wore black clothing. Along with that, he seemed to be carrying a large gourd of some sort, and had it strapped to his back. On his forehead on the upper left side was the word, love, which looked to be tattooed, or carved. Temari, however, was nowhere to be seen. The Jonin was the first to notice Naruto, you must be Naro. Temari told me about you, the Jonin gave him a curt nod, I'm Baki, the sensei of this genin squad. Naruto gave him a smile, pleased to meet you Baki-sensei. Yes, I'm Naro Uzaki, and Temari and Kankuro invited me to join your team for practice today. She said something about it helping determine if I'm fit to be a Sunanin. Baki gave him a smile, yes, that's correct. You seem to be physically built for a shinobi, but I'll have to assess your actual skill in battle first. If you pass this test, I can probably get you a rank as a genin of the hidden sand. Naruto nodded, then walked over to the boy who he assumed to be Gaara, Temari and Kankuro's younger brother. He was about to speak when Gaara turned his head to face the boy, are you Naro Uzaki? Naruto was taken back by how cold his voice was, yeah, I'm him. Something about this guy unnerved him. Naruto couldn't help but see how his eyes reminded Naruto of things he would rather forget. Those eyes, they remind me of when I was young, why though? HMMPH, was all Gaara said in reply. He then walked away, leaving Naruto in a confused state. Don't mind him, he's not really friendly with anyone, came Kankuro's voice after Gaara was out of earshot. 15 minutes later, Temari showed up with her fan strapped to her back. She cracked her neck, then spoke to Baki and Kankuro, is Naro here? Hey Temari-chan, I'm right here. Naruto called to the kunoichi. Temari took a second to look at Naruto, and then spoke, what are you wearing? Naruto only gave her a grin behind his rustic brown mask cloth. He also decided to adorn a light, tan-colored vest over a black t-shirt with his orange spiral design on it. His pants were of a tan-colored tone as well, only darker than his vest. He finished his look by wrapping a bandana around his head, covering up all but a few starry bangs of hair. Naruto wouldn't admit this, but he really didn't want anyone to risk noticing him, even if this was Sunagakure. All that was visible on his face were his blue eyes, nothing else. Naruto gave her a shrug, I don't want any sand getting in my hair I guess. Temari didn't show anything on the outside, but she was disappointed that the blonde decided to hide his face behind a mask. She was looking forward to seeing it in all honesty. Oh well, she'd just blow off his mask in today's training. Well, Naro, if you like, we'll begin this little test of yours right away. Baki said, turning to the 3 sand siblings, okay you 3, you remember what I said. Don't go too far with this fight, but make it good so I can decide where Naro stands as a potential shinobi. Gaara, you know what I said about using your sand. Gaara merely muttered something, and the 3, well, technically 4 genin faced each other, waiting for the Jonin's signal. Begin, Baki said, and the 4 jumped off in different directions. Naruto quietly sat behind a boulder, trying to hit his chakra level from the others. Yes, he had gotten better at control, and his stealth was nothing to scoff at, but he was out in a desert with little more than rocks to hide behind. Now, if it were a forest, that would be a different story. A sound of something whizzing through the air caught the attention of the masked blonde. Naruto looked to quickly see two kunai fly at him from out of nowhere. He rolled away, and got up, letting out a sigh of relief, seeing as the kunai had embedded into the rock where he had sat by only seconds earlier. However, he suddenly noticed something: kunai didn't naturally smell like smoke. Gah! Naruto jumped away in time to avoid an explosion, and covered his eyes as gravel flew through the air. He flipped through the air in a backflip-like fashion as another set of bomb kunai flew to his direction. While in midair, he noticed a set of shuriken flying at him. Naruto pulled out some shuriken of his own and threw them at the weapons, and the sound of metal could be heard. He twisted his body sideways in the air, and avoided the remaining shuriken assault. His rest was short-lived as he landed, and felt a wind pick up ever so slightly. He only sensed it due to his wind training over the past couple of days. He knew that this wind wasn't natural. Wind Scythe's jutsu, came the powerful battle cry of Temari. Naruto looked to see a whirlwind of very dangerous speed approaching him. His instincts and limited knowledge in wind jutsu told him running would be pointless as of the moment, considering how close he was to the attack. Not good, Naruto thought, but then an idea popped into his mind. He quickly focused some chakra into his hands and feet. He was pulling this idea out of thin air. He knew that he would be in deep trouble if his idea failed. He began to spin around until he himself became engulfed in a miniature vortex of wind. He spun into Temari's attack, and much to everyone's surprise, managed to stop it. His only signs of damage were a gash on his arm, and a few cuts on his clothes. Naruto stopped spinning, and he quickly grabbed his head and tried to recover his balance. His defensive technique seemed to work, but it would need work if he planned on actually using it again in the future. Plus, he would need to find out how to keep himself from getting so dizzy next time. Temari looked at the blonde boy, and her mouth hung ajar a little. Did he just stop my wind scythes? She was certain that Kankuro's barrage of ninja weapons from Crow would prove to be enough to catch him off guard. Naruto smiled behind his mask, turning to face the kunoichi. Hee, sorry, Temari-chan, but I won that round. That attack of yours is pretty cool though, he stated. Temari's face flushed with embarrassment, both from having been outdone by a mere rookie wind user, and the fact that he added the affectionate suffix to her name. She decided to let her pride get the best of her. She would not be outdone by this kid, regardless of how cute he was. That's it, wind style, maximum wind velocity. She blew her fan, and the wind she whipped up lifted up rocks of dangerously large size. She didn't plan on killing the kid, she merely wished to put him in place. Naruto saw a few rocks flying at him as he was lifted up into the air. He knew that he would be done for, unless, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kankuro stood beside Temari, waiting for Naruto's inevitable defeat. He saw that the kid had talent. Heck, he never saw a kid of his age have that much flexibility in the air while on defense. However, Temari was not one to take lightly. Challenging his older sister's pride was a very idiotic idea, and he was pretty sure Naruto's last comment about her wind scythes had set this situation off. Well, that's that, though I think that is what Baki-sensei encouraged us not to do to Naro, Temari. Kakuro said as he began to put Crow away. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of rocks breaking. What? Cried Temari, he can use that many shadow clones. Kankuro turned to see a rather interesting sight. Inside the windstorm were at least 20 Narutos, smashing up rocks with their fists and feet. Kankuro let a smirk spread across his face. Well, this kid's definitely got a few tricks up his sleeves. Kankuro stopped wrapping up Crow, and proceeded to unravel the bandages of his battle puppet again. Baki watched from a distance, giving a small smile to the newcomer. He definitely could fight, almost a bit too well for some wandering orphan. He would address that later, but for now, he decided that he would continue to watch. If the kid was able to dodge Crow's attacks, negate Temari's wind scythes, and avoid damage while in a wind storm, he was almost guaranteed a position in Sunagakure's shinobi ranks. Naruto eventually landed, heaving in air as the wind died down. He dispelled his clones, and gave at the kunoichi a triumphant grin. Whoa, that was close. Temari was dumbstruck. Naro had amazing evasion skills. He definitely was of genin level, which raised a question to her. How did an orphan like him end up such a good combatant? Aside from a few scratches and a nasty gash on his arm, oh no, blood. Gaara had so far done nothing, merely waiting to see if this, Naro, was even worth his time. He proved to be a decent fighter, even though he was mostly on the defense this whole time. However, something about the newcomer irked Gaara in a way deeper than normal. Something deep within the boy seemed to just be flashing a light in front of Gaara, but the red-haired boy just couldn't put his finger on it. Whatever the case, he wouldn't waste his time unless he saw this Naro as a worthy opponent, until he saw the blood. The deep gash on Naruto's arm seemed to cause the sand in Gaara's gourd to rumble. He suddenly felt the need to shed blood. Naro Uzaki's blood. This boy, for some reason, would definitely be worth killing. That's what the voice inside of him said at least. Gaara put a hand over his left eye, and cried out in pain, feeling the beast within him try to take control. We will truly feel alive by spilling this boy's blood. Gaara fell on his knees, and continued to groan and cry out in pain. That blood was too much. Kill him. Gaara smiled maniacally, and uncorked his gourd. Yes, Naro Uzaki would truly make him feel alive. Naruto looked over to the boy named Gaara kneeling, what almost seemed to be in pain. Hey, you okay? Naruto called to the boy. Gaara began laughing, and Naruto felt a surge of killer intent unleash from the boy. Not like the intent Zabuza Momoichi unleashed. Oh no, this kind almost felt unhuman. Gaara continued laughing as he looked up, and spoke very threatening, but almost gleeful tone. Yes, killing you will truly prove my existence. Naruto barely had time to react as a giant hand of sand launched itself at Naruto. This guy seemed to be trying to kill him, and from what it sounded like, he was trying to do so. Now Naruto understood why Temari said to wear light clothing. Gaara, however, managed to get a hold of the boy's foot in midair, and slammed him into the ground. Naruto gasped as he felt his breath hitch, but quickly got up and focused some chakra into his hands. Gaara sent another wave of sand to Naruto, intending to crush him. Wind release, severing wind strike. Naruto yelled, and watched as the wall of sand crumbled. However, just as Naruto was about to move, another giant wall rose up from behind him, and the blonde had no time to react. Naruto braced for the impact, but it never came. A strong gust of wind blew the wall down, and Temari landed in front of Naruto. Gaara, please, stop this. Naro isn't doing anything. Gaara stared at his eldest sibling who had interrupted his fun. Get out of my way, Temari. Naro's not an enemy. He just. Gaara gave her a cold glare before sending a wave of sand to grab a hold of the blonde-haired Kunoichi. So, you want to die too? She was soon trapped in a cocoon of sand coffin. Kankuro stood in horror. What was happening? He was about to go and try and stop Gaara when a strong hand held him back. Kankuro, stop. Kankuro looked to see Baki reluctantly holding him back. Kankuro growled in anger, Temari's going to get killed out there. I'm aware of this, but we'll only be casualties if we get involved. But you notice that Gaara's hesitating. He's had at least a minute to crush her, perhaps he's reluctant. Baki replied, trying to see if he himself would be able to find an opening, but then reminded himself that Gaara's sand would automatically protect him. It was useless to attack the boy. 2 more words and a clenching fist was all Gaara needed to kill his sister. Naruto watched as Gaara lifted his sister into the air. What was this guy's problem? He had no reason, no, he had no right to do this. This was his sister, for crying out loud. Not to mention that Temari had been one of the first people to be nice to Naruto since he arrived to Suna. Sure, she was just being nice to him because he was new, but he felt some sort of connection with the girl. He would not let another friend be in danger. Sasuke had been luck with Haku, but Temari didn't seem to be as lucky. Naruto felt a surge of anger grow, and soon that familiar bloodlust resurfaced. Naruto quickly vanished from sight. Temari was going to die if he didn't do something. She was going to die. Gaara was about to crush Temari when he felt something fast connect to his stomach. What? He had been hurt. With no time to react, another fist collided with his jaw and sent him flying. A fist. Temari fell from the sand coffin and was passed out from the lack of air. However, she was still breathing. Gaara got up from the ground and was met by 2 blazing, red eyes only inches from his face. Naruto let out a growl as he leered at Gaara and spoke with venom in his voice. Hey, jerk, I thought I was your opponent. Chapter 5, Between Jinchuriki. Temari stared wide-eyed as she began to awaken from her unconscious state. Baki, Kankuro, and herself were now behind a group of boulders, not moving an inch, possibly out of fear of what may happen to them if either of the 2 combatants noticed them. Temari, are you okay? Came the voice of Kankuro. She turned to her brother and nodded. Kankuro then looked back to the battleground, watching the 2 fighters stare each other down. Naro just did the impossible. The puppet master added quietly. Baki nodded in agreement while Temari looked at the 2 with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. What? Kankuro felt a few beads of sweat run down his neck as he felt the two immense chakras spark to life in the training grounds ahead of them. You're not going to believe me if I tell you. What? Temari repeated, suddenly gathering her strength to stand. Naro injured Gaara. He actually knocked Gaara a few yards and made him bounce a bit. It seemed like Blondie was trying to protect you. He probably saved your life from Gaara's sand burial. Kankuro finished. Temari was quiet all of a sudden. She let a gasp escape her throat as she looked ahead. The boy known as Naro was crouched in an animalistic stance, his eyes were wild-looking. What scared her the most was the wave of bloodlust coming off him, it didn't feel natural. What is that kid? Kankuro asked. I think I know. I can't think of anything that could have such a deadly chakra beside it. Baki replied, clenching a fist. He hoped he wasn't right, that boy may be a Jinchuriki as well as Gaara. I can only hope that I'm wrong though. The two siblings snapped back and looked at the older man with dumbstruck looks. What? They both yelled in unison. Baki didn't let his eyesight leave the two boys ahead of him. Well, tell me what else could hold such an evil chakra aside from a biju. It only sounds logical. The two genin nodded, and turned to face the battle that was soon to start, fearing the worst might happen if they looked away. Naruto was standing before Gaara, ready to move at a moment's notice. Gaara was doing something weird with his sand, and soon found about half of his body transformed into something completely different. He sprouted a claw-like appendage, and a very long tail of some sort. Naruto grimaced as he noticed Gaara's chakra level spike up. Gaara laughed as the sand completed his first transformation. The left side of his face was now resembling more of a beast of some sort than a human. His face didn't remove that evil grin the whole time either. Yes, Naro Uzaki will die, and Gaara will prove his power and hatred with the boy's death. Naruto couldn't help but see something within Gaara's eyes though. They seemed to show pain and anger. This guy, he reminded Naruto a lot of himself all of a sudden. He's just like me. Naruto spoke as he felt his claws lengthen and his canines sharpen. That's because he's a Jinchuriki as well, brat. Came a voice from within Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened. He's a demon container too. He asked the Kyuubi. The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shukaku. I would know, me and his Biju have somewhat of a history, if you would call it, with each other. Kyuubi replied. Just how much trouble are we in? Naruto asked, seeing as the Kyuubi knew more about Gaara than Naruto did. The demon fox snorted, little, if any, as long as you keep on your toes and find a way around his sand protection. However, if he fully awakens the Shukaku, then you may have to kick up things. Naruto nodded, threw off his scarf mask, and clapped his hands together as he gathered more chakra. The sand began to pick up as it spun around the two. You are quite powerful. I haven't had this much fun killing an opponent in a long time. Gaara grinned, drool coming down his chin as he spoke. Naruto took no time as he literally burst into the air, forming a ram seal as he did so, shadow clone jutsu. 5 Naruto were now visible as they came flying down at Gaara. The Shukaku container simply blocked them with a brush of his tail. Naruto crashed into the ground, but quickly flipped upright thanks to his heightened reflexes. He crouched down again, and eyed his opponent. He clenched his stomach, feeling the pain from Gaara's impact, that hurt. He quickly pushed off, and began to run while being chased by a rampaging claw of sand. I need more speed, Naruto thought, and began to apply his wind chakra to his feet. Naruto disappeared from sight, and Gaara growled in frustration as his opponent managed to suddenly run out his line of vision. Gaara didn't have long to wait though, for the ground below him erupted as a giant blast of wind knocked Gaara into the air. As the red-haired boy continued his ascent, Naruto could be seen with both palms thrust forward, revealing small wind-like energy waves disappearing from view. Without a moment to rest, Naruto jumped into the air, again disappearing from view. The blonde reappeared right above Gaara, who was now falling back down to earth. Naruto cocked back a fist, and red chakra could be seen igniting into his now deadly weapon, focused on Naruto's clenched hand. Temari and the others watched as Gaara rocketed to the sand below at unnatural speed, causing a shockwave of sand to fly past the 3 spectators. Geez, no one has ever given Gaara this much of a fight. Kankuro yelled over the explosion, shielding his face from the sand. Baki said nothing, but he definitely could feel a significant difference in Naruto's chakra. Where was this boy getting all this power from? As the dust settled, he looked to see the blonde in question walking over to a newly formed crater. Naruto stood over the form Gaara, who was wincing in a state of unimaginable pain. Suddenly, the sand genin crumbled into sand. No, substitution. Gaara jumped out of the sand behind Naruto, fool. He cried, and slammed his clawed arm into the blonde, sending Naruto careening into yet another boulder. Naro. Temari called out, but was held back by Baki. She looked to see him shake his head. He was right, this fight was beyond them now. All of a sudden, Temari noticed a red light glowing from within the wreckage caused by Naro's impact. The light erupted, sending debris everywhere. Behind the dust could be seen the form of Naro, a single tail waving behind him. It seemed to be made of pure chakra, Temari noticed. Now I'm mad. Naruto roared, his voice seemingly less like before, replaced with a slightly venomous tone of the boy. It still sounded like him, but not quite as much. Gaara smirked as she sent a wave of sand to the boy. He was surprised however to see a red claw break through his attack, and grab hold of him. Naruto lifted his hand, and the claw did likewise. Naruto then pounded into the ground with his physical hand, and the chakra appendage followed suit, bringing Gaara with. Naruto quickly called his claw back to his aura of chakra as he went into a feral-like stance, scanning the dust with his crimson irises. He could smell the fear from the three shinobi to his far left, but he had no intention of harming them. Oh no, he wanted to find and pound this punk Gaara into the ground again. A laughter could be heard from all around him, and he couldn't help but be reminded of Zabuza and his hidden mist jutsu as he tried to look through the cloud of sand. You're powerful, truly powerful. However, your hate is weaker than mine, Naro Uzaki. Die. Naruto turned to see shuriken of some sort slice into his arms as he raised them up to defend himself. They seemed to be made of sand. He hissed in pain, but otherwise paid no mind as he noticed the skin already healing itself. He wouldn't deny that he liked that ability. Naruto quickly dashed off to his right, and applied wind chakra to his feet again. After a second or two, he was finding himself running on nothing but air, much to his surprise. Naruto found himself coming to a beast, not the boy he remembered fighting a minute ago. However, upon further inspection, Naruto noticed that Gaara's feet were still visible. The Shukaku wasn't awakened, yet. Naruto sent a wave of high-powered wind by thrusting a palm forward, and was shocked to see Gaara only inhale it with some strange power involving numerous mouths opening up and sucking in the wind. Naruto then realized the mistake he made as Gaara further expanded his beast-like body, wind style, infinite wind devastation. Naruto quickly jumped up, narrowly avoiding the attack. Damn, he's gotten even stronger. The blonde noted as he began to backflip, avoiding another onslaught of sand shuriken. Naruto put his hands into the familiar seal, mass shadow replication jutsu. And 100 clones with Kyuubi-powered auras around them appeared. Naruto was breathing heavily. If not for the Kyuubi, he may not have been able to pull that off. The 101 Narutos all sent another wave of wind towards Gaara, who was unable to avoid the damage this time. The Sunanin was sent back a long distance, and growled as he got up, haha, yes, give me more. More. This will make your death only further prove my worth in existence. A swish of Gaara's tail took out half of the Naruto clones, and Naruto, who was staggering on the unstable sand as he felt the clones, thoughts flood his mind, looked forward. That's what you believe is your reason for living. How can you possibly say that? Gaara gave a menacing grin. A person can only be truly strong by living and fighting only for themselves. I love for myself and fight only for myself. That is how I am truly strong. Naruto found himself angered by the statement of his opponent. You're wrong. A person is truly strong when they fight for those who are important to them, and protect them as well. Gaara replied with yet another laugh. Then let us see who is truly stronger. I will show you how wrong you were when I paint this desert with your blood. Screamed Gaara, and he sent his claws to Naruto. However, Naruto and his clones had planned for this, and they quickly grabbed a hold of both of Gaara's arms. Now, Gaara felt himself being yanked forward. The next thing he saw was about 10 feet smash into his stomach. As he reeled back, another set of fists to the jaw sent him into the air yet again. Gaara forced open an eye, only to see about 50 clones of Naruto appear above him. One solid impact sent Gaara downwards. However, instead of crashing into the ground, he felt what appeared to be a pair of shoulders crash into his back, sending Gaara jolts of pain throughout his entire body. Naruto squatted underneath the weight of Gaara as he dispersed his clones. He felt the ragged breaths of Gaara, and tossed the Shukaku's container to the ground like a sack of discarded produce. Gaara looked up at the now kneeling figure of Naruto. No, this won't end with me dying. I will not cease to exist. A rumbling could be felt from miles around. Baki turned behind him to see at least 100 or more Sunanin watching at the village gates, aware of the cause of the sudden disturbance. Looks like we have an audience now. Baki murmured, turning to continue watching the two titans. Temari, however, was trembling, feeling a much unwanted feeling in her core. Oh no, he's not calling on it, is he? Naruto was sent into the air, and smacked into a rock, but quickly got up, igniting his chakra again, tail waving in anticipation as he felt this even more vicious power surfacing from Gaara. He looked up into the dust clouds, and for a moment, couldn't move as he saw two sets of glowing eyes appear from the screen of dust. Kyuubi. I think he awakened the Shukaku. Naruto gulped as he crouched into his stance, staring into the eyes of Shukaku. Sasuke got up from his table as he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to reveal a pink-haired girl, Sakura. "Hey, Sasuke," she replied, giving the boy a smile. "What brings you here? Something wrong?" Sasuke asked, still not sure why his teammate decided to visit the eerie confines of the Uchiha compound. They didn't have any training this morning, and wouldn't have to be at the training grounds until 5:30, considering Kakashi's knack for punctuality. "Well, Kakashi-sensei told me to come here to let you know that training's been cancelled for the day. We do, however, have a D-rank mission tomorrow at noon with helping deliver animal supplies to the Inuzuka Veterinary Clinic though. We'll be meeting him at the bridge as usual," she replied. "Oh, okay then." Sakura and Sasuke then stood there for a while, neither really sure what to say. Then, after a minute of shuffling her feet, Sakura spoke, do you still want to spar with me for maybe an hour? I have nothing better to do today." Sasuke snapped out of his thoughts, "Yeah, I guess that would be fine. Just don't expect me to go easy on you though. Let's go into the training ground behind my house. We can spar there," he said with a hint of a smile. "Sasuke, going easy on me. Like that would ever happen," she joked as she followed him. Little did she know, but she was probably the first woman to ever enter this place for quite a few years. Eventually they were in a small clearing with various posts and dummies lining the area. Sakura noted a few areas where the ground appeared to have been caught in a fire. The two stood on either side of the grounds, going into their respective stances. "Are you ready, Sakura?" Sasuke asked, shifting his footing a little. He was happy to see Sakura taking on a serious expression, and she nodded. Sakura was taking training more serious these past couple of days. Sasuke wasted no time, and threw 3 shuriken at Sakura. Little to his surprise, she dodged 2 of them, however, he didn't expect her to catch the third one. She quickly flung it back at him, and he blocked it with a kunai. Soon the two were in close combat, a dance of taijutsu somewhat. Sasuke was mainly the aggressor while Sakura worked on her defensive form. Sasuke eventually kicked Sakura in the stomach and sent her back, making her land on her back, squinting in pain as she tried to get up. Sasuke threw a single kunai to her shoulder, however she suddenly lurched to the side while trying to gain balance. He suddenly realized his mistake, Sakura. The kunai embedded into her neck, and blood sprayed onto the grass. If only she hadn't moved to the side, she would have only got a shoulder wound, if she didn't block the weapon that is. "No, Sakura." Sasuke ran to his fallen teammate. It wasn't good, her breathing was hardly there, if at all, and her eyes were glazed over in shock. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, cradling the kunoichi as he tried to assess the damage. He knew nothing about medical jutsu, and he was pretty sure he had no time to get her to the hospital. However, as he scanned the girl, he felt something was off. Suddenly, he felt cold steel poking at the back of his neck, and Sakura seemed to fade from sight as his eyes noticed it was an illusion. "You lose, Sasuke," she said, poking him in the neck a little as he slowly rose to his feet. "That's it, from now on, it's Sharingan active at all times while I spar with you." The Uchiha smiled, "Geez, Sakura, you scared me for a minute. When did you get so good at genjutsu?" Sakura smiled, "I created it myself, though I'm sure it's nothing that hasn't been done before. I call it the false death jutsu, a simple technique that I developed after Kakashi taught me the basics. Your Sharingan broke through it pretty quickly after it was activated. Normally, my opponents don't get the chance to see through it." Gave him an apologetic look, "Hey, sorry for the scare." Sasuke merely shook his head, "No problem. That could definitely come in handy during the exams," Sasuke said with a smirk. The two walked to the village after resting up for a few minutes. They soon found themselves in front of an all-too-familiar ramen stand. The growling of 2 stomachs was heard, and they both gave each other embarrassed looks. "I guess it's lunch time." Sakura laughed. Sasuke nodded, and the two headed over to the curtains. "I'll pay this time," the Uchiha spoke. "Sasuke, you don't consider it a way of thanks for giving me a good fight. I'm pretty sure my shoulders will be sore for the next couple of hours," Sasuke said. Sakura smiled warmly at her once former, well, not really former, maybe died down, crush, and gave him a hug. He tensed up, but didn't have time to respond. It wasn't a flirty or glomping one like she used to give, just a friendly one. She walked towards the curtains while still smiling, "Thanks, Sasuke." Sasuke stood there for half of a moment, and then let out a confused sigh. Women, HN. Chap. 6. Blood-stained sands. Naruto leapt to his left as he avoided another blast of super-powered wind. He barely had a chance of attacking now, since Gaara decided to go all out and awaken the Biju inside of him. Despite Naruto's seemingly unlimited chakra supply, he could do nothing if his body was about 1/2000th the size of his opponent, if not less than that. Naruto was now trying to lead the Shukaku away from the village and training ground, hoping to prevent any unnecessary injuries. He was relieved to see the Shukaku following him. "Get back here, you little runt," thundered the giant Tanuki. Naruto was surprised to see that the legendary one-tailed Shukaku of legend was taking this battle as little more than a game of cat and mouse. "Hey, brat, listen up," yelled the Kyuubi. "A little busy, fox," Naruto replied, and then he quickly leapt forward to avoid being squashed by a titanic fist to the ground. "You won't be able to kill the Shukaku unless you destroy his container," continued the demon fox, "so, unless you plan on evading until your chakra is depleted, I suggest you think of a way to get to the Jinchuriki boy." "Just how?" yelled Naruto as he rolled to his right and continued sprinting. "Do I do that? I thought that Gaara became the Shukaku." Look on top of the Shukaku's head," Kyuubi replied. "The kid's asleep, allowing the Shukaku free reign of the body. So, as long as the boy's sleeping, Shukaku's active." Naruto dove behind some rocks, and quickly peeked around to see that Gaara was indeed asleep on the Shukaku's head. He was partially embedded into the forehead. "How the heck do I get all the way up there?" Naruto questioned to himself. "How about using two tails?" Kyuubi suggested with a hint of temptation in it. Naruto heard the Kyuubi chuckle sinisterly. "No way, fox, I'm already feeling your chakra clawing at my seal. I'm not going to risk going berserk again," Naruto retorted, and decided to reveal himself to the Shukaku. "Hey, moron. Over here." Shukaku snarled as he spotted his quarry's burning red aura. A grin spread over his face. "So, you're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, eh? Ha ha ha. Well, how does it feel, fuzzball? Looks like you got ripped off with the Jinchuriki department, seeing as I can still take control of my container. Some unlimited power of yours. Gahaha." Naruto guessed that the Shukaku was directing his statement to Kyuubi, not Naruto, on the last part. Kyuubi failed to find the humor in Shukaku's taunting. "That's it. Kill him, now," Kyuubi roared, shaking the foundations of his cage. "Shut it, fox, I'm doing this my way. Just keep the chakra coming." Naruto snapped at the Biju. He watched as the claws of the Shukaku slammed down to the ground, missing Naruto as the blonde jumped back to avoid the initial shockwaves produced by the impact. Naruto took his chances and summoned a chakra claw, and grabbed a hold of Shukaku's arm. He yanked himself up, and felt the Shukaku raise his arm as Naruto felt an increase in altitude. "Hey, get off," roared Shukaku, and a claw blocked Naruto from proceeding further up the demon's arm. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Naruto spoke. A clone appeared, and it quickly threw Naruto off the Shukaku's arm and out of harm's way. In a puff of smoke, another one appeared, and quickly threw Naruto onto the muzzle of Shukaku himself. Had he been a second later, he would have been slapped into the ground by a giant Tanuki hand. Naruto began to run up to the sleeping form of Gaara, feeling the shadow of Shukaku's hands approaching him. "Wake up call," Naruto shouted as he gave Gaara a swift, chakra-infused punch. The boy stirred a bit, but still remained asleep. Not good. The Shukaku grabbed a hold of Naruto and flung him to the ground. "Wind bullet," Shukaku roared, and blasted a wave of compressed air at the haggard form of Naruto, who stood up again. It was too close to avoid, Naruto realized. "More chakra, fox." Naruto yelled at the last second, and his request was quickly met by a surge of chakra. He opened up both his palms and spread out his fingers to full width, and released a wave of high-powered wind. Baki, Kankuro, and Temari stared in stone-still wonder. Naruto was taking on the Shukaku directly now, and still breathing. Now, the blonde-haired boy had managed to negate one of the sand demon's wind bullets with his wind chakra. Baki, however, didn't forget what he had just heard the Shukaku itself say about Naruto. "So, Naro's the Kyuubi Jinchuriki." The giant beast staggered a bit. "What the hell? How did you stop that?" It bellowed as dust clouds began to cover the area from the two attacks. "That's for me to know, and for you to never find out," Naruto replied. The Shukaku turned to see the blonde on the right shoulder of its giant body. Temari felt her knees quake as she fell to the ground, in sheer awe. Naro had punched the Shukaku to the ground, punched, not by means of jutsu, but by a punch. "Please, don't kill Gaara," she pleaded quietly, feeling her sisterly emotions take over. She was actually starting to feel herself panic, knowing that if the Shukaku failed, Naro could pretty much kill Gaara. Naruto landed in front of the giant demon. It groaned as it opened one eye. What are you? Naruto simply formed a ball of wind chakra in his right hand, a man who shares a burden like your containers. Now give up, I don't want to go further with this. Never, replied the demon Tanuki, and it raised a claw to strike down Naruto. Naruto quickly hurled the ball of wind chakra at Gaara, and it hit. The Shukaku froze as Gaara slowly woke up. No, roared the demon as its eyes dulled, and crumbled to sand. Gaara lied on the ground, heaving in air as he stared at the boy named Naro Uzaki. For the first time in almost 6 years Gaara no Sabaka was scared. No, stay away, don't come closer. Gaara yelled, watching as a now normal Naruto staggered to him. Gone was the red shroud of evil chakra, the fangs and claws, and those burning red eyes that reflected the bloodlust that oozed of the blonde's body. Naruto suddenly collapsed, only a foot or so away from Gaara. He raised his head, blue eyes on the verge of tears. I know what you're feeling, Gaara, you and me, were alike. He coughed, and he began to tremble as childhood memories flooded his thoughts. Naruto had tried, but never could fully forget them. Gaara's eyes widened, and he began to tremble as well, his own ghosts haunting him as well. This boy, suddenly it seemed clear. The chakra, the animal-like demeanor in battle, that chakra, it all made sense. No. I said stay away. Naruto suddenly clutched onto the red-haired boy's hand, as though his life depended on it. Gaara, please, listen to me. I know what it's like to be in that dark, cold, and lonely hell, believe me, I do. I probably would have ended up the same way as you if it weren't for the fact that a few people decided to care for me, including your sister as well. She tried to protect me from you. Naruto stared into his opponent's eyes, tears falling now. Gaara, I know you may not understand fully, I can understand why too, but please, don't do this to yourself. I don't want to kill you. If you continue to attack them, I will continue to protect them, even if it means dying to do so. I would rather be your friend though, Gaara. I want to help. Why? Gaara asked. Even shinobi need friends. Jinchuriki are no exception, Naruto replied with a grin. Friends. Gaara spoke, trying to take in the words meaning fully. Gaara, Naro, cried out the voice of Temari, and the two Jinchuriki looked to see the other three running to them. Gaara looked at everyone, and then to Naruto, who had helped lift up the sand user. Let's stop fighting, Gaara whispered, I don't want to fight anymore. Naruto grinned as he tied his cloth around his face again. Hey, well, Gaara, I'm glad you stopped. I really don't know how much longer I would have lasted. Gaara seemed to be calm now, and but sad as well. Suddenly, 5 Jonin appeared before the group. All of you are to report to the case cage at once. Spoke one of them. Baki, Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, and Naro all knelt before the leader of Sunagakure, the case cage. Naruto could barely make out the man's face since it was behind a veil. Sit. The case cage spoke. The group did as commanded, even Gaara. I demand to have an explanation as to why about 100 of the shinobi in Suna had seen the Shukaku outside the village earlier this morning. Naruto was about to speak, but Baki did first. Lord Case Cage, I can explain this. Baki gave the explanation of the fight, even explaining as to why Gaara went rampant after seeing Naruto's blood. Temari and Kankuro filled in any missing details while Gaara and Naruto were essentially mute. The veiled man looked to Gaara and Naruto. So, you were also involved in this disturbance. You're not even a qualified shinobi. Naruto nodded. I apologize, Case Cage-sama. Gaara merely nodded, not willing to speak with the man who was family only by blood, and had on numerous occasions sent assassins to kill him. The wind shadow didn't even blink as he gave Naruto a hard stare, then looked to Baki, Temari, and Kankuro. Very well, you three are dismissed. I will speak to you two alone. He spoke, turning to the two Jinchuriki. The three made no protest, and left the case cage's office, only stopping to inform Gaara they would be at the estate waiting. Gaara, to their surprise, thanked them for letting him know, and said he would be there when the meeting was over. The case cage narrowed his eyes on Naro. Care to explain how a wandering orphan boy defeated the one-tailed Shukaku? Baki told me that you had the ability to use chakra, but he never told me about your strength. He then folded his hands together and continued, I would rather you be honest with me. You are not yet a citizen, despite Baki asking me to make you one, so killing you wouldn't be much of an issue. Naruto felt the tension in the room thicken, and if not for Gaara being there, he may very well have began to whimper. I know you're a ninja, but where are you from? Actually, I was a ninja, Naruto corrected politely. So, you've abandoned your village? The older man asked. I like to think of it as self-exiled. Naruto replied. Which village then? The case cage continued. Naruto decided he was screwed enough at this point either way, so lying wouldn't help. Konoha, sir. My real name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I was serving as a genin of the village until a little less than a month ago. Well, Naruto, how did you manifest so much chakra? I was told by a few that it wasn't human. The case cage inquired. Naruto gritted his teeth, knowing that he would have to leave after this conversation was over. Suna obviously didn't take kindly to outsiders, and seeing Gaara's behavior, that went double for Jinchuriki. Well, that's because I'm the container of the nine-tailed fox, the Kyuubi. The case cage's eyes widened a little, but he quickly masked it. Really? I had heard that the fourth Hokage killed it by sacrificing his own life. Naruto decided to give his story on the what really happened 12 years ago on the night of October 10th. He realized that it was a lot less tense in the room as he continued. He dared to look up to the case cage, and was surprised to see the man with a look of interest, not hate, in his eyes. Gaara himself looked to the blonde with some understanding. The case cage stared in silence after Naruto finished by explaining his leaving Wave Country after a mission and how he ended up here. He gave the boy a knowing look. The villagers hated you. Naruto nodded. A lot of the ninja did too, but I don't blame them really. I would probably feel the same if I were in their shoes. At one point, I hated them too, but I figured it was pointless to brew in my own emotions, so I decided to prove them wrong by becoming a ninja. The case cage nodded. That truly is a noble way of looking at it. However, I can assume that your village is looking for you, since you're a ninja. Most likely, case cage-sama. Naruto replied. The case cage sighed, realizing this rather gifted individual may not even have a chance of serving Suna. Seeing an even greater problem now, you do realize that this puts Suna in a difficult situation with Konoha, correct? Naruto merely nodded. Gaara had been silent, but then spoke. Case cage-sama, if I may, I have an idea. It may solve this problem. The case cage looked up, and gave his son a nod, concealing his surprise at hearing his son speak. Very well, Gaara. Tell us. We could give Naruto the rank of genin. He could then join our team for the time before the exams, and then we could split our team into two, that way we won't be outnumbering other teams. If Konoha asks about Naruto before the exams, or if they have Shinobi sent here and they find him, we could simply state we were unaware of his affiliation to Konoha. Gaara spoke calmly. The Kazekage would have been proud of the boy before him for such a diplomatic approach to the matter if it wasn't for the fact that Gaara was until recently a silent, yet deadly person. That may work, Gaara. He turned to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, I hereby declare you a genin of Sunagakure, under the given circumstances discussed. Naruto couldn't help but grin, but refrained from jumping and hollering with joy. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. I promise to serve this village to the best of my abilities. He then bowed. The veiled man merely waved a hand. Yes, yes. Now, we'll need to see about getting you a residence somewhere around. He could stay on the Sabaka estate with our family. Gaara interrupted. The case cage was quiet for a moment, then looked to Naruto. Does this offer suit you? Naruto looked to Gaara. The red-haired boy nodded, the equivalent of a please, towards inviting him. That's fine with me. The case cage nodded, and handed a Suna Hitai to Naruto, and spoke calmly. Uzumaki, you'll from here on out be a member of Baki's team, and will remain a resident of the Sabaka estate. I expect you to honor this, and to obey your sensei as expected. You'll soon learn that Konoha and Suna are very different in training their ninja, although we're allies. I expect to hear great success in your team. Naruto finished tightening his Hitai over his bandana covering his head. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Thank you. The two boys were then dismissed after the case cage instructed Gaara and Naruto to inform their team about the change in their team, as well as tell them about Naruto's true background. Naruto was already out of the room, but Gaara stood at the exit for a moment. Father, I hope that you can trust Naruto, the Shukaku Jinchuriki said calmly, and looked directly to his father. He defeated me, and may have very well saved the village in the process. However, he told me something about true strength, and that there's more to life than killing to prove my power. He told me about a different kind of strength. What kind of strength would that be? The kind derived from protecting those important to you. He showed me what I've been doing all these years, and that what I've been doing is meaningless and horrible. Naruto and I are alike in many ways, now that I think about it, yet he has turned out better because of our shared traits. I hope to someday be as much of a person as him. So, I would like to start off this new outlook by formally apologizing for all those people I have killed. I know that I may never be able to regain true forgiveness, but I would like to let you know that my days of savagery are over. Gaara then left, leaving his father in a state of shock. The case cage looked to the door where just moments ago stood the Jinchuriki of both the Kyuubi and the Shukaku. One was a compassionate soul, the other was until recently a psychotic killer. Gaara wished to stop killing. No longer wanted to cause blood spray. Well, this was both good and bad. Suna's local Jinchuriki would no longer be viewed as an ominous barrier to enemies, but would now hopefully be less of a threat to the village. The case cage looked to a pile of mission scrolls, and picked up one yet to be issued. It was an assassination mission that was aimed towards a certain red-haired gourd carrier. He carefully put it over the candle on his desk, and watched it burn away. Perhaps he could possibly have a chance to redeem himself for all the wrongs he had done to his family, namely his children. He had indirectly killed his wife, forced his eldest daughter into caring for her two younger brothers at a young age, and never showed them any care that fathers should. This sounded next to impossible, but it was worth a try. Naruto Uzumaki did something to Gaara, and it made his youngest son to a less violent person. Hopefully, he would have a chance to maybe teach Temari the family's famous wind techniques. His children knew the scrolls, locations in the family mansion, but they were not allowed to view them. The wind shadow shook his head, so much to happen and was only going on to 11 o'clock in the morning. A knock at the door shook the leader of Suna from his thoughts. Yes. A sand chunin walked in and bowed. Case Cage-sama, Lord Orochimaru has arrived as scheduled. The case cage sighed. He was getting weary of the Snake Sanin's meetings. In truth, the leader of Suna wanted very little to do with the invasion of Konoha, regardless of Suna's current state financially. Today he would tell Orochimaru to leave Suna, and that Suna would take no part in breaking the hard-earned treaty it earned with the Hidden Leaf village. The pale and ghastly-looking Snake Sanin walked in, an unnerving smile on his face sending a disturbing feeling through the case cage's body. A pleasure to see you yet again, Lord Case Cage. I assume you've reached your decision in the invasion of Konoha during the Chunin exams. Yes, and I will not have my village take any part in your plans, Orochimaru. Suna will remain allies of Konoha, and I suggest you give up the plans, for should you go through with them, my shinobi will provide assistance to the Hidden Leaf. Now leave before I decide to turn you into Konoha so they may deal with you properly. Orochimaru remained smiling, but his eyes narrowed menacingly. How disappointing. I was hoping not to resort to this, but I have no choice, you know too much now. He spoke, and quickly drew his sword. The case cage silently cursed as he drew a kunai, wishing now that he had said what he had wanted to Gaara before he left that morning about trying start over with his son. He knew that he stood little chance against the Sanin, and regretted never teaching Temari those wind techniques that would have helped her, or for not letting Kankuro know more about their family's heritage. He also wished he had thanked Baki for watching over his children and for teaching them so well. Not to mention wishing he had thanked Naruto Uzumaki for helping save his son from the bloodlust of the Shukaku. He knew now that it was too late when he felt the cold steel drive through his very heart. The Junin guards outside the case cage mansion never suspected anything when Orochimaru, along with his 6 Odo Nin escorts, left the building a half an hour later. What they didn't know was that their leader was dead. Orochimaru was actually now sitting in the case cage's chair in his office, and the Orochimaru walking away was actually an Earth clone. The body of the case cage was now mummified and hidden by sound Nin spies. Suna never learned what happened that morning, and wouldn't until it would be too late. Chapter 7, A Time for Reflection. Naruto was sitting on the top the dome roof of the Sabaka estate, admiring the stars in the sky. He had already brought his few belongings to a room that Gaara had told him would be his. Naruto had meant to spend some time with Gaara, but Gaara politely declined. Gaara had stated that while Naruto had made Gaara realize a few things, he still wasn't in complete control of his situation, unlike Naruto. Gaara stated also that he didn't really sleep, so he decided to patrol Suna to keep himself occupied for the evening. Naruto decided to relax and enjoy the cool night air. The sound of footsteps made the blonde look behind him to meet a rather blank-faced Temari. So, Naruto, huh? She asked, letting a little anger show on her face. Temari-chan, I can explain. Gaara already told me and Kankuro, and Baki know about it already. I just want to know why. She asked as she took a seat next to the younger boy. Because, I don't trust myself with others anymore ever since the Kyuubi first revealed its power to me in a battle back on my first C-rank mission a few weeks before I came to Suna. That battle with Gaara only further proves how dangerous I am, he replied, staring at the sky. Temari had the feeling that this side of Naruto was rarely seen, the side that showed he was actually quite sensitive and worried about what the few people close to the blonde thought about him. Regardless, she didn't accept that as an answer. What do you mean? Naruto gave her a sad grin. I mean that I don't know if I can always guarantee that I will have control over Kyuubi. I may end up hurting someone, or worse. Is that why you left Konoha? To protect those close to you? She said, finally seeing what he meant. Naruto simply nodded. Well, then why did you ever come here? Naruto looked to Temari, and raised an eyebrow. Surely you would only end up leaving again, right? That way, you wouldn't hurt anyone here, right? She couldn't help but grin as she pointed out the flaw in his idea. Naruto looked like someone had just told him that Kakashi didn't have a face underneath his mask. Well, Temari laughed a little. Naruto, you are kind of going against your own beliefs of protecting those close to you by leaving them, but I can tell you care deeply about them if you're willing to leave them to protect them. She slowly placed a hand on his, and gently squeezed it. Naruto nearly jumped at the contact, and gave the Wind Maiden a confused look. Temari-chan. You did something that I had never thought possible today, Naruto. You saved Gaara from himself, you freed him from his problems, I guess. Our family owes you our thanks at the very least. So, thank you. Naruto grinned, and rubbed the back of his head. Haha, it was nothing. Temari seemed to grip his hand tighter, and Naruto stopped his nervous grinning as he looked into her eyes to see tears. I mean it, Naruto. You made Gaara feel alive in a whole new way. She started to shed the tears, and quickly wiped them away with her free hand. You want to know something? Naruto nodded, unsure of what he was going to expect. Gaara apologized to me for what happened today. He let me hug him after that. Hug him. He hasn't let me do that since, oh, I can't even remember when the last time was that I did that. She smiled, and Naruto felt his heart melt at the sight of how the moon shined on her face. Naruto. I want to thank you for also saving me today. I could have been killed, but you saved me. Thank you. She was now crying freely, even though it was still quiet. Naruto had very little experience, if any at all, when it came to comforting a woman in distress. He decided to wrap his arms around the kunoichi, hearing once that hugs were one form of comforting another. He was surprised when instead of pushing him away, she only held onto him tighter. Hey, it's okay. I'm glad you're happy about all this, Naruto said, hoping she wouldn't think he was perverted by holding her. Temari found that Naruto was a bit warmer than her, and had to use every bit of her willpower to pull away from him. She stopped crying and smiled. Sorry about that, that was stupid of me. It's just, today truly has changed the life of my entire family. We used to be afraid of Gaara, and now I'm finding that Gaara wants to spar with Kankuro and I, and learn how to prepare meals. It's just. She shook her head. Naruto, promise me that you never end up how Gaara once was. Naruto smiled, and an idea came to his mind. He remembered back to what Haku had said about precious people, and to protect them at any and all costs. I promise Temari. From here on out, I'll never go back on my word. That's my nindo. I promise I'll never become a distant, cold-hearted person. Temari couldn't help but smile, and her already huge amount of respect for the boy increased further. She just heard him declare his nindo, and that he would never go back on his promise. She couldn't help but smile even further. Naruto, you truly are a wonderful guy. Naruto had the decency to blush a bit at the compliment, and Temari smiled upon seeing this. She decided to tease him a bit, and gave him a quick peck on the cheek before getting up. Well, I am off to bed. Why don't you and I go and train tomorrow? I can help you harness your wind better. Naruto nodded with a dumbstruck look on his face, clearly surprised by Temari's kiss to the cheek. Temari giggled, sounds good. I'll stop by your place tomorrow around 10 or so. Good night, Naruto-kun. A minute later, Naruto's eyes widened. Did she? Temari could hear the hooting and hollering of Naruto outside. Jinchuriki or not, Naruto was worthy of her heart. He had already proven his strength to her, and his kindness had spoken for itself. Sure, he didn't always run on all 100 watts of his brainpower, but she kind of thought that was cute. Maybe, just maybe, she could give Naruto a chance. Aloud, my first kiss from a girl. Made her grin. Forget maybe giving him a chance. He didn't have a choice. After hearing several yells from local passerby telling him to keep it down, Naruto finally settled down. He spent most of the remaining night admiring the stars, and absent-mindedly touching his right cheek while grinning. After some time passed, he felt another presence, and turned to see the other local Jinchuriki standing a little ways from him. Hey, Gaara. The red-haired boy nodded. You wouldn't mind if I joined you, would you? Naruto smiled. Go right ahead. Gaara sat down cross-legged by Naruto and joined the blonde in watching the stars. It seems that you enjoy watching the night sky as much as I do. Gaara spoke, seeing the far-off look on Naruto's face. Yeah, the blonde chuckled with a sad grin. I find that it always helped me forget about the bad stuff in my life, and that I should be happy to be alive, and at the same time it reminds that even though I was alone, I never had to feel lonely. Gaara seemed to understand somewhat. He was never a person to pry with other people's thoughts, but Naruto shared a special connection with him. How so? Naruto grinned, shaking his head. You would think it's stupid. Gaara shook his head. I don't think that's possible if I can't have a reason to think that. Naruto sighed. Well, of all of those billions of stars in the sky, I sometimes like to think that maybe 2 of them are my mom and dad watching me. Gaara said nothing for a moment, but spoke after a few minutes of silence. I don't think that's stupid at all. Naruto turned to him. Really? Gaara nodded. I can relate to that in a way. I don't have a mother. Naruto frowned, but risked to dig a little deeper. What happened to her? Gaara let his eyes narrow a little as he stared at the crescent moon. She died giving birth to me as a result of the Shukaku being placed inside me. Naruto nodded, and said nothing further. They seemed to share a silent understanding with each other, and the two found themselves comfortable with it. Naruto found he had someone he could relate to in so many ways, and considered the boy a friend. Gaara found Naruto's outlook on life interesting, and saw that the blonde truly could understand the troubles he went through as a child. They carried a burden within them that gave them extraordinary gifts and horrible curses at the same time. Both had a few special people in their life now, and would protect them with their lives if need be. Naruto eventually felt a yawn escape his body, and got up. He said goodnight to Gaara, and headed to the window to his room to get some sleep. Naruto. The blonde turned to see Gaara facing away from him, but he could tell that the Shukaku holder was not ignoring him. Yeah. If you plan to court my sister, Kankuro and I have already agreed that you have our blessing. Naruto's face turned a shade of red. Oh okay, hey, I'm not entirely sure I'm quite ready for a girlfriend but. Gaara turned to face him, and raised an eyebrow. Naruto was relieved to see no malice in his eyes. So. Nisan didn't propose you go on a date with her earlier this evening. Oh, and no, she simply offered to train me tomorrow in controlling my wind chakra better. Naruto explained. Gaara shrugged, and turned to face the moon again. Well, either way, should it happen, you have our blessing, and I might add that it would be in your best interest to take it, since she has quite a large list of possible suitors. If you wait too long, someone else may already start to court her. You just happen to be better liked by the family, so we don't mind if you're not officially courting her. Naruto seemed to realize that he was dealing with the Kasage's daughter, and that she very well could have anyone she wanted in a sense. He was even more surprised to know that Gaara and Kankuro favored him over some rich lord's son or a wealthy merchant. Oh, well, thanks, Gaara. Gaara nodded, and with that, Naruto went inside. Truth was, the blonde didn't know what to think. A girlfriend, was that possible for him? He recalled on several occasions that whenever he offered to take Sakura on a date, he was met with a fist to the face, followed by a mouthful of dirt and a large lump on the head in most cases. Naruto lay in his bed for a while, and decided to let the idea be stored into the back of his mind for now. No sense in losing sleep over it. Still, Temari was a very beautiful kunoichi in his opinion. Kakashi stood by an all too familiar stone. It was probably close to 2 in the morning, but he didn't really care. He usually only needed 5 hours of sleep per day and he would be fine. Besides, there was no training today since it was the team's day off. He doubted they would actually use it as a break though, they never had since Wave. Sakura had increased her chakra capacity by more than half since they came back to Konoha, which was saying a lot for her, and her taijutsu and genjutsu had increased by leaps and bounds. Sasuke even increased his Sharingan's tomo by 2, and his ninjutsu and taijutsu were nearly flawless. It did bring him joy to see that his students were improving so much, and he was even happier to see that he was able to help in doing that. Still, Team 7 was only 3/4 of what it truly should be. A major aspect of their team was gone, a very bright, cheerful, and amazingly comforting aspect. Naruto had been the guy that helped Sakura show her intelligence, the part that drove Sasuke to work harder, and the student that made every day a little different for Kakashi. He may have the smartest kunoichi and the top rookie of this year's class, but he didn't have its most unpredictable ninja. He did find comfort in the fact that Sasuke was more sociable and that he wasn't so distant anymore. In fact, on several occasions, he actually offered to pay for lunch when they took a break from training, which usually meant eating at Ichiraku's. Ichiraku ramen was quite well off, considering it had its regulars, but Yuki and Ayame were devastated when they first heard from Sakura and Sasuke that Naruto was no longer in Konoha. They of course didn't explain the whole thing, and had to make up a few things, but the point still hit home with the ramen stand. Their favorite and best customer was not around anymore. One thing Kakashi noticed was the major change in the attitude of Sakura and Sasuke while they did train. They never complained anymore, even when they had to chase down the cat of the wife of the Fire Country's Daiyamo. He even found out they set a record in catching the cat in only 2 minutes of locating the cat. Kakashi wondered how they improved so much, but he knew why. The look that Sasuke and Sakura exchanged when they realized that if they became Chunin that they could lead a platoon of ninjas said it all. They were improving so they could go and find Naruto. He was the force driving them so hard that even Sarutobi and Iruka noticed the vast improvement stated in their mission reports. Kakashi looked at the memorial stone. "What would you have done, Minato-sensei?" he asked, looking at the name of the Yondaime carved into the stone. He knew the answer though. Minato Namikaze wouldn't have messed up to begin with. Kakashi had been told by Sarutobi that the situation wasn't his fault, and that things like this can't be predicted. Kakashi disagreed. He believed that perhaps if he had spent a little more time teaching Naruto, if he had perhaps had been there for the boy when he was younger and given him the knowledge that someone cared about his existence, then maybe things would be different. He sighed, and stood up. Now he was going to lose sleep over this, he just knew it. Oh well, Sakura and Sasuke usually started training before he arrived anyway, so maybe he could actually use the excuse that he had slept in. They would probably not bother him about, seeing as they didn't always get the best of sleep either. "Naruto, I hope I'll see you again. I promise I won't fail you twice." "Wait, so this kid is Minato's son? Huh, I wish I had known that sooner," said a certain Toad Sage. "Yes, that is Minato's boy. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and he's been missing for a little more than a month now," replied the Sandaime. Jiraiya gave back the picture of Naruto to the elderly man, and then his face turned serious. "That isn't good. I actually bumped into this kid about a week ago outside of Fire Country. Didn't recognize him without the crying and the seal freshly placed on his belly though." Sarutobi nodded. "So, do you know where he was heading?" "Westward, not sure where he is now though. Had I known who he was though, I wouldn't have told him that Sunagakure was in the direction he was heading," replied the Sannin. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose as he let out a tired groan. Suna. If Naruto had managed to cross the Wind Country's desert and had reached the hidden village of the Sand Shinobi, this whole mess had just become an international level problem as well. Jiraiya stated that Naruto wasn't wearing a Hitai 8, and that he wasn't sporting the usual orange jacket. Well, this leaves us with at least 3 possible scenarios. 1. Naruto is well beyond our reach, and has continued traveling beyond the 5 shinobi nations. 2. He's now in Suna, and possibly a shinobi of the hidden sand, or 3. He's dead," Sarutobi said as he lit his pipe. He got up from his chair and looked out over the night sky of Konoha, a troubled look on his face. Jiraiya didn't like seeing his former teacher in such a state. "Hey, come on old man," the kid seemed pretty capable of himself. "Besides, even if he's in Suna, you can always have them bring him back to us. I mean, they are in an alliance with us. If he's one of their shinobi, he may even appear here for the upcoming exam." Sarutobi nodded. "It's highly unlikely, but I do remember that Naruto was always known for surprising people." The third Hokage blew out a plume of smoke, and reminded himself of how capable Naruto was. A boy who had lived on his own his whole life seemed very likely to still be alive, he thought. He silently prayed that the boy was okay, and that if he was continuing to grow strong. Minato had asked that the boy be seen as a hero, and Sarutobi wasn't a man to abandon a hero of the Hidden Leaf. Chap. 8. Discoveries. Naruto focused on his opponent while a desert wind blew past. He took in a few deep breaths, and with speed unnatural for a human, sprinted towards his target. He quickly went through a few seals, and jumped into the air. His opponent remained unmoving as he finished with the final seal. Pulling back his right palm, he cried out with as much ferocity as he could muster, "Wind style, wind blast jutsu." The enemy crumpled as a high-pressure gust of wind smashed into the sandy ground below him. He landed in a crouching position, and waited for the dust to clear. He remained alert, and his eyes scanned the area. Without warning, a hand of sand burst from beneath him, and grabbed a hold of his ankles. The coils of sand swung him around a few times before dumping him unceremoniously into a nearby dune. "Naruto, you weren't focusing," came the calm voice of Gaara. He closed his eyes as he went into a stance he had been working on with his blonde friend for about a month now. At Naruto's behest, Gaara decided that relying on his sand alone wasn't good enough. The boy was by no means a close-range fighter, but Gaara decided that after receiving the royal beating from the blonde that he should learn some taijutsu. Naruto wasn't that great in the area either, but with Baki supervising the two, they were able to learn from each other and the Veiled Man. The two boys went into a purely taijutsu-based fight, and they were going at it like never before. Naruto managed to get a few punches in with the style he picked up from Baki, while Gaara went through his own taijutsu variation that he learned from Naruto. The redhead was weighed down by his sand, so speed was not an option for him. Instead, he mingled his sand with his blows so that he could extend his reach with every punch and kick he dealt. It was quite unique, Baki couldn't deny that, but it wasn't a pure taijutsu stance. Needless to say, having Gaara punch you in the gut, and then have a follow-up from a fist-shaped clot of sand could send almost anyone flying. Naruto got up, and dusted himself off as he spit up some sand. Hey, it's not my fault that you're able to create a sand clone and hide your chakra from me while I attack. We both know that your control over your chakra is only second to Kankuro's, and that's because he's older, and a puppet master needs to have good control in order to fight. Baki rolled his eyes as he saw where this was going. Gaara shrugged his shoulders. Maybe if you focused more on training your senses and less on what kind of restaurant you want to take Nei-san to, then this wouldn't happen. Naruto blushed, and growled a bit. Hey, we've only gone out 3 times in the last month. Oh, and for the record, she's the one who usually picks out where we go. It was true though. In the past month since he had been made a genin of the hidden sand, Naruto had become the luckiest guy in all of Wind Country, at least in his opinion, because he was officially the boyfriend of Temari no Sabaka. If I recall correctly, Gaara, Naruto had been forced to go to those fancy restaurants, and pay with his own money, too. Spoke the older brother of the sand user. Kankuro had been watching the two for the last 15 minutes after he got done cleaning Crow's gears. It was a tedious task, but it kept his battle puppet in tip-top shape, not to mention that Temari kind of left Naruto with little say in the matter of if he wanted to date her or not. Gaara nodded. Yes, I'll admit it, even Nei-san can be scary when she wants something, though I do admit, even though I've never had a girlfriend, saying you'll pound your significant other into the sand if they don't show up at a restaurant by 7 sharp is pushing it. Naruto rubbed his head, and despite the jabs the two were making at Naruto's manliness, he couldn't be happier. Temari was quite a tough girl when she needed to be, but she also had a gentle, kinder side too. Naruto was one of the few that knew that. Oh, he'd receive the occasional kiss on the cheek from her, but her words were what made him swell with joy. Baki looked at his watch. Okay, Naruto, it's going almost 2 now. If you plan on working with Temari, you better hurry up. She may be your girlfriend, but she's still your tutor in Winjutsu. If you're late, I can't hold any responsibility for what she does to you. Naruto nodded. Okay, thanks for the help today, Baki-sensei. He then turned to Kankuro and Gaara. So, I'm guessing that we're eating at home tonight. Kankuro smirked. Naruto had been here for little over a month, yet he already called the Sabaka estate his home. Well, unless Temari has plans with you tonight, I would assume so. There's always barbecue if we don't make anything though. Gaara nodded. Well, I can always start making stir-fry for later. The 3 shinobi sweat dropped. Gaara, no offense, but last time you made stir-fry, you had the entire mansion clear out so we could wait for the smoke to dissipate. Kankuro said with a pat on the shoulder. Gaara looked at his brother, and frowned. So, am I that bad at stir-fry? Kankuro had to remind himself that Gaara had changed over the last month, and that being honest with his younger brother was the best option. Yeah. I will admit though, no one can come close to you when it comes to desserts, well, except for Temari. Gaara gave his brother a small smile. Then I shall make a cake for tonight. With that said, the 2 brothers headed home. Baki waved goodbye to Naruto, and headed off to his own quarters. Naruto sprinted to training ground 12 where Temari would be waiting for him. When Naruto finally arrived to his destination, he was surprised to see a smiling Temari sitting on a boulder. Good sign, Naruto thought. He unwrapped the cloth scarf from his face and let it flap around his neck. Temari had said that she didn't like him wearing it all the time, and he saw her point. She apparently thought that he was too handsome to hide his face like that, so he agreed that whenever they were alone or in their house that he would let his face show. Hey, Naruto. How was training? She asked as she got up, give him a peck on the cheek. Naruto blushed. No matter how often she did that, he still wasn't used to female attention of this kind. Fine. Gaara whooped my butt though. I keep telling him that his sand fist taijutsu is not really pure taijutsu, and that if we went against each other based on pure strength that I would win. Temari smirked. Well, at least he's trying. He never used taijutsu before you came along. The sand coffin seemed to be effective enough for him. Naruto nodded. So, what did you want to teach me today? I've gotten the wind manipulation down pretty well, and I've been working on the wind blast jutsu every day. What else do we need to focus on right now? Temari smiled. She had to admit, though he was nowhere near her in wind manipulation, but he was sure good at learning the necessities. He had so far mastered 4 techniques, and 2 were his own. The Severing Wind Strike and Wind Blast Jutsu were his own creation. Gaara had taught him the Drilling Air Bullet, and Temari had taught him a variation of her Rumbling Wind Wall Jutsu that didn't involve a fan. He truly had become a great fighter, in her opinion at least. She still had quite a few techniques that she wasn't willing to teach him, but today was special to her. She was going to share a technique with him that only she used. Well, Naruto, today I'm going to teach you something that I think you may be ready for. Your chakra control should be sufficient enough for it, and I think it will fit in well with your affinity to wind. Temari said as the two took a seat in the gravel-like ground. Really? What is it, what is it? Naruto said, and couldn't help but grin. Temari was going to teach him another awesome jutsu no doubt. Calm down, Baka, I haven't even told you what it is, she snapped while unfurling her fan to 3 moons. Tell me, Naruto, what do you know about summoning? Naruto pondered for a moment. Well, I know that usually it involves offering a little blood in order to call upon a summoned creature to help you in battle, or to do other tasks that would be more difficult for a shinobi to accomplish. Temari nodded. This would make things a lot easier for her if he knew a thing or two about summons. Good. Well, watch closely then. I'm not sure if it will change for you, but this is what I do to summon. Naruto watched as his blonde female companion bit her thumb, and spread some of the blood on her fan. She stood up, and with a swish of her fan yelled out, summoning jutsu. A wind blew as a cloud of smoke appeared. Naruto watched as the smoke cleared, and raised an eyebrow as Temari stood with a small weasel on her shoulder. It was a snowy white, and had a patch over one eye. It also seemed to be carrying a huge scythe in its paws, a scythe that he found much larger than the creature itself. Naruto, meet Kamatari. Naruto frowned. He doesn't look like a really powerful guy, but I guess if you're showing me him, he must be strong. Temari frowned as well. Naruto, what was the first rule I taught you about wind techniques? Naruto sighed. I know. Don't underestimate the power of the wind. It's just, well, I've heard of people summoning huge dogs, and toads, but he's a little weasel. Kamatari laughed. Hey, Temari, this your boyfriend? He still seems wet behind the ears. Temari sighed. Yeah, he's talented though, believe me. Listen, would you be willing to work a contract out with him? Kamatari thought about it for a moment, looking at the younger blonde with a judgmental look in his eyes. Sure, he seems good enough. Temari gave the weasel a hug. Thanks, Kamatari. You don't know how much this means to me. Kamatari gave the girl a confused look. I thought this was for the boy, not you. Temari smirked. Hey, do you know any other people that can summon you right now? The one-eyed weasel gave a nod. Ah, I see your point. Naruto quirked an eyebrow upon hearing the last part of their conversation. What do you two mean by that? Are you saying that only you can summon him? Temari gave the boy a proud grin. Darn right, I am. Kamatari's clan only allows one member of their clan to be summoned. Kamatari's that member. So, because of this, very few people can summon him. Not only that, but they have to have an affinity to wind. In the past, Kamatari's clan used to make contracts with the Wind Maidens of the desert. Wind Maidens? Naruto repeated, giving Temari a confused look. Kamatari spoke. Yeah, they were a group of battle fan-wielding kunoichi back in the early days of Shinobi. Temari is a sort of modern-day one, even though the actual group left the deserts years and years ago. She just happened to find out about how to summon us through the fan she uses, and she signed my clan's contract. She's the first human being to summon us in over 70 years. Naruto turned to Temari with an awestruck look. Whoa. That's awesome, Temari-chan. That makes you sort of an elite amongst wind users. Temari had the decency to blush. Please, I'm only a genin, Naruto. Baki-sensei is much more experienced at using wind nature chakra. I'm only teaching you so he can help work on your other needs, like your taijutsu. Kamatari chuckled. Hey, you're quite the sweet talker, aren't you, Naruto? Naruto simply gave the white weasel a confused look. Sweet talker. He was simply saying that Temari was an awesome kunoichi, nothing else. So, Temari said as she regained her composure, do you want to sign the contract, Naruto? Naruto grinned. If Temari summoned this Kamatari for fighting, then he must be good, yeah. Sign me up. Kamatari gave the boy a toothy grin. You sure? How about I give you a demonstration first of what I can do first? Naruto nodded, and Temari stepped back as the weasel somehow floated in the air. Light blue flames floated around the weasel as he gripped his scythe. See that boulder over there? Watch. Naruto saw the weasel fly through the air with speed unnatural of an animal to this world. He swung his weapon a few times, and as he passed by the boulder, landed on the ground with amazing gracefulness. Seconds later, the rock broke into clean-cut pieces. Naruto gawked at the creature, a starry-eyed look on his face. Whoa. You can cut through rock too. He ran up to the weasel, barely able to contain his excitement. Please let me sign your contract. The weasel looked over to Temari, who had a somewhat concerned look on her face. She may have the right to summon Kamatari, but she couldn't make the weasel let others summon him as well. That was purely Kamatari's decision. I don't know. Kamatari decided to mess with the boy a little. He had made up his mind the minute Temari mentioned the boy to him yesterday. Kamatari had been waiting for a long time to have a male summoner. He had nothing against female summoners, but he was always open for a little change. Naruto got down on his knees and bowed. Please, Kamatari. Your attacks are just like mine, and you use wind like me, too. Please, I'll do anything. Kamatari had to hold back the laughter. The boy was sure persistent, he gave him that. The battle-seasoned weasel summon had a knack for reading others' potential, and he knew right off the bat that the boy had an immense reserve of chakra. More than any of the previous summoners his clan had a contract with. He knew that the boy would prove to be a promising shinobi someday, so why not join him for the ride? I'll let you sign my contract. Naruto's eyes lit up, but Kamatari raised a paw, on one condition. What's the condition? Naruto asked, suddenly getting quiet. Kamatari leaned over to the boy's ear. You make sure that girl over there is happy. She's by far the most talented kunoichi I've seen that uses a battle fan in ages. She's told me quite a bit about you, and from what I hear, she's quite fond of you. Kamatari gave him a serious look. While it's not my place, being that I'm not from this land, she deserves a good man in her life. I've heard of what she's gone through, and you've made her happy for numerous reasons. Keep it that way, and I guarantee you and her won't regret it. Naruto blushed. Right, hey. So, is that the condition? Kamatari nodded, and pulled out a scroll from nowhere. Do I have your word on that? I won't make the contract void if the conditions are broken, but I can't guarantee that I'll be as willing to help you in battle if they are broken. Naruto gave the weasel a reassuring smile. I promise, Kamatari. I'll make sure she's happy. Kamatari smiled. He was right about the boy after all, I thought so. Listen, since Temari only use a fan to summon me, and you don't use a battle fan, you're going to have to learn how to summon me without a fan. There's 7 seals involved. They're in this order: Tora, Tatsu, Habi, Tori, Tatsu, Habi, Tori. Essentially, there's only 4 separate seals, but they must be made in that order for you to summon me. Got it? Naruto nodded, and the weasel looked to Temari. Well, looks like we got ourselves a second summoner here. Temari grinned as she watched Naruto sign the medium-sized scroll with his blood-stained fingerprints. Kamatari rolled up the scroll, and looked to the boy. Well, I suppose we should give you a try, Now, understand, if you do it wrong, nothing will happen. I'm the only summon in my clan, so if you don't put in the right amount of chakra, or if you mess up the seals, you won't summon me. So, make sure you know what you're doing. Right, I hear you. Naruto gave the weasel a thumbs up, and the weasel vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto bit his thumb, and went through the seals as told. Tora. Tatsu. Habi. Tori. Tatsu. Habi. Tori. Naruto channeled chakra into his hands, summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Kamatari reappeared with a toothy grin. Haha, not bad, Naruto, not bad at all. Kamatari gave the boy a quick pod salute before vanishing again. Naruto grinned at seeing his success. He was officially a summoner now. Temari-chan, thank you. I never thought I'd learn how to summon a cool animal like Kamatari. You're the best. Naruto smiled and was surprised to receive a squeezing hug from the blonde kunoichi. No problem, Naruto, but it will cost you. Naruto stopped grinning. Cost me. Temari gave the boy a mischievous grin, and Naruto knew it would probably be something embarrassing. Well, for him at least, yeah. I want to go to a festival they're having tomorrow. Usually I don't go since there's no one I want to go with, and the loser guys who offer to take me don't even try to get to know me. They just walk around with me arm in arm as though I'm some kind of trophy. Naruto grimaced upon hearing this. How could any guy think of Temari as anything less than an amazing girl and a powerful kunoichi? Naruto may not have had much experience with girls, but he did remember the third Hokage telling him once that you should always treat the opposite gender with respect, and that if you ever take a girl out on a date, that you make sure she enjoys it as much as possible. He laughed at the old man for telling him that, saying that, girls were weird because they talked about flowers and girly things. He was only 7 at the time though, so he had no idea that this would happen to him 5 years later. Now, he was trying to recall all those wonderful words of advice he picked up from the wise old man and from those few pages he read from magazines before the librarians always kicked him out. Temari, would you like me to take you to the festival then? Temari gave him one of her rare shy smiles. She may be a tough fighter, but she would drop her guard around Naruto. He was different than those other guys she had gone out with. He listened, made jokes, and tried to make her smile whenever possible. He truly meant it when he said that she was pretty. Aside from Naruto, no man alive had seen her act this way. I would like it if you could. Naruto only grinned more as he heard this. Sounds like a plan then. What time? Be ready at 6 tomorrow night. Make sure that you shower too, you tend to reek after training. She added and giggled as he pouted. Hey, I only smell like that because I really work hard when I train. He snapped back, trying to defend himself. She ruffled his hair. Of course, Naruto. Well, let's head back home. I'm starving. Oh, Temari-chan, Gaara said he's baking a cake tonight. Naruto noticed Temari's eyes light up a little as her pace suddenly quickened from a walk to a light run. Gaara's desserts were short-lived, since the redhead couldn't refuse anyone from eating them. Therefore, if any of the estate's servants asked to try one of his many works, he simply nodded and said they were welcome to do so. Temari was happy that Gaara had become so nice in such a short time, but she really wished that sometimes he'd be a little more favoring for her happiness over others, well, at least when it came to cake and cookies. Sasuke breathed in and out heavily as he stood before a rock that was now slowly turning to cooled lava. He had definitely improved, according to Kakashi. A few weeks ago, the best he could get was slightly glossy features on one side of the boulder while the rest was blackened. Wow, good job, Sasuke. Applauded the Uchiha's sole genin teammate. Thanks, Sakura. It's still not quite what I was looking for, but it's better. Sakura got up from her spot on the grass where she had been eating a bento box her mother had made. You hungry at all? I don't have much of an appetite right now, so if you want you can finish my lunch. Sasuke suddenly felt his stomach rumble with an animalistic roar. Yeah, sure. Sakura giggled as the Uchiha sat down and literally dug into the bento as he ate the fish and vegetables without stopping. Well, someone's been training hard today. Sakura and Sasuke both looked to see an all too familiar silver-haired man leaning against a tree. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Yo. The Junin waved to the pink-haired girl, then walked over to his duo of genin. So, how's the fire jutsu coming along, Sasuke? Sasuke shrugged. It's better, but it's not great. I still have a long way to go with it. I managed to melt the boulder though, so it's definitely an improvement from a while back. Kakashi nodded, and mentally praised the Uchiha for focusing on his improvements instead of focusing on his flaws. While it was important to know your weaknesses, Sasuke had been a serious issue in regards to perfectionism a month back. Ever since Kakashi had upped the training with the two, Sasuke had begun to focus on not what was wrong, but what needed to be improved. It may sound like the same idea, but the attitude was the major difference. Good to hear. I'm sure you'll have it down in no time flat at the rate you're going. Make sure you keep up the taijutsu drills I told you about too. How about you, Sakura? Kakashi asked, turning his head to his female student. Well, I've gotten a little better at my genjutsu, but it's still not that powerful. Sasuke was able to break through it without activating his Sharingan twice out of the 10 times I used it on him. Sakura said as she looked at the ground. Kakashi was about to say something when Sasuke spoke first. Sakura, your genjutsu is actually quite strong for someone of our level. It just needs more work. I'm sure in due time that you'll be able to trap even Kurenai-sensei in it without her immediate notice. Kakashi smiled as he saw Sakura beam with a little pride. Sasuke had improved indeed. Instead of being withdrawn and unsupportive, he was giving Sakura encouragement and advice. Well, seeing as you're both done for the day, how about we go and get a bite to eat instead of bento? Your choice. Kakashi spoke with a masked grin. Ichiraku. They both said simultaneously. Kakashi expected this, they had been going there almost every day for lunch or supper. He suspected it had something to do with a member of their team that had been gone for about a month and a half. While Kakashi wasn't a huge fan of the food, he couldn't deny that it was good. Besides, it seemed to make Sasuke and Sakura feel better after a hard day of training. A few minutes later found the trio at the well-known ramen bar, and the two genin were eating with inhuman gusto. Well, Sasuke was, while Sakura was merely eating nibbles here and there. Kakashi had already finished his bowl before either of the two could see his face, much to their dismay. Kakashi-sensei, came the quiet voice of Sakura. Yes. Sakura looked down into her bowl. Well, one know that. Naruto lived his whole life alone without a family, but, well, you were around before he was born, so, do you know who his parents were by any chance? Kakashi gave the pink-haired girl a surprised look, and wasn't surprised to see Sasuke looking towards the Junin expectantly as well. Actually, yes, I knew both his father and mother on a personal basis. You did? Sasuke asked. Kakashi nodded, yes, but there's a reason why his heritage isn't well known. Sakura decided to cut to the chase. Well, who were his parents? Why didn't he ever learn about them? Well, I don't know if it's my position to tell you who they were, but… Kakashi turned to Ayame. Ayame, do you think that I could borrow a pen and paper? Sure, Kakashi-san. Ayame went behind the counter, and handed the masked man said utensils. Kakashi quickly wrote two words on the paper, and casually slid the paper over to Sakura. The words were, Namikaze, and, Kushina. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. So, what do these two names have too? Kakashi put up a hand. Listen, Sasuke, I can't really openly divulge this information to you. However, being that you two are shinobi, you should be able to gather information on these two names. I will give you a hint, they belong to separate individuals. I can't tell you anything more than that though. You'll understand when you find out the answers. The two genin nodded, and after finishing their meals, headed off to the library. So, who do you think these two people are, Sasuke? The Uchiha shrugged. Don't know, but the name Namikaze sounds familiar, almost like it was a name that belonged to someone important. Sakura nodded, feeling the same about the name. It was setting off alarms in her head, but she couldn't put a tab on it. The two walked to the public archives section of the library, and began to look over the numerous scrolls. Namikaze. Namikaze. Nami-ah, here we go. Sakura said after she found a small scroll. She brought it over to a nearby table while Sasuke sat down across from her. They unrolled it, and read over the contents. As they scanned the contents, both of set of eyes widened. You don't think Kakashi-sensei was pulling our leg, do you? Sasuke frowned, but shook his head. This isn't something to joke around about. Besides, it says right here that this man trained Kakashi. The two looked over the scroll and shook their heads in disbelief. This is amazing. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Sakura said in a whisper. Sasuke nodded. I never would have guessed, but it makes sense. You've seen the pictures of the man, they look alike now that I think about it. They scanned over the contents, and ran across the other name they were looking for, Kushina Uzumaki. It says that she lived with the fourth. She was born in the land of the whirlpool, and she was married to Minato Namikaze for a while before she died. The reasons aren't written why though. Sasuke furrowed his brow. The scroll said nothing about Naruto's birth, or that Kushina had a baby. So, the village kept that information a secret. Sasuke growled, so, Naruto deserves much better than what he got. He's the heir to a clan that had quite a bit of money and power in Konoha, now that I remember. Minato Namikaze was quite an amazing ninja. Sakura frowned. Not surprising, though, is it? The village treated him like trash for something he had no say in, though it makes a lot more sense as to why the Kyuubi was sealed in him of all children. Not only was he born on the night of the attack, but he was the son of the man who sacrificed himself for the village. Damn it, the Dobi is the son of a legend, the Yellow Flash. Wait, that makes sense now, why he wasn't ever informed of his heritage. Sakura seemed to catch on. Yeah, the Yellow Flash was hated by almost all of the Earth Country, and Iwagakure placed a flee on sight order for the man during the Third Secret Ninja War, so, the information was also protecting Naruto as well. Sasuke nodded. That's why he took his mother's name instead of his father's, I guess. Sakura sighed, and put the scroll back. She needed some time to take all this in. In the past 2 months Sasuke and she had learned 2 shocking, and also saddening, secrets about their missing friend's life. He was not only the container of the most powerful Biju in the world, but he also was the son of one of the greatest ninja to have ever lived. The two walked out of the library with a thoughtful silence between themselves. Sasuke was wondering how a guy with such a troubled childhood could have dealt with the pain for so long. The fact that Naruto was worthy of much better treatment because of who he was the son of made it even more disturbing. Sasuke was suddenly aware of just how much Naruto never had in his life. He never had a chance to be rocked to sleep by a mother, or taught how to throw a kunai by your father, or to be walked home from the academy by your older brother. Sasuke still thought about avenging his clan, and until he did, he wouldn't feel truly at peace with his life, but for now, he could try and focus on goals that were also important, like preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams, which was only a little less than a month from now. Once he became a Chunin, he would look for leads on the blonde, and hunt him down, and drag him back if he had to. Sakura was now even more saddened by the background of Naruto's life. First off, he was shunned by his own village for a reason that should have been respected at the very least. He was the only thing keeping the Kyuubi from wreaking havoc on the Hidden Leaf and the rest of the world. To make things even worse, he was a child of a former Hokage, if not the greatest one of all. He could have been so much happier if he had his parents, if not at least his mother or father. She didn't even try to imagine the pain of living a life alone, it was hard to think of for her. Her mother was her only living parent, but at least she still had someone. Naruto had never had anyone greet him when he came home, and he never had anyone to say they cared about and that they loved him. Humans are social animals, she thought. If a person is rejected by society, it can have horrible effects on a person's psyche. Why, Sasuke? The boy in question turned to his teammate, and shook his head as they slowly walked down the main road. I don't know, but it isn't right. Sakura tried to hold back tears, but failed. She didn't know why she was crying, maybe it was because she really wished that the blonde was back. Team 7 was a second family to her, and right now her little brother was missing. It hurt. Why did he have to deal with that pain for so long? You know, now that I think of it, I never saw him bring any food with him during lunch back in our academy days, and he usually never played with anyone. All the kids just chased him away, but they never knew why they were supposed to hate him. Her shoulders were trembling as she continued, it's not fair, Sasuke. He couldn't help it. Sasuke didn't know what to say. He hadn't dealt with someone crying for a long time. He decided to put an arm around her shoulders. Sakura, listen, when we pass the exams, we'll bring him back. Okay. Sakura looked up from the ground, and sniffled a bit. Why, you truly believe that we can do it? Sasuke gave her his best smile, which was a gentle smirk in some ways. Sakura. I've come to realize that without Naruto around, things are different. I don't know why, but something tells me that he's still out there, and that wherever he is, we'll see him again. I don't want to lose that feeling. Sakura smiled. You're right, Sasuke. Naruto's tough, and he would find a way to survive. Sasuke tensed a bit as she leaned her head against him. Thanks, Sasuke. I needed that. Sasuke simply nodded and gave a grunt, though the look on his face was clearly a slight hue of red. Sakura eventually put space between the two again. So, tomorrow at 9. Sasuke nod. Sounds fine. I imagine Kakashi-sensei will be there by noon. We may have a mission or two though, so who knows about training. Sakura smiled. Well, all the more reason to get our training in. She turned down a street towards her neighborhood. Bye, Sasuke. Sasuke waved a farewell as he continued down the less populated section of town. The Uchiha compound loomed ahead, quietly awaiting his presence. Sasuke suddenly stopped as he turned. Something wrong, Kakashi-sensei. The Junin gave a wave to the raven-haired boy, just wondering how your little research project went. Sasuke frowned. We found out enough to figure it out. Kakashi nodded. Good. You want to ask me anything about it? Sasuke nodded. I don't know where to begin, but I guess I can ask one question. Why? Why what? Sasuke sighed. Why did they not tell him? Why didn't they give him what he rightfully deserves to know? He's a namikaze, and he should have a small fortune and access to numerous scrolls at least. The Yondaime was a great ninja, and I know his wallet showed for it. Kakashi merely raised an eyebrow. Why indeed, Sasuke? Why would the village council deny Naruto, the boy who holds that within him, any source of wealth or position of power in the decisions made for the Hidden Leaf? Sasuke frowned. I get your point. Are they truly that blinded by what he contains within him? Unfortunately, most of them are. A few know the truth, but don't care. To them, the boy's a hindrance to their power, so keeping him at bay is the best idea. Kakashi replied with a slow nod. Well, once I finally take my place in the council, I'll make sure that this matter is taken into account when Sakura and I bring Naruto back to Konoha. Sasuke spoke with a determined tone. The silver-haired Junin gave a rare surprised look. He had never seen the Uchiha so certain in his words, aside from avenging his clan, ever in the time he had trained Team 7. The boy had truly grown. Well, Sasuke, I can't officially say anything against the council, but unofficially, I can hope that you use your power in the council as you intend to. Sasuke nodded, and began to walk towards his home. Kakashi watched the boy go, and smiled lightly. Perhaps there was still a possible future for the Uchiha that offered some happiness after all. Kakashi made a seal and vanished in a whirl of leaves. He was glad that he had gave the information on Naruto's family to Sakura and Sasuke. The two were truly set on become Chunin, and they were showing promising signs of achieving the rank. Little did Team 7 know, but within a month's time, their worlds were going to go through some serious changes. Chap. 9. Among familiar faces. Orochimaru sat behind the cage's desk with a content look on his veiled face that he had stolen. He was quite surprised with all the information he had managed to obtain from the records and spies within Suna that were actually from Otogakure. He had found out almost immediately that Naruto Uzumaki, or Naro Uzaki as he was being called at the moment, was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. This made his plans much more wonderful for the Hidden Leaf's downfall. However, there was a major wrench thrown into his scheme. Gaara no Sabaku was no longer a cold-hearted killer. Orochimaru had seen the boy himself come in with a plate of cinnamon rolls one morning and hand them out to the numerous ninja in charge of keeping records and handing out missions. The scene, while comical to see the staff cautiously take the morning sweets with wary thank yous, also meant Orochimaru would have to find a different source of firepower for the main attack. He had that covered though now, he thought with a serpentine grin. Konoha would burn to the ground within the next 2 months. Naruto, Temari, Kankuro, Gaara, and Baki were heading towards the gates of Konoha within 3 days. While Naruto had taken much longer when he left Konoha, this was due to him having to keep a low profile within Fire Country. Now though, he was Naro Uzaki, the rookie genin of Suna Team 4, paired with Gaara. Temari and Kankuro were Team 3, and this caused some frustration with Temari. She had complained about it, but Baki said that the cage himself had ordered it. She said nothing afterwards. Naruto, on the other hand, was not thinking of that at the moment. As the wooden gates of Konoha loomed in the distance, he began to tense up. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to his left to see the smiling face of Kankuro. "Don't worry, we've got your back, so don't worry." "Okay, Naro." Naruto gave a somewhat relieved grin behind his white scarf covering his nose and mouth, and cheeks. He would have opted for a genjutsu to change his features, but he wasn't that good at holding such a technique for extended periods, and he felt more comfortable with something solid blocking his identity. Luckily enough, his ID didn't require his face to be shown, just a simple picture of his scarred face. He was quite content with that. "Alright you four, we're in Konoha now. I expect you to represent Suna with the best of your abilities, and give it your best. You're free to roam town, just stay out of trouble, and be at the designated hotel areas for us by 7, understood?" The four nodded, and Baki turned to Temari. "Oh, and Temari, if you decide to sneak Naro out for a moonlight walk like you did while we were helping guard that caravan 2 weeks ago, I'll have to make Gaara keep a watch over you." The eldest Sabaku siblings looked to her youngest brother to see him simply nod. Darn it, she suspected Kankuro was involved in this as well. Temari pouted, but said nothing. He was right, that C-rank mission almost turned into a disaster when Temari had made Naruto go with her on a walk at night. When they returned around 1 in the morning, Baki almost attacked them. As they entered Konoha, the guards checked their IDs and nodded with approval. Naruto gave out a relieved sigh as they walked down the streets. He immediately had a wave of nostalgia run through him, and he couldn't help but take in a deep breath as he breathed in the slightly forested air. "Naro, are you going to be okay here?" Gaara asked as the group of 4 genin and 1 junin walked to the hotel. Naruto smiled behind his scarf. "I'll be okay, Gaara. I'm just remembering some things." Gaara nodded and turned to look at the Hokage monument. "So, is that the place you managed to paint on?" he asked in a slightly quieter tone. Naruto simply nodded, and if one looked closely, they would have seen Gaara smirk a little. Kankuro chuckled while Temari said something about immature boys. Baki simply rolled his eyes, wondering how such a talented kid like Naruto ever wound up being such an idiot at the same time. As the group stopped at their hotel, Baki turned to them. "Okay, Naro, Gaara, Kankuro, you'll be sharing room 127, Temari, you'll have room 128. I'll be a couple rooms down in room 144, so if you need me later on I should be there. Now, I have to go report to the Hokage Tower about our arrival. Since we're going to be 2 of the 3 two-man teams in the exams, I have to do a few bits of paperwork. Konoha is having a team of 2 enter as well, apparently they're missing a teammate." He looked over to Naruto. "Be careful kid. I don't know if you're a nuke nin or not, but either way, you could get into some serious trouble if found out. Stay safe, and stay together." With that, he went towards the Hokage Tower. Kankuro took a look around. "So, anything worth doing here?" Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yeah. There's a real cool place where they make ramen called Ichiraku's. The training grounds are okay, my team." Temari smacked him over the head. "Naro, don't blow your cover," she said in a harsh whisper. Hey, right, sorry." Naruto chuckled as he rubbed his head. The group went down a turn in the main road, only to have Kankuro get bumped into by a kid. Naro immediately stiffened as he recognized the kid as Konohamaru and his 2 friends Udon and Moegi. Ow, said the young Sarutobi. Kankuro looked at the kid as he frowned, darn kids. Hey, watch where you're going next time, Kankuro said as he gave the three an annoyed, albeit non-threatening look. He had dealt with Naruto for too long to lose his temper on some annoying little brats. Oh, sorry about that. I was being chased by this scary pink-haired girl when. Scary. That's it, you die now, Konohamaru. For the last time, Sasuke and I are not dating. Naruto was no wide-eyed. Of all the rotten luck. Sakura, calm down, he was only teasing you. Came the quiet voice of Sasuke Uchiha, who was following behind a fuming Sakura Haruno. The two genin stopped and looked at the four Sunanin. Are you four here for the exams? Sakura asked. Temari decided to answer, that's right. We're from Sunagakure, and we're going as two separate teams. Really, we're also a two-man team. Sasuke replied with sudden interest, I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and this is Sakura Haruno. Temari nodded, shadowing her worry for Naruto's safety with a grin, yep, I'm Temari, and these three are Kankuro, Naro, and Gaara. The two-leaf nin looked over the other three Sunanin, and Naruto noticed Sasuke's eyes halt on the blonde for a few seconds. Well, Naruto luckily had his hair mostly covered by his Hitai-ite bandana, so he was not too noticeable, he hoped. Sakura eventually looked at Naro as well, and her eyes seemed to squint a little before she nodded, well, I'm sure we'll meet again. Gaara responded, I'm sure we will. It was nice to meet you too. The four Sunanin began to walk past the group and down the road. Hold on, came the voice of Sasuke. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara all unconsciously moved around Naruto while making it look like they were simply turning around to look at the Uchiha, what? Came Kankuro's reply. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and looked at Naruto. Naruto forced every bit of willpower to make it look like confusion instead of fear. Sasuke may have recognized him. Sasuke eventually stopped, and deactivated his bloodline, you. Naro. Naruto tried to deepen his voice a little, yeah. Sasuke was quiet for a minute or two before he talked, you seem familiar. Temari scoffed, well, unless a little leaf nin like you has been to Suna, I'm sure you never met Naro. He's lived in Suna his whole life. Naruto nodded, yeah, I'm a sand nin after all. Sasuke and Sakura seemed to want to ask more questions, but decided not to. Sasuke nodded, right, well, we'll see each other again soon then. And with that being said, Sakura, Sasuke, and the Konohamaru Corps continued on their way. After a few minutes passed as the four walked down the road, Kankuro looked to Naruto, hey, you okay? Naruto shook his head, I knew those two genin. The three siblings all looked at their blonde friend, and Gaara asked, who are they? Naruto looked around a bit, then spoke in a hushed tone, those two are my former teammates, the ones I told you three about. Temari nodded, you had an Uchiha on your team. Even in Suna the famous Uchiha clan was known about, though from what the Hidden Sand had heard, the clan was almost entirely wiped out. Naruto nodded, yeah, he seems to be less of a jerk than I remember though, and Sakura wasn't being all lovey-dovey around him. I wonder why, though. The four finally arrived at the ramen stand, and Naruto had to keep himself from shouting out with joy. He instead walked in and was greeted by a smiling Ayame, hello, welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto nodded, pleased to see some things hadn't changed while he was gone, we heard this is a good place to eat. As the four Suna genin took their seats, Chuki walked out, you four here for the Chunin exams. Temari smiled, that's right. We're actually two separate teams. Me and my brother Kankuro here are one team, and my youngest brother Gaara is paired with Naro here. Chuki and Ayame nodded, and after that took the foursome's orders. Naruto unfortunately forgot that he had been a legendary eater of the wonderful noodle dish, so when he ordered 5 bowls of miso to start things off, Chuki and Ayame both paused. Something wrong? Naruto asked, eyes giving a concerned look. Chuki shook his head, sorry, it's just, well, we had a customer that used to start off his meals here in a similar manner. He was one of our best customers, then one day he went on a mission and never came back, we don't know what happened to him. Really? What was his name? Temari asked, trying to draw attention away from her boyfriend. His name was Naruto. Ayame answered, and both of the ramen stand workers had a saddened look on their faces, he was a wonderful guy, even though he had a very rough life. We would have been giving his meals to him for free most of the time if it wasn't for the fact that he insisted on paying. He was truly a great guy. Naruto gave the two a sad look, oh, well, I'm sure he's okay. I mean, he sounds like he was a ninja, so I'm sure he's alright. Chuki and Ayame nodded, then went to make the orders. After having about 12 bowls of ramen, and having to explain himself by stating he hadn't eaten in 3 days, Naruto left with a full stomach and a heavy conscience. He didn't know that the old man and his daughter cared so much about him. Naro, do you think you could show us around the village? It may prove to be entertaining. Gaara suggested, and received a nod from his blonde companion. Kankuro and Temari decided that was a good idea, so they went along. Naruto showed them the training grounds, and told them a few things he remembered about his numerous days of training here. Eventually they reached a place that Naruto had been telling was dedicated to all of the shinobi who had died in duty, or the memorial stone, when the blonde stopped dead in his tracks. Naro, what's? Kankuro was cut off as Naruto pointed ahead at a man with silver hair, his back turned to them as he was standing by the memorial stone. Who is that? Temari whispered, almost inaudibly. Naruto waved a hand, which stated, I'll tell you later, and was intending to turn around and led them away when they heard a voice. Oh, you four must be the two-man teams I've heard about from Suna. Naruto stopped, and bit down a curse. He could get past Sasuke and Sakura, and Kyuki and Ayame as well. However, he wasn't so sure about the famous Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan Eye. Gaara seemed to sense his friend's distress, so he spoke, that is correct. We are teams 3 and 4 of Sunagakure. I'm sorry if we were disturbing you. Kakashi waved a hand of dismissal, no worries. I was getting ready to leave anyway. Temari's eyes suddenly widened in recognition, why you're Kakashi. The Junin smiled behind his mask, ah, I see you've looked me up in the bingo book. Yes, I'm Kakashi Hatake, otherwise known as the Copycat Nin, or Sharingan Kakashi. Pleased to meet you. He gave them a curt wave with a crinkled eye signaling a smile. Kankuro nodded, never thought we'd see a living legend like you. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head as he chuckled, haha, I guess I forget how big my reputation is. Well, I am a leaf nin, so what better village to find me in than here, right? The 4 genin nodded, and Naruto noticed Kakashi's eyes fall on his own before he smiled. Before anything could be said towards Naruto, Temari spoke, well, Kakashi-san, it was a pleasure to meet you. If you don't mind, we must get going. Kakashi nodded, and his eyes fell on Naruto again before he spoke, oh, well, I guess I'll be heading off as well. My team doesn't like waiting more than 2 hours for me anyway. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, that was too close. Kankuro looked at Naruto again, don't tell me you know Kakashi Hatake too. Hey, he was my sensei. Naruto said as he received 2 surprised looks and 1 slightly raised eyebrow from Gaara. Temari took a step forward, wait a minute, you're saying that the legendary copycat ninja was your Junin sensei. Naruto could only laugh, in all fairness, he never told us about his accomplishments, and he is a really lazy guy if you must know. The 3 Sand siblings continued to stare at Naruto, until Kankuro spoke, man, Naro, you are full of surprises. Sasuke and Sakura stopped at Kakashi's house and stood outside his door. After knocking for 2 whole minutes, the silver-haired man opened the door and raised an eyebrow, what are you two doing here? We need to talk, Sasuke replied. Sakura nodded with a serious look, it's about one of the Sunanin that has arrived here. Kakashi's eyes narrowed for a second, then he nodded. So, he wasn't the only one who noticed something off about one of the foreign nin. As the 3 walked into the living room of his cozy house, he smiled, either of you want something to drink? Sakura smiled, mint tea would be nice. Water, came Sasuke's reply. Kakashi nodded, and walked into the nearby kitchen. As he put the kettle on the stovetop and turned on the burner, he noticed Sasuke frowning. Sasuke, Sakura, though I do like having your company, I need to ask why you two are here. It's just, not that common for people to stop over. Kakashi inquired as he walked back to the living room with a glass of water. Sasuke nodded, but much to Kakashi's surprise, Sakura was the one to talk, Kakashi-sensei. I think he's back. Kakashi set down the glass he was holding on the coffee table that he had with him, really? Sakura nodded, and continued, Sasuke used his Sharingan, and the Sunanin we met had very similar eye to what Naruto had, he was kind of short too. Sasuke looked up, I think he's joined the Hidden Sand. He has a white cloth scarf around his face, a light brown vest with a gray shirt and pants, and his hair was covered by his bandana Hidai-ite, but I saw a few blonde locks poking out in the front. Kakashi decided to confess to them, you're probably right Sasuke, I noticed that too. His 2 students looked up with open mouths, yes, I met the 4 ninja too, and I must say, I was quite surprised to see him. You told him that knew it was him. Sasuke shouted, startling both Sakura and his sensei. Relax, Sasuke, I didn't let him know. That would cause problems. Kakashi said, raising a hand to silence the Uchiha. Sasuke calmed down, and let out a HN, as he sat back in the chair. So, Kakashi-sensei, what do we do? Do we report this to the Hokage? Sakura asked, a worried tone etched into her voice. Already did that, Kakashi replied. What? What did the Hokage say? Sakura said, panic rising again. Kakashi shrugged, the third simply said that he would make sure to keep this between the four of us, and that when the exams start that he would see what he could do. Naruto's still a leaf nin, if you remember. Do we confront him if we see him? Sasuke asked, folding his hands together in a thoughtful pose. No, leave him be. We both know why he left, and it wasn't out of anger or hatred. It was to protect Konoha. It seems he just happened to be unlucky enough to be placed on a team that was selected for the Chunin exams. Kakashi answered with another shrug. That's when the kettle began to whistle, and Kakashi got up to get Sakura her tea. When he came back with a hot cup for Sakura, Sasuke looked out the window. Kakashi-sensei. I know you may have your reasons, but why do you have the Sharingan? Kakashi looked over to Sasuke, and sighed. His features, well, his eyes, seemed to become saddened. He slouched a bit in his couch. It's a long. We've got nothing else to do, Kakashi-sensei. I hope we're not being rude, but we've been a team for a while and, well, we hardly know anything about you. You're practically family, Kakashi-sensei, we'd like to know. Sakura added after taking a sip of tea. Kakashi sighed, and gave them both a sad smile. He truly did care for the two of them, so he decided that they deserved to know. Back when I was a genin, I was part of a team during the Third Shinobi War. Minato Namikaze was my sensei, and my teammates were named Rin, and Obito Uchiha. Tomorrow the Chunin exams would start, and Gaara and he would be one of the two Suna teams registered in it. In all truth, all four of them would be helping each other in any way possible. He heard a knock at his door, and walked over to open it. He was surprised to see Baki standing there. Baki-sensei. What's up? Baki nodded. Evening, Naro. I hope I didn't disturb you. No, I was just relaxing. Don't want to go overboard on training before the exams. Naruto smiled, having taken off his scarf for the evening. Do you want to come in? Actually, I just wanted to tell you that I'm glad to have you as a student. You've really improved as a ninja. The Junin replied, giving a small grin. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Are you okay, Baki-sensei? I mean, you've never been mean, but you never act like this. Baki chuckled, just giving you a wish of good luck. I seriously expect great things from all four of you, especially you and Gaara. Naruto nodded. Okay. Well, thanks, Baki-sensei. Baki gave Naruto a farewell, and walked down the hall as Naruto went back to his room. As soon as he heard the room door close, Baki frowned. He had just received word from Suna about the final verdict on the Cage's decision. The invasion was green for go, and in another month, things would be less than peaceful in this village. How could he tell Naruto that he was to invade his home, and kill his old friends? He knew that despite what Naruto went through, the boy still cared for his home, just like any honorable shinobi would. Damn it, I sometimes wonder how I got suckered into being a Junin sensei. The veiled man sighed, continuing to his own room to retire for the night. He was going to need a vacation after all of this was over. Temari walked up to room 127, and swallowed nervously. She didn't know why she was so nervous about this was Naruto for crying out loud. She forced in some air, let it out, and knocked. The door opened to reveal a face paintless Kankuro. Temari. Hey, what's up? Temari looked to the ground, and whispered, is Naro in there? Kankuro smiled a genuine smile. Temari, I know they say there's death in the exams, but come on, we're Suna nin. He'll be okay. Temari nodded. I know, but can you please go get him? She gave him a rare concerned look, and he simply nodded. Naro, Temari wants to talk to you. Kankuro called into the room, and a moment later, Naruto was standing at the door in a black t-shirt with orange boxers. Hey, Temari-chan, it's 11 o'clock, anything wrong? The blonde boy asked, a curious tone in his voice. Temari shook her head. I'm fine, Naro. I just wanted to talk to you. Why don't we go to my room? More privacy that way, she said, nodding to the room on the opposite wall labeled 128. Naro blushed a little, but nodded. Before they shut the door, Gaara called back, Naro, be back before midnight, we're waking up at 7 in the morning. Naruto sighed. Gaara was like a parent in some cases ever since he changed. Sure thing, Gaara. The two walked into Temari's room, and shut the door. Naruto turned around when he walked into the room to see Temari sitting on her bed already and her hands clenched around her nightgown at her knees. Naro immediately knew something was wrong, Temari-chan. Temari looked up at him, and gave him a strained grin. I'm fine, Naruto. And Kankuro's outfit is this season's most popular style in Team Kunoichi. Temari-chan, you can tell me. Temari's bottom lip quivered a bit, and she was screaming inside her mind to stop. She couldn't though, Naruto was too important to her for her not to worry. Naruto. I'm worried about you. Naruto gave her a confused look. What about me? Do I look sick? Temari laughed. No, it's not anything to do with you specifically, it's more about you being in Konoha, and the exams. Naruto smiled. Oh, well don't worry about me. All four of us are going to kick butt in the exams. Kankuro's got a few jutsu to fall back on if he can't use his puppets. You're the strongest kunoichi I've ever met, and Gaara's gotten a lot stronger and faster, not to mention he doesn't have bloodlust anymore. He stretched his smile into a full-blown grin. We'll do great. It's not just that, what if they find out who you are? I mean, you're a missing nin, and that's grounds for execution. I don't want to see you get killed or arrested. They'll kill you, and I'll be alone again. She couldn't hold it back anymore. These past 2 to 3 months had been some of the happiest days of her entire life. Naruto Uzumaki had come into her life, half alive and covered in sand. She took him into Suna, expecting to simply recruit another genin for cannon fodder, but ended up taking in the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. A boy who had never been loved, never known the joy of a family. Just like her. Well, Kankuro loved her like a brother, but still, she never had a loving father, and her mother died giving birth to her youngest brother Gaara when Temari was barely able to form a full sentence. Naruto had changed everything for her, and all of Suna. He brought Gaara out of the darkness, and changed the outlook on his life for the better. All Naruto asked for in return was food, shelter, and a team. Well, not even a team, that had been Temari's idea. Naruto was stunned. He never knew that Temari felt like that without him. He sat next to her on the bed, and held her, receiving an immediate bone-cracking hug. Temari-chan, why didn't you tell me you felt like this sooner? How long have you been worrying about this? Temari stopped crying and leaned her head against the shorter boy. I've been thinking about this ever since we left Suna. I realized just how much danger you're in right now. You left Konoha, and then you joined Suna. It's not exactly the best thing for a young genin to do. Naruto nodded. Temari, I made my choice, and I know that if I had wanted to that I could have turned down the chance to enter the exams, but I felt that I was ready. Temari smiled. Naruto. Naruto put a hand up to interrupt. Temari, we're shinobi. We need to be ready for anything, right? She sighed. You're right. Naruto chuckled a bit. Was that all you were worried about, Temari-chan? She smiled with a slight blush. Not really, but most of it was about that. Naruto cocked his head to the side. What else was on your mind? She looked down. This is what she was worried about. Saying this could determine how the rest of her days with Naruto would be like. She mumbled something, but Naruto didn't catch it. What was that, Temari-chan? I love you, she said in a voice barely above a whisper. Naruto froze in place, and looked at her with shining blue irises. What? I said I love you, Naruto. She said, and took in a deep breath to continue. You're the sweetest guy I've ever met, and no, I'm not just saying that. Even after all the things I make you go through, you still are happy to be with me. I have to admit, I'm a bit demanding in a relationship, I won't deny that. I mean, yes, we've been dating, but that's just it, only boyfriend and girlfriend, nothing more. I feel so much more from you than that though. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had practically stopped listening when she said she loved him, Temari-chan. She raised a hand. Just let me finish, I need to get this out, okay? Naruto nodded. Naruto, I feel a sense of joy and comfort when I'm around you. As cliché as it sounds, it's true. No one has ever made me feel like this. She smiled at him, and grabbed his hands. Naruto, you're the first person that's made me feel genuinely happy in ages, thank you. You've helped my life become better, and helped my family as well. I owe you a debt I can never truly repay. However, I just want you to know that you are the only boy I have eyes for, and I want you to know that. No one else can compare to what you have. Naruto was tearing up now. He wasn't sure if he was ready to hear this though. How can you love me, Temari-chan? He was falling back to his old 7-year-old self. Everyone hates me, no matter who I see, they look at me with disgust. I don't want you to go through with that, Temari. Besides, I'm not rich or famous either. You could have so many better choices than me. You're the daughter of the cage for crying out loud. Why would you go for an orphan genin when you can be with almost any Junin or lord in all of Wind Country? Naruto's eyes dimmed a bit, besides, none of them are monsters or beasts. The slapping sound resonated throughout the room as Naruto fell of the bed and onto the floor. He looked up to see a very angry and very upset Temari no Sabaku with tears in her eyes. Stop that. Stop wa. Stop saying that you're a monster, beast, or whatever relates to the demon inside of you. She let the tears fall. Naruto, you know that you aren't the Kyuubi. You are so much more than that. You may hold it within you, but you are not a demon. To use that awful power for a cause like protecting me, my brothers, and Suna, that is not what a demon would do. No, you are a hero, Naruto. You may not know it, but more than a few Junin and Chunin in Suna are aware of what you did. They felt the chakra, and they know it was like Gaara's, yet they saw you use it for a righteous cause. That's what separates demons from heroes. Naruto was once again speechless as Temari gave him a hand and pulled him back up to the bed. You really mean that? Temari nodded. Yes, and I know you will never be a monster, you promised me that. Naruto nodded. That's right, and I never go back on my word. Temari. The older blonde noticed Naruto's voice was laced with worry. Yes, Naruto. Do you really mean that when you say you love me? Temari laughed, but then realized that Naruto was serious, so she gave him a warm smile as she looked into his eyes. Naruto. I truly love you. Not some stupid infatuation, but real, honest to good love. This isn't a family love either, I see you as more than family to me. Naruto was shaking a bit, and he admitted to himself that he was scared. He had no idea how to react to such a statement. Someone loved him. Temari saw him, and smiled. You not sure how to take this, Naruto nodded. Naruto, what does your heart tell you? Naruto sat on the bed, looking at the floor. I feel happy about this, but, it's just that, no one, has ever said that to me. Well, then consider me the first to tell you. I'll say it as long as I can. I love you. Naruto soon felt his own eyes tearing up, and he held the older blonde close. Temari-chan. Temari smiled as she practically cradled the younger boy. 2 years difference was the gap between them, but right now, Temari felt like a much younger part of Naruto was being seen, the young orphan part of Naruto that never received any attention or care from anyone. Naruto was soon sobbing a bit, while trying to stifle the crying he was making. Thank you, Temari-chan, I love you too. He whispered after he finally stopped. The two sat in each other's arms for about 5 minutes before Temari finally let go. Well, that's about all I wanted to say. Naruto laughed a bit, wiping away a few tears on his cheek. Haha, well glad you told me. The Wind Maiden smiled at him. Naruto, make sure to wake up early, we've got a big day tomorrow, and you know how Gaara gets when everyone else sleeps and while he hardly gets a wink. Naruto nodded, and walked to the door. Right, I'll get to bed as soon as I can. He opened the door, but was surprised when he felt an arm get pulled back. He looked to see Temari right next to him. Temari bit her lower lip nervously, then hesitated. She slowly inched closer to Naruto's face, and then captured him in a kiss. No tongue, just a simple, chaste kiss. Naruto's eyes were wide as can be as Temari was lip-locked with him. He slowly managed to return the favor in his inexperienced way, and eventually the two parted. So, do I get to expect those from you more often? Naruto inquired, earning a bop on the head from Temari. Baka, don't ruin the moment, and if you must now, yes, expect more of them from now on. She said while winking at him. Naruto came back to room 127 with a small smile on his face. He looked to see Gaara sitting on the sofa watching a cooking show with a mildly amused expression. Kankuro was snoring in his bed. It was about 10 to midnight. Naruto, glad to see you're back. I was worried that I would have to break down the door and risk seeing things that I would later regret. Gaara said, and Naruto immediately caught on to the sand user's joke. Very funny, Gaara. Nothing happened like that if you must know. Temari did tell me something very important though. Naruto said with a yawn. Gaara turned to the blonde. What was that? She said she loves me. She meant it too. Naruto said as he crawled into his bed, and pulled the sheets over himself. Gaara raised an eyebrow, but soon smiled a little. Naruto had made Temari happy, and Naruto was happy as well. He wasn't by any means romantic, but Gaara knew that people who care for each other were usually happy together. The two seemed to be no exception. As Gaara heard the quiet snoring of Naruto, he thought of how things had changed so much over the past 2 months and some odd weeks. Naruto Uzumaki had indeed been the greatest thing to happen to the sand user's family. Gaara continued to watch the show as the chef began to cut the fish he had into various pieces. He took a pen and paper next to him and began to write down notes. He had seemed to gain an interest in culinary arts it seemed, partly due to Naruto wanting only to eat ramen, which was a rarity in Suna. Gaara decided that while ramen was good in its own right, it wasn't the greatest thing for you. He therefore took it upon himself to learn how to cook. So far, he was good at baking, and that was about it. He was bound and determined to get better at preparing dinners though. Add half a tablespoon of lemon juice into the sauce. Gaara said to himself as he wrote down the instructions. He wouldn't be going to bed anytime soon, so why not make the time worthwhile? The following morning the four had a quick meal provided by the hotel, and after some preparations and self-checking of all gear they needed being present. At 10 o'clock in the morning, they went as two separate groups to the Konoha Academy where they were to begin the exams. Naruto and Gaara were to report to the third floor and wait there. Naruto and Gaara were standing in front of a small group of genin that were trying to get into the room being blocked by two chunin. Naruto felt that something was off. The chunin said that none of them had what it takes to be a chunin, and should just leave. Naruto stood there, and looked to see the room number indicated they were on the third floor. Gaara walked up to Naruto, "So, you noticed it too?" Naruto nodded, and whispered, "Yeah, how can we be on the third floor when we only went up one flight of stairs? It must be a genjutsu." Naruto and Gaara saw Temari and Kankuro walking up to the next flight of stairs. Temari turned around and gave Naruto a wink. Naruto immediately blushed, and Kankuro quietly chuckled as the four walked up the stairs. "I was wondering if you two would catch on to that." Kankuro called back as they went up the steps. Gaara looked back, and noticed a few others walking towards the stairs. Well, if one can't even count the number of floors they have been on, then they shouldn't even consider being a shinobi. As the three walked up to the third floor, they noticed a few other groups enter a room near the end of the hall. It was one of the larger rooms, Naruto noted. The four entered the room and patiently waited. Naruto soon noticed Team 10, Team 8, and a group of genin from the previous year enter. Team 7 was the last to enter that were Leaf Nin. Naruto quietly listened in as the group talked amongst themselves, and noticed a certain Leaf Nin with glasses approach the group. Apparently the man's name was Kabuto, and he had taken the exam 7 times already. That sounded a little weird, but Naruto didn't say anything. He watched as the young man pulled out a stack of blank cards, and applied some chakra to one. "Ah, here we go. Gaara no Sabaku. He's completed about 16 B ranks, and 12. The card ripped into pieces as a small wind blew by them. Kabuto turned to Naruto, who gave the man a smile behind his scarf, and shook a finger at him like an adult scolding a child caught sneaking a cookie from the cookie jar. Kankuro laughed as Temari grinned at the group of Konoha nin. Gaara remained unexpressive, but did look at the man named Kabuto with a certain interest. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, and much to Naruto's surprise, smirked at the boy. "Naro, I look forward to seeing what you can do in the exams," the Uchiha called over to Naruto. Naruto nodded with a gleam in his eyes. Suddenly there was an explosion of smoke, and a loud voice interrupted the talking amongst the group. "All right, that's enough talking maggots." Everyone turned to the new voice, and a few shuddered as a wave of killer intent was unleashed over the group by a man with various scars over his face. With him were a group of chunin and tokubetsu junin. "I'm Ibiki Morino, and I will be the proctor of the first part of the exams. Now, everyone follow me into the next room and await to be seated." Naruto gave his 3 friends a smile as his eyes crinkled into a smile, teeth unseen by his scarf. "Well, good luck you guys. I have a feeling we'll need it." And so began the first phase of the chunin exam. Chap. 10. Let the exams begin. Sarutobi sat quietly in his office while he looked through a crystal ball that he used from time to time. He smiled as he noticed the all too familiar face, well, it was covered but still familiar, of Naruto Uzumaki. Just by looking at the blonde, the third Hokage could tell that the boy had indeed grown and improved. "So, that's Minato's son, came the quiet voice of the elderly man's former student. Sarutobi nodded. "Yes, that's Naruto all right. He's wearing a Suna Hitai Ite it seems." Kakashi was right. He let out a sigh, and let the image vanish. "Well, at least he's continued his training." "You seem a bit worried, old man. What's up?" Jiraiya asked as he got up from his spot against the wall. "Nothing really, it's just. Naruto really doesn't know his heritage, and I hate the fact that I can't tell the boy right now. He deserves to know," replied the Hokage with a sad expression. Jiraiya silently agreed with a nod. The two said nothing for a while, and eventually Jiraiya went to the window. "Well, I'm gonna go get some fresh air. I'll see you later. Expect me back by the end of the second phase of the exam." Sarutobi nodded, knowing full well what his student would be doing. He would normally say something about it, but he didn't have the patience to deal with the Toad Sanin. He simply tipped his hat down a bit, and lit his pipe. He would have to get back to his paperwork soon, and that normally meant a good portion of the day being gone because of it. Naruto, I can only hope you don't hold any anger towards the Hidden Leaf, though you may have been through hard times, those who do care for you miss you deeply. The elderly Kage said as he picked up his brush. The paperwork couldn't do itself, after all. 10,101,010. Naro, stop the griping already. Kankuro said with a hint of annoyance. Naruto hadn't shut up for the last 2 minutes now. Written test. What the heck is that all about? Naruto asked under his breath. Hey, pipe down back there, yelled Ibiki, and Naruto did. Eventually all the shinobi present in the room were given a number, and soon enough everyone was seated. Naruto looked around quickly. In the back was Gaara, sitting patiently with his eyes closed. About 2 rows behind in the right aisle Naruto was Temari, and Kankuro was over to Naruto's right about 2 aisles forward. Okay, listen up, because I won't be repeating myself. You have 1 hour to complete this test. All of you will be starting with 10 questions, each one being worth 1 point. Now, unlike the traditional test, all of you will start this test with perfect scores. Ibiki took a minute so everyone could take the information in, however, with every question you get wrong or don't answer, you lose a point. Your points will be added together as a whole on what your teammates have gotten. Naruto banged his head against his desk. Why? For Konoha Team 7 and Suna Teams 3 and 4, you 6 will have a slightly different scoring. Instead of a possible 30 points, you'll be receiving only 20. Unfortunately, that means less points to have. Ibiki's face scanned the room. Any teammates who are unable to answer a single question within the hour will cause their teams to automatically fail. There were a few shouts of protest, but Ibiki's face only darkened. Silence. And the room went quiet again. By the way, anyone foolish enough to be caught cheating will receive a 2-point reduction, get caught 5 times, and your team fails. Another wave of murmuring was heard before Ibiki finished. Your 10th question will be given at the end. Now then, begin. Temari chanced a peek to look at Naruto, who had his head in his hands, eyes wide, and was positively trembling. Naruto, she thought before turning around. As soon as the test began, Naruto was staring at his test, wondering what the heck he should do. Okay, don't panic, we've got an hour to do this. No big deal, just look over the questions and see what you can answer. Naruto looked over the first question. Okay, deciphering a code, forget that one. Naruto was starting to sweat beads, but he went onward. 10,101,010. Sakura was going through the questions at a rapid-fire pace, yet something was bugging her. Geez, these questions are most likely beyond the level of most genin. Only a handful of us here, myself included, know any of them. How do they expect us all to know them? Sakura went on to the third question, the whole while hoping Sasuke knew at least some of the answers. Sasuke meanwhile was looking over the second question, having managed to get a rough idea of how to answer the code. Let's see, shuriken trajectory, he read over it. Man, this is way too complicated for a genin. I mean, throwing on the field is one thing, but explaining it. How can we? Wait. Sasuke's eyes widened a little. That's it, they want us to cheat. That guy wants to see just how good we are at gathering information without getting caught. The Uchiha smirked. Well, this will be a lot easier now. He activated his Sharingan and looked for the nearest shinobi who seemed to know the answers, hoping he'd be able to mimic their movements. Coincidentally, it happened to be Sakura. I'll have to thank you later, Sakura. Sasuke quickly answered the third question as Sakura wrote it at a quick pace. With her being a whiz at shinobi knowledge, their team would pass, no problem. 10,101,010. Shikamaru Naro was by no means a go-getter, as they would say. He was, in all fairness, lazy. He had some of the worst participation grades at the academy, and he only showed his intelligence in the tests that were taken. Fortunately for him and his team, written tests were right up his alley, easy. He had already answered 4 of the questions, and was getting started on the 5th when he saw his fellow teammate Ino slump over. Hey, about time she worked her technique on someone. He turned to see Sakura slump over a bit before looking up again and scanning over her test. Shikamaru held back a laugh, and turned quickly to see Choji do the same. Ino sure was troublesome, but she was helpful when she needed to be. 10,101,010. Tenten had managed to successfully hang an array of mirrors in the room while the proctor and Chunin weren't looking. Now she was turning them so Lee would be able to see them, thus helping him copy down some of the answers. Meanwhile, Neji Hyuga was using the Byakugan to see through one of the shinobi who had what it seemed to be a vast knowledge in the principles of assassination. He carefully copied down the answer while scanning ahead to see Tenten doing her part to help Lee. Team Guy was a team of the year previous in Konoha's Genin graduates, and they were well prepared for this exam. 10,101,010. Arf! Came the quiet bark of Akamaru as he scanned the surrounding area, giving Kiba Inuzuka the necessary answers. Kiba gave the occasional thanks as he wrote down the answers his companion barked out. Luckily, no one else knew how to communicate with dogs, or at least he hoped that was the case. Shino had just gotten a message back from a fly he had sent out, and copied down the answer the fly had given him through signals and movements made by the tiny insect. Shino nodded as the bug went off to collect the next answer. Hinata occasionally activated her Byakugan, seeing through a man who had quite a bit of knowledge and proper technique in executing an A-rank water-based jutsu while in a desert. Little to her knowledge, if she focused on the boy to her left she would have been looking at the blonde boy that she had admired for so long. 10,101,010. Kankuro had just successfully gotten to the bathroom with his escort. Hino began writing down the answers on a tiny scroll. Meanwhile, Temari sat there, a bit irked that she only was able to answer one question. Sooner or later Kankuro would return with the other questions needed, she hoped so at least. Gaara had managed to get some information with the use of his Daisen no Mi, and was now copying down what he could see with the floating eye of sand. However, as he continued to scan around for another possible shinobi with possible answers, his third eye noticed Naruto was having trouble. Naruto was currently beating his head with both his fists, the whole time grumbling something about stupid tests. Gaara sighed, and slowly dissolved his third eye of sand. He then made his sand slowly trickle over to Naruto. Naruto was growling in frustration when he noticed a small cloud of sand forming near his hands. He immediately knew it was Gaara, and eventually a floating eye of sand formed. It turned towards Naruto's paper, then to Naruto again. A small trickle of sand crawled onto his paper and spelled out the words, "Need help." Naruto nodded, and saw the eye look to question 4. The sand began forming words, and Naruto copied down the answer. Eventually he had 3 questions down, and Naruto gave the eye a small grin behind his mask before the eye disappeared. As Gaara called back his sand, he couldn't help but let a small smile cross his features. Naruto was by no means a prodigy, but neither was the sand user. Naruto, however, was not one to quit, and the two would do whatever it took to pass this exam. 10,101,010. The hour was just about up, and already more than a third of the shinobi that had been in the room were gone now due to getting caught cheating. Ibiki looked at the time, and nodded, "All right, seeing as it's almost the end of our little test, it's time for the 10th question. Now, before we go into that, I will give you a choice." The silence in the room was broken as Kankuro entered the back door of the room with his escort, again. As the puppet master walked down the aisle, he tossed a very minuscule scroll on Temari's table. She merely glanced at it, and quickly hid it in her hands. "All right, the 10th question. I've got this," Sakura thought as she rubbed her head. Somehow in the middle of the exam, she had dozed off briefly, and now she was feeling like someone had poked at her mind for the last 10 minutes. Regardless, she had all 9 questions answered. The 10th question is an all-or-nothing deal. If you choose not to answer the question, you will lose all your points, and leave the exams, and be allowed to participate next time. A few shouts of surprise were ignored as he continued, "Should you choose to answer the question and get it wrong though, you'll remain genin forever." "What? That's ridiculous," came the voice of Kiba as he pointed at the scarred Tokubetsu Jonin before the group of genin. "Well, it's your choice, take the 10th question, or pass it by for another day. Keep in mind though, your decision will affect the others in your team, and they'll meet the same fate as you do." Ibiki replied, followed by a bit of chuckling. Already a few of the remaining genin were getting nervous. "All right then, those who wish to leave, raise your hand and state if you wish to quit or not. You and your teammates, numbers will be marked, and you are then free to leave." Ibiki added, and after a few minutes, about half of those who had been in the room were gone. Naruto was frozen again. Genin forever. Oh man, that would definitely not be good if he planned on being a great Sunanin someday. He was about to raise his hand, when he stopped himself, and shouted out in both frustration and determination, "Ga! No way will I give up now. My teammate and I have come too far to give in now." He sat down in his seat, not budging an inch. A small grin crept on Ibiki's face. Ibiki looked to his Chunin assistants, and saw them nod. It was time, very well, for those of you who decided to take the 10th question. There was a tense silence as Ibiki looked at them all. "You all pass." He had a grin on his face now, and was looking over the faces of the remaining genin. The quiet that followed was priceless. Not a single breath was made, and if someone dropped a pin, it would have echoed at least several times before it stopped. "What?" came the voices of several awestruck and confused genin. Naruto was standing up and looking bug-eyed with this new information. I said, you all pass. He repeated, and almost immediately Naruto was laughing in a mixture of relief and joy. He passed, he and the others had passed. Ibiki went on to explain the importance of information gathering of Shinobi, and what it meant to risk it all for the good of your team. Naruto was taken back a bit when he saw the various scars on Ibiki's head. The man had suffered a lot torture, it seemed. Just as the leader of the Anbu interrogation and torture department finished his speech, a black blur crashed through the side window. The black mass unfurled to reveal a banner and a rather interesting kunoichi. The banner read, "Here comes the second Chunin exam proctor, Enko Mitarashi." In bold white lettering. "All right, Genin, I'm Enko Mitarashi, and I'll be the proctor of the second phase." "Ready? Okay, then let's go," cried the woman, and an awkward silence followed as she remained with her hand pumped in the air. Ibiki sighed. "Enko, you're early, again." Enko had a look that could only be described as embarrassment. "Oh." She scanned the room, and a frown crossed her face. "Ibiki, there's still too many of them here. You made your test too easy." She spoke with a disapproving look. "Maybe this group is just more talented than the previous years." Ibiki shot back in a calm voice, receiving a HMPH from the purple-haired woman. "Well, either way, the numbers will be less than half when I'm through with them by tomorrow," she said with an unmistakable grin of mischief on her face. A few of the genin shuddered. 10,101,010. The night came quickly as Naruto sat on the roof of his hotel. He had gone off on his own to get some fresh air, and was currently engrossed with the stars in the sky right now. "Naro, would you mind if I join you?" came the quiet voice of Gaara. Naruto turned and simply nodded to the younger boy. The sand user sat there for a while before he spoke again. "You've been distant, that's not like you." Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I just needed some time to myself." Naruto then remembered something. "Oh yeah, thanks for the help today." Gaara nodded. "It's what friends do, isn't it?" Naruto gave a grunt of agreement as he continued to watch the heavens above them. The two were quiet for a while before Naruto decided to speak again. "Hey, Gaara, what do you think will happen tomorrow?" "I mean, that didn't sound all that good from that crazy woman. I mean, more than half of us will be eliminated." "I'm not sure, but I have confidence that you and I as well as Nei-san and Kankuro will do fine," Gaara replied as he watched the moon above. Naruto sighed. "I hope you're right, because I'm pretty sure I would have dragged us down today if the whole thing was merely a test to see what we would do for our team. I mean, I'll be honest, Gaara, I'm an idiot when it comes to that written stuff." "That may be, but that doesn't mean you are any less of a ninja. You and I were chosen to represent Suna for a reason, Naro. Especially you, your wind manipulation has improved greatly since we first battled each other," Gaara said while turning to look at his best friend. Naruto smiled. "Thanks, Gaara. I just hope we can get through this like you say we will." Gaara and Naruto continued to watch the sky quietly. It had been a sort of tradition of theirs. They would watch the stars and talk a little while enjoying the view. Around 9 o'clock Naruto got up and stretched. "Well, I'm going to grab a bowl of ramen, want to come along?" Gaara's mouth lifted at the corners in a small smile. "No thank you, Naro. I'm going to go meditate for a while here." Naruto gave a wave to the sand user as he left. Another thing Gaara had picked up on over the couple of months, meditation. He felt a lot better when he did it, and it helped him remain controlled and calm like he always seemed. Naruto pushed aside the curtains of the ramen stand when he finally arrived. Though Ayame went home for the night, and Tyuki was the lone person running the place, there was a customer. It was a familiar boy with black hair, and he wore a blue shirt with a fan-like design on the back. "Tyuki-san, one more bowl for the night, please," came the quiet voice of Sasuke Uchiha as he ordered another bowl of beef ramen. Naruto was about to just exit and hope no one saw him, but unfortunately, Tyuki spotted the masked boy. "Ah, welcome back. You're the Suna nin from yesterday, right?" asked the old man as he spotted Naruto. Naruto deepened his voice a little. "Yes, I'm him. Just thought I would get a bite to eat." Sasuke turned around, and for a moment, surprise was visible in his eyes before he hid his expression. "Naro, nice to see you again." The Uchiha greeted. Naruto was still not used to Sasuke being so, well, sociable. "Yeah, same here Sasuke." Naruto sat down a seat away from the raven-haired boy. Sasuke knew that it was Naruto. The ninja was short as the blonde, and the fact that the boy ordered a large bowl of miso pork was a dead giveaway. Well, sort of. The fact that Kakashi confirmed that it was Naruto helped, Sasuke admitted. Part of Sasuke wanted to grip the idiot by his collar and knock some sense into him for being stupid and leaving the team. Yet another part remembered that Naruto had a burden that made things like that likely to happen. Sasuke watched as Naruto turned around so his back was facing the Uchiha. He pulled up his mask a little so his mouth could slurp down some of the noodles. He turned around, and noticed the Uchiha looking at him. What? Sasuke smirked. Nothing, just never thought I'd see someone who ate ramen so fast before. Naruto stiffened for a second before he forced out a nervous laugh. Haha, well, back in Suna, ramen is a rarity, and I happen to like it. So, I find it hard to hold back from inhaling it. Sasuke nodded. You know, my friend Choji said once that people who like Ichirakus are good people in general. I guess that statement holds true with you as well. Sasuke turned to his new bowl, and blew on the noodles before picking up a small strand with his chopsticks. Naruto looked over to the boy, and a thought crossed his mind. He's friends with Choji. Naruto almost couldn't believe the Uchiha being friends with anyone, but he supposed being gone for 3 months or so could change anyone. Sasuke could tell that Naruto was watching him, and he knew that giving that little line that Choji often used sparked surprise in the blonde. In all honesty, Sasuke had become friends with Team 10 as a result of Sakura putting aside her differences with Ino, and the two had become good friends again. Apparently they both had gotten over their fangirl days, and Ino said she was interested in someone else anyway, but she wouldn't tell even Sakura about it. Sasuke found that Shikamaru happened to be a real mastermind in shogi, and Choji was actually a real nice guy once you got to know him. Ino, well, she was bossy, but Sakura could be too. Nevertheless, Team 7 and 10 had become good friends. Well, that Choji must be right, since I do love this stuff. It sure beats instant ramen any day. Naruto said with some enthusiasm. Sasuke merely nodded in reply. The two shared some small talk about what they thought of the first part of the exams. Sasuke admitted that he only got to the first question before he got lost, and Naruto in turn admitted that he didn't know where to begin on the test. After some time passed, it was going on to 11:30 when the two boys put down their money and bid Kyuki goodnight. Naruto was walking with Sasuke when the Uchiha spoke up. So, any ideas as to what the second part may be? Naruto was for the upteenth time amazed that Sasuke was trying to make small talk. No clue, but that woman was scary. The two both gave a cringe before resuming their walk. Sasuke eventually turned down towards the gloomy and empty road that led to the Uchiha compound. Naruto headed towards his hotel in the opposite direction. Hey, Naro. Naruto turned as Sasuke called to him. Good luck tomorrow, but if we do go up against each other in a fight or something, don't expect to win easily against me. Naruto was grinning behind his cloth. Haha, I should say the same to you, Sasuke. I'll see you tomorrow. Sasuke watched as the blonde went onward. He let a small chuckle escape his throat. Hey, still Adobe. He turned to continue his walk. I'm glad you're still the same guy, Naruto. 10,101,010. Naruto walked into the door of his room to meet the frowning face of Temari. Oh, hey, Temari-chan. Temari said nothing, but as Naruto looked behind his girlfriend he noticed Kankuro mouthing the words, "You're dead," while making a motion similar to punching someone's face in, then pointing to Temari. Naruto visibly paled. Naruto, where were you? The blonde Kunoichi asked as she took a step forward, looking down on the shorter boy. Didn't Gaara tell you? Naruto stuttered, sensing the killer intent radiating off her. Why was she so mad? I didn't ask him. I like to respect his privacy, and he likes to remain undisturbed when he's meditating. The girl replied as she cracked her knuckles. Oh, well, I went to go get some ramen. Naruto decided to leave out the part of running into Sasuke. Nevertheless, Temari was still angry. Well, I was hoping to spend some quality time with you, but apparently you love those noodles more, so I can understand. She sounded more hurt than anything now. Temari-chan, you know that's not true. Naruto looked at the clock on the wall. We can go and hang out together still, we've got an hour and a half. Temari smiled a bit. Okay, but I'm still not happy that you went and left us like that. Naruto took her by the hand and led her outside. He let go and told her to follow him. Eventually they were standing at the foot of the stairs that led up to the Hokage monument. Come on, Temari-chan, I want to show you the best view in all of Konoha. Temari followed him up the numerous flights of stairs. By the time they had reached the top of the monument, she was on the ground heaving in air. Geez, how often did you come up here? Oh, about 3 or 4 times a week, maybe more. Naruto thought out loud, and sat down next to her. He pointed out to the surrounding area. See, look at it, Temari-chan. This is why I come up here. Temari looked down at Konoha, and she had to admit, it was indeed a wonderful sight. The lights flickered as the pale moonlight shimmered over the village. A cool wind blew, and she shivered a bit. Naruto pulled her closer, and she smiled. You're right, Naruto, it is the best view in all of Konoha. Naruto smiled as he looked at Temari. The moonlight reflected in her eyes as she looked at him, and her face seemed to glow just right under the pale beams of light. Yeah, it sure is beautiful. Temari seemed to notice his gaze was on her, not Konoha. She grinned a bit. What are you looking at, Naro-kun? She teased, inching closer. Naruto seemed to snap out of his daze, and even in the dark Temari noticed his blush under the cloth scarf. Just looking at your eyes. He mumbled, looking down. He was embarrassed, and the close proximity with Temari wasn't helping. No matter how often the two would be close together, physical affection wasn't something he was used to yet. Temari leaned in on him. You like my eyes? She asked in a sultry voice, and put her lips against his ear. What do you like about them? Naruto was sweating now. Well, I like, how they. He squirmed a bit as she wrapped her arms around him, but eventually he stopped as she rested her head on his shoulder. They're a really pretty shade of teal. I think that's the color. They reflect the moon really well too, and while they're very beautiful, they also have a fierceness in them too. Either way, they're very beautiful, and show just how wonderful of a person you are. Temari couldn't help but laugh. He was so honest and innocent. Haha, Naruto, want to know what I think about your eyes? Naruto actually looked at her. My eyes. He laughed. What's so special about them? Temari found that last question hard to believe. What wasn't special about them? She spoke quietly. Naruto, those eyes of yours are such a bright color of blue, they're so deep and vibrant. Someone could actually get lost in them. She looked up at him. In fact, I find myself doing that right now. She smiled softly. You want to know what else is special about them? Naruto nodded. They seem to speak your emotions better than your own voice can. They're truly the windows to your soul. Naruto, maybe that's why they're so beautiful. Naruto was blushing now. Geez, if you wanted to outdo me in compliments, you should have forewarned me, Temari-chan. Temari laughed as she blushed a bit, and giggled. Baka, you know it's true. She then gave him a playful shove. Then Naruto did something he didn't seem to think about. He pulled down his mask, and gave Temari a kiss on the lips, earning a surprised look from the girl. She closed her eyes before pulling Naruto closer, and deepened the kiss. Naruto's body was pulsing with electricity. It seemed as Temari turned her head to get a better lip lock on him. Man, she sure wasn't afraid of doing this. After about a minute, or a year in the minds of Naruto and Temari, they pulled back. Naruto was grinning from ear to ear as Temari seemed to flushed in the face. Well, when did you get so daring? She asked him, slightly out of breath. Hey, I just saw my chance I guess. He made a motion to pull up his mask, but Temari gripped his hand. Just one more, she said, and before he could say anything, she gave him another chaste kiss on the lips before pulling his mask up and smiling at him. You better ditch that when we get back home. I really miss not seeing your face. Naruto nodded. Fine. When we get back home, I'll do that, Temari-chan. The two stayed in each other's arms for about another half hour before they decided to head back. When they arrived, they were greeted by a sleepy Kankuro who was ready for bed, and a very quiet Gaara who was watching a woman on the television demonstrate how to make the best omelet for breakfast for a group of people. Temari gave Naruto one more peck on the cheek before she walked slowly back to her room, looking over her shoulder and waving goodnight to Naruto, then shutting her door. Naruto shut his door, and then sat on his bed while grinning like there was no tomorrow. His thoughts were however interrupted by laughter. Man, Naruto, you've got it bad. Naruto frowned a bit. Whatever, Kankuro. Said puppet master simply laughed before rolling over to fall asleep in his bed. Naruto went through his nightly ritual soon after, and then went to his bed as well. He said goodnight to Gaara, who quietly nodded. Much to Naruto's relief, Gaara turned the volume down on the television. Tomorrow, the second part of the exams would start. 10,101,010. The following day, Suna teams 3 and 4 woke up to the wonderful smell of sweet rolls. Gaara had taken the liberty of using the hotel's bakery at 4 in the morning, which was when it opened, to make the tasty morning treats. Even Baki himself had 1 or 2. They arrived at the gates of Training Ground 44, and were surprised to see that only the team from Sound and the Grass Nin team was there, as well as Anko. Gaara seemed to be in a staring contest with one of the Oto Nin who had bandages all over his face, and Naruto, for some odd reason, had the powerful urge to wipe off that smirk off the face of the Oto Nin whose hair stuck up a bit. You got a problem, Shorty? Asked the grinning Oto Nin as he looked at the blonde boy. Shorty. Naruto made the motion to walk forward, but was stopped by Kankuro. Naro, save it for later. You can mop the floor with him when we get the chance. Kankuro said, and then gave the Oto Nin group a smirk. Besides, they don't look that tough to me. The girl in their group spoke, TCH, looks who's talking, clown boy. That struck a nerve. I'll have you know that this is traditional war paint used by. Hey, knock it off over there. Came the voice of Anko. The two groups stopped. After 10 minutes of waiting, the other teams had all arrived. Naruto sent a quick nod to Sasuke, and Sasuke gave Naro a nod as well. Okay, listen up. The next test is a survival-based test. You'll all be receiving a scroll to carry. Anko showed the groups two different scrolls, one is a heaven scroll, the other earth. The objective of this is to retrieve the other scroll needed by an opposing team by any means necessary. For the next 5 days, the Forest of Death will be your battlegrounds to accomplish this objective. She held up a small map. Training Ground 44 is designed in a circular fashion, with 44 gates around it. You all have to obtain both of these scrolls and make it, she pointed to a tower-like structure on the map, to this tower within the 5-day period. Understood. Seems fair enough. Came the voice of Kankuro, and he turned to Temari, you ready for this? Temari laughed, come on, Kankuro, this will be easy. Do you really need to ask me such a stupid question? Hey, I'm not finished here. Anko called out, before you receive your scrolls, each of you will receive a consent form to sign. What for? Came the voice of Shikamaru. Well, so I'm not held responsible if you don't make it through, of course. I mean, I'd hate to have all of you becoming a liability for me. They don't call it the Forest of Death for nothing. Anko replied, followed by a series of laughing fits, which no one else saw funny. Sakura looked over the ominous woods ahead, that place gives me the creeps. Relax, Sakura. Kakashi's put us through far worse in many cases. Sasuke reassured, and Sakura gave a quick nod. She looked over to see Naruto laughing. Ha ha ha. Forest of Death, come on. What a joke. All there probably is are a few snakes and spiders, so what? Naruto started to speak in a high-pitched voice, imitating Anko, they don't call it the Forest of Death for nothing. Naruto continued his laughing spree until he felt a sharp, yet brief pain on his cheek. He immediately recognized it as a kunai, and soon felt a presence behind him. So, you're a tough guy, huh? Anko leaned in close, you know, it's usually the tough guys who end up spilling their blood in there. She licked a bit of the blood of Naruto's cheek, and if one listened closely they could hear a very angry Temari bristling with anger. Anko went back to her speech about the second part, anyway, there are only 3 ways you can be disqualified. She held up 3 fingers, 1, if your team is unable to obtain both scrolls and reach the tower within 5 days, you're out. 2, if your team loses a member, or a teammate is incapacitated and unable to continue, you're out, and 3, if you open up either of the 2 scrolls before reaching the tower. Well, suppose one of the scrolls happens to accidentally open up on us. Suggested Naruto, who was nursing a stinging cheek. Just, don't open it up, trust me. Anko replied, giving the group a wide grin. Eventually all the teams received their forms to sign, and they all went to their own little spots to discuss and talk. Naruto was sitting with Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara. I don't like that woman. Came the somewhat jealous voice of Temari. Well, she seems a little weird, but she isn't that bad, is she, Temari-chan? Came the questioning voice of Naruto. Just don't worry about it for now. We're going to have to find out how to go about this, Temari. Remember, Naro and Gaara are on a separate team now. Spoke Kankuro. Well, if we meet each other, we'll help in whatever way we can. Replied Temari, and the 3 boys nodded in agreement. Sakura was walking along the gate when she noticed Ino. Hey, Ino. Ino smiled, billboard brow. Sakura sighed, not now, Ino, listen. I think we should establish some kind of way to work things out if we meet each other while we're in there. Ino nodded, and smiled, a support system of sorts, not a bad idea. Shikamaru and Choji, along with Sasuke, walked up. Man. I can't believe we got stuck with such a troublesome test. Choji was on the verge of tears, what are we going to do for food? Sasuke sighed, Choji, the forest has plenty of food to eat. You just have to know what's poisonous and what's not. Ino walked up to Choji, don't worry, Choji, I can tell which plants are poisonous in Konoha, so we should be fine. Besides, you should have enough of your snacks to last for some time. Choji smiled a bit, I guess you're right, Ino, but thanks for reassuring me. He pulled out a bag of barbecue-flavored chips and began to eat, while Ino just sighed with a shaking of her head and a smile. Her team was weird, but they would do fine, she was sure of it. Anko looked over to see that everyone looked ready. Alright, it's time to get your scrolls. After that, everyone report to your designated gate, and wait there until the gates are opened. Everyone went to retrieve their scrolls, and unfortunately for Temari and Naruto, they were on opposite ends of the grounds. Be careful, Naro. Temari spoke as she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Hey, I've got Gaara with me, he'll keep us both out of trouble. You and Kankuro stay on your toes in there, okay? I promise we'll be okay. Naruto gave her a masked grin, and she nodded before heading off with Kankuro. Naruto followed Gaara, who carried a heaven scroll with him, and the two waited at gate number 22. Let's do our best, Naro. Spoke Gaara, and Naruto laughed with a grin behind his scarf. You bet. We've got this in the bag. Naruto replied, and the two anxiously awaited for the gates to be opened. After what seemed like forever, Enko took a look at her watch. Alright, I guess it's time to open the gates. She looked to the forest and nodded. It was time. Alright, the second part of the Chunin exams is on. With that being said, the gates opened, and all of the genin teams raced into the forest of death, each with their objectives fresh in their minds. The race to the tower had begun. Chap. 11. Only the trees know. Naruto and Gaara were bounding through the dense forest, constantly looking around them to spot a potential threat. It was about 10 hours or so into the second part, and things were going well, considering nothing happened yet. They needed to retrieve a heaven scroll, that much they knew for sure. Gaara, you sense anything yet? Naruto asked, and Gaara shook his head. A few little clouds of sand flew back into Gaara's gourd as the two young boys continued their search for any possible targets. With Gaara's tracking sand at work, and Naruto being able to track air movement with only his middle and index fingers extending outward a bit, they would eventually find someone. Baki had once told Naruto that his affinity to wind was almost inconceivable. He had great and natural talent at using wind power, and aside from the Junin and Temari, his control over it was the best out of the Suna team. He had learned how to sense ripples in airflow caused by chakra, breathing, and heat or cold. The only drawback was that it required a lot of concentration. Suddenly the two stopped, and jumped in opposite directions to avoid a spray of Senbon needles. The two Suna genin landed in a small clearing, and turned to see a group of 3 ninja wearing straw hats and carrying umbrellas. The tallest one, and apparent leader of the group who had a scar over his right eye, stepped forward with a grin. He looked to them and spoke, "All right, small fry, hand over your earth scroll and we'll let you live." Naruto smiled under his mask. So, that means you got a heaven scroll then. He turned to Gaara, and the red-headed Jinchuriki nodded to his teammate. Naruto turned back to the 3 rain nin and laughed. Nah, I think we'll take your scroll instead. It would be easier than for us to win against you 3 than pretend to lose and hand over our scroll. Naruto then went into a fighting stance while Gaara did likewise. The leader of the genin of the Hidden Rain team just grinned. Fine then. Bayu, Midari, I'll handle these two myself. The guy pulled out his umbrella and laughed. You idiots were stupid enough to enter as a 2-person team, and now you challenge me to a fight. Hey, whatever, your funeral. Shigure, don't you think that's a leaning towards overkill with these two? Spoke Midari, the second tallest of the 3 with black markings over both his eyes that resembled facial paint. Shigure gave him a look, and Midari was quiet after that. Gaara gave Shigure a look to the opposing aim nin. We would advise you to surrender. It would be in your best interest to give up and hand us the scroll instead of attacking us. Shigure shook his head. Whatever, this battle will be over soon enough. He tossed his umbrella in the air, and made a few hand seals. Take this. Juro Senbon. The umbrella sprayed out a shower of Senbon needles that was aimed for Naruto and Gaara. TCH, I've had worse. Naruto laughed, and crouched a bit with his palms opened up. Fuden, Buyu no Senka's no Jutsu. Naruto quickly spun around as a whirlwind kicked up the dust in the area. The needles were deflected by the maelstrom, and Naruto stopped shortly after with a smirk on his masked face. Gaara meanwhile had covered himself in a cocoon made of sand. The sand crumbled away, dropping the deflected needles to the ground harmlessly. Shigure looked irked to say the least. He barely had time to react as a fist to the fist sent him flying backwards a bit. Naruto stood in his low crouching stance while Gaara sent a torrent of sand towards the 3 ninja. Gaara lifted his 2 hands and spoke, Suna Kanajuchi. 3 separate streams of sand sprouted out of the ground, and sent the 3 aim nin into the air. Gaara quickly caught them, and slammed them into a nearby tree. They all slumped to the ground, unconscious but not dead. Gaara was pleased with this outcome. After scrounging through their pockets, the 2 Suna nin found their scroll, and it was indeed a heaven scroll. Well, that was easy. Let's go, Gaara. Right, I'm sure Ne-san and Kankuro will be joining us at the tower soon enough. Spoke the sand user. They jumped into the woods, heading to the central tower. As the two Jinchuriki left the clearing and the three unconscious aim nin, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame came out of their cover and looked around. Akamaru, while not terrified by the battle, was a bit jumpy. According to what Kiba understood, those two were quite powerful. What bothered him more was that the masked Suna nin was bothering Kiba's sense of smell. His scent, it seemed familiar, but why? Kiba-kun, we should get moving if we plan on getting an Earth Scroll. Hinata spoke quietly, shaking the boy from his thoughts. He nodded, and the three-leaf genin jumped off to find said scroll. Temari and Kankuro were taking a short break, since it was around lunchtime. They had been in the forest for almost 10 hours now, and had seen nothing aside from a few squirrels and a snake which Temari promptly killed out of sheer fear of being bitten. Kankuro would later identify it as nothing more than a harmless garter snake. Man, it sure is harder to find anyone without Gaara and the squirt to help us track movements. Kankuro said, and Temari nodded. She finished her ration bar, then took a swig from her canteen before passing it to Kankuro. Suddenly, a snap of a twig was heard. The two teens stiffened slightly, but remained motionless. They slowly began to continue their activities while sending each other silent messages with their eyes. The sound of a kunai whizzing through the air caught their attention, and they jumped back to avoid injury. A group of leaf ninja appeared before the group. All three were male, and were grinning. Temari immediately categorized them under the no talent but managed to get this far group. Kankuro sighed. They looked to maybe be third-year genin, as they were around the same age as the siblings. Well, looks like we lucked out. Give us your Earth Scroll or we'll have to fight you. We've got the fight in our favor, 3-2. Spoke one of the three. Kankuro snorted at those words. So you've outnumbered us. Big deal, ever hear of the saying that it's quality, not quantity, that determines a fight? Spoke the puppet user. 5 minutes later found the three genin tied to a tree by wire while Kankuro was putting the newly acquired Heaven Scroll in a pocket while whistling. Temari turned to the three angry leaf nin and winked at them. It's been fun boys, but we have places to go and people to see. And with that, the two siblings left the leaf nin humbled and humiliated. Naruto and Gaara were about halfway into their journey to the tower when they felt a breeze blow through the trees. Killer intent suddenly washed over the area, and Naruto froze in place while Gaara stiffened a bit. This feeling was horrid, a murderous intent that seemed almost inhuman. What the hell? Naruto spoke while he turned to Gaara. Gaara shook his head, and uncorked his gourd. I don't know, but it's in our pathway to the tower, we should be ready. Gaara replied, and Naruto nodded as the two slowly moved through the darkness. Minutes later found the duo overlooking Konoha Team 7 facing off with a grass kunoichi. She had taken off her straw hat and was now running through the thick foliage as Sasuke tried to keep up with her. Naruto and Gaara themselves were having difficulty tracking down the amazing speed that genin usually didn't possess, Well? Asked Gaara. Naruto shook his head as Sasuke was kicked into a tree. Sakura jumped in front and spoke to the grass nin. Stop, we give up. Just take our scroll and leave us. The pink-haired kunoichi threw her heaven scroll to the taller kunoichi. However, what happened next made Naruto's concern rise. The grass nin laughed, and ignited the scroll into flames. I'm not here for a silly little scroll, you foolish girl. I'm here for Sasuke. She pulled out a kunai, and threw it in Sakura's direction. Sakura was prepared to block the weapon with her own kunai, but was surprised to see a wave of sand catch it instead. The grass nin then turned and was blasted by a strong gust of wind. Hey, I don't know what your problem is, lady, but the girl just said she gives up. Leave her and her teammate alone. Naruto spoke as the enemy kunoichi landed gracefully on a nearby branch. Hey, well, if it isn't the Suna nin. What are you doing protecting the leaf nin? Run along before I decide to make things painful for the two of you. Laughed the Kusa nin. She went into a taijutsu stance and smiled wickedly. Are you okay? Naruto asked Sakura, and she silently nodded. Hey, Gaara, this crazy lady's fast, let me take care of her. Do you think you could guard them while I deal with her? Sure, just be careful, Naro. Gaara nodded, and moved closer to the two wounded leaf nin. Naruto then turned to find that the woman was gone. He closed his eyes, and lifted his two middle and index fingers. He didn't feel anything irregular. Naro, behind you, cried Sakura. Naruto whirled around to see the Kusa nin appear out of the tree behind him. She quickly delivered a punch to his gut, and followed up with a kick to his jaw in a matter of seconds. He went flying into a nearby tree, and smacked the back of his head, knocking him out. Sakura quickly threw a kunai to his general direction, and the weapon embedded his jacket into the tree, holding him in place. Gaara went into a stance, and turned to the now standing Sasuke. I'm going to need your help. I'm not as fast as her. Sasuke nodded, watch out though, she can use Doden substitution. Gaara turned back to the enemy, and blasted a wave of sand at her. She jumped to the side, and avoided the attack completely. However, she didn't notice that Sasuke was now at her side. He quickly delivered a powerful kick into her ribs, and she crashed into a tree. Gaara sent another wave of sand, and trapped her to the tree, only one hand was left free. Sakura threw a kunai, piercing the hand and embedding it into the bark, leaving the Kusan invulnerable. Sasuke took his chance and went through a series of seals at rapid-fire pace, Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Using some guided wire that he wrapped around the Kusanin, a stream of fire towards the woman. She screeched in pain as she was incinerated by the flames, that is until she suddenly meddled. Substitution. Sasuke yelled out, and the kunoichi reappeared behind Gaara. Well, the Shukaku boy, She smirked at the small amount the shock on his face. For a split second, the woman's hands glowed an eerie blue hue. She delivered 3 precise jabs to the boy's navel at blinding speed before his sand could react, and he reeled over unconscious. She sneered at her victory, and turned back to the remaining Konoha nin, now then, to take care of what I came here for. Her neck suddenly stretched and before he could react, bit her teeth into Sasuke's neck. He cried out in pain as burning sensation was felt rack through his body. The Kusanin retracted her neck and laughed as she looked upon the Uchiha boy. Sasuke. Sakura ran up to said boy, and held him up as he screamed in pain, what did you do to him? She screamed out. Instead of answering the girl's question, the woman put a hand over her face and seemed to peel away the skin there. A pale, ghastly face with snake-like eyes replaced the womanly features just moments ago. Oh, don't worry about him. If all goes well, he'll be even more powerful than before. Who are you? Sakura yelled, standing up with kunai in hand. She was scared, yes, but she would be damned if she didn't protect Sasuke and the other two who had helped them. I am Orochimaru, and if Sasuke wishes to seek power, then he will come to me in due time, kuku. Spoke the person, who appeared to actually be a man. You freak. Sakura was about to run at the man, but Orochimaru disappeared in flurry of leaves. Sakura was sitting under a tree's upturned roots, watching over the 3 boys who had been unconscious for about a day now. This wasn't good. Sasuke had a fever, Gaara was out cold, and the blonde boy she had confirmed to be Naruto was unresponsive. She had chanced to look under his mask, and indeed, it was her missing teammate. It took every bit of her willpower not to hug the boy out of joy, but she had to attend to the matter of the wounded right now. I just hope you 3 are going to be okay. She spoke, and suddenly Naruto stirred. He looked around, and noticed that he was under a tree. He felt that his mask was still on, and turned to his friend Gaara. He checked over him, and realized that he was alive, yet unconscious. Did you bring us here? Naruto asked Sakura after taking a seat. Sakura nodded, yeah, I figured that since you 2 helped us out that I owed you that much. She dropped her head, and turned to Sasuke. That woman was actually a guy named Orochimaru. He did something weird and bit Sasuke in the neck. There's some weird marking there now. He's got a fever now too. Naruto turned to the shaking boy, and noticed she was right. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you 2 better. Gaara and I are strong, but that guy was fast. He also did something weird to Gaara. She spoke again, and that got Naruto's attention. He made his hands glow blue, and did some weird kind of punching attack on his stomach. He's been unconscious for a while now. How long has it been since we started the second part? Naruto asked her quietly. It's been about 23 hours and 52 minutes. Sakura replied to the masked blonde. That long. Naruto got on his knees, and picked up a rock. He tossed it at Gaara's head, and was pleased to see that a small stream of sand deflected it. What did the attack on Gaara do then? The 2 remained quiet for a while, then Sakura spoke up, Naro, can I ask you something? Naruto raised an eyebrow, sure. Well, before she could finish her sentence, a blast of wind interrupted their conversation. Sakura and Naruto turned to look in the clearing, only to see the same 3 sound nin from earlier today. Naruto cursed under his breath. He gave Sakura a look, stay here, all. No, I'm not leaving you to take them on alone. Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't fight. She pulled out a kunai, and looked to see Naruto, smiling. Naruto felt his pride for Sakura grow as she looked defiantly at him, and he nodded, okay then, looks like at least one of them can use wind, this should be fun for me. The 2 jumped out of their hideout, and they stared down the 3 with glares, what do you guys want? Naruto asked, gritting his teeth. The leader of the group, Dosu, who was covered in bandages, stepped forward, we're here to take care of the Uchiha. Naruto growled, hey, what's with it and attacking an unconscious? Get out of here and I'll pretend this never happened. Zaku, a boy with hair standing up sneered, "Hey, it's Shorty. I was hoping to get a chance to fight you." Zaku lifted his hands, and smirked. Sakura quickly threw a kunai, and it went past the group, and cut a string. Dosu soon found himself avoiding a giant log by mere inches while another one came flying at him from the other direction. He avoided the second one, only to see Sakura throwing a spray of kunai at him. He rolled to the side, and felt himself get knocked back by a blast of air. He crashed into a tree, but quickly got up with a growl, "So, you're a wind user too. Hey, this should be fun for Zaku then." Sakura was occupied with avoiding Zaku's blasts of wind while trying to find an opening. She had no traps left, and none of them had worked. She landed, and felt a tug on her hair. "HMMPH, what beautiful hair you've got here." Kin, the female member of the sound team mocked, "You know, if you spent more time training and less time on this hair of yours, maybe you wouldn't have been caught in such a predicament." Sakura, however, remembered a lesson she received from Kakashi about such a scenario. She slowly turned around with kunai in hand, and cut her hair with a swift slash of the weapon. Pink strands fell to the ground. Sakura gave a silent prayer for her once beautiful hair, and ran at the black-haired girl with renewed sense of determination. Kin, who had not expected this, fell back a few steps only to find the girl she was fighting gone. Suddenly, the world began to spin around her. She found herself growing dizzier by the second as it spun faster and faster. Just when she thought she was about to vomit, she felt herself stop, and felt a tug on her own hair. Now what was it you said about hair? I will admit, mine was beautiful, but if I'm not mistaken, a kunoichi with extremely long hair is just as bad as a girl who purposely keeps her hair in great shape and longer to catch an enemy in this kind of situation. She pulled at Kin's hair as she spoke into her ear, but getting caught in a genjutsu as simple as the one I pulled off is just as bad. Sakura yanked at Kin's long strands, earning a scream of pain from the Oto kunoichi. Sakura quickly delivered a snap kick as she spun Kin around, and the enemy kunoichi was sent flying backwards as Sakura took her stance, staring at Zaku. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Zaku smirked, and yelled out as he opened up the valves on his hands, "Zenkuaha." The blast went flying at the kunoichi, and she didn't have time to avoid the supersonic blasts of wind. Bracing herself, she put her hands in front of her face to shield herself. However, a giant tree seemed to fall from nowhere, and she looked to see the wooden mass take the attack, shattering it into millions of pieces of bark. Before she could say anything further, a figure in green jumped down and went into a stance. "Lee," Sakura spoke, looking at the taijutsu specialist that she met earlier, and had been slightly creeped out by. "Sakura-chan, are you okay?" he asked, and she nodded. "Good to hear. Do not worry, I shall protect you and assist the Sunanin." He gave her a thumbs up, and jumped over to assist Naruto. Naruto was having difficulty with this Dosu character. Naruto, for some reason, felt that he should avoid that metal arm at all costs. Why, he wasn't quite sure though. He would feel a slight uneasiness in his stomach whenever he got too close to the bandaged ninja, and thus brought Naruto to his decision that close range was not a good idea for him. Naruto moved to avoid another attack from the bandaged genin, and this time it brushed against his side. Naruto felt his body shake a bit, and he fell over in a sudden daze. The world wouldn't stop spinning. The blonde looked to see Dosu give him a cold glare with his one visible eye. "Hey, impressive. You're still standing after I managed to hit your side. You're tough, but no genin can survive a direct hit from my melody arm and stay conscious." Dosu pulled back his right arm to attack, but was knocked a few yards back by a green blur. Naruto eventually gained his bearings and looked to see a boy with a bowl cut in green spandex. He was a Konoha nin from the Hitai Ite around his waist. "Are you alright, Sunanin?" Naruto nodded, and got up slowly with the boy's help. "I am Rock Lee, and I have come to help you. You have protected Sakura-chan, and I cannot let these enemy ninja defeat you. Allow me to assist." Naruto gave him a grateful nod. "Thanks, my name's Naro Uzaki. I appreciate your help." Naruto turned to Dosu, who was getting up with a groan. "That was fast. I didn't even sense you unleash any chakra when you did that." Lee grinned. "That is because I am unable to mold chakra. Even though I cannot perform ninjutsu or genjutsu, I still will become a great shinobi with my taijutsu. Hard work can beat even genius, and I wish to prove that." Naruto found himself grinning, but then looked back to Zaku, Dosu, and Kin, who were all getting ready to attack. Sakura joined the two boys, and turned to them both. "Lee, thanks again for the help. Naro, are you okay?" Naruto nodded, and quickly blocked a Fusenbon with a kunai as Kin ran at them again. Sakura went at her and the two were soon entangled in a dance of taijutsu and steel. Naruto decided to go toe-to-toe with Zaku, seeing as they both were able to use long-distance attacks. Lee, using his speed, was proving to be quite an inconvenience to Dosu. Lee ran around Dosu a few times, and then suddenly appeared in front of the Oto Nin. Dosu had no time to react as he was kicked straight into the air. Lee unraveled the bandages around his arms, and jumped into the air, and within an instant was behind Dosu, shadowing the boy's ascent into the air. Lee quickly wrapped his guise strips around the Oto Nin, and then grabbed a hold of the sound user. The two started spinning downwards at a dangerous speed, as they began to increase speed in their descent to the ground. Omoto Renge. Lee yelled as they hit the ground, creating a large crater as Lee flipped through the air, landing on his feet, avoiding damage from the impact at the very last second. As the dust cleared, Lee slowly got up, and tried to walk, but opening the first gate and using the forbidden taijutsu took its toll on the boy. He staggered, and looked behind as he heard a groan from the Oto Nin he had thought to be defeated. What? Dosu got up, and laughed as he cracked his neck. Not bad, but luckily for me I had managed to shift the bandage's grip on me with my sound waves to loosen them. I was able to lessen the impact by rolling to the side a bit to lessen the impact, still hurt though. Dosu lifted his melody arm with a masked smirk. Time to say goodnight, kid. Leave the work of shinobi to those who can actually use their chakra. Lee suddenly felt his entire body shake as sound vibrations ripped through him. He fell to the ground, unconscious and unmoving. Naruto saw his comrade fall, and growled in frustration. He was occupied with avoiding Zaku's sonic wave attacks, and now he had Dosu and Kin to worry about as well. Sakura was holding up quite well it seemed, but she was tiring out a bit. Still, her taijutsu was quite better than what Naruto remembered it to be when he was still part of Team 7. Her hits were faster, her movements were more graceful. Most of her attacks were with her feet and legs, but her punches were nothing to scoff at. Naruto suddenly felt himself get knocked back as he was caught in midair by Zaku's attack. Naruto was about to crash into a tree when he heard a shout, Baiken no Jutsu. Naruto bumped into a rather rubbery surface, and turned to see Choji Akamichi using his clan's signature technique to stop Naruto from crashing into the tree. Thanks, Naruto said as he and Choji landed. Choji nodded, and then looked to see Dosu was stuck in place and putting his hands at his sides as though he were wearing pockets. Kageme no Jutsu, success, came the drawling voice of Shikamaru Nara. Dosu growled as he was forced to lift his right arm, and then noticed his other hand going to his melody arm. Shikamaru smirked. You know, it's funny. I noticed that you're mainly a close-range guy from the looks of it. I, on the other hand, need to keep my distance in order to use my technique effectively in most cases. Shikamaru and Dosu slowly walked closer to each other, and the scowl never left the bandaged nin's face. Shikamaru knew that these darkened woods were hindering his family's technique, but he would only need to borrow some time until Ino used her technique on the girl. Ino was hiding in a nearby tree, waiting for the right moment. Kin and Sakura were fighting close combat right now, and it didn't help that her family's Shintenshin no Jutsu needed the opponent to remain still in order for it to work properly. Come on, billboard brow, keep her in place for just a few seconds. Sakura managed to deliver a swift kick to Kin's ribs, and the black-haired girl fell as she lost her wind for a few seconds. Ino gave a silent cheer, and quickly jumped to the ground and hid behind a bush, while performing the needed hand seals. Seconds later, Ino slumped over as Choji landed next to her body to watch over her as Ino took over the Oto Kunoichi. Kin was about to get up when she stopped, and drooped her head a bit. Seconds passed, and Kin got up and gave a smile to Sakura. Hey, billboard brow. Sakura took a step back, but then noticed that Shikamaru and Choji were here as well. Ino nodded, and picked up a kunai from the ground. She turned to Zaku and Dosu, and put the kunai to her neck. Give up now, or the girl dies. She held the kunai a little closer as it pressed against her skin. Zaku and Dosu seemed to catch on, and looked to each other. You're bluffing, Dosu said with a hint of humor. Truth was, he had no clue if she was or not. The girl was still Kin, but there was something different, some kind of jutsu was being used to control her. Zaku was about to raise his hands to strike when the whole area was flooded with a sudden malign chakra signature. Everyone looked towards a swirling, purple vortex, and Sakura let out a gasp as Sasuke Uchiha slowly got up. His skin was covered on his left side in black, flame-like markings. He turned to Sakura, then the others. What's going on here? Dosu smirked. Hey, so the Uchiha's finally awake. About time. Dosu sensed the tainted chakra of Orochimaru's curse mark, but he didn't care. As far as he was concerned, this Sasuke wasn't anything more than a kid playing ninja. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. So, you and your team are responsible for attacking us. Dosu merely nodded, and felt himself become freed as Shikamaru lost control of his jutsu. Naruto was giving his old teammate a wary look. That chakra, something wasn't right about it. When Sasuke suddenly grinned maniacally, Naruto knew something was up. Sasuke. Sasuke turned to see Naruto, and his eyes widened. He stopped himself quickly, then nodded. Naro, thanks for helping us, but I'll take it from here. Sasuke suddenly disappeared, and Dosu was sent flying forward as he skidded to the ground. Sasuke grinned a bit, and took out a kunai. He ran at the bandaged nin, and delivered another powerful blow to the head. Dosu was coughing up blood, and his bandages were now stained as he tried to get up. The Uchiha planted the Oto nin's face into the dirt, and took a look at Dosu's melody arm. So, this a device you use for amplifying sound. Nice. Sasuke drove a kunai into Dosu's right shoulder just below the nerve where a pressure point was, and Dosu howled in pain as the Uchiha seemed to dig the weapon deeper into the boy's skin. Well, I wonder how useful it will be if you can't even move your arm. Dosu continued screaming as he felt muscle being torn into, and Sasuke only grinned sadistically as he heard the pained cries. Sasuke, stop it. He can't fight back anymore. Naruto yelled, seeing that Dosu was no longer struggling, too overwhelmed by the pain. He was now unconscious, and Sasuke got up. He turned to the others. Suddenly, Sasuke lurched forward as a pain racked throughout his body. He felt a burning sensation on his neck, and fell to the ground. Ino had removed herself from Kin's body upon feeling the malicious chakra from Sasuke. She was now being held by Choji as he waited for her to wake up. Zaku was mad now. Not only had they wasted too much time, but their target had managed to take out one of their teammates. That's it. I'll just blow you all away in one clean sweep. Zaku lifted his arms, and Kin's eyes widened as she recognized what was about to happen next, and jumped back quickly as he opened his air valves all the way. Time to die. Zenkyo Kukuaha. A giant blast of supersonic wind flew at the team, Naruto being in the front. He went into autopilot as he went through some seals faster than he usually did. Fuden, Kazabakufu no Jutsu. A wave of high-speed winds collided with Zaku's attack, and the two boys were now locked in a battle for dominance over wind power. What? Impossible. Zaku yelled, seeing the short-haired boy holding his own against Zaku's ultimate attack. Zaku increased his chakra output, and growled as he strained to knock the blonde Sunanin away. Naruto, despite his amazing chakra reserves, was at a disadvantage. He still didn't have complete control of his wind affinity yet, so to keep pouring more and more chakra into his attack was an effort. He turned to the others behind him. I don't know how long I can hold this attack back. You all need to get out of my way in case I lose ground here. As he spoke those words, he began to get pushed back a bit. This technique of Zaku's was powerful, he wouldn't deny that. If only he could get a better footing, and if only he had more time to prepare. The rookie Leaf Nin jumped away, and Naruto began to pour more chakra into his attack. He could see the powerful winds of Zaku's attack slowly gaining the upper hand, and Naruto growled in anger, you call this a wind attack? Hey, my girlfriend's given me better fights. Zaku smirked, in all fairness, this attack isn't really a wind affinity, it's simply compressed air and supersonic waves being blasted from these air valves. Naruto dug deeper into his reserves, and felt himself begin to gain more power. That's it, a little more. He let out a burst of chakra, and Naruto's Kazabakufu no Jutsu began to push Zaku's blasts of air waves. It's over. Suddenly, the two attacks erupted, and sent Naruto and Zaku flying into different directions. Naruto crashed into some underbrush while Zaku eventually fell into a small shrub. Kin, while holding Dosu, ran to Zaku. The two turned to Sakura and the others, and she picked up her earth scroll and tossed it to Sakura. We give up. And with that, they left. Sakura pocketed the scroll, and quickly ran to where Naruto was. She saw a small trail that seemed to be where he skidded when he hit the ground. He was trying to get up, and groaned. That's when she saw it. Naruto's mask had come undone, and his whiskered face was visible to the world. He saw her, then noticed his mask was off. He panicked, tried cover his face with a sleeve, and quickly pulled his scarf back on. He knew it was too late though. Naruto, she said softly, and walked closer. His eyes widened, and he turned away. I don't know anyone by that. Naruto, please don't hide from me like that. I know it's you. She felt some tears fall. Her missing teammate and unofficial younger brother was home. I won't tell. Naruto turned to her, and upon seeing her tears, drooped his shoulders. I had a reason to leave, it wasn't me. I know. Kakashi-sensei told us, she said softly as she gave him a hand to help him up. He quickly retracted it as he heard that last part. Wait, you know about He put a hand on his stomach, and she nodded sadly. He immediately turned away. Well, I guess you really. No, Naruto, we don't hate you for it, if anything, we've got a greater respect for you. She wrapped her arms in a hug that spoke all the emotions of sadness and guilt she had experienced in the past months. We missed you, Naruto, for a while, I thought you were. She didn't finish, and slowly cried. Naruto found himself silently crying too. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I'm alive. After a couple of seconds, Sakura drew away with an awkward smile. When did you get so darn strong? Naruto blushed. I have Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari-chan to thank for that, especially Temari-chan. Sakura sensed a hint of pride when he spoke the Sunakunoichi's name. She smiled knowingly, and leaned close to her old teammate. Oh, Naruto, you didn't find a girlfriend, did you? She raised an eyebrow, and laughed as he blushed. Wow, Naruto. I didn't know you were into exotic women. Naruto was beet red now, but managed to speak. She and her brothers, and almost half of Suna knows of the fox as well, and they all see me as somewhat of a hero. Naruto left out the part of Gaara being a Jinchuriki as well. That was Gaara's choice. Wait, Gaara. Naruto quickly ran to where the others were, and noticed Sasuke seemed to be standing again. He looked to Naruto, and the two seemed to suddenly realize what had happened. Naruto knew Sasuke wasn't dumb enough not to recognize the dobi. The blonde ninja crouched down by Gaara, and looked to Sakura. You said he got hit where? Sakura gave a thoughtful look. In the stomach, 3 times I think. Naruto gave a groan. Crap. Naruto went into his pocket, and pulled out a kunai. He pressed the kunai down to Gaara's arm, only for the sand to stop it. Naruto let out a sigh. Naruto's friend was okay. Naruto shook Gaara gently, and after a minute or so, the redhead opened his eyes slowly. Naruto. The Shukaku Jinchuriki asked quietly enough that only said blonde heard, looking around. He sat up, and winced in pain as he felt a sharp pain rack through his abdomen. Easy, Gaara. You've been unconscious for almost 14 hours. Sakura-chan here brought us to a safe place after that Kusa-nin got away. Naruto explained. Gaara looked to the pink-haired girl, and gave a nod. Thank you. Sakura-san. Sakura smiled lightly, and nodded. Thank you, Gaara. You and Naro here helped save us earlier, so it was the least I could do. Besides, she smiled, Suna and Konoha are allies, right? Gaara and Naruto nodded, both silently agreeing with those words. After a kunoichi named Tenten came and fetched Lee, and Team 10 made sure everyone was okay, the two Sunanin and Team 7 went onward. Naruto and Gaara were okay with the scroll situation, but Sakura and Sasuke were still in need of a heaven scroll. Naruto briefly told Gaara that Team 7 was aware of who he was, and explained that he was fine. Gaara seemed acceptant of it, but still warned the group politely not to reveal Naruto's identity for his safety. The two-leaf genin agreed. The foursome had taken a short break to rest and eat when a few kunai were caught by Gaara's sand out of nowhere. Gaara quickly turned to his immediate left, and noticed 3 ninja wearing breathing masks and wearing hidden rain ite. Alright, kiddies, hand over your earth scroll, now. Spoke one of the 3. Sasuke got up, and so did Sakura. You really expect that to happen? The same ninja spoke up. Well, I was hoping for this to go quick. Mubi, Kagari, you know what to do. The 3 melted into the ground, and now the 4 genin were on their guard. Gaara looked around, and his sand was constantly sending out tendrils. Though much to Gaara's surprise, he was having some difficulty in directing it where to go. Something's wrong with my chakra. He spoke to Naruto, who turned quickly. That Orochimaru guy told you about, he hit you in the stomach 3 times with some kind of chakra technique. I think he went for your seal. Naruto spoke quietly, and was relieved to see that neither Sakura nor Sasuke had overheard them. Gaara nodded, and continued with his scanning of the area. Sasuke's Sharingan was activated and looking over the area, and he sensed no presence with his eyes. They're hiding themselves well. He pulled out a kunai, and waited for an attack. Sakura held a few shuriken in each hand, listening for the slightest sound of movement. Gaara's eyes suddenly snapped open. They're under us. The genin instinctively moved, and 15 separate rain nin jumped out of the ground, weapons drawn and aiming where the 4 had been. Sasuke looked over them with his Kekai Genkei. They're all fakes, some kind of clone jutsu. Well, looks like they discovered our secret, Oboro. What now? One of the clones asked as he turned to the rain nin with both eyes visible. It makes no difference, Mubi, we'll kill them and take the scrolls either. The clones were cut off from their conversation as a blast of sand destroyed them all. Gaara pulled back his sand a bit slower than usual, and frowned. My sand's bane weighed down, by water. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, just like when we fought Zabuza. Sasuke said, and he continued to scan around the area. Naruto suddenly found a hand grabbing onto his ankle, and the next thing he knew, two solid figures burst from the ground and punched him. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to avoid Gaara's sand as it grabbed a hold of the two. He spun them around by his tendrils, and smacked the two together. They fell with a solid thud, and didn't dissolve. They were real. Well, that's two down, Sakura said, and looked around. She suddenly felt cold steel pressed against her neck, and she slowly turned to make brief eye contact. How did? The Rain Nin pressed his weapon against her a little harder, and she turned around again. Hand over the scroll, or little cherry blossom here dies. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as his Sharingan spun, two tomos in each eye watching every movement. He slowly developed a smirk on his face. You're bluffing. Oboro laughed, and without warning, slashed at Sakura's throat. Naruto screamed out, and Gaara's eyes became expressionless. Sasuke's eyes widened. Sakura-chan. No. Naruto ran at the Rain Nin, fury blinding him. He was about to aim for the masked nin's throat with a kunai when the man's eyes widened, and he let out a breath. He then fell over as Sakura appeared behind him, hand formed in a shape for chopping at the neck. She had knocked him out. Nice job, Sakura, Sasuke said as he deactivated his Sharingan. Naruto stopped, and looked to where the body of Sakura had been, only to find it gone. What? Genjutsu, Sakura said simply with a grin. She rummaged through the unconscious shinobi's pockets, and found the needed and Naruto nodded. Since when did she use that? Gaara looked to the sky, and then to the others. I suggest we try and make it to the tower. I'm sure Ne-san and Kankuro are waiting for us. The others agreed, and sprinted through the trees towards their destination with their needed scrolls. Within 3 hours, they had found the tall building, and a wave of relief spread throughout the group, even to Gaara. They entered the tower, and immediately sat on one of the benches, weary, yet relieved. They had made it. Upon opening the scrolls, Naruto and Gaara were greeted by none other than Baki. Well, I was wondering when you guys would show up. Temari and Kankuro were getting worried about you two from what I heard from the ninja that their scroll had summoned. Naruto gave a weary grin underneath his mask. He decided to not tell Baki about his teammates' knowledge of who he was, and instead settled for a hearty laugh. Sorry, Baki-sensei, Gaara and I got held up helping out someone who was being attacked for no reason. We formed an alliance with Two-Leaf Nin, and made it through with their help. Baki, despite the fact that his two youngest and possibly most talented students had gotten sidetracked, smiled a little. Well, I'll be sure to tell the Hokage about that. Never bad to put in good word to your allies leader, right? He patted Naruto on the head. You two have made me proud. Wash up and get some rest, and be sure to see Kankuro and Temari before you go to bed. With that, Baki disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto and Gaara were no more than a minute into their journey to the designated floor where they would stay until the second part was up when the two boys felt an ominous feeling of danger behind them. Naruto slowly turned while Gaara turned around in his usual placid manner, though if one looked closely in his eyes they could see some slight uneasiness in them. There, down at the end of the hall was a very distraught-looking Temari no Sabaku, and behind her was Kankuro, mouthing the words, "Run. Where the hell were you two? Huh, Kankuro and I got through that forest in less than 13 hours, and here you guys are after a day and some odd hours. I feared the worst. You guys shouldn't have taken that long to. Temari-chan, we can explain." Naruto raised his hands to protest. "Ne-san," Gaara said, feeling the killer intent from his older sister, "we were. Can it?" she said, pulling out her fan. "I won't be the one you're telling it to." She nodded to her battle fan, unfolded, and being held like a hammer. She unleashed a war cry, and ran at them. Naruto followed his instincts and ran like the smart shinobi he sometimes was. He knew all too well what Temari could do when angry, and he wasn't in the mood for a review right now. Gaara was a strong shinobi, and a relatively level-headed boy. He had stared numerous assassins in the eyes as he crushed them, and had killed Junin with 3 times his experience with relative ease. Needless to say, he wasn't one who was easily scared. However, there was one thing he knew that held more power than the most deadly of Suna Junin in all of Wind Country. That thing was an angry Suna Kunoichi. Unfortunately for him, his sister was both one of the best Kunoichi in Wind Country, and also very mad. Bad combination for the two Jinchuriki. Gaara decided for once to join Naruto in his retreat from an inevitable beating. Gaara would most likely hide in his Suna no Muya after some running, and let Naruto take the damage. Naruto would understand, Gaara told himself. An hour later found a broken and beaten Naruto on the ground while Kankuro explained to a group of Konoha Anbu what had happened so that no arrests would be made. Gaara stayed inside his cocoon of sand, even though Temari had calmed down and was now applying some bandages to her boyfriend. When night came, Gaara sat in a small room meditating while Kankuro and Naruto slept. Temari was in the room that was connected to theirs by a door, sleeping soundly as well. Gaara frowned as he opened his eyes. He felt off, and his control over sand was a bit harder to do. His shield of sand still protected him, but when he wished to manipulate sand on his own, it took more of an effort and more chakra. He noticed this back in the forest, and when his sister had banged on his sand dome when she went berserk on the two Jinchuriki. He sighed, and decided to continue meditating. Until he could find a way to figure out what that Orochimaru person had done, he could only bear with this problem and try and rest his body for now. After all, he only had 3 more days until the second part of the exam was over. Who knows what could happen next? Chap. 12. Wind, Fists, and Steel. Naruto stood next to Temari as he and a large group of genin faced the Hokage in a large arena. The third was currently explaining the meaning behind the whole Chunin exams, and how it also related to various hidden villages' relations to each other. After the elderly man finished his speech, a rather sickly man stepped forward. He coughed a bit as he began to speak. I'm Hayate Gecko, and I will be the proctor of the preliminary matches of the third round of the Chunin exams. We still seem to have too many shinobi to conduct the final part of the exam, so these will serve as an elimination portion. Those who qualify will move on to the finals. He coughed a bit. Now then, before we begin, do any of you feel that you may wish to drop out? Your forfeiting will not affect your team. From here on out, you all fight for yourselves. I'll drop out of this, came the voice of the man named Kabuto. His name was taken, and he left the arena shortly after. It turned out that matches would be randomly selected from a computer screen that was on one wall of the arena. The others stood and watched as the names of the remaining genin flashed over the screen. It was deadly silent the whole time, and then, will Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato please take their positions in the center of the arena? Everyone else please go to the balconies on either side of the arena. Hayate said, finishing with a final cough. Everyone did as asked, and Sasuke slowly walked to take his position. He grimaced as he felt a sharp pain through his body. He was finding it harder to dig into his chakra reserves without feeling the pain of this curse mark. Kakashi told him to bite down the pain until he was done with his fight. Luck seemed to give in for him. He was in the first match. Sakura was standing next to Kakashi, watching as the two contestants prepared themselves. Kakashi-sensei, is Sasuke going to be okay? Kakashi looked over to his pink-haired student, and smiled a bit. Don't worry, Sakura. You forget how tough Sasuke can be when the time calls for it. She nodded, and turned back to the fighters. She noticed a presence next to her, and looked to see Temari. Hello, Sakura. Sakura smiled at the older kunoichi. She had found herself making fast friends with the Suna shinobi, and it helped that Naruto had told his team about revealing his identity to them during their time in the forest. Temari found out after Gaara and Naruto made it through, and immediately approached Sakura to talk about it. Flashback. Sakura had been sitting in the lounge of the tower, a little more than 1 hour after they had gotten back from the forest. She heard some footsteps, and turned to see a blonde-haired kunoichi approaching her. Looks like she found out, Sakura thought, seeing the stern look in Temari's eyes. Temari stopped in front of Sakura. So, you know of Naro, huh? Sakura nodded, and smiled a bit. Don't worry. I won't tell. Temari nodded. For your sake, you better not. Naro means the world to me. Harm him, and I'll harm you by 100-fold. Sakura nodded, and let a genuine smile form. Don't worry, Temari-san. Naro is like a little brother to me. It makes me happy to see that he has someone who cares for him that way in his life. She giggled a bit, and Temari softened her expression to a grin. Haha, you know, he told me that he used to tick you off a lot. He actually gets scared at the thought of seeing you angry. Temari chuckled. Well, that is until he got on the bad end of my temper today. Sakura raised an eyebrow. What did the baka do? Temari laughed, then shook her head. He had me and Kankuro worried, since he and Gaara were taking too long in the forest. Those two are the strongest on our team, they should have arrived before us. Sakura looked down. That's because they decided to help us. Temari nodded. It's okay. She held out a hand. I wanted to thank you for taking care of Gaara and Naro when they were unconscious in the forest. I owe you. Sakura took her hand. It's nothing. Naro would have done the same for me. Your brother seems very polite too for a shinobi. Temari's sweat dropped a bit. Haha, he's changed a bit since meeting Naro. The two girls talked for a while, and found they had similar ideals on being kunoichi of their respective villages. Temari was a bit worried when Sakura told about Gaara's encounter with Orochimaru, but felt better in the knowledge that he was alive. Well, Sakura, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I think I've gained a new respect for the kunoichi of Konoha. I thought they were all about looks, you convinced me otherwise. Thank you. Temari then left to go and meet up with her team. End flashback. Sakura and Temari faced the battle floor below them, and watched as Hayate threw his hand in the air, then let it fall, begin. Sasuke was immediately on defense as Yoroi attacked with taijutsu. Sasuke took a few hits, and felt slightly winded after a few minutes. Yoroi quickly appeared behind Sasuke all of a sudden, and wrapped his hand around the back of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke felt himself growing weaker, and with a strained effort, got out of the shinobi's grip. He gave Yoroi a surprised look. Haha, so, I see you've realized my secret. Yoroi said as his hands glowed blue, I can drain my opponent's chakra by mere contact. You seem to be having trouble with your chakra coils right now, so I guess I'll just take it if you're not using it. The older genin ran at him again. Sasuke couldn't even activate his Sharingan anymore. He was relying on poor reflex and speed right now. His mind was quickly trying to find a way out of this mess. Dang it, what can I do? Ninjutsu is out of the question. I'm only half as good as Sakura at Genjutsu. I guess. Sasuke smirked as he remembered the words of his sensei, even if a shinobi doesn't have ninjutsu or genjutsu, they still have taijutsu. The raven-haired boy hopped to the left to avoid another jab, and quickly ducked. He dropped to his knees, and sent Yoroi into the air with a powerful rising kick. Yoroi was surprised when as he ascended into the air to find himself facing Sasuke. He tried to block a few punches and kicks. Sasuke kicked the man further into the air, much to everyone's surprise, then followed up with something unexpected. What the? Yoroi faintly sensed the chakra signature of Sasuke behind him. That first part was a copy of someone else's move, but there's more where that came from. Sasuke. Sasuke began by spinning himself around so he could lay a kick to his side. Yoroi blocked while laughing, hey, nice try, kid. Sasuke kept that smirk on his face, I wasn't finished. He spun the opposite direction, and delivered a powerful sidearm to Yoroi's face from the other side. As the two descended further down, Sasuke spun around again, delivering a fist to the stomach. Yoroi let out a breath, and coughed some blood up. Here's the best part. Sasuke spun one final time as Yoroi neared the floor, and delivered another spinning axe kick to the man's chest. Yoroi let out a cry and coughed up more blood before falling unconscious. Sasuke rolled over a bit, and let out a breath. Hey, there, that's the Shishi Renden, enjoy. Sasuke kept a look on the man, hoping that the man wouldn't suddenly get up. That attack had taken a lot out of him, even after a day of rest. This curse mark was giving him hell. Hayate took a good look at Yoroi, and nodded, the winner of this round is Sasuke Uchiha by knockout. Yoroi was quickly hauled by Medic Nin to the recovery room on a stretcher. Sasuke was ushered by Kakashi. Before the two left, he took a look at Sakura. Sakura, if you have the next round, then do your best. I have to attend to Sasuke, but I wish you good luck. He gave her a one-eyed smile, and left with the Uchiha boy, who gave his kunoichi partner a nod. Hayate waited until it was quiet again, and nodded while stifling another cough. Well, the next round is Shino Aburame vs Zaku. Will the contestants please report to the floor? Shino quietly began towards the floor. Do your best, Shino. Hinata said quietly, followed by a bark from Akamaru. That guy shouldn't be a problem for you at all, Shino. Kiba added, giving his quiet teammate a grin. Shino nodded quietly and received a small nod from Kurenai. Zaku smirked as he looked at the boy he was facing off against. There wasn't anything special about him, and he seemed to be one of those strong, silent types, like so many tried to be in the ninja world. Hey, any last words before I mow you down? Zaku asked. You really shouldn't be so overconfident. Underestimating your opponent can lead to a quick defeat in battle. Shino retorted calmly. Hayate looked over the two, and gave the signal to start. Zaku wasted no time, and blasted a quick wave of air at the shady boy, Zenkuaha. Shino quickly jumped to the side, barely avoiding the attack. He a few kunai at Zaku, and ran to the side as the sound ninja blasted the projectiles away. Zaku smirked as he saw that he was able to keep his opponent at a distance. He aimed his arms at the shade-wearing boy, and prepared to fire when Shino stopped. I wouldn't recommend that. I've won this match. Zaku laughed. Hey, that won't work on me. I'm not falling for any mind games today. Zaku began to power up his air waves, when he felt something blocking his air flow. What the? Shino nodded. I've sent my bugs into your air ducts while you were occupied with aiming your next attack at me. Shino was suddenly covered in his Kikaichu beetles. I suggest you surrender. Zaku growled, yeah, as if. I'll just blast them out, and then beat you. Eat this. Zaku released the air and The sound of screaming pain was heard as the boy's arms each blasted off, and a few gasps were heard in the audience. Zaku, shaking from the pain, looked at his arms, and then to Shino, "I warned you not to underestimate me." Zaku passed out from shock, and the medics rushed in before Hayate could even call the match over. Hayate didn't even need to hesitate, the winner of the second match is Shino Aburame. The sounds of barking and cheering were heard from Kiba and Akamaru, followed by some strained claps from the Junin. However, the results of that match had been a bit gruesome, not something expected from a genin. As the silence once again settled, Hayate turned to the computer screen. "Very well." Hayate coughed, "The next round is." He waited for the computer to stop, Kankuro vs Masumi Tsurugi. Gaara took a quick look at Kankuro. "Kankuro, good luck, and be careful. If your opponent can drain chakra like his partner, then you may be in trouble with using Karasu." Baki nodded. "Gaara's got a point, Kakuro. Be on your guard down there." Kankuro nodded. Right. I'll be done with this match within a minute or two either way, Karasu or not." Naruto gave Kankuro a slap on the back. "Mop the floor with him, Kankuro." Baki sighed. "Naro, Shinobi don't mop the floor to win a fight. Going head on in a fight isn't always the best way at doing things." Kankuro laughed before walking casually down the stairs to face off his opponent. Much like Yoroi, Masumi had purple attire, and a mask covering his face. He also wore clear glasses, where Yoroi had been wearing black ocular lenses. Kankuro gave the guy a smirk. "Don't think this will be easy for you. I'm not a pushover like the younger shinobi here." Masumi laughed. "You're smug little jerk, aren't you? All talk, and nothing else." Hayate took a step back, and coughed. "Begin." Kankuro stood there, a disinterested look on his face. "Well. Are you going to attack?" Masumi ran at Kankuro, and punched Kankuro in the stomach, earning a cough from Kankuro. Masumi quickly followed up with a kick to the neck, and then let Kankuro fall to the ground. "See? What did I say? All talk, and nothing else." Kankuro got up, and let out a ragged breath. "Hey, not bad, hey." Kankuro ran at Masumi, and quickly threw a few shuriken, which Masumi deflected with a kunai. Kankuro reappeared behind Masumi while he was distracted, and put a kunai to the man's neck. "Got you." Kankuro had a hold of one of Masumi's hands. Masumi laughed, and popped his shoulder out of place, and grabbed the kunai from Kankuro. He then, much to the shock of the younger shinobi, wrapped an arm around Kankuro. Not just once, but twice, like that of a snake. "What kind of freak are you?" Kankuro asked through a choked breath. "A little talent of mine. I can pop joints out of place, and twist my muscles in any way I wish." "Nice, huh?" He tightened the hold on Kankuro's neck, and spoke again. "I'll just wait until you black out, and go on to the finals. How's that sound?" Kankuro, however, laughed. Masumi suddenly saw the bundle of bandages on the Sunanin's back burst open, and another Kankuro. Masumi looked back at the person he was holding only to see paint chipping off. "What?" The free Kankuro laughed. "Yeah, well, you're not the only one who's got a few tricks up his sleeves. Say hello to Karasu." The sound of a snap was heard, and Kankuro spoke to Hayate. "Don't worry, he's just out cold. I made sure of it." Hayate was surprised to see how quickly the tides had turned. Kankuro had snapped the neck of Masumi with his puppet, and won the round. He was pretty sure that with Masumi's talent in joint manipulation, he'd be alright. Still, it was kind of scary seeing Kankuro simply snap the neck of an enemy so quickly. Technically, Kankuro never even touched the man. "The winner of this match is Kankuro," Hayate announced, and Kankuro gave a quick nod before heading back to his team. As he reached his teammates, he looked to see Naruto giving him a thumbs up. "Hey, you went easy on him, Kankuro. I was hoping for an explosion from Karasu or something." Naro spoke, and Kankuro shrugged. The guy wasn't worth it." Kankuro smirked, and saw Temari come up to him. "Geez, always one to act like an arrogant jerk in battle, aren't you?" She sighed, and gave him a smile. "Nice job, Kankuro." The puppet user gave a grin, then looked to Baki, who gave a nod. Kankuro had always been one to do things the sneakiest way possible, and loved to play mind games with his opponents. Sakura looked down towards the left of where she and the other Konoha nin were to see Naruto's team was. So far, Kankuro had proven that he was a crafty fighter. She wondered what other skills the Suna team had. She knew that Naruto had gained control over his wind affinity thanks to help from some scrolls and tutoring from Temari and their sensei. She looked back to the screen, and waited silently as the names flashed on the screen. When they stopped, she tightened her fist. "Will Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno please come to the floor?" Hayate called out. Sakura felt herself grow tense, but felt a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Kakashi looking at her with a reassuring smile she had learned to recognize behind the mask. "Do your best, Sakura," he said, and she nodded. She wasn't going to lose, especially to her rival and renewed best friend. As she walked down to the floor, she saw Naruto give her a thumbs up and grin behind his cloth scarf, and a nod from Temari. She felt herself grow in confidence upon seeing foreign ninja give her support, and was soon walking side by side with her opponent. "You ready, Sakura?" Ino asked, a competitive glint in her eye. Sakura felt herself grin. Ino wasn't going to go easy on her, she wasn't expecting anything less. "Alright, the fourth match of Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura Haruno is about to start." Hayate spoke, and he looked to the two kunoichi. Both nodded, and went into their respective stances. "Begin." Sakura quickly pulled out 3 kunai from her holster, and threw them at Ino. Ino, as expected, avoided them with a quick sidestep, and ran to her opponent. "Not bad, but not good enough, Sakura." Sakura and Ino were soon locked in a taijutsu match of kicks and blocks. Sakura silently thanked Kakashi for spending those few extra hours every evening to work on her taijutsu with her. Ino had always been a bit faster in attacks, Sakura wouldn't deny that. However, what Sakura lacked in that narrow margin of speed was made up in her greater amount of strength. Ino caught a punch from Sakura, and smirked. "Wow, forehead, you've gotten better, haven't you?" Sakura smiled. "Don't take me lightly, I'm not the little girl that you used to know." Sakura tripped Ino up, but the blonde quickly recovered by landing on her hand, and tried for a low kick to Sakura's feet. Sakura flipped backwards, and quickly ran back to engage in combat again. Her style of fighting was based relentless attacking and being able to counter any strike thrown at her. Ino leaned back to avoid a spin kick from Sakura, and caught Sakura's calf as she recovered. She tripped up the leg Sakura was standing on, and pushed Sakura to the ground. As Sakura slid on her back, Ino jumped into the air, feet aimed to land a stomp on Sakura's abdomen. Sakura rolled to the side, and pulled out a kunai as Ino landed. She attempted to go for Ino's calf, but Ino quickly jumped back. Sakura smiled, and threw her weapon at the blonde. Ino, unable to dodge as she landed from her evasive maneuver, took the weapon to the shoulder. Sakura felt a slight pang of guilt as Ino let out a yelp of pain, but shook it off as Ino pulled it out and grinned in pain. "Good, I'm glad you know enough not to hold back." Ino gripped the kunai, and pulled her ponytail back. She quickly cut at her long hair, and a gasp was heard from the crowd, namely from Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma. "Oh, great, she's lost it." Shikamaru groaned, and a nod was heard from Choji. Ino tossed the hair in front of her, and smiled at the perplexed look that Sakura gave her. "Ino, what was that all about?" Sakura asked, not entirely sure if this was just Ino losing her mind, or a trick. Sakura sensed something deeper than just the simple act of cutting her hair to get Sakura to drop her guard. Ino smiled as she dropped the kunai. "Don't think that you're the only one willing to sacrifice your looks to win this battle, Sakura." She pointed to Sakura's hair, and Sakura seemed to understand. "I saw that fight in the Forest of Death, and it showed how much of a fighter you really are. I can't lose to that." Sakura was about to move, when she felt herself glued to the ground. "What?" Ino laughed. "Sorry, Sakura, I win this. Those hairs are actually connecting a fine line of chakra from me to you, and I've got you right in my line of sight." She made a hand seal, and smirked. "This match is mine." Sakura seemed to catch on, knowing a little about Ino's abilities. She quickly made a few seals, and a small smirk was seen under Kakashi's face. "Looks like Sakura's going all out, can't blame her though." It seemed Ino is unconcerned with Sakura's hand seals. After all, the blonde had Sakura trapped, and the Shintenshin no Jutsu was hard to break out of once you were hit by it. However, Sakura seemed to have pulled something. Ino smirked as she saw Sakura remain stuck in place. However, when Sakura suddenly collapsed to the ground, Ino gasped. Did she screw up the technique? How? Ino was supposed to slump over as well. Oh no. Sakura's mind could be permanently damaged. She ran over to see Sakura's eyes dilated, a small bit of drool coming from her mouth. The worst part was that Sakura seemed to be bleeding from the ears. Oh no, this was bad. Sakura. Sakura. Ino shook Sakura's shoulders, and noticed that suddenly things began to blur. Suddenly she found Sakura to be normal again, and Ino immediately caught on. Genjutsu. Ino received a kick to the stomach, and managed to land, a bit shaky, but still breathing. Sakura got up, a little weary, but smiling. I told you, don't take me lightly, Ino. Kakashi smiled. Nice work, Sakura. He was quite proud to see Sakura had taken his genjutsu lessons to heart. He remembered how easily it had come to the pink-haired girl to learn the Narakumi no Jutsu after getting the basics down. He made a note not to get on Sakura's bad side, she was merciless with the art of illusion. Ino and Sakura continued their bout of close combat, and the two were soon hanging on the last bit of fibers of their strength. Both were good, but neither were known for endurance in battle. It all comes down to this. Sakura thought, and went into her stance, and Ino followed suit. The two ran at each other, and let out a battle cry that would made Anko Mitarashi smile with pride. She was wondering if this generation had any female ninja worth acknowledging. Everyone watched as Ino and Sakura each delivered a kick to the other's face, and the two fell back unconscious. Hayate looked over the two, and then spoke, "As proctor of this match, I declare neither a winner by double knockout." Kakashi sighed, but couldn't help but feel a small bit of pride for his female student. He headed down with Asuma and gave his friend a nod. "That Ino sure is one tough cookie." The silver-haired man commented. Asuma laughed in response. "Well, I could say the same for Sakura. She's definitely an intelligent kunoichi." Kurenai was quite impressed with how well she executed that genjutsu of hers so quickly. "No doubt you taught her that." The bearded man spoke, and Kakashi only nodded as they each carried their students up to the balcony where their teammates were. Naruto looked over to Sakura, and noticed Temari give a glance over to her as well. Naruto decided to see how she was, and with Temari the two walked over to her. It seemed she and Ino were waking up, and were each grinning to each other. Sakura noticed the two Sunanin, and she smiled with a hint of disappointment. "Well, looks like I lost." Ino gave her a light jab on the arm. "Hey, it was a draw, not a loss. You're forgetting that I didn't advance either." Naro nodded. "Great job, Sakura. Man, you and Ino did great out there. I wasn't expecting such a close match like that." This earned a light blush from both girls sitting on the balcony floor. Sakura noticed Temari take a step forward. "I have to agree with Naro, you two were great out there. Gives us kunoichi something to be proud of." She smiled at Sakura, and Sakura nodded thankfully. Ino did likewise. Suddenly, Hayate's voice broke over the others. "The next match will be between Temari and Tenten." Temari gave a look over to the computer screen, and nodded to herself. "Well, looks like I'm up next." Naro gave her a thumbs up. "Don't beat your opponent up too much, okay? Remember what Baki-sensei said about overkill." Temari sighed. "Naro, you should talk." Naruto blushed a bit, and Temari giggled. "Sorry, I'm just teasing you." She gave him a light peck on the visible part of his face, and winked before hopping down the edge of the balcony. Sakura couldn't help but notice that Naruto's visible portion of his face was a beet red. She giggled upon seeing that, and slowly got up. Naruto was leaning over the bars of the balcony a bit, and excitement was clearly written on his face if one looked in his eyes. Sakura smiled, once again thankful that someone had brought such joy to his life. "Naruto, is she really that tough?" She asked quietly, only loud enough for the blonde next to her to hear. He nodded quickly. "You know that wind technique I used back in the Forest of Death against that sound ninja?" She nodded in response to his question. "She helped teach me how to manipulate the wind properly for it. I may be stronger when it comes to using wind, but she's better at using wind. I wouldn't really want to go toe-to-toe with her in a strictly Fudan-based match. It would totally be in her favor." Sakura's expression was of a bit of surprise mixed with admiration. For someone to receive praise from Naruto was quite an accomplishment. She suddenly felt a greater respect for the blonde-haired kunoichi down on the arena below them. Wow. Temari took a good look at the girl before her. She appeared to be shorter, and her build showed that she did keep in decent shape. She had brown hair and equally brown eyes, and wore her hair in two tight buns. "She's smart. Long hair is definitely a danger in battle," Temari noted, thinking of how she kept her own hair in 4 ponytails. She looked to the proctor, and Hayate coughed before speaking. "Right, the 5th round of the preliminaries is Temari versus Tenten. Begin." Tenten took a quick look to see that Temari hadn't moved from her spot. That last fight between Ino and Sakura had rattled up the aggressive kunoichi within her, and her ambidextrous hands itched to start throwing a barrage of kunai. She shook her head. Rushing headlong into a fight wouldn't do her any good. She analyzed the situation, and noticed a fan strapped to the Suna kunoichi's back. Temari noticed, and smirked. "Listen, nothing personal, but I really don't think you should wait for me to attack. As much as I am for chit-chat, I'd like to get this over with." Temari received a reply that consisted of several large knives being thrown her way. She quickly deflected them with the metallic part of her fan. Good, this girl wasn't one to mess around either. "Hey, well, I'm glad you're at least paying attention to the battle, and not your boyfriend up there, though even from behind his little scarf, I can tell he's a real cutie." Tenten retorted, and Temari's eye twitched with what Naruto could identify even from his view as jealousy. Oh, Tenten's in trouble, Naruto whispered, and Sakura cast him a quick glance. What do you mean? Sakura asked, feeling a rise in killer intent from the battle below. Temari-chan, though very sweet and caring, is a bit possessive of, You. Sakura finished, a grin on her face. Naruto nodded, and prayed that his girlfriend wouldn't go and lob off the Konoha kunoichi's head out of anger. Tenten was innocent, in all fairness. She knew nothing of Temari's quick, and vicious, temper. Go, Tenten, you can do it, came the cheer of Lee, no more than several feet away from the two. That's the spirit, Lee. Cheer your teammate to victory. Go Tenten, replied Guy, a man who Lee resembled in all aspects but age, height, and the fact that he wasn't a Junin. Neji Hyuga was leaning against a wall, covering his face with his hand, wondering for the upteenth time why fate decided that his life was the one with the huge, make him as miserable as possible, sign on it. He groaned, and watched the battle from his view. He seriously wondered what was taking so long. Tenten usually wasn't so hesitant in battle, but he seemed to notice that she was shaking. Tenten's afraid, Neji asked himself, unsure what caused his female teammate to grow scared all of a sudden. Tenten attempted to control her temper as she heard the voices of Lee and Guy rung throughout the arena. She seemed to be shaking with anger, and took a deep breath, and exhaled, okay, time to get serious. Tenten launched an unexpectedly large number of various projectiles at Temari. The blonde quickly snapped open her fan, and with a single wave, knocked the incoming weapons without more than a blink ng of her eyes. Tenten growled, darn it, she can deflect using her fan. Temari sighed, listen, if you're going to do that, you may as well try something else or give up. I haven't even opened it up to the second moon, and I really don't want things to get messy. So, you got any other tricks up your sleeve, or do I have to end this? Tenten's eyes twitched, catching on to the subtle jabs at her pride. Fine, let's see how long you can keep up with me. Tenten pulled out a chain of kunai, and with what could only be described as expertise beyond her age, began throwing weapons at a rapid-fire pace. Tenten's reputation as a marksman kunoichi stood true. She would have hit Temari if it wasn't for the fact that said blonde was deflecting all the attacks with a now increased effort. Temari groaned, come on. I wanted a challenge, not a warm-up. Temari snapped open her fan when she found her chance, and blasted Tenten back, causing the brunette to slam into the opposite wall. She let out a cry of pain, but got up and chucked more projectiles. Temari was beginning to see a pattern, deflect, knock back, deflect, knock back. I think I get it now. Tenten said, pulling out a scroll, you're a long-range fighter. I'll be honest, so am I, but... She opened up the scroll, and with a quick application of chakra, a decent-sized bow staff appeared. I'm the student of one of the greatest taijutsu masters around, so I know enough close combat skills to fight you. She ran at Temari, and made a jab with the blunt end of her staff towards Temari's abdomen. Temari blocked, and jumped back as Tenten tried to aim for her jaw with a foot. Finally, I was wondering if you had anything else up your sleeves. Temari, while not a taijutsu specialist by any means, did have basic skills in close combat. She blocked another swing from Tenten, and managed to nail her in the stomach with a quick maneuvering of the blunt end of her fan. Tenten fell back a bit, but let out a battle cry and spun her staff around a few times before managing to hit Temari in the hand. The sound of a crack was heard, and Temari bit back a scream, noting that her ring and pink fingers were broken on her left hand, and her wrist may have fractured as well. She'd have to end this quick. Tenten wasn't going to back down it seemed until Temari was out cold. Temari jumped back again, and with a grunt of pain from opening her fan to 2 moons, she swung her fan, knocking Tenten back again. Gaara and Kankuro seemed to notice their sister was taking things a step further. Oh boy, she's either desperate to end this, or she wants to give that girl some serious pain. The puppet user sighed, and a nod from Gaara was his reply. Baki noticed Temari give a quick glance to her left hand every few seconds. Tenten had managed to score a blow to the blonde, it seemed. He would have to get her healed up. Later on, she wasn't one to let others know of her injuries. Tenten sealed her bow staff back into her scroll, and smirked, well, it looks like you took me lightly. I hope you learned something from that wrist of yours. She took out 2 other scrolls, and set them on the ground, Sushoryu. She made a few seals, and the scrolls rose into the air, followed by a stream of smoke from either scroll. Dragon-like head formed where the scrolls were, and Tenten jumped into the air as the streams of smoke revealed to be the actual scroll's unraveled paper. Temari immediately recognized hundreds of seals on the paper. As the 2 scrolls spiraled around the kunoichi, Tenten began to release weapons from their seals. She began throwing them at a very quick rate, much faster than before. Temari couldn't help but smirk. She had to admit it, Tenten was good, but she left herself open for Temari's assault. Sorry, but this is where it ends. Komedachi. Tenten had no time to react as she watched her weapons get blown aside by a cyclone of very high-speed wind. Tenten was soon caught up in it as well, and let out a scream of pain as she felt herself get cut by razor-sharp winds. Temari was glad she held back a bit on using her technique. Naruto hated it when she went overboard like that. Tenten fell to the ground, in a heap, and let out a groan. She blinked to see the ceiling spinning above her, and she closed her eyes as unconsciousness took her. Naruto let out a breath. Good, I was worried she'd go and blast Tenten into next week with that fan of hers. Tenten should be okay in a day at most. Naruto nodded, his hands both tingling as he let go of his wind-sensing technique he had no name for. That last attack of Temari's had really torn the ground apart where Tenten landed. A team of medic nin took her to the recovery room while the screen yet again flashed through the names. Temari made her way back up, hoping that she would at least be able to see Tenten again before she left the tower. She had now come to respect to Kunoichi and Konoha. She was starting to see hope for the female ninja in this village after all. Now then, Hayate announced in a hoarse voice, will Shikamaru Nara and Kintsuchi please come down to the battle floor so we can begin the 6th match? Ah, come on, this is such a drag, came the voice of the laziest shinobi in all of Konoha. He groaned as he received a pat on the back from Choji, followed by a louder than necessary cheer from Ino. I may just quit this match and… No way. We came this far, and we're not going to let you give up before you even try. Ino berated as Choji smirked at his poor friend. Asuma rolled his eyes. For a genius, Shikamaru really didn't know when to just give up sometimes and do what the blonde girl said. Shikamaru slouched a bit, and slowly walked down the stairs to get this troublesome match over with. He eyed his opponent, and internally groaned, great, a girl, and she's the one from before, dang it, why do I always get stuck with such annoying… Ready to get beaten, shadow boy. Kin said mockingly. The young Nara sighed, she stinks at taunting too. Well, then let this match. Hayate raised his arm, and dropped it to the ground, begin. Kin wasted no time, and threw a few senbon at Shikamaru, who used reflexes contrasting his demeanor to block them. He noticed a few missed by quite a few inches, something was up. I guess I'm going to get a chance to make you pay for messing up our plans back in the forest earlier. I'm going to enjoy this. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, and tossed a kunai, which she dodged as he began to notice how bad her aim was, or how far away she was trying to throw the needles while attempting to hit him. He felt one puncture his arm, and he grunted in pain as he pulled it out. That was a close one, any closer and I could be a goner. He noted as he thought of how close a major blood vessel had been to where the needle hit. She was serious, it seemed. That's when he heard it, bells. Cling, cling, cling. Shikamaru suddenly saw his vision grow hazy, then everything began spinning. He noticed what appeared to be several dozen kin appearing as the sound began to destroy his sense of balance, but then he suddenly stopped lurching around as he was now facing not one, but about 40-some Oto Kunoichi. Not good. He said, trying to see if he could find a way to pick out the real deal from the illusions. How do you like it? By using the sound of bells that I pull from a string connected to my senbon. She demonstrated by pulling a string on her finger, which pulled a bell on a senbon lodged in an opposite wall. I can use the sound waves to mess with your sense of balance and confuse your senses. She pulled out another couple of senbon. Now, time to finish this. Shikamaru noticed his chance, and took it. TCH, I've already won. Kin smirked, idiot, you really… She tried to move but noticed that her body would not respond to her demands. What the… Shikamaru noticed the illusions disappear, and he got up, and cracked his neck, which Kin did as well. He squatted down, and she followed suit. Hey, Kage main no jutsu has worked again. You know, using string to manipulate those bells was clever and all, but my shadow can connect to any existing shadow, and that string connected to your fingers left just the right shadow for the job. Shikamaru pulled out a kunai from his holster, and Kin followed suit, and much to her surprise found herself gripping a kunai as well from her own weapon's pouch. What are you doing? She growled, noticing the look on his face was a bored one. So you've trapped me in a technique, now what? You feel whatever the target feels, right? She smirked as he shrugged, and she did likewise. You got me, but I'll have you know that I can do more than that. How about we play a game of chicken? Whoever manages to hit the other with a kunai wins. Sound fun? Shikamaru smirked as her expression was suddenly one of worry. You're crazy. She had no time to react as they each threw a kunai in the air, aimed for the other's head. Shikamaru leaned back to avoid the weapon while Kin did likewise, a small grin on her face. What a waste. I'll just avoid the kunai tea. She didn't finish her sentence as her head banged against the wall opposite of her, knocking her out. If she had paid more attention to where she was, maybe she could have done things differently. A true shinobi always takes note of their terrain. Shikamaru decided to end his little lecture to no one in particular and headed back up the stairs, receiving a miniature victory celebration from his two teammates. Ino congratulated him while Choji said he knew that Shikamaru had it in the bag the whole time. Naruto sat back as he watched the screen roll through the names again. He felt a little on edge, wanting to fight badly. That's when his prayers were answered. Will Naro Uzaki and Kiba Inuzuka please come down to the arena to start the 7th round? Naruto let out a whoop of joy and practically ran down the steps before he was caught by the collar. He looked up to see Baki. Naro, remember all that we taught you. Try not to rush things, patience can be just as great of a weapon as strength. Naruto rolled his eyes, but then gave the older man a sincere masked grin. Thanks, Baki-sensei, I'll do my best. He waved to Kankuro and Temari, and nodded to Gaara before hopping down the steps, and taking his place on the floor. Kiba Inuzuka smirked as he eyed his opponent up. The kid was a squirt in terms of build, and he looked to be no more than Kiba in age. Hey, this one's in the bag. He then heard a bark from Akamaru. What do you mean? Akamaru barked again. Smell? No I don't. Hey, yeah. I do recognize that scent. He spoke in a whisper. Do I know this guy from somewhere? Naruto and Kiba squared off, and Hayate already knew this match would prove to be one of the best ones yet. Very well, fighters take your places and begin. Chap. 13. What do you fight for? Naruto jumped to the side as a few shuriken flew at him. He found himself looking into the face of Kiba suddenly. Got you. Naruto blocked a fist to the face, and jumped back a bit as he made a seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 Naruto clones appeared out of smoke, and they all went into a battle stance as Kiba smirked. Hey, too easy. Kiba ran at the clones with speed fitting of an Inuzuka. He smashed an elbow into one clone, then smirked as 2 more made a move to attack. Out of nowhere, a white blur flew at the head of one of the clones, and a second clone was taken out. The white blur landed next to Kiba, and barked. It was Akamaru. What the heck? Using an animal to attack as well. There's got to be a violation doing that. Naruto yelled, but Hayate shook his head. It's completely legal, the Inuzuka clan use dogs for their taijutsu and other techniques. There is no violation of rules in doing so. Hayate replied. Naruto held back a growl as his final clones were destroyed. He grinned, looks like your taijutsu relies on speed and staying low. Sort of like my own style. Naruto began to gather chakra into his feet, however. I don't need a partner for added strength. Kiba watched as Naruto seemed to rocket off the floor and literally glide at Kiba. The Inuzuka dodged a swift kick, and tried to follow up with a punch to Naruto's jaw. Naruto took blow, and spun around using the momentum of the attack to spin around and deliver a backhand to Kiba's face. Hey, you're good, but I'm only getting warmed up. Kiba pulled out a small pill, and gave it to Akamaru. Alright, you ready Akamaru? Akamaru barked and began to turn a reddish-brown hue in fur color. Akamaru's muscles grew a bit, and Naruto noticed Kiba ingested what Naruto recognized as a soldier pill. Both of them began to gather chakra, and Akamaru jumped onto Kiba's back. Kiba laughed, this is it for you, kid. Jujin Bunshin. In a puff of smoke, Naruto saw Akamaru was now a copy of Kiba. Great, 2 of them. Naruto gathered more chakra into his feet, and crouched low, looks like I'll have to take it up a notch. The Inuzuka and his dog ran at Naruto, and Kiba quickly threw 2 small capsules which erupted into smoke. Naruto was soon caught in a haze of purple smoke, and he closed his eyes as the smoke irritated his eyes. You can't hide from us, not when we can smell you. Naruto ducked as he felt a foot miss his head by a few inches. He turned right as his senses told him that someone was coming at him. He made a few hand seals, and shouted, Fuden, Kazabakufu no Jutsu. The smoke flew in all directions, and a figure went flying into a wall. Kiba was surprised, but not unable to react. He pushed off the wall with his feet before hitting, and gave a nod to Akamaru, who was still imitating him. Both backed away from Naruto, and jumped at Naruto. They each began to spin wildly, each creating a miniature vortex. Eat this. Gatsuga. Naruto rolled to the side, and was nearly shredded by one of the 2 spinning attacks. He had little time to react, and saw another vortex fly at him. He concentrated his power into his hands, and a small wind began to swirl around him. I'm not giving up yet either. Naruto made a few hand seals, and then threw his right hand back as he gathered chakra. He felt it reach top speed as the wind around him began to howl. It was as if everything slowed down. Watching his opponent flying at him, hearing his heartbeat and the tension in the air. He grinned. This is why he loved being a shinobi. Fuden, Kiritori Keizhigyu no Jutsu. A blade of wind flew at the incoming vortex, and the two blindingly fast forces met each other with an explosion. Naruto saw his chance as dust flew into the air. He looked to see the form of Kiba land hard from the explosion, but Naruto felt something different from this Kiba. He smirked, and made a quick henge while the wind died down. Temari gripped the railing as she looked to see any indication of who was still standing. She suddenly noticed three figures standing in the smoke. She smirked, typical of him, he's always been a clever fighter with the basics. Kankuro laughed, then spoke quietly to his team, you've got to be kidding me. Naruto came up with a strategy like that. He laughed a bit, man, glad he's with us. Gaara merely watched his friend as the dust was now gone. He closed his eyes and nodded. Naruto had come up with a strategy on the fly, just like always, and just like all of them, they usually worked. Gaara noticed that the Inuzuka boy seemed a bit miffed that Naruto had pulled such a simple yet shrewd maneuver. Now, Naruto just had to find the moment to strike. Kakashi just returned from helping Sasuke with his seal. He was still a bit shaken from what happened a few minutes ago, but it worked out in the end. He made sure that the Hokage was informed as well of what happened, thank goodness that Jiraiya was in Konoha. Flashback. Okay, just try to relax, Sasuke. It's not the most comfortable of feelings when suppressing the seal, but it's worth the trouble in the long run. Spoke the legendary Toad Sannin. After seeing the battle between Sasuke and Yoroi, he knew that the curse mark was starting to act up. He left to meet up with Kakashi, and performed the sealing process on the Uchiha. Kakashi watched from a distance as a few symbols around the older ninja and his students, and a green light filled the area. Sasuke winced as pain racked throughout his body while Jiraiya applied a seal to Sasuke's left shoulder near the neck where the curse mark was, but he bared with it. Soon, a small seal around the curse mark was visible. There, it's finished. Good thing you were able to hold it back so well, Sasuke. He walked in front to face the boy. Now, in order for that seal to work, you yourself have to have the will to refuse the power of the curse mark. It's only as strong as your will. Got it? It may be taxing on your body at first, but as long as you rely on your own power and deny the curse mark, it should be fine. Kakashi got up from his position on a pillar. Very well. Sasuke, we should take you to a recovery room and let you rest. Sasuke nodded, and got up. A chuckle could be heard throughout the dark chamber, and Kakashi and Jiraiya both looked around. Well, I never expected to see you here, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage turned in a random direction, and was now staring down with a person he hadn't spoken to in many years, Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin laughed. Oh, you speak as though we're enemies, old friend. Kakashi stood in front of Sasuke. What are you doing in Konoha? Ah, that would be giving away the surprise, wouldn't it, Kakashi? I guess I can tell you a little. He smirked as he laid eyes on the black-haired boy, who glared. I have come for Sasuke, but I don't think that will be necessary, he'll come to me in the end anyway. How could you, Orochimaru? Jiraiya said, and he began to gather chakra into a palm, and it soon formed into a small, rotating sphere of power that was the size of a softball. Kakashi made a reikiri and looked at Orochimaru as he lifted his Hitai-Ite. My, such killer intent. I do believe I overstayed my welcome. Orochimaru slowly vanished, but his voice continued to echo, Sasuke will come to me in due time. I can give him the power he needs. A sinister laughter was all that remained, and Jiraiya dispelled his Rasengan as Kakashi discontinued his lightning jutsu and covered his Sharingan. We should inform the Hokage, he'll want to know of this. Kakashi spoke, and Jiraiya nodded. I'll get on that. Take Sasuke to a recovery room and get 2 Anbu to watch him at all times until he's fully recovered. Jiraiya added, and without another word, vanished in a swirl of smoke. Right, Sasuke, don't worry, we've got this under control, okay. I'll make sure to let the Anbu know of what's going on. You should be able to leave within a day or so from the hospital. The Cycloptic Junin spoke, I'll be sure to let Sakura, and Naruto, know how you are, okay. Sasuke nodded tiredly, and walked with the Junin out of the chambers over to the recovery room. End flashback. Kakashi watched Naruto on the ground below, and a small smile appeared from under his mask. Looks like you've grown quite a bit, Naruto. I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Kakashi covered up his Sharingan again after taking a brief look at Naruto. The boy seemed to be using the basic henge for this battle. If all went accordingly, then this was cakewalk for Naruto from here on out. What the heck? Kiba growled as he saw not one, but 2 copies of himself looking at him. He sniffed the air, and laughed. That was clever, but your smell is still the same. He quickly punched one of the Kiba replicas, and smirked as the faker was knocked to the ground. Kiba watched as the smoke from the henge being dispelled was made, but what he saw made him do a double take. The Kiba he had struck turned out to be Akamaru as the smoke cleared. He turned to the other Kiba, and growled, "That's it. Your history." He socked the other Kiba faker in the face, and watched as they went tumbling to the ground, only to also turn out to be Akamaru. Kiba stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what happened. Then he realized this Naro guy had done a henge as he was hit, and turned into Akamaru. Too bad he didn't realize it sooner. "Now it's my turn," Naruto yelled, and Kiba looked up to see Naruto running at him with incredible speed. Before he could dodge, Naruto elbowed Kiba in the stomach. Kiba let out a ragged breath, and Naruto used the same arm he elbowed with to smash Kiba in the face with the back of his fist. Naruto then used his other arm to palm thrust Kiba in the sternum, and for a finishing blow, reverse heel kicked Kiba between the shoulder and neck, efficiently knocking him out. Naruto stood straight, and let out a breath. He turned to Hayate, and the Chunin exam proctor looked over Kiba before nodding. The winner of this match is Naro Uzaki. A cheer was heard from Temari, and a few clapped, even the Hokage. Baki nodded to his student as Naruto headed up the steps. "That was a great performance, Naro. You did well with your techniques, and I have to admit that final taijutsu move was fairly good for something you made up on the spot." Naruto grinned, and was about to reply when he was glomped by a pair of arms. "That's the way to do it, Naro," Temari said as she grinned at her shorter boyfriend. "You didn't even have to go all the way with your wind techniques that time." Naruto blushed as Kankuro snickered and Gaara gave a small smirk upon seeing Naruto being bear-hugged by their older sister. Naruto didn't mind her affection though. "Right, now, for our next match." Hayate turned to the screen. "Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga, please come down the floor so we may begin." Neji unfolded his arms, and calmly walked down the stairs. Hinata frowned, but felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see it was her sensei, Kurenai Yuahi. "Hinata, just believe in yourself, and you'll define." "Right, Kurenai-sensei," she said quietly, and walked down the steps. She kept her head down, but then realized that she was being watched by her sensei and the others. She took in a deep breath, and looked up. "Well, it seems fate has decided that we are to battle, Hinata-sama." Neji spoke with a slight edge. Hinata looked down again, and tried to keep herself from cowering away. Hayate looked to the two, and nodded. He coughed a bit, then spoke, "Begin match." Neji made no move, and simply kept same stance of looking at his younger cousin with contempt. "It's a pity that the heir to the main family is so weak. You were destined to face me though, and I will prove to you once and for all that the main family members are fools to have decided on you to be their successor." He activated his Byakugan, and spoke, with more iciness in his voice. "Fate is cruel to many. I for instance have been forced to be put in the branch family, and in turn am a mere slave in their eyes." Hinata felt herself tremble, but something inside her felt pity for her older cousin. She knew the details behind the caged bird seal, and how the main family seemed to abuse its power over the branch family. Hinata didn't agree with it, and in a way, she didn't blame Neji for his anger. He was talented, and she wouldn't deny that. "Neji, I'm sure that you can change your life around, if you only try." Neji growled, "You just don't get it, do you? We are tied by fate. There is no escaping it. The strong overpower the weak, and that is that. Today I will show you what I mean." Hinata realized there was no way to placate his anger, and she too activated her bloodline. As she crouched low, she saw Neji run at her. The two were soon locked in a combat of Juken, and for brief seconds chakra was visible whenever the two exchanged and blocked each other's blows. It went on like this for a few moments, and Hinata was soon finding herself fatigued. She simply couldn't fight against Neji in terms of endurance. Neji glared at her, his Kekai Genkai staring at her as she did likewise. "You see. It's impossible to change yourself. You will forever be weaker than me, and that is that. You will always be that scared little girl who could never stand up for herself, and always relied on others to care for her." Neji delivered a tap to her shoulder, and Hinata felt her arm go numb. She forced her arm up, and went back into her stance. "Why, you're wrong. Neji, I believe it is you who is afraid. You're afraid to let go of what has happened, and lie to yourself by saying that there is now a way for a person to change who they are." She gave him a smile. "I will prove you wrong. Neji. Today, I will not run away. I will show you that I can change." Neji felt his temper rise, and he began another vicious barrage of attacks. Hinata tried her best to dodge and block, but it wasn't helping any. She felt Neji jab her in the stomach, in the left bicep, then the right shoulder, then the lower left part of her abdomen. She fell to the ground, and coughed up blood. "No, you are wrong, Hinata-sama. People can never change. Now, give up, while you still can. Neji deactivated his Byakugan, seeing that there was no point in continuing when she was bound to forfeit the match. Naruto was ticked. Sure, he never knew Hinata that well, but he still knew she was a nice girl from what he had seen back in his academy days. This Neji, whoever he was, must have been of the Hyuga clan too. However, he seemed to be a jerk, unlike Hinata. Then again, as far as Naruto remembered from when he was younger, almost all Hyuga are major jerks. He gripped the railing, and looked down at the girl. That jerk was telling her to give up. The nerve, hey, don't give in. Just believe in yourself. You can do it. Naruto, what are you doing? Temari whispered harshly as she looked at her blonde-haired boyfriend with a nervous glare. Are you trying to attract attention to yourself? Naruto, however, shook his head. That girl is giving it her all, and that guy is telling her she can't win, simply because she's weaker. I can't stand those kind of people. Temari nodded, and quieted down. She understood perfectly well, Naruto had been put down all his life. Of course he hated to see it happen. She looked over to Gaara and Kankuro. Kankuro shrugged with a frown, and Gaara merely narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle. Hinata heard someone shouting, and she slowly looked up to the stands to see a sand nin telling her not to give up. She activated her Byakugan, and gasped. She recognized him immediately as she looked behind that scarf with her Kekai Genkei, and those chakra coils. How many times had she sneaked around and watched him from a distance? Naruto-kun, she quietly gasped. He was alive. She felt her strength return. She turned to Neji, a weary, yet determined look on her face. I won't run, never, never again. Neji sighed. So much for using logic with her. He activated his Byakugan again, and sprinted at her. They were soon once again in a dance of Juken, and Neji was stumped on how she seemed to be doing better. He still had the advantage, but she seemed more determined this time. Finally, Hinata reached her limit, and fatigue once again settled in. Neji saw his chance, and struck her in the sternum. Hinata's eyes went wide, and she coughed a bit. She forced herself to stand, and looked to see Neji staring at her with cold indifference. Now, give up. He said. I cannot give up. She coughed. I never go back, my word. I said I would never run away, and I intend to obey my Nindo. Neji had enough. His anger was growing by the second. Injured or not, Hinata was finished in his book. He didn't bother activating his Byakugan as he ran, palm aiming for her heart. The next instant, Neji found himself surrounded by 5 others. Kurenai had put her legs around his ankle so that if he had moved another inch he would have tripped. Guy was restraining Neji's left arm while Kakashi had Neji's right held from behind. Asuma was by Neji's right side with his hands at Neji's stomach to prevent him from going any further. Hayate was in front, index and middle finger pointing at Neji's head so that he would have tipped over embarrassingly if he had continued. Come on, Neji. I told you to forget about the main family issue while taking the exam. Guy said in a rare serious tone. Neji growled, but relaxed after seeing that he couldn't continue unless he wished to be beaten to the ground. Medics were called in, and they immediately put the still conscious Hinata on a stretcher. She coughed a bit, but was otherwise better than she may have ended up had Neji been more brutal during the fight. However, she was physically unable to continue, making Neji the winner. Hayate coughed a bit. Neji Hyuga is the winner of the match. Now then, for the next match. Hayate watched the computer screen go through the last couple of names, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Gaara nodded, and calmly walked down the steps. He looked at his opponent, and gave a nod. You are the one that helped us in the Forest of Death, Eliar, aren't you? Rock Lee nodded. Yes, you are correct. It is a pleasure to be able to do battle with you, Gaara of the Desert. Gaara nodded, and gave a small smirk. Naro tells me your taijutsu is your main skill, since you cannot mold chakra like other ninja. Is this true? Rock Lee nodded. Yes, taijutsu is my only skill, and I someday wish to prove that one can become a great shinobi even if they cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu. Gaara felt a small bit of admiration for Rock Lee's attitude. I see, that's quite interesting. Until a few months ago, I had very little skill in the area of taijutsu. I hope that this match should prove to be quite an intense one. From what I heard, your taijutsu is better than most in Konoha. Rock Lee grinned. I thank you for your compliment, but I do believe we should prepare for the match now. Of course. Gaara spoke, and he went into a stance that coordinated with the style that Naruto had dubbed as his sand fist style. Hayate took a few steps back, noticing that the two seemed anxious to start. Very well, begin. Rock Lee ran at Gaara with speed that was even greater than Naruto's. Gaara hadn't expected this, and quickly raised his sand to avoid the punch that Lee would have delivered. Almost instantly, Lee vanished from sight, and Gaara felt the air around him move to one direction thanks to his floating sand particles. He turned, and quickly ducked to avoid a kick from Lee. As Lee tried to recover, Gaara made an effort to kick the genin in the air. Lee blocked, but was caught off guard as a fist of sand came up out of nowhere, and sent Lee to the ground. Gaara jumped into the air, and was going to deliver a stomp onto the boy's stomach, but Lee backflipped to avoid the impact. Dang, that Lee guy is fast. Naruto spoke, seeing Gaara's sand having the hardest time trying to keep up with Konoha's handsome devil. Temari laughed, turning to Naruto, yeah, but he can't touch Gaara, so what's the point? Kankuro suddenly noticed something, Temari, you better take a look at the match. Temari turned to see a stream of sand trying to slam into Lee. The jumpsuit-wearing boy hopped up onto the giant statue in the arena, and Temari then heard the voice of the equally green sensei of the boy, Lee, take them off. I allow it. Right, Lee replied, and he pulled down his leg warmers to reveal weights. He untied them both, and lifted them. Oh, so he's wearing weights, what's that going? Naruto paused as the weights landed on the ground with a gigantic crash, never mind. Meanwhile, Kakashi was groaning inwardly as he looked to Guy, just how much have you taught that kid? Haha, what's the matter, Kakashi? Afraid that I'm a better teacher? Guy asked with a grin. No, it's what you taught him that I'm afraid of, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Gaara watched with mild interest as Lee removed his weights, and before Gaara could react, he felt an impact with his opponent's fist. Gaara went flying, and only thanks to his sand did he land softly. He stood up, and brought forth sand to block a punch aimed for his stomach. You've gotten faster. Lee laughed, I have. It is all a part of my training. With those weights no longer on, I can move much easier and faster. Well, don't think that will give you the advantage. Speed isn't the only thing in a battle. Gaara formed a few shuriken with his sand, Suna shuriken. Gaara then threw the sand-made projectiles at Lee with great speed. Lee dodged all of them, but didn't have a chance to avoid the wall of sand that appeared. He was sent flying into a wall, and as the sand came crawling back to Gaara, the Suna nin spoke, you see, with sand, anything is possible for me. Lee got up, and went back into his stance. It seems that you have a great talent with sand manipulation, Gaara. I too, have a few tricks up my sleeve. Gaara made a move to have his sand pile up on the green-clad ninja, but suddenly found it harder to control. He thought back on the encounter with that Orochimaru, and nodded, looks like that attack on my seal is causing an irregularity in my chakra control. Gaara found himself caught up in a whirlwind all of a sudden as Lee began to run around the sand user. Gaara went into a stance, preparing to defend. The next thing he knew, he was kicked into the air. He went wide-eyed as he heard a voice from behind, it looks like I'll have to end it like this, Gaara. Suddenly, Gaara found himself wrapped in bandages. What was going on? Oh boy, Naruto said, knowing what would happen next. He remembered seeing this move in the battle against those sound nin. Lee yelled out, Omit Renge. And the two combatants crashed to the floor. Lee jumped from the dust with an spinning aerial flip, and landed on his feet. He seemed a bit tuckered out from that maneuver, but remained standing. What the heck was that? Kankuro asked, looking at the giant crater that was the result from this Lee's attack. Yeah, that bushy brow guy has awesome taijutsu. Naruto laughed nervously, and looked back at the match. He noticed that Gaara's motionless figure began to crumble apart, and Naruto laughed. Of course Gaara wouldn't be taken down that easily. Lee watched as Gaara crumbled into a pile of sand, and Lee, despite failing to injure his opponent, grinned, you truly are a great adversary, Gaara. I haven't fought against someone like you ever before. Gaara erupted from the ground, and wrapped Lee in a layer of sand as he calmly walked over to the youthful ninja. Indeed, I agree. Your speed and strength are something I have only experienced to a certain degree. You, however, rely solely on your stamina and physical strength to have such speed and endurance. That is quite remarkable. Gaara then ran at Lee and with surprising power, sent Lee flying through the cocoon of sand and into a wall. Again, Lee got up. Lee was immediately knocked down by a stream of sand, and Gaara once again called it back. I can tell from the way you fight that you don't surrender, so I take it that I will have to defeat you in order to win this match and not ask you to forfeit. Gaara spoke. Lee nodded, yes, my nindo won't allow me to back down from a challenge. I must prove myself to everyone that I am a great ninja in my own right. Lee, for the third time, took his stance, now, come. Gaara wasted no time, and while running at Lee, sent two separate streams of sand towards the green-wearing shinobi. Lee dodged one, then the other, and blocked Gaara's kick with a knee. He quickly sent Gaara back, and then ran at him again. As Gaara got up, he looked to see Lee coming. He decided to wait, and as Lee was about to deliver a powerful spinning kick to Gaara's right, the sand user caught it with his sand. He lifted Lee by the leg, and with a simple downward motion of his hand, sent Lee crashing to the ground. Lee let out a cry of pain, but rolled onto his feet and nodded. Very well, it seems that I must take this to the next level if I plan on beating you. Lee began to gather power, and then shouted, "Third gate, life gate. Open." Lee's skin became red from the increased blood flow in his body, and he felt himself flood with power, and his pupils went white while his hair began to flutter from the power surge. Guy grimaced as he watched his student perform the forbidden taijutsu Tekinkuru Renge, and Guy barely heard the man next to him speak as he was lost in thought. "Guy, what were you thinking? How many gates can he open?" Guy frowned at Kakashi. He currently is able to open 5 of the 8 gates. To this, Kakashi groaned, "Lee is special, Kakashi. Don't question his ability. He's been through more than you can possibly imagine to reach the level he's at right now. I believe in him." Kakashi said nothing, and continued to watch with a bit of apprehension. To know how to use the Ura Renge, that was quite something to take into account. Gaara noticed an immediate and significant increase in Lee's power. He braced himself, knowing that all that chakra swirling around the boy wasn't for show. Lee ran at Gaara with a burst of energy, and Gaara had no time to react. His sand was moving very sluggishly, much to the Sunanin's disappointment, and he was weighed down by the gourd on his back. He found himself kicked square in the jaw, and was sent flying upwards. Lee wasted no time, and shouted again, "Fourth gate, wound gate. Open." Lee jumped into the air, and was almost instantaneously face to face with the airborne Gaara. Gaara tried to block with sand, but was sent flying downwards by a fist, or a foot. He didn't know, and before he could even comprehend falling downwards, he was sent upwards, the left, then right, up, right, left, down, right, left, up, down, left. Gaara felt his body screaming in pain. He only registered once as being like when he fought Naruto. No, this was worse. He opened his eyes a bit, and gasped, "What?" Lee was face to face with Gaara yet again. Now then. Time to finish this. Ura Renge. Gaara felt Lee slam his fist into Gaara's abdomen, and he was sent rocketing downward. He waited for impact, but was surprised to see that he was connected to one of Lee's bandages. He immediately realized he was in for more pain. How? Lee felt his muscles begin to tear, but he had gone too far to stop. Fifth gate, limit gate. Open. Lee yanked Gaara back up with the bandages, and with a might palm thrust to the chest, sent Gaara down to the ground. The arena shook, and Gaara's sand armor cracked quite a bit. He looked to see Lee land, fatigued beyond capable movement of the body. Gaara tried to move his sand, but once again the control he normally had on it was hindered. He forced more chakra into his sand, and finally got it moving. Lee, while tired beyond belief, noticed the approaching sand slowly moving towards him. He tried to crawl away, but felt the encroaching sediment wrap around him. For a brief moment, Gaara thought of breaking Lee's arm and leg, crushing them to be precise, but then he thought of what Naruto had once told him. Harming and killing others was a horrible way to prove your existence. He knew this now. He was here to prove that he was strong enough to serve his village and protect those close to him, not kill or severely harm his opponents. He hoisted Lee into the air by his arm and leg. Even with his muscles torn, Lee forced an arm out to reach for a kunai to cut at the tendrils of sand. "Lee, why do you fight so hard?" Gaara asked, forcing himself to a kneeling position as he struggled to maintain control of his sand, which could let go of Lee any second. "Why do you continue when I have you at my mercy?" Lee forced a grin on his face. "Because I fight to prove that hard work and determination can overcome anything, and to prove that I am a worthy shinobi of the Hidden Leaf." Gaara nodded, and wrapped a bit more sand around Lee's body. "You're an admirable opponent, Rock Lee. I think I understand what you mean, to some degree anyway. However, I must end this." Gaara, with of his wrist downwards, sent the cocoon of sand surrounding Lee to the floor, just fast enough to knock him out. Hayate walked over to Lee as Gaara brought his sand back into his gourd. Lee was unconscious, but otherwise would be fine. The winner of this match is Gaara. As the medical shinobi came to take Lee to the recovery, Guy sighed. Lee put up an amazing performance, considering who his opponent was. "I've heard of that Gaara, he's quite powerful." Kakashi sighed. "Guy, I swear, that could have ended much worse." Guy laughed. "What? You act as though Lee could have had his left arm and leg crushed to pieces." He grinned. "Lee's tough. He may have not passed the exam, but he proved that the power of youth is strong in him." He smiled as his teeth gave off a shiny gleam. Kakashi shook his head. Guy was a real nutcase sometimes. "Excuse me," spoke a calm voice, and the two looked to see none other than Gaara of the desert behind them. "Are you the sensei of Rock Lee?" Guy gave him a grin. Yosh. That's correct. You put on quite a show in that fight of yours. Great work. He gave Gaara his nice guy pose. Gaara didn't know what to make of it, but continued. You've taught him well. I just wish for you to tell him that his fight with me has taught me a bit more about my purpose for getting stronger. Thank you. Gaara then walked off to join his group. Kakashi and Guy both looked to the quiet boy, and the Sharingan wielder was the first to speak. That was interesting. Guy, you heard about him, haven't you? Guy was serious for a moment. Yes. He's completed a lot of A-rank missions, on his own. His reputation seems quite different from what he's displayed today. Kakashi nodded while looking over to see that Naruto was running over to congratulate Gaara. Kakashi smiled, realizing what may have changed the ruthless Gaara of the desert to be so calm. The final match of the preliminary rounds was between Choji and Dosu. Choji had received some motivation to fight from Asuma. If he won, he'd be treated to a meal of all-you-can-eat barbecue. Hayate coughed a bit, and nodded to both of the contenders. Right. For the final match, Dosu Kinuta vs Choji Akamichi. He looked at the two, and took a few steps back. Begin fight. Choji immediately made a hand seal and shouted, Baika no Jutsu. Dosu jumped away in time to avoid getting rolled over by a high-speed Choji Akamichi. He was still injured from the attack on his arm from the Uchiha, but he would win this. He couldn't lose to this poor excuse of a fighter. Choji rolled at him again, but unlike before, Dosu was prepared. He jumped away and watched as Choji smashed into a wall behind where Dosu was just moments ago. Choji would have gotten out in due time, but Dosu wasn't going to allow it. He winced in pain, but forced his arm forward and with a simple flick of his finger on his melody arm, caused sound to vibrate throughout Choji's body. Gua! Choji groaned, and went back to normal size as his head felt like it was spinning. Hayate walked over to Choji, and confirmed him unable to battle. Shikamaru sighed, well, at least he put up a fight. Ino laughed, oh well, he's still our Choji either way. Maybe we should have offered to pay for a week's worth of barbecue trips though. Asuma laughed, Ino, not even all of our budgets put together could allow for that. Soon the 9 finalists were standing before the Hokage and Hayate while Anko had a clipboard in her hands. The Hokage coughed to get their attention. Now then, to explain the Chunin finals. In 1 month's time, the 9 of you will be competing in the village's stadium to prove your skills as a shinobi. These matches are watched by people from all over the land, so keep that in mind as you represent your respective villages. You've all done a fine job today, and I look forward to seeing all of you in a month's time. In the meantime, you will all be given break from your duties to train, so put that time to good use. Are there any questions? Shikamaru raised his hand. Yeah, actually, I have one. There's 9 of us, but only 2 can fight per match. That means someone will be left out of the first match and someone else will be doing twice as much fighting as the others in the beginning. The Hokage nodded, that is correct. The layout for the exams will be as follows: Naro Uzaki vs Neji Hyuga. Gaara no Sabaku vs Dosu Kinuta. Kankuro no Sabaku vs Shino Aburame. Shikamaru Nara vs Temari no Sabaku. Sasuke Uchiha will be facing off the victor of the match between Gaara and Dosu, and then it will progress with the winners of the matches facing each other. However, keep in mind that you will be judged as you fight, and may be given the rank of Chunin even if you lose based on your performance. On the other hand, none of you may advance. As unlikely as that sounds, it's always possible. Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, and took in a heavy breath. Baki-sensei had given them the night off as a reward for doing so well today, even if he was expecting it the whole time from them. Naruto had his arms behind his head while wearing his usual attire along with the scarf. He was tired, but hungry too. He stopped in at Ichiraku, and ordered 1 meal to go. He brought it up to the roof of his old apartment, and with a quiet, "Itadakimasu," began to eat. Oh how he missed ramen. Nice job today, Naruto. Naruto didn't even turn around as he chewed on the noodles. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. The gears slowly turned, and he wheeled around to face the masked shinobi, Ga. Kakashi smiled behind his mask, and squatted down to face Naruto. So, looks like you have some explaining to do. Hey. Naruto set down his ramen, and began a long-winded story of how he ended up being in Konoha with a Sunagakure Hitai-ite. Kakashi had been sitting with his missing student for over an hour and a half when they realized the sun was gone now. He got up, and looked to Naruto. Well, if it helps you feel any better, the Hokage knows about you being here, and he's not angry. Kakashi gave Naruto a rare smile, even if it was hidden, to his blonde-haired student. We're just glad you're okay, Naruto. We would like this cleared up after the exams are over though. Naruto got up and nodded, right. Who all knows about this besides the old man, Sakura, Sasuke, and you? Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought. I believe Jiraiya-sama knows as well. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He was taught by the Hokage, Naruto. He's one of the Sannin. Naruto shrugged. Okay. I think I'll be staying in Fire Country with my team during the month to train though. Kakashi nodded. Sounds fine to me. Listen, I won't be around that often starting tomorrow. I'm going to be helping Sasuke prepare for the exams. Do you have someone to help you out? Naruto thought about Baki, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, and nodded. Even if they were going to be opponents, they would still help train if needed. Yeah, I'm good. Kakashi stretched a bit, right then. Naruto, I'm proud of you. I really wish you hadn't left us, but you've proven how much you've grown up since you started out as a genin. I expect an amazing match from you in a month's time. The Junin then gave a final nod, and waved goodbye before disappearing with a puff of smoke. He yawned a bit, and headed back to the hotel where his team was staying at. As Naruto walked into his room, he saw Kankuro, with his hood removed, fixing Karasu while Gaara was watching with mild interest. The two looked up, and Kankuro spoke. Temari said to meet her in her room. She wanted to talk to you about something. Naruto nodded, and headed over to Temari's room. He knocked, and a "come in" was heard from inside. Naruto opened the door, and was greeted by a pair of arms wrapping around him. Where were you? Temari asked with mock hurt in her voice. I wanted to go for a walk around Konoha with you. Naruto laughed as he hugged his girlfriend back. Sorry, I got hungry and went to get some ramen. I met up with Kakashi-sensei as well, and I basically told him since I left Wave Country. Temari got tense. What did he say? He said he was proud of me, and that he was glad to see me again. He wants to have a few things resolved after the exams are over, but he didn't go into detail on that. Temari decided to avoid any further questioning for now, and rested her chin on Naruto's head as the two sat on the bed. I'm bored. Naruto laughed. Well, if you want, I can show you the best view in all of Konoha. Temari raised an eyebrow. Oh really? She leaned closer. Is it a well-hidden part of the Hokage monument, by any chance? Naruto sweat a bit. Sort of. It's really pretty to look down at Konoha from where it is though. I never showed you my favorite part on the Hokage monument yet, and I think you would enjoy it. Temari placed a kiss on Naruto's lips, a chaste peck, and got up. Well, come on, I'm all ready to go. What are we waiting for? Naruto got up with a grin on his face, and headed out with the older blonde-haired girl by his side. He really hoped she'd like the view of Konoha from the Hokage monument like he always did. A single Suna genin ran through the halls of the village hall, breathing heavily as he did so. He had done what needed to be done, and was more than positive that he succeeded with the mission. He had been told to send a message wayward for Konoha that something was amiss in Suna. Odo spies had been captured, and information had been given, but Suna was smart enough to act like it didn't know. The genin basically had taken a suicide mission, sent a message of Odo spies in the hidden sand and their case cage being assassinated to the council, while actually sending the real message with a bird towards Konoha. The sound of steel flying through the air was heard, and the genin let out a last cry of life before falling dead with a kunai in his spine, right next to the skull. Two Odo nin appeared from the shadows, and one examined the body. The kid's got something in his hands. The sound nin spoke, and he opened it to reveal a scroll. He unraveled it, and let out a grunt of amusement. It's a good thing we decided to follow this guy, looks like he found out about Lord Orochimaru's plan. The other shinobi nodded. We should report this to command. We can't afford to let any other word of this get out. The two heaved up the body, cleaned the blood stain, and with a hand seal, disappeared to dispose of the body and report their findings. The Suna genin may have died, but the message he sent tied to a hawk that was now a good 3 hours from Suna by foot for a shinobi was carrying a message that would change the course of history for Suna and her ally the Hidden Leaf forever. Something was wrong in Suna, and the word had been sent. Chap. 14. Lessons from the Toad Hermit. Are you serious? What do you mean you can't help me train? Naruto said at breakfast the following morning of the preliminaries. Baki sighed. Naruto, I've been given specific orders to help Temari improve her wind techniques by the case cage himself. Naruto gave his sensei a flat look, like she needs the help. I'm the one who's in need of wind jutsu training. Gaara, who had made a decent omelet for himself, looked over to his blonde-haired companion. I can help you train. Naruto stopped eating his toast, and was silent. Wait, you can use wind techniques. Gaara shook his head, not to the same extent as you and Nei-chan. I can help you train in other areas though. Jutsu isn't the only thing required of a ninja in battle. Gaara gave a small smile. Besides, you're the best at helping me with my taijutsu work. Naruto seemed to understand. The two had practiced with each other before. Usually it ended with Naruto having sand in places he preferred not talking about and Gaara having a few black and blue marks from Naruto's overwhelming strength and shadow clone attacks, even if Gaara was using his sand armor. At least it would kill a few hours, though he really hoped it wouldn't end up destroying a few buildings like last time. Oh, how angry the shop owners had been at the two back in Suna after Naruto decided to test his Winjutsu outside of the Sabaku estate. I guess we could. I think I have a good place in mind as well. Naruto replied with a grin. 20 minutes later found Naruto and Gaara outside of the hot spring area. Naruto claimed it would help them work on combat over water, and Gaara had no objections. The two were practicing basic taijutsu on the steamy waters when the two heard something. It sounded like giggling. The only reason they noticed was because the area was otherwise relatively quiet. You hear that, too? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded. The two jumped out of the water, and quietly walked over to the source of the giggling. Naruto and Gaara soon found themselves facing the back of a man with a mane of white hair. He was squatting down, looking through a peephole that most likely showed the inside of the women's bathhouse. Gaara frowned, but Naruto had a completely different reaction. That's the man I met outside of Fire Country's borders, the one who gave me those scrolls. Naruto thought as he tensed up. Jiraiya turned, and frowned at the two Jinchuriki boys. Naruto decided to play this cautiously, act like you never seen the man, and play dumb if needed. What do you brats want? I'm busy, he said in an annoyed tone. In truth, Jiraiya was happy to see the boy that he had planned on finding before him. Gaara decided to speak. In Suna, peeping in on others within private quarters is a great offense. Jiraiya shrugged. Hey, well, Konoha's different. Not in the aspect of being punished for peeping in on women within a bathhouse. Gaara replied. Jiraiya chuckled while standing up to face the boys. Oh. What are you going to do about it? Gaara looked to Naruto, and the two nodded before going into stances. Jiraiya smirked, and put away a notebook and pen. Do you even know who I am? Naruto shook his head. Does it matter? A pervert is a pervert, and you qualify for that title. A moment later, the two found themselves staring at the walls of the bathhouse, the Sannin gone from sight. Man, you two are slow. I could have knocked you both out and neither of you would have known what happened. Jiraiya spoke from behind. The two boys spun around, and jumped back. Naro, this guy is definitely a shinobi. Gaara spoke, uncorking his gourd. Naruto nodded, and began to make the seals for his famous shadow clone technique. Just as they were about to attack, Jiraiya bit his thumb and went through a few seals before yelling, Kuchio's no jutsu. A giant plume of smoke filled the area, and it cleared to show Jiraiya standing on a large toad that was at least 11 feet in height. You two really don't know who I am. Jiraiya laughed, and went into the oddest stance the two boys had ever seen. I am the hermit of Mount Mayuboko. The most handsome man to have ever graced these lands. Women swoon over my charm, men tremble in my greatness. I am Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin. Gaara nodded. So, you are Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Gaara looked to Naruto. I hate to say this, but if we actually fought him, we'd be beaten easily. He put his cork back on his gourd, and Naruto reluctantly got out of his stance. Jiraiya nodded. You two are from Hidden Sand, I remember watching the two of you fight at the preliminaries. Not bad. He hopped off his toad, and it disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Naruto looked at him as Jiraiya looked over the two. I guess I could train you too. I've got nothing better to do now that I've finished researching. Naruto raised an eyebrow. We never asked for any training from you. Ha ha ha. Boy, I don't train just anyone. You have to earn the right to be taught by me. Jiraiya replied, and looked at the blonde. Did you know that I am the one responsible for teaching the Yondaime Hokage? Naruto couldn't hold back the surprise in his eyes. His cloth around his face even appeared to show a mouth gaping open in amazement. No way. Jiraiya nodded. Yes, I am. In fact, he was one of the few students I ever taught. Gaara spoke calmly. What could you possibly teach us that we are capable of learning at our current level? Jiraiya rubbed his chin. You'll have to find out. Naruto, while he was curious, didn't want to risk being found out. Wait, didn't Kakashi say there was a fourth person who knew of Naruto's identity being hidden? He looked at the Sannin. What if we don't want your training? Jiraiya smirked. Naruto's voice gave away suspicion. Might as well tell them, if you don't let me train you, then I guess I'll just have to let all the Anbu know that you're actually Naruto Uzumaki, not Naro Uzaki, and that you've been missing for a couple of months from Konoha now. Gaara had his gourd uncorked again, and sand had shot at Jiraiya. However, Gaara once again found it hard to keep his sand moving, and eventually it fell to the ground, motionless. Jiraiya already knew of Gaara's situation. Jiraiya never imagined he'd be talking to two Jinchuriki in his lifetime, yet here he was, Gaara no Sabaku. I know about your situation as well with being the container of the Shukaku. You and Naruto share a common trait it seems. However, it seems that your sand is becoming difficult for you to move. Gaara stopped his attack, how can you tell? Jiraiya smiled, I can feel the irregularity in your chakra flow when you use the sand in your gourd. Jiraiya walked up to the sand user, and gave him a stern look, pull your shirt up. Naruto was first to speak this time, hey. What do you think you're doing asking Gaara to lift up his shirt? Isn't being a pervert enough? Jiraiya shot Naruto a look of disbelief, what are you? Jiraiya suddenly was aware of what the blonde meant, no. I didn't mean it like that. Gaara thought back to that Orochimaru attacking him in the abdomen with some kind of weird technique that seemed to be the cause of the chakra irregularity. He lifted up his shirt and spoke, now what? Jiraiya examined the seal on his stomach. Surprisingly, it was very similar to the one that Minato had used, except for a few distinct differences in the center of the Fuinjutsu mark. There were also a few key differences in the outside sealing marks. Those differences were enough though that the Shinigami was not involved in the sealing. Also, it gave Gaara portions of the Shukaku's powers, but unlike Minato's sealing method, where the Kyuubi was separated from Naruto in almost all aspects aside from the steady leak of chakra into the blonde's own chakra, Gaara and Shukaku were in a sense, attached to each other, intertwined together to the point where the demon affected Gaara even outside of battle. It also was what allowed the Shukaku to protect Gaara with its sand. On the outside of Gaara's seal were three distinct sealing marks that were not supposed to be there. Orochimaru's doing, no doubt. He heard of the snake Sannin being around the forest of death. That wasn't good, and was nothing short of an ill omen for the hidden leaf. Orochimaru really did a decent job on this one. Considering the complexity of your seal, Gaara, he really messed the chakra flow up quite a bit. Jiraiya looked to the red head, however, I can probably fix it. Gaara nodded, and watched as Jiraiya looked at the sealing job done by Orochimaru carefully. Hey, Ero Sennin, you can help Gaara, right? Naruto asked with some concern in his voice. Jiraiya turned to face the blonde, what did you call me? Well, you are a hermit of sorts, and you are pervert. Jiraiya shook his head, and returned to studying Gaara's seal, okay, I think I know what to do. I'll have to deactivate the seals in the opposite order in which they were delivered, and there's only a certain spot I can contact in order for it to work. The Toad Sage looked to the sand user, count to 5, and then brace yourself. Gaara nodded, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Jiraiya quickly delivered 3 precise blows to Gaara's abdominal area, sending the sand user flying back. What the hell? He didn't even get to 4. Naruto yelled, pointing at the white-haired man. If I had hit after 5 seconds, then he would have tensed up, and that would have caused problems in deactivating the seal done to his Biju seal. Jiraiya answered innocently. Gaara got up, and groaned a bit, was it necessary to hit me so hard? My sand armor never even got a chance to react. Jiraiya nodded, yes it was. Try using your sand now. Gaara uncorked his gourd for a 3rd time, and moved a strain of sand around. He let it float around, and molded it to different shapes before nodding, it seems that I've recovered my powers over sand completely. Thank you. Jiraiya nodded, don't mention it. Now, seeing as you two are both capable of walking on water, I think I can start with training the two of you. Why would you train us though? We're not from Konoha. Gaara inquired, not sure what logic the older man was using to determine training the two. Okay. Jiraiya shrugged, I don't know. I guess I'm bored, and you two have potential. Again, Gaara, I want that boulder completely gone this time. Gaara nodded, Doden, Yomi Numa. Naruto and Jiraiya watched as a bubbling pool of muddy water appeared from the ground. A boulder standing on the ground above it began to sink, and Gaara focused more chakra in his technique. Within a minute's time, the boulder was completely gone. Gaara dispelled the technique, and the mud disappeared, taking the boulder with it. It was quite a surprise to Naruto to find that Gaara had an affinity to earth style, considering he only remembered Gaara ever using wind style outside of his sand powers in battle. Jiraiya explained that the Shukakao was the reason behind the wind style techniques, but Gaara himself had an affinity to earth moves. Jiraiya had decided that Gaara was worthy of learning Jiraiya's A-rank Yomi Numa technique. Gaara had plenty of chakra for it, and his control was almost flawless in regards to using earth moves. Naruto asked if he'd be able to learn anything in the A-rank category. Jiraiya wouldn't tell him, but Naruto would receive different training, later. For now, Naruto, I'm going to teach you how to summon. I already can summon. Watch. Naruto went through a series of seals, Tora, Tatsu, Habi, Tori, Tatsu, Habi, Tori. Kuchio's no jutsu. A puff of smoke revealed Naruto crouching with a weasel on his shoulders, holding a sickle in its paws. Jiraiya smirked, well, I'll be. You've signed the weasel contract. Hey, I haven't heard of anyone using that contract in years. I imagine that Temari girl taught you this. Naruto nodded. Kamatari let me summon his contract while I was in Suna. He uses wind power like I do. Kamatari eyed over Jiraiya with his one visible eye. Hey, Naruto, who's the old guy? That's Jiraiya. He wants to teach me how to summon, so I wanted to show him my skills in summoning. I don't need to learn another, do I? Naruto replied with a grin. Kamatari's eye widened a bit. You're Jiraiya. Well, I'll be. You're the one who discovered those old toads and their contract, huh? Jeesh, everyone's heard of you in the summoning world. Jiraiya had the decency to look embarrassed. Well, it's an honor to know that I'm well known by other summons. Anyway, I was hoping you'd allow me to teach Naruto how to summon the toads if it's not against your contract. Kamatari rubbed a paw under his chin. I suppose it's okay. Gamabunta and I have no quarrels with each other. I really have no alliance with his clan, but I don't see how this could cause problems. Kamatari nodded. It's fine by me. Jiraiya nodded. Good, then it's settled. Biting his thumb again, Jiraiya made the proper seals and summoned a toad about the size of a large horse. Okay, Naruto, just sign the contract here and you'll be able to summon toads. The toad that had been summoned unfurled its tongue. A large scroll could be seen at the end of the toad's tongue, and Naruto looked at it. This the scroll. It's huge. Well, the Toad clan is one of the more powerful summon clans known, so it would make sense that they have a larger scroll. Kamatari replied, deciding to stay around. After putting his fingerprints in blood and giving his signature on the scroll, the toad vanished. Okay, now, Naruto. Summon a toad like I showed you. Remember, the larger the amount of chakra, the larger the toad you'll summon. Try and go for one the size of a small house. Naruto nodded. Okay then. Kuchio's no jutsu. A puff of smoke covered the area where Naruto had slammed his hand down, and everyone watched as it cleared. After a few seconds, a voice spoke, Yo. Naruto's right eye twitched. Who the heck are you? Jiraiya gave Naruto a blank expression. Naruto. I said a house-sized toad, not Gamakichi. Hey, Jiraiya. Long time, no see. Waved Gamakichi with a webbed hand. Who's the brat? Brat. Naruto growled, rolling up his sleeves while clenching his hands into fists. Why I? This is Naruto Uzumaki, the newest summoner of the Toad contract. Jiraiya explained, and Gamakichi looked at the blonde. Do you have a treat for me? Gamakichi asked, giving Naruto a hopeful smile. A treat? No. Gamakichi deflated. HMMPH, figures. Next time you summon me, make sure you have something for me to snack on. With that, Gamakichi disappeared in a plume of smoke. Gaara, who had been watching from a few feet back, spoke, Naruto, that toad was no bigger than a small dog. Naruto growled, hey, I don't see you summoning animals. Gaara shrugged, I have no need for a summoning contract. However, I believe that while you can summon Kamatari easily, it's because he appears based on the seals and blood you draw, not the chakra output. Kamatari nodded. He has a point, Naruto. You've got to measure the amount of chakra you let out when summoning contracts with more that involve more than just one single individual. Jiraiya sighed. Okay, let's try this again, Naruto. This time, I want you to put in as much chakra as possible. 3 hours had passed since Naruto had signed the contract with the Toads. Gaara had taken his leave, stating that he would be at the hotel getting dinner for himself. Naruto grumbled as he sat on the ground near a new location after the hot springs had complained to the group about too much yelling and croaking from toads. The current toad in front of him was no bigger than a small pony, still not a house-sized toad. Man, what is wrong with you? Jiraiya groaned as the toad disappeared. Is your chakra controlled at bad? Naruto gave a withered glare to the Sannin. HMMPH, I don't see you giving me any help. Jiraiya truthfully had been thinking over the boy's situation the whole while. Naruto had an extraordinary amount of chakra as it was, but he had trouble regulating it when it came summoning. That and he just couldn't put out the right amount. There was one thing Naruto didn't try yet, but Jiraiya wasn't sure if it'd be effective. Naruto, have you ever used the other chakra in your system? Naruto blinked at the older man. Other chakra. He thought for a moment. Oh, you mean that stupid fox's chakra? Yeah, twice I think. Jiraiya blinked. Really? So then you are aware of how powerful it is. Naruto nodded, yeah, but it leaves me really weak if I use it for too long. Plus the fox only seems to really give it to me when I'm in a big fight, or really angry. At least I think that's when it gives its chakra to me. Jiraiya nodded, and suddenly became serious. Well then, I think it's time we test that theory out. This is your final shot, Naruto, you're going to summon a large toad, or die. Huh, what do you? Naruto had no time to react as he was somehow shot backwards by a jab at the forehead by the Sanin's index finger. For some reason, Naruto was launched further than expected, probably from chakra he thought. He went through a few bushes, and then, looked down to see a huge ravine under him, gah. He fell through the dark ravine, panic rising up in him, not good, not good. Come on, fox, give me some chakra. Naruto felt nothing for a few moments, and then, he felt what could only be described as sheer power flow throughout his body from the seal on his belly. He bit his thumb, and yelled at the top of his lungs, Kuchio's no jutsu. Meanwhile, Jiraiya watched as a huge plume of smoke shot out from the large ravine. He felt a sudden spike in chakra, and then, Jiraiya. Why did you summon me here? Jiraiya's eyes widened ever so slightly. The kid summoned him. I said a small house, not a mansion. The Sannin took his leave, running off to avoid a potential conflict with the chief of the Toad clan. Naruto stared in wide-eyed amazement at the colossal toad that was gripping the edges of either side of the ravine. Whoa, I summoned this. Naruto jumped up and down in triumph, but his celebration was short-lived as he felt this feet wobble from the toad's movement. What the hey? Who are you? What's a snot-nosed punk like yourself doing on top of my head? Bellowed the giant toad. Naruto ran down to face the toad, now standing on its nose. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I summoned you. The blonde said with a grin, so that means you have to listen to what I say. What? You little brat, do you know who I am? I am Gamabunta, the chief toad of the Toad Summons. You dare tell me what to do? I ought to squash you right now. Naruto paled, suddenly realizing that maybe he was wrong about what he had said just before. Oh. I'm sorry. Haha, listen, I summoned you after Arrow Sennin pushed me off this ravine and… Shut up, I'm not in the mood for your excuses. Only Jiraiya could possibly have summoned me. Now where is he? Spoke the chief toad. Oh, Arrow Sennin, he's back up there. Seriously though, I summoned you. Naruto spoke, jumping up and down, causing the giant toad's nose to be irritated. Having had enough, Gamabunta jumped out of the ravine while Naruto was pinned to the skin of the toad from the sheer force of the jump. After landing, Gamabunta lit his pipe and stared at the weary form of Naruto. Hey, brat, what's your name again? Naruto got up and spoke, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I summoned you. Is that so? Naruto Uzumaki. Gamabunta nodded, as though remembering, my son, Gamakichi, told me about you. He said you're a stupid blonde kid who didn't give him a treat. The chief toad spoke with a thoughtful look. So, you were able to summon me. Very well, from now on you can be one of my minions. However, you can't be a real summoner of me until you drink some sake with me. Only then will I consider you a real partner. Naruto nodded, glad to see that things were starting to look better for him. Sure thing, you got it, boss toad. Naruto then slid down the giant toad's back, and in a massive explosion of smoke, Gamabunta vanished. Naruto grinned a bit, but then found himself tired suddenly. Used too much chakra, hey. Naruto fell over with a dull thud, face planted in the dirt. Jiraiya took the opportunity to come out from his spot behind a tree, and walked over to the boy. This kid is something else. Minato, you should see how much your boy has grown. You'd be proud. With a small smile, Jiraiya heaved the unconscious Naruto onto his shoulders, and carried him back to the hotel where he was staying at. Naruto would be fine after some rest. It was a very minor case of chakra depletion, nothing that couldn't be taken care of after some rest. It was evening when Naruto woke up. He yawned and looked around to find that he was in the room that he, Kankuro, and Gaara stayed in. He looked for his cloth mask, and tied it around his face. After doing so, he stretched a bit, and felt his back crack a little. Wonder where everyone is. Naruto thought, and walked out into the hall. He knocked on Temari's room, and found that no one was there after a moment of waiting. He walked down to Baki's room, and was about to knock when he heard voices speaking in hushed tones. We've been tricked this whole time, Hokage-sama, it seems that way at least. Spoke what sounded like Baki. Naruto pressed his ear against the door, and listened intently. There was a sigh from the third. Well, it's good to see that Suna was able to catch this before it actually happened. We'll need to prepare for this. If Otogakure plans on attacking, then we can be sure it will be when it's most inconvenient for us. Another voice spoke, Orochimaru's been acting as Cage for more than 2 months now, so you can be sure he has agents in Suna giving him constant feedback. He may already be aware that Suna is aware of your Cage's death. Jiraiya was there too, apparently. Naruto pulled back from the door slowly, and stood there. The Cage was dead, for almost 3 months. How? That Orochimaru guy was behind this. The door opened before he could react, and standing there was an Anbu, Hokage-sama, it's one of the Suna genin. Ah, send him in, please, replied Sarutobi. Naruto walked in and faced the group of 7 people, including 4 Anbu in full uniform. How much did you hear? Spoke Baki, and he looked what appeared to be a mixture of annoyance and mild concern. I heard that Suna's been fooled by Orochimaru for almost 3 months now, and that the Cage is dead, that's about it though. Naruto replied, looking at the others. He gave Sarutobi a curious look, what are we preparing for? Sarutobi looked at the Anbu and spoke, you can leave us for now. Just wait outside the hall. Hokage-sama, spoke the captain of the Anbu team. Sarutobi waved a hand, I'll be fine, just wait outside please. The 4 Anbu did as requested, and walked out to the hall and shut the door behind them, so. Naruto, what were you asking? Naruto had to remind himself that the third was aware of Naruto's situation. Well, what were you all saying about preparing for something? Baki nodded, Konoha is going to prepare to stop an invasion from Otogakure. Suna's forces are currently acting as though they are unaware of Orochimaru's plans. It's taken some careful planning, but we have a plan worked out to counter the invasion. Naruto looked around the 3 men and spoke again, do. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara know. Baki nodded, yes, they were just informed about an hour ago. We got a letter from Suna by Hawk, and it looks like the letter was written hastily. We're positive that so far, the secret of Suna being aware of the Cage's death is still unknown by Oto. Naruto nodded, oh, well, when is the invasion supposed to happen? On the day of the Chunin exam finals. Spoke the third, from what we know, the enemy will be attacking during the middle of the exams, so we've decided to go along with it to have the enemy think this invasion should succeed. Jiraiya shook his head, you can't expect Orochimaru to not be prepared for a possible counter though. He's not an idiot. Sarutobi nodded, right, well, we at least know of this invasion, and we have a month to prepare. Sarutobi pulled down his hat and smiled to Naruto, it's good to see you again, Naruto. I'm glad to see you have improved since you started as a genin. Jiraiya followed the third out, and turned to Naruto, kid, keep working on your chakra control. I'll be busy for some time, so I might not be around. We'll see each other again I'm sure though. Naruto nodded, and then looked to Baki as the door closed, so, Baki-sensei, where are? On the roof, well, Temari is at least. Gaara decided to go for a walk, and I have no clue where Kankuro is. He said something about food or something. Naruto thanked the veiled ninja and ran up to the roof. Baki would be meeting with a man named Kabuto in 2 days to pretend to discuss the plans of the invasion. He'd be sure to relay any information he got on the invasion to Konoha's officials afterwards. Temari looked up at the starry sky over Konoha. She had to admit, this place was quite beautiful. She wasn't a fan of the humidity, but the amount of plant life was a breath of fresh air for her. She would be enjoying it more if it wasn't for the news she received just an hour or so ago. She supposed that she should feel sad, but she wasn't. Her father and her had never been close, well, he hadn't been close to any of his children for as long as she could remember. He was always caught up in his duties, and trying to find new ways to bring more power to Sunagakure and such. She hardly remembered anything of her mother other than being told stories by her when she went to bed at night. She loved her mother, and she recalled that her mother loved her very much as well. That was all she could remember as far as she could tell. Other than that, she never really knew what it felt to be loved by a parent. Maybe that's why she was so happy around Naruto. He, like her, was unfamiliar with the feeling of being hugged and being told that you mean the world to someone. It was for that reason that the two didn't mind just sitting together in complete silence, just enjoying the feel of being appreciated and loved by someone you care about as well. You going to be okay, Temari-chan? Spoke the gentle voice of Naruto, who was currently holding Temari. She was lying on his lap as he ran a hand through her hair. I think so. Kankuro probably took this the hardest since he just up and left after the meeting with the Hokage and Baki-sensei. Temari replied, I'll be fine since I have you here. Hey, it's the least I can do for you, Temari. You're my most precious person, you know. Naruto replied with a small grin. She loved the title, precious person, it was almost childish to her, but the way he said it made it have a deeper meaning. It meant that she was a part of his life, and he cared deeply for her. She liked that thought, being important to someone in ways other than as a kunoichi of a hidden village. Thanks, Naruto. She spoke, and smiled up at him. So, what do we do about all this? I don't know. Baki-sensei will probably tell us in a few days. Either way, I'll do whatever it takes to stop the sound. Naruto spoke with determination. Temari yawned, and looked at her boyfriend. I know you will, just don't do anything stupid, okay? Naruto nodded, and lay down on the roof as well, both of them content in being within the other's embrace. Minutes went by like hours and eventually Temari sat up. I better get to bed. Baki-sensei's going to be putting me through more training tomorrow morning. Naruto frowned. I still don't see why he won't train me too. Temari laughed. Naruto, I heard you got training from Jiraiya of the Sannin. You know how lucky you are. Gaara said that the Earth-style techniques Jiraiya-sama gave to him are of B rank and higher, and you learned how to summon toads, which if I'm correct is quite a privilege. She ruffled his hair as he groaned. Stop complaining. Naruto got up with Temari, and spoke, I guess. I just wish that the guy wasn't such a pervert, just glad I didn't have to use my Warok no Jutsu. What? Temari asked, not hearing the last part. Haha, nothing, Temari-chan. Naruto replied with a grin. Temari gave him a frown, but didn't proceed to interrogate the boy. The two shared a kiss and walked down to their respective rooms in the hotel. Naruto was out like a light within minutes, but Temari remained awake. She smiled to herself, thinking about Naruto. I seriously wonder if there's a limit to what he can do. She decided that it was one of the many things about her blonde-haired boyfriend that she may never know. She soon drifted off to sleep as well. 2 days later. Naruto was sitting on the bank of a river as Jiraiya was writing in his little notebook. Gaara was off doing some training on his own, something about maintaining control of the Shukaku while using its powers, he didn't know for sure. As much as they were alike, Naruto understood that Gaara and he had different biju sealed in them, and they were sealed in them differently as well. Hey, Eros Sennin, when do we start training? Jiraiya frowned. Just hold your horses, kid, I'm finishing my research. He then continued to scribble notes in his little booklet while Naruto grumbled something about perverts and old men. 5 minutes later, Naruto was standing next to Jiraiya while the man rubbed his chin as though he was thinking. Naruto sighed, what? Just thinking about your abilities. I heard you know the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The Hokage said you've established a natural talent at it with the vast amount of chakra you have. I'm just wondering if I should teach you a technique that could further help your ability to make shadow clones in battle. Naruto's eyes widened, really? What is it? Jiraiya seemed to be really serious about this, he wasn't grumbling in annoyance at Naruto's impatience. He sighed, I think it'll be okay for me to teach you, it's called the Bunshin Bakua technique. Naruto's eyes widened further, the clone explosion technique. Whoa. Jiraiya nodded, whoa is right. It's an A- rank ability, and with your knack for making shadow clones, it could be a trump card for you in a tight situation during battle. Jiraiya folded his arms, okay, make 10 clones, and we'll get started. Sasuke was staring at his masked sensei, a perplexed look on his face, come again. I'm going to teach you a technique that can cut through a bolt of lightning. Kakashi replied, a cheerful look on his face, usually, this technique would be more harmful than helpful for a ninja, but since you and I have the Sharingan, it can be the perfect jutsu for a quick finish in battle. Kakashi then rolled through 3 seals like second nature without blinking, and a small spark appeared in his hands, and quickly flared to a crackling ball of lightning, the sound of its power surging in high-pitched chirps, Chidori. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and was amazed to see that it was all just a very high power surge of chakra being channeled to Kakashi's right hand, yet it was different, you changed the nature of your chakra. Actually, I have a natural affinity to lightning, but yes, that's the basic concept. You have an affinity to fire, so this may take some work on your part, however, if you nail this technique down, you'll have a very powerful jutsu at your disposal. First, however, Kakashi gave Sasuke a stern look, this technique is meant as a means of assassination, and it should never be used on allies, understood? Sasuke nodded, yes. Kakashi smiled again, good. Let's start then. Temari was standing in a clearing in the forests of Konoha, breathing a little heavy. Her fan was leaning against a tree, and Baki was looking at her with a small smile, you've done well today, Temari. Take a 10-minute break before we get started again. Temari had been training in her wind manipulation, and was learning a technique that would bring that ability to close combat usage. Temari's fight with Tenten taught her something, she wasn't the best at close combat, and if she were to face a strong opponent in that area, she'd be done for. Therefore, Baki decided to teach her the Kase no Yaiba. Temari instead stood straight, and shook her head. No, Baki-sensei, I need to continue. I'll take a break when I'm sleeping tonight. She got into a taijutsu stance that she knew, and Baki nodded before getting into a stance as well. Night came quicker than Naruto had anticipated, but he was happy with the progress he made today. He had managed to cause a good-sized crater with his new explosive jutsu. Jiraiya had said for him to meet at Training Ground 23 tomorrow for further training. Naruto decided that a bowl of ramen was in due order, even if it was late. He realized that Temari would probably yell at him for being back so late when he got to his room at the hotel, but he would bear with it. Ramen was his first priority at the moment. He turned around a corner, deciding to take a shortcut, when he heard a familiar voice. Are you certain that the sound will be able to provide enough forces? Of course, Lord Orochimaru is just as eager to crush Konoha as Suna is, after all. It's a win-win situation for both of our villages. Baki nodded. Right, then we'll proceed as planned. I trust that Suna will in turn hold its end of the bargain. Yes, Kabuto, we will make sure to leave the Hokage for Oto to take care of. Baki replied. Naruto tensed up. The sound invasion, of course. He almost forgot about that. It seems we have a visitor. Kabuto spoke, and Naruto was suddenly aware of two people behind him. Ah, you're Naruto, aren't you? Naruto whirled around, and was face to face with a young man with glasses and silver hair, along with Baki as well standing behind the stranger. Naruto glanced at Baki, who gave him a nod, which basically spoke the words, go along with it. Naruto spoke, I am. You were in the Chunin exams. Kabuto right. Kabuto smiled politely, you really do have an interesting group of students, Baki. I hardly met this kid, yet he can remember my name. Baki nodded, yes, he's an interesting kid all right, a little clumsy at times, but reliable when the time calls for it. Kabuto nodded, and turned to Baki, I trust you have already informed your students about the invasion. Baki gave nod as well, yes, all of them are aware of the plans. Good, it's important to keep everyone informed about the plans. Now, the signal will be an explosion from the west gate of Konoha, as we agreed. We'll proceed from there with the invasion. Kabuto spoke, we'll have our forces hiding among the audience at the Chunin exam stadium, so Suna can take care of the outside threats and leave the major Anbu threat inside the arena to us. Baki nodded, and turned to Naruto, I want you, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari to remain within the stadium until the enemy is eliminated, then proceed with eliminating any enemies you meet after that while heading towards the academy. Yes, Baki-sensei. Kabuto smiled, very well. I'll see you three in a few weeks then. Good luck at the finals, Naruto. And with that, the silver-haired Oto Nin disappeared into a puff of smoke. Baki signaled for Naruto to follow him. Both were quiet for a moment before Baki spoke, right. I think we're safe now. He turned to Naruto, listen, Naruto. I want you to remain training as usual until the exams come. Suna's forces will be among the Oto Nin, but when the signal is given, we'll begin attacking Otogakure's forces. What's the signal? Naruto asked. Baki smirked, Lord Jiraiya told us to wait for the appearance of a toad squashing a large snake. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but for some reason wasn't all that surprised, okay. Baki put a hand on the blonde's shoulder, it's not going to be easy, unlike us, Oto has nothing to really lose by this aside from some forces. Suna, on the other hand, has always had a low amount in numbers of shinobi. You'll have to fight with everything you've got when the time comes, understood? Naruto smiled a bit, you can count on it. Baki gave a small nod, alright, well I'm off to report to the Hokage. I suggest you keep a close eye on your surroundings for the next few days, this is Orochimaru we're dealing with, and he isn't one to let things get by him easily. Naruto headed over to Ichiraku's and had 3 bowls of miso ramen before finally paying for his fill and leaving. He eventually was walking towards the hotel when he felt a presence. He stopped, and turned around, smiling. Either you're getting rusty at stealth, or I'm just getting better at sensing others, Sakura. The pink-haired Kunoichi laughed a little as Naruto faced her, nice to see you too, Naro. Naruto grinned, what are you doing out so late? Sakura shrugged, well, seeing as Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei are off training right now, I have nothing to do during the day except for simple D-rank missions. I just got done cleaning out training field 15 of the leftover weapons and stuff. The added bonus is I get to keep anything I might want. She held up an entire bag of shuriken with a grin. Hey, wow, you got quite a few weapons out of that mission, Sakura. Naruto said as he looked at the shuriken. Sakura put the bag back in her pack, and spoke, are you busy? Naruto shook his head, I'm free if you need me for something. Sakura smiled a bit more, I just wanted to talk for a while, catch up. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Since when did Sakura ever have an interest in what he was doing? Well, she wasn't that mean, he supposed his absence had worried her quite a bit, he owed her a talk at the least. The two were at the bridge that their team had always met at back when they were still all together. So, you're a Suna nin, huh? Sakura asked quietly as she stared at the watery reflections of her and Naruto. Naruto nodded, yeah, Sunagakure's a lot hotter than here, and not as many trees, but they respect me there. Sakura sighed, but understood, Naruto. I know about you being a Jinchuriki, and I don't care about that fact. She looked at him, and gave soft smile, you'll always be the #1 most unpredictable ninja in my book, and a friend as well. Sakura. She held out her hand, I know that you didn't leave out of hatred or ill feelings towards us, so I understand where you were coming from. Kakashi-sensei explained to me and Sasuke. Naruto nodded, so, you don't care about me having the Kyuubi in me. Sakura's smile lessened only slightly, well, I won't lie, it's a little scary to think about. Her smile recovered full force quickly however, but I know that you and the Kyuubi are nothing alike, and to have held something inside of you like that, protecting us in turn, is an amazing thing. People hate me for it. They're stupid if they do. Sakura spoke, her tone a bit sharper than before, Naruto, don't listen to them, you're a kind and caring person. She looked down at the water again. I guess it just took something like what happened at Wave Country for me to realize it. Her frown made Naruto wish to change topic, bah, don't worry about it, Sakura. I'm not mad at you. By the way, how has Konoha been since I've been gone? How has everyone been? Sakura giggled, Naruto was sure one to change the mood of things so quickly, Konoha is still Konoha, well, at least it is with the exams going on. She paused, you'd be surprised how much your absence changed everyone. What do you mean? Naruto inquired, raising an eyebrow behind his cloth mask. Well, she began, clearing her throat, for starters, Sasuke's become more social with everyone. He's not as distant with us in case you couldn't tell. I've learned genjutsu, and I've improved in my close combat a bit too. Naruto grinned, he was glad that his team was able to get better even in his absence, as much as it also hurt him to hear it. However, Kakashi-sensei was visiting the memorial stone a lot more than usual since you left, and Ichiraku almost had to change business hours without you around. Luckily Sasuke and I made it our job to go there at least once a week after training, we also got a few of the others to come along as well. Sakura continued. Naruto, who was wide-eyed, spoke, wait, Ichiraku almost had to change business hours. Sakura nodded, yeah, without you around, the money they were making was much less, you were their favorite and best customer, Naruto. A good portion of their profits apparently came from you, believe it or not. Naruto laughed, wow, good thing I've been going there for food while I'm here. Sakura went on, let's see, oh, well, the others in our group felt your absence too. Shikamaru and Choji actually admitted that they missed you being around sometimes when they were hanging out. Well, Ino never knew you that well, but with you being gone, Sasuke and I became good friends, and I realized that my crush on him was kind of, well, stupid, we're just good friends now. She shook her head, Ino and I are friends again, needless to say. She tapped her chin for a moment, oh. Man, you wouldn't believe the huge fit Iruka-sensei had when he heard you were gone. He almost attacked Kakashi-sensei before a few Anbu at the Hokage Tower stopped him when we reported back to the third. The Hokage himself was really sad to hear of you being gone, but I think he had a feeling he'd be seeing you again. Naruto amazed. He never knew so many people actually were concerned about him back here in Konoha. He felt ashamed, he didn't want everyone to be worried about him, that was not the plan he had in his mind. He had hoped that with him being gone, everyone's lives would have been easier, maybe better too. Naruto, don't worry about it. You left because you thought it was the best thing to do with you being the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Besides, she smirked a bit, I hear that you and Temari are quite close. Naruto blushed a bit, well, yeah, I guess, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Sakura couldn't help but giggle, hey, Naruto, you should see your face. You're as red as a tomato. Sakura-chan. Naruto groaned, a smile on his face despite the teasing. Sakura laughed a bit more before surprising the blonde further and giving him a hug, Baka, I'm teasing you. She pulled back and grinned, you do know that if you upset her, I'll be the first to knock your block off after she's done with you, right? Naruto nodded, knowing that Sakura meant well with the warning, right, Sakura-chan. Sakura let go, and spoke with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, so, have you kissed her yet? What? Naruto replied, don't you think you should be talking to Temari about that kind of stuff? Sakura just laughed more upon seeing Naruto's embarrassed face, just kidding, Naruto. She laughed more, man, you're so easy to tease. Naruto didn't find anything funny about this, and folded his arms as he gave a frustrated pout, that's cruel, Sakura-chan. Oh, relax. She grinned, besides, Temari already told me about her and you. What? Naruto was wide-eyed now. Sakura, on the other hand, was having the time of her life. Seriously, Naruto was just too much fun. Naruto, I have to admit, I never thought you to be the romantic type. She gave Naruto a mischievous smirk as she continued. Temari says that you like to take her on long walks, and you showed her the Hokage monument on the first week you arrived here. Now, Sakura wouldn't admit it, but she was a little jealous of Temari. Then again, Sakura knew that she had plenty of chances with Naruto. Sakura decided that the blondes deserved each other, besides, Temari and Sakura seemed to get along well. May as well have Naruto dating a girl Sakura could get along with. As the two headed back into the residential area, Naruto spoke, hey, Sakura. Yeah, Naruto. Naruto gave her a weak grin, thanks, for being a good friend. I mean it. He gave her a hug, and sighed, I was worried about what would happen if I ever came back here. Sakura nodded as she returned the hug, Baka. I could never really hate you, as much as I may have said it, you never were a bad person, if anything, I should be the thankful one for you being able to always forgive me for being mean to you. The two eventually said goodnight, and Sakura watched the blonde leave. As soon as he was gone and out of sight, she frowned. She had almost brought up the topic of his parents twice, and stopped herself from doing so. It was hard for her, but Kakashi had told her and Sasuke not to tell Naruto anything about that. She understood a bit, he would be shaken by it, but someday he would find out, one way or another. She only hoped that she would be there the day he found out. The month had come and gone fairly quickly for Naruto. His training with Jiraiya had been spread out randomly, making it difficult for the blonde to set up any real schedule with the Toad Sage, but he had improved greatly nevertheless. Gaara himself was much more in control of his Earth-style techniques, and it showed with the numerous boulders that had been created in various Konoha training grounds. Both of the boys had increased greatly in their skills. Jiraiya couldn't have been more proud of the two. As Naruto and the Sand siblings headed towards the giant Chunin exam stadium, the blonde reminded himself of something that made his heart rate increase ever so slightly. This exam would end up being a battle to stop Otogakure before the day was through. Clenching a fist, Naruto focused on the doors ahead that led to the inside of the stadium. He'd do everything in his power to protect Konoha. Even if he had left it, it was still the place he was born and raised. Besides, he had friends and precious people here too. Little did he know just how much he'd be putting those words to the test today. Chap. 15. The Leaf in the Ashes Part 1. The roar of the crowd rattled through the bones of the 9 genin as they looked around the stadium that would shortly be holding one of the most celebrated events in the elemental countries. It wasn't unusual to see wealthy lords and travelers from halfway across the continent appear for this event, wherever it was held. Hayate Gecko stood before the contestants along with a second instructor, who the genin were told was named Genma Shiranui. He was a Junin though, unlike Hayate. Alright, this exam will be just like the previous one. However, as the Hokage stated, even if you lose the match, you can still be promoted if you perform well enough. The combatants all nodded to Genma, and were then instructed to head to the bleachers until they were called down. Only Naruto and Neji stayed behind. Genma waited for the crowd to quiet down before he spoke. Welcome everyone, to the Chunin exam finals. Our first match will be between Naro Uzaki of Sunagakure and Neji Hyuga of Konohagakure. Naruto got into his taijutsu stance while Neji crossed his arms and gave the Sunanin a smirk. You were the loudmouth who wouldn't shut up at the preliminaries, weren't you? He shook his head. It's just as they say, the one who's loudest is usually the weakest. What did you say? Naruto growled, bristling in anger. You punk, now I really will give you a beating. Genma cleared his throat, silencing the two. As I was saying, Hayate and I will be co-referees in this match. Let it be known that even if they lose, all contestants are capable of being promoted to Chunin in the finals. Now, he chewed on his Senbon needle that he held in his teeth for a second. Begin. Naruto wasted no time, and pulled out 4 shuriken from his pouch, tossing them at Neji. The Hyuga genius didn't even flinch as he sidestepped 2 and caught the other 2. Pathetic, projectiles won't work on me. Surely you know that much about the Hyuga, don't you? I don't care what clan you're from, I'm not letting someone who's such a jerk win this match. I'll prove that being born with a noble name means nothing in a fight. Naruto rushed at the Hyuga with a furious battle cry. Neji merely batted Naruto's fist to downward, and drove an elbow into Naruto's chin. Naruto fell back, muttering curses as he got up. You see, I barely had to put any effort into that, and I was defending myself. If I were to attack outright, you would be finished. Quit while you still can, and save you and your village some dignity. Neji spoke as he stared Naruto down coldly. You wish. Chew on this, jerk. Futen. Kiritori Keisegyu no Jutsu. Naruto swiped two blades of high-speed wind at the Hyuga. Neji, however, did something that Naruto had not been expecting. Kaden. Naruto's jaw went slack as he watched the Hyuga spin around wildly in place, the wind attacks going off into different directions. Naruto would have called that cheating, but it technically wasn't sure what had happened. Hinata, who had been sitting in the stands by Kiba, went wide-eyed as she stared at her older cousin, Neji. He mastered Kaden. Kiba looked over to his teammate. Hey, Hinata. What did Neji just do? He used a technique that the Hyuga main family passes down through each generation, but Neji's part of the branch family. The technique allows the Byakugan user to repel most attacks from almost all angles by releasing an enormous amount of chakra. She felt her insides tighten. Naruto was down there fighting her cousin. She still couldn't believe it, but the boy she had admired for almost as long as she could remember was wearing a Suna nin Hidai. She didn't know what to think. Had he really betrayed Konoha? Suna was ally of Konoha though, right? She shook her head, and continued to watch the match. For now, she would merely be a spectator. She would confront Naruto about this though. She had some questions that needed answering. Naruto was getting tired of this. No matter what weapon he threw, no matter what area he tried to strike, no matter how fast he moved, Neji just countered it with that all-seeing Kekai Genkai. Naruto was vaguely aware that he was working up a decent sweat, while Neji was only dusting himself off a bit from the dirt he had kicked up. Naruto created a few more shadow clones, and they circled Neji, trying to find an opening. Neji's Byakugan flared to life as two clones ran at him. With the grace of a dancer on a stage, Neji took a back step while merely pushing the two opposing fists away from him, their own speed causing them to roll on the ground before getting back up. Naruto instead tried 3 clones, only for similar results, the third clone receiving a open palm strike to the shoulder, causing it to pop into smoke. The same thing happened at least 4 more times, and no matter what the number, Neji deflected the attacks with little effort. I don't know what it is that's made you so bound and determined to try and defeat me, but it won't help you any, Uzaki. Neji spoke as he looked at Naruto with that high and mighty tone of voice. You really want to know? I'll tell you why. You went and almost killed your own cousin, claiming from the start that she didn't have a chance. What kind of person does that to a fellow ninja of their village, let alone a member of their family? Neji frowned. You wouldn't be able to understand the reasons why unless I explained them to you. I've got all day. Naruto spoke as he watched Neji closely. However, he was surprised when Neji instead undid his Hidai Ite. As he pulled it off, he noticed on the boy's now bare forehead a design of sorts, an X design or something. This is the caged bird seal placed on all branch members of the Hyuga clan. Neji explained, indicating to the green seal, it's through this seal that the main family is able to control the branch family. Naruto raised an eyebrow. So. Neji continued, let me explain why I detest the main branch so much. You see, Lord Hiyashi was actually the older of a pair of twins. His twin brother was Hisashi Hyuga, my father. A steady murmur was starting to grow in the audience members that could hear. However, the clan council dictated that with my uncle being the older of the two, he was to become the clan head, while my father was made a branch member. The branch family's duty is to protect the main family. At the same time, just to make sure that no one can steal our clan's secrets on the Byakugan, this seal is placed on all branch members to help ensure that a main family member can activate the seal, causing extreme pain to the seal's bearer, and even kill them. It was made to guard our dujutsu. It effectively removes it from the bearer if the seal is used correctly. The main family, however, uses this seal to keep the lesser members in line, as they put it. Naruto took this information in. So you're saying that you detest the main family for how they treat the branch members? That's not the only reason. Years ago, Kumogakure was at war with Konoha. The Hidden Cloud and our village decided to finally reach a peace agreement, and they sent a small group of their shinobi here to make the plans. However, this was merely a cover for what Kumo was really after, the Hyuga's Byakugan. One night during their stay in Konoha, the leader of the group managed to get into the clan's compound, and kidnapped Lady Hinata. However, my uncle had stopped the man and killed him on the spot. Kumo got word of this, and demanded that Lord Hiyashi be turned over to them. Neji furrowed his brows in anger as he went on. It had been decided that my father, Hiyashi's brother, take Hiyashi's place, since the two were twins. The clan sent him to them, and he was killed no doubt, but since he held the caged bird seal, the clan was able to remove the Byakugan from him. Needless to say, Kumo was furious by this. Naruto could actually understand Neji a bit, but it still didn't justify his behavior, so there's bad blood between you and the main family. So what? Hinata's far from snobbish like most nobles from what I saw in that fight. Even a foreign ninja like myself can see when things are taken personal in a fight. Instead of being a real shinobi and proving you don't have to take the main family's crap, you just sulk and whine about it while picking on those weaker than you. Naruto made his favorite seal, and a dozen clones appeared. Now I'll just have to beat some sense into you for being such an arrogant jerk. I'll prove to you that superiority isn't determined by blood. Neji tied his Hitai back on and chuckled a bit. You don't get it, do you? You're fated to lose this battle, it's destiny. I'm an elite, and you, while a talented genin of Suna, are not capable of defeating me. He stared hard at Naruto as he activated his Byakugan. Give up. I'm not letting you off that easily. Naruto, along with his horde of clones, charged Neji. The genius Hyuga shook his head before dispatching 3 of the clones with 3 precise taps of his hands. They exploded in smoke, and Neji turned to the next onslaught with similar results. Within a few short minutes, Naruto was once again alone. It's sad, really. You seem to rely so heavily on that jutsu, yet from what I can see, it's not getting you anywhere. Neji crouched low. You're in the zone of my 8 trigrams. Naruto barely had time to react as Neji rushed to meet him. Many ninja already saw the boy as being finished. The blonde, however, had other plans. Naruto quickly forced out some wind chakra from his left hand, effectively stopping Neji's hand in the process. Neji actually blinked in surprise. What? You stopped me. Naruto grinned. Got you. He grabbed Neji by the wrists of either arm and delivered a knee to the gut. He then began a quick series of punches to Neji's chest, causing the boy to keel over in pain. Naruto was about to deliver an axe kick to the crouching boy when Neji surprised him by catching the leg and tapping it in a certain place. Naruto wobbled back a few steps, wincing in pain as his legs seemed to feel weakened. Well, that was certainly unexpected, Naro Uzaki. Neji got up, and crouched back into his stance. If anything else, you were lucky with that quick stop on my attack. It won't happen again, though. Neji once again prepared for his attack, and Naruto tried to regain his leg's control while keeping his guard up. Now then, here I go. Hake Rokujiyansho. 2 palms. Neji delivered 2 quick jabs to Naruto midsection, 4 palms. His barrage quickened a bit as he hit Naruto in 4 other places, 8 palms. 16 palms. Naruto felt his body scream in pain as he was hit repeatedly at impressive speed, 32 palms. Naruto actually felt blood rise up to his throat, and Neji then began to hammer away at Naruto's tenketsu points with no mercy, 64 palms. Neji finished with a final blow, and Naruto went flying back several feet, skidding to a stop as he coughed up soil. Meanwhile, in the stands, Temari was standing next to her 2 brothers, gripping the railing tightly. Idiot. What was he thinking taking on a Hyuga at close range? Every academy student in the elemental countries knows that's suicide. Easy, Temari, look, the knucklehead is getting back up. Spoke Kankuro as he nodded down to the battle. Temari looked in shock to see, much to her disbelief as well as the disbelief many other shinobi in the stadium, the blonde boy standing up. It seems Naruto is serious about defeating this Neji. Gaara noted, he's drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. As if on cue, Naruto began to glow with a faint red aura. He didn't change in appearance at all excluding the red hue in his eyes. He let loose a wave of chakra, sending a chill throughout the crowd. Naruto. Temari whispered, don't you dare lose this, not when today is such a critical day for both Konoha and Suna. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against a wall some distance away from his masked instructor. They both watched intently as their former teammate got up, glowing red as a bonfire for a brief moment. Naruto's gotten stronger over the month. Sasuke noted, Kakashi merely nodding a reply. Sasuke smirked a bit, and turned to a source of cheering, only to see Sakura standing up and rooting for their friend. Sure, she was yelling, Naro, instead of Naruto, but it still meant the same to those who knew the truth. Don't lose, Dobi, you're too good for that. Neji stared in astonishment as Naruto had effectively brought out a strange source of chakra. His Byakugan helped him note that it had originated somewhere in his stomach area, and that the chakra felt somewhat unnatural for a human. He was mostly worried, however, about the fact that the blonde had effectively negated Neji closing up his tenketsu points so quickly. No ordinary person, no matter how good at chakra control they were, should be able to do that. As Neji stared at the swirling red vortex that was Naruto's chakra, he noticed something that gave off a feeling of pure malice. The chakra inside the blonde then did something that shocked the Hyuga to the core. The chakra twisted to form an image of a snarling beast of some sort before it exploded out of Naruto. How is this possible? You should be on the ground, struggling to even lift a hand. Neji spoke, trying to find an explanation for this. Didn't I tell you? Naruto spoke, his eyes glued onto Neji's pure white irises. It doesn't matter what clan you're from, Neji Hyuga. I'm still going to beat you, no matter what. Naruto blurred away, and Neji barely was able to keep up as he reappeared in the air to his right. Naruto threw a few shuriken, forcing Neji to spin in order to deflect them at the high speed they were going. The crowd was deadly quiet with fascination as the past year's rookie was dealing with some random ninja from Suna that no one had ever heard of. Well, a few knew who he was, an even smaller number knew of the strange ability he was using that gave him this amazing strength and speed. Neji cursed as he was forced to draw a kunai, seeing as Naruto was wielding one as well and traveling at even greater speed than before. The two locked steel to steel briefly before Naruto jumped back, creating several clones. One by one, they charged Neji with reckless abandon, not caring if they were struck. Naruto, meanwhile, stood back a bit, waiting for an opening. A clone managed to distract Neji for a brief moment with a kick aimed towards the Hyuga's jaw. Neji blocked it and dispelled the clone. That's when he noticed his true opponent practically flying at him, kunai in hand in a reverse grip so that he could deliver a punch followed by a quick slash from his small blade. Neji had enough, it was time to end this. Just before Naruto reached him, Neji spun rapidly, causing yet another vortex. Along with Naruto's own violent chakra output, the two attacks exploded, causing a tremendous blast of light. Many in the audience had to shield their eyes as the light shined for those few seconds. As the dust cleared, everyone looked to the center, anxious to see what had happened. Genma and Hayate both looked to the settling cloud of dust, and what they saw was both somewhat expected and disappointing. Neji stood, tired but victorious as the unconscious body of Naro Uzaki lay in a heap a few feet away. It's a bit of a disappointment. Naro Uzaki. For a moment, I thought you would prove fate wrong, however, as I said earlier, no one can defy fate. Neji spoke as he gave Naruto a slight frown. Then, he heard it, Fuden, Kazubakufu no Jutsu. Neji's let out a gasp as the unconscious Naruto burst into smoke. Wind erupted out of the ground below the Hyuga, creating a giant hole from Naruto's favorite wind technique. Neji found himself sent high into the air by the high-speed blast of wind. He coughed a bit, feeling the last of his strength leaving him. The last thing he saw was the image of Naro Uzaki appear above him, reeling back a fist to finish him off. I see, it looks like that you proved me wrong after all. Hiyashi Hyuga watched from his seat in the stands as Neji was sent to the ground, sending debris in every direction. He had heard Neji's story of how he loathed the main family for what they had done, and Hiyashi couldn't entirely blame the boy. The winner of the first match is Naro Uzaki of Sunagakure. Spoke Hayate. Almost immediately after this was announced, the stands erupted. It was an unseen turnaround, and had made for a wonderful start for the Chunin finals. Hiyashi, however, had other thoughts on his mind. Hanabi, stay here. Hiyashi's youngest daughter nodded, yes, to-san. Hiyashi walked down to the inner part of the stadium to meet up with wherever they were taking Neji. He had some things to share with Neji, some things that should have been told to the boy years ago. Naruto watched as Neji was hauled off the field on a stretcher, his lips bleeding from the final impact Naruto dealt to his face. He'd be patched up in no time though, Naruto wasn't that worried. It was only then that he noticed it. Applause. He looked around, and couldn't help but grin. Had it not been for the cloth mask over his face, everyone would have been able to see the grin on his face, even from the nosebleed section. As Naruto passed by Hayate and Genma, he heard the man with the senbon in his mouth call out his name, "Hey, Naro." Naruto turned to the Junin, and raised an eyebrow, yeah. Genman smirked a bit as Hayate nodded to the blonde, you put on quite a show there. Really gave that Hyuga a good beating. It may sound bad to say it, but that boy was asking for it. Nice job. Naruto chuckled, haha, it wasn't anything special. He just needed to be taught a lesson. I'm sure he'll see what I meant now. Naruto headed for the entrance back to the stands while a few of the other shinobi spoke amongst themselves. Namely the genin, hey, Sakura. That Naro kid, doesn't he look familiar to you? Sakura turned to Ino, and faked confusion, Naro. I don't see any resemblance between him and anyone I know. I mean, he's wearing a mask, Ino. Ino looked down at the exiting blonde, and shook her head, no. I just know that there's something about him that rings a bell, but I don't know what it is. Sakura laughed, a bit nervously, and then pointed down to the stands. Hey. Shikamaru's heading down there. I think he and Temari are going to start their match. Ino looked down to the battleground, and a smile crept on her face. Go, Shikamaru. You can beat her, no problem. Choji, who had been eating and remaining relatively quiet the whole while, spoke. Ino, you do realize that this is Shikamaru we're talking about, right? He's more likely to quit than Choji. That's our teammate down there. How can you even say that? Choji just shrugged. I know Shikamaru, he's not one to do more than what he feels like doing. If things get too rough down there, he'll probably just call quits and forfeit. Ino frowned, and resumed cheering the Naro while Sakura looked to see Temari walk down the steps to her spot on the field. Sakura had spent some time with Temari before the finals during her month-long stay, and she probably wouldn't be the only one to admit that the Sabaku family's sole female member was quite a powerful opponent. As the crowd cheered for the upcoming match, Shikamaru and Temari faced each other as Hayate and Genma looked at each genin. Hayate then spoke after coughing, so, are the two of you ready? Shikamaru sighed, might as well get this over with. I'm ready, nodded Temari. Okay then, the second match of the first round finals is Temari of Sunagakure vs Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. Let this match begin. Genma and Hayate gave the signal, and Temari smirked at the slouching boy. Hey, you know, if you keep standing there, I'll just have to blow you off your feet to get you moving. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders a few times to loosen them up. Man, of all the people I had to be paired with, why did it have to be a girl? Temari's eyes flickered for a moment, and Hayate and Genma instinctively took a step back. What did you say? I said that it sucks that I'm fighting a girl. The Naro repeated, not flinching in the slightest as killer intent was practically oozing off of the blonde-haired girl. That's it, now I'm definitely going to send you to the at Konoha's hospital. She reeled back as her fan unfurled, showing 3 moons. Kameidachi. Shikamaru jumped back, avoiding the majority of the razor-sharp wind's gusts, but he still was sent flying. He hit a tree, and quickly got up to hide behind it. Man, I really shouldn't have tried to upset her. I thought she'd lose focus when she gets mad, she just gets scarier. A heavy gust smashed into the tree, causing Shikamaru to duck under the wind. Hey, come out of here and fight, you damn coward. The screams of an enraged Sabaku no Temari echoed around the stadium. 3 certain boys visibly cringed as they heard her voice, knowing just how deadly the owner of it was. Shikamaru didn't have to be stupid and say that, did he? Now he went and ticked off Temari-chan. Naruto groaned as he looked down at the unfortunate Leaf Nin's plight. Kankuro and Gaara could only shake their head, too afraid that Temari would hear them if they spoke about her. Another wind barreled into the lone tree, causing Shikamaru to sigh. TCH, so troublesome, and she's a long-range attacker too. He looked up to the sky to see a few peaceful clouds pass over. Man, what a drag. Temari had just about enough of the ponytail-wearing punk's game of hide-and-go-seek. She thought for a moment, taking advantage of her time, getting too close to him leaves me open for that shadow technique of his, yet as long as he's behind that tree, I can't do anything to attack him, unless. She set her open fan on the ground for a moment, and instead held out an open palm, fingers together. She focused her chakra into her hand, and smiled as a small breeze picked up around her. She looked to see a high-powered wind spinning around her hand. Hayate looked at her hand in amazement. Genma, get a look of that, she's just a genin and she's already able to create a blade of wind chakra. Genma chewed on his senbon absent-mindedly as he looked at the blonde. Impressive, she's definitely a talented kunoichi, too bad none of our own got in. Baki watched as his only female student finished creating her Kei's no Yaiba. He wasn't too sure what she had planned. Temari had been picking up a bit on Naruto's habit of surprise tactics lately, so he couldn't be too sure. Temari lifted her fan up with her free hand, and tossed it into the air after channeling some chakra into it. The fan floated, suspended in place. Temari grinned, and hopped up onto it. She slowly glided over to where Shikamaru was, and waited until he was right under her. Shikamaru had taken off his vest, and now only his netted shirt was on his top. He began to tie it to a kunai, and finished just in time to see a rather odd shadow float overhead. He looked up, and blinked a few times before uttering, crap. Temari wasted no time, and with all the grace of a leaf in the wind, grabbed her fan with her free hand and slammed a blast of air to the Nara boy. He jumped to avoid it, and Temari landed, wind blade in her hand. She ran up to him, and made a quick swipe with the wind technique. Shikamaru cried out in pain as a few gashes on his arm appeared. He looked at her, a bit astonished. So you learned a close combat technique. Temari winked, damn straight I did. Now, time to pay back for that comment you made earlier. The Wind Mistress pulled back her fan, and with a battle cry heaved her fan, blasting the Nara back with a blast of wind. Shikamaru smacked into the wall of the stadium, and groaned. Well, at least he managed to get the second part of his plan going. He quickly ran through a series of seals, Kage Main no Jutsu. Temari jumped away as a thin line of shadow came creeping out from the boy. She jumped back a bit further as it continued to stretch out, and then noticed that it eventually stopped, just as I thought. Your shadow can't go further than its original surface area. She drew a line just ahead of the shadow with her fan. As long as I'm behind this line, I'll be fine. Shikamaru just smirked though, you really shouldn't talk so much. Temari narrowed her eyes, and then noticed a shadow approaching her. She looked above to see a kunai of sorts, attached to a shirt. Damn it, the clever jerk managed to make a parachute from his shirt. She ran back a few more steps as Shikamaru used the added shadow to further his reach. However, that too eventually stopped moving as she increased her distance from the Nara. Is that all? Because if you have no other ideas, you should probably just give up. For a while, the two stood there, neither moving. One trying to extend their shadow's reach a few feet further, the other just biding time. Minutes passed, and just as Temari was about to make her move to blow the idiot away with her fan, she noticed something off about the boy. He still kept that smirk on his face, checkmate. She made to grab her fan, but found herself freeze in place, wah. She managed to turn around, and saw a shadow appearing from the hole Naruto had made. How did she not notice that sooner? She looked over to Shikamaru, and saw the other end of the hole that Naruto had used to get under the ground to attack Neji, only a few feet from the boy. Dang it, he caught her. I have to admit, you're tough, but I managed to capture you in the end. You can thank that other Sunanin for making the hole in the ground for me. Shikamaru spoke as he took a few steps forward, causing Temari to move as well. You had that planned all along, didn't you? She growled, you were toying with me this whole time. Shikamaru shrugged, a ninja should always be aware of their options and their opponent's abilities, it's only common sense. I have to admit, you were smart to find my technique's weakness, but I already had that covered. Ino was cheering in the stands for her triumphant teammate when she heard a chuckle. He hasn't won yet, Ino. Ino snapped her head towards Choji, what are you talking about? He's got her caught in his Kage Main no Jutsu. All he has to do is. I forfeit, spoke a voice from below. Ino turned, and looked in utter disbelief. What? She screamed, Shikamaru, you dolt. What are you? Choji simply laughed as he looked to Sakura, I told her. Sakura rolled her eyes, but continued to watch the scene unfold down below in the arena. I forfeit, spoke Shikamaru, his handa as well as Temari in the air. Genma nodded, the winner of this match is Temari of Sunagakure. There were applause, as well as confused murmurs. Temari, however, was glaring at the Nara, what are doing? You had me caught. You could have defeated me with a simple movement or like you did with that Otogaku Kunoichi. Shikamaru sighed while shrugging his shoulders, I'm almost out of chakra, and after that happens, you could break free and defeat me. Simple as that. I had been trying to catch you in my shadow technique for too long of a duration of time. Temari continued to glower at him, so, you gave up instead of giving me a full fight. She folded her arms, I'll admit that you're definitely a good strategist, but I know you could have caught me a lot sooner. You're just a lazy bum. In the audience, one could hear the voice of a certain Yamanaka yelling, you have no idea. Temari stomped up the stairs to the bleachers where her family and teammates were, and said nothing for a few minutes. Good match, Temari-chan. Temari looked at him before sighing, Naruto, he could have beaten me. I would hardly call that a match. Naruto chuckled, don't feel bad, Temari. Shikamaru has always been that way as far as I can remember. Don't let it get to you too much. Besides, that means you and I both advance to the next round. Everyone quieted down a bit as Hayate had a brief coughing fit. Right, now then, for the third match of the first round, will Sabaku no Kankuro and Shino Aburame please come down? Kankuro paused for a minute, and looked to the other three, we don't have much time left. Temari as well as Naruto both nodded, suddenly realizing just what would be happening in a few minutes. Gaara said nothing, his silence speaking for itself. The plan for the invasion was that the attack would be ready by the third match. Kankuro knew that he may very well have to prolong the battle. Shino's got bugs, Kankuro. I don't know what they do, but from what I saw, they aren't friendly in a battle. Watch yourself. Hopefully we can start the counterattack shortly after the invasion starts. Naruto spoke, showing a rare display of maturity. Kankuro nodded, right. He gave the three a smirk, wish me luck. Kankuro hopped down from his spot, and walked towards Shino, who was patiently waiting for him as Hayate and Genma stood a short distance away. Kankuro didn't miss the brief nod from the two referees. They knew what was going on as well. What surprised Kankuro was what his opponent had to say: "Our sensei has already informed us of what to do. I'll do my part to carry this match on as long as possible." He spoke quietly. Hayate and Genma were the only others who had heard him. "Now then," spoke Genma, "let the third match of the first round of the Chunin finals begin." Kankuro jumped back a few feet, and watched as Shino pushed his sunglasses up a bit. "Even though we've got bigger things to worry about, I'm still interested in this fight." "Indeed, I admit that your skill have my interest as well," replied Shino. Shino delayed no further, and sent out a swarm of bugs. Kankuro surprised the audience when he made a hand seal, and melted into the ground. A few surprised shouts were heard from audience members, and Baki, who was standing in one of the back rows, smirked. "Looks like Kankuro finally got his Doden down to a decent understanding." Yes, much like Gaara, Kankuro had an elemental affinity to earth-style techniques. He didn't have that good of a collection of techniques, but he knew how to use the style efficiently enough for a battle. Shino looked around a bit as his Kikaichu beetles buzzed around, searching out for any bit of Kankuro's chakra. Suddenly, a hand shot out from beneath Shino, and the crowd gasped in surprise. "Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." Shino was yanked underground quickly, only his head and neck remaining above the surface. Kankuro then jumped out of the soil, and dusted himself off. "You look surprised, wasn't expecting me to pull off an elemental ninjutsu, I take it." Shino shook his head a bit, and much to Kankuro's surprise, the leaf nin burst into a swarm of beetles. Kankuro jumped back yet again, and turned around to look at Shino, who was standing underneath the lone tree in the ring. "I never underestimate my opponents, so I was ready for an attack from you from any direction." The puppet user laughed, not a scoff, but one of enjoyment. "Hey, I guess I shouldn't be taking you too lightly then." He yanked off Karasu, and let the bandages fall. "I guess I'll just have to." Boom. All the shinobi of Hidden Leaf looked to a plume of smoke, and immediately jumped to action. They weren't surprised to see a genjutsu had been placed on the crowd, putting them, as well as the shinobi who had been unable to dispel it, to sleep. The invasion had begun. Kakashi ducked as he avoided a spray of shuriken from an Odo nin. He then caught the attacker's fist and drove a kunai into his side before throwing him aside. 3 Odo nin were sent flying past him, and a moment later, Guy appeared by Kakashi's side. "Haha. Well, Kakashi, that makes me 2 enemies ahead of you." Kakashi sighed as he blocked a kunai, and threw 2 of his own at the enemy. "Guy, not now." Guy nodded, going serious. "Looks like the Sandame is already in the middle of fighting Orochimaru," noted the taijutsu user, seeing the 2 enemies on top of the building, locked in battle. Kakashi said nothing, instead turning his attention to a girl with pink hair and a certain Uchiha. He smiled a bit as he saw the 2 side by side, defending against enemies. They were learning quickly. Naruto ran through the crowds, avoiding crossfire of jutsu and projectiles. Right behind him were the Sand siblings and Baki. "Baki-sensei, the 3-headed snake is out there, but I don't see the signal." "Where's?" The roar of a certain Sanin was heard in the distance, and a moment later, a large toad came crashing down on the reptilian monstrosity in a plume of smoke. "Oh, there's Ero Sennin. Okay, you 4, you know your role. Defend the stadium at all costs. I'm going to go assist soon as reinforcements. No doubt they're getting hammered by Odogakure if they started the counterattack already." The 4 genin gave a salute as Baki dashed off. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, and could feel his heart pumping. This was war, something he remembered hearing Iruka-sensei talk about in class. The tragedies that resulted were, as the teacher had put it, unmeasurable. Loved ones, young and old, killed for a possible upper hand in a struggle between opposing forces. Naruto felt a gentle grip on his shoulder, and turned to see Temari. "Hey, you okay, Naruto?" Naruto didn't smile, but gave her a weak nod. "I have you, Gaara, and Kankuro." "Of course I am." Temari nodded, and her eyes went serious. "Right. Gaara, I think we should help the other Konoha genin." Gaara wasted no time, and opened one palm, forming 3 shuriken with his sand. "I'll make the distraction while you move to help Sasuke and Sakura-san." Kankuro unraveled Karasu from its bindings, and smirked. "It's been a while since I've had to use lethal poison in Karasu's workings." The 4 took a deep breath, and Gaara picked his targets, 2 Odo nin moving in to attack the Uchiha and pink-haired girl. As he threw his projectiles, the other 3 moved, ready to kill if needed. The first wave of Odogakure's forces had been taken out easily enough. Shortly after the giant 3-headed snake was squashed by one of Jiraiya's battle toads, the Sunanin began to attack the hidden sound forces. What the hell are they doing? They're supposed to be giving us backup so we can take down the hidden leaf. Asked Oto Junin as he ducked under a barrel with a fellow ninja in his team. You're asking me, why would? His voice was cut off as a kunai whizzed through the air, puncturing his throat. Your leader killed the cage. As such, the agreement to assist you in the invasion was made void, not to mention our leader wasn't too keen on the idea to begin with. Spoke a Suna-nin who walked out of the shadows with a few others by his side. How did? We're shinobi, few things get by us unnoticed. Spoke a Kunoichi wearing the hidden sand emblem. The last thing the Oto nin saw was about 6 shuriken fly at him as he realized it was too late to run. Orochimaru was a clever man, and he knew it. He proved it by this invasion that he had managed to create. You see, Sarutobi-sensei. It's part of my plan, burn the hidden leaf to the ground with combined forces. The snake Sanin chuckled. The Sandaime gave his former student a grim look. Orochimaru, you are a fool. Do you not see what is going on? Sunagakure is fighting beside us, not against us. Your plan may have succeeded in killing their leader, but they are not going to be fooled by your lies anymore. You were able to sneak through in a masquerade as their cage, but they knew all along. Orochimaru, however, laughed. You foolish old worm. You think I didn't know this may happen? I had prepared a backup plan for a situation such as this. The ghastly man then pulled out a single kunai with a odd-looking explosive tag on it, a flare seal of sorts. With this, Sarutobi-sensei, I shall crush you, along with the rest of this pathetic village. Not even Suna can help you here. Orochimaru then threw the kunai straight into the air, and it burst into a bright red light, floating above the roof of the building they fought on. The third knew the moment he saw it what it meant. Orochimaru had more reinforcements arriving. Another explosion went off in the northwestern part of the village, and the elderly shinobi leader looked to see a giant boulder smash its way through the walls of the city, crushing numerous victims as it did so. Earth style. No, you didn't. Yes, Orochimaru replied with a reptilian hiss. I was delighted to hear that Iwagakure was so eager to be of assistance in our little plan. They're still quite sore over the losses in the Third Great Shinobi War. Hijiran Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at the man he had once trained. I see, it looks like you are truly serious about destroying Konoha, Orochimaru. I can only blame myself for allowing you to go this far. He gathered chakra while Orochimaru did likewise. It seems that you leave me no choice then. I'll bury you, and correct the mistake I made years ago. Go ahead and try, old man. Orochimaru laughed, and the two began their fight. Naruto was in the middle of uppercutting an enemy ninja when he felt it, the chakra of the one he had learned to call Ji-san. Hey, what's the old man doing? Naruto let the enemy fall unconscious as he looked to the roof. The third was fighting someone. Wait, was that guy wearing the cage's outfit? That must be Orochimaru. Naruto felt his anger bristle. That guy was responsible for killing his adoptive family's father, messing with Gaara's seal, and giving Sasuke that weird mark on his neck. Temari felt a wind blast by as she saw Naruto tear off to the rooftop where she noted the Hokage and Orochimaru were battling. Naruto, what are you doing? The blonde boy made no response, instead using his wind power to give a huge lift off the ground to the battle between the two powerful shinobi. Temari, watch it. Temari heard Kankuro yell just in time to duck under a few shuriken. She hated to do it, but she couldn't go after him, he was too far ahead, and she had her orders. Part of her wished she wasn't such a committed kunoichi sometimes. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke were now, with all of the other rookie 9, Team Guy, and Sand siblings, fighting off the dwindling Otogakure invaders in the stadium. Alone, most of them would have probably died in battle, that's why Genin had it drilled into their heads right away that teamwork was such a valuable asset. Hinata was currently in a hidden chamber of the stadium with a few of the other evacuees who were unfit for fighting. She was still recovering from her injuries she sustained in the preliminaries after all. Neji was in a similar situation at the village hospital with the other patients. Otherwise, all of the graduating genin of this year were battling the forces in the giant arena turned war zone. Hayate and Genma jumped up to the group of shinobi along with the team's respective Junin instructors, minus Baki. We just received word of a force from Iwagakure breaching through the northwestern portion of the village wall. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What is Hidden Rock doing here? We never received word of them being involved. Temari spoke up to this. Neither did we. We thought that Suna was Oto's only known ally in this attack. Orochimaru must have known about our discovery of the cage's assassination. The older and more experienced shinobi of the group weren't looking too happy about this. Asuma vocalized this best. Well, this is just damn convenient. Now we in international conflict with one of the big five as well. It's going to hit the fan hard no matter how this battle turns out. Guy raised a fist to the air. No matter what, we can't let our village be taken without a fight. I say we give them everything we got and show them the fiery passion of our flames of youth. Yosh, I agree, Guy-sensei. Crowed Lee, who was now throwing his fist into the air in a similar fashion. Hold on, now, we don't have any clue how big the number is, or what else they may have planned. We need you genin to stick together and… Kakashi paused, noticing a certain blonde missing. He turned to the Sand siblings and his own students. Where's Naruto? The mentioning of the Uzumaki boy's name had an immediate effect with the rookie 9. What? Naruto? I thought he went missing in action months ago, shouted Kiba. Shikamaru looked at the masked Junin in disbelief. Hold on, you mean Naruto was here? His eyes widened. I knew it. He turned to face the Suna genin, that fourth guy. He's… Settle down, Shikamaru. Asuma spoke, well aware of the background behind this little story of a certain Jinchuriki. Kakashi made mention of it about a month ago to him, Kurenai, Guy, and others that had the ranking to know. Temari once again spoke. This time she couldn't face the masked Junin. He ran off before we could stop him. I think he was heading over to help the Sandaime Hokage fight Orochimaru. What? Came a cry of unison and disbelief from the older shinobi. Kankuro nodded, a grim look on his face. Yeah, he looked livid too. I think he has a bone to pick with Orochimaru. Sasuke, much to everyone's surprise, spoke up. We need to go help him. You'll do no such thing, Sasuke. Spoke Kakashi, ignoring the glare from the Uchiha. All right, I want you genin to head to the academy and give all the backup you can. The instructors are no doubt evacuating the students as we speak, but we can't be too sure how well it's going. If the place is empty, proceed to the eastern wall and help over there. Kakashi-sensei, the main attacks are occurring in the west though. That's true, Sakura, spoke Kurenai. You genin are talented, no doubt, but Iwa is a powerful enemy, much stronger than Otogakure is number-wise. You genin aren't prepared for a full confrontation against them, so your place is to provide backup to medical units and the counterattack forces, understood? Sakura looked over to the smoke billowing from the west, and then to the rooftop where Naruto no doubt was, and nodded. Yes. I understand our duty. Temari was looking in a similar direction, though she wasn't showing it as much. On the outside, she was unreadable, just like she had been taught to act during battle. However, on the inside, she was terrified. Naruto. Nei-san. Temari turned quickly to Gaara, and saw him looking to the rooftop briefly before turning back to her. Naruto is strong, he'll make it. Temari forced herself to nod, and gripped her youngest brother's hand tightly. Thanks. Right, Hayate and Genma, see what you can do about gathering the ambush teams and set up a perimeter in the village central. Suna gave us the needed time to hold back the main attack, so we can make arrangements for a surprise attack if the enemy gets that far. Spoke Asuma, lighting up a cigarette. Hayate and Genma gave a quick nod, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi gave one final look to the genin. Also, we need you to bring this to the Anbu headquarters on your way to the academy. Kakashi handed Sasuke a small scroll, the Konoha seal printed on the side. That scroll is a message to the Fire Country's daimyo stating the attack on our village. It is impertinent that this scroll is placed in the hands of our Anbu. They'll send out a small group to deliver it personally. He spoke with utter seriousness. Consider this a mission for all of you, even you three, Kakashi added. Looking to the Suna trio, this scroll will help our country's leader begin making his own preparations for battle if other nations wish to attack after this. You mean, this scroll is a precautionary notice to increase the country's borders security? Spoke Tenten, followed by a murmur from the other genin. That's right, we're at war now. Asuma spoke with a sigh. Now go, we've wasted too much time as it is. The rendezvous point for Konoha backup forces will be the East Market District. Meet up with the other teams, and do what is needed to help. He took a quick drag before exhaling smoke. Got it. The genin nodded. Without another word, the group of teenagers took off to complete their task. The four Junin watched them go. I was hoping this generation wouldn't be seeing any war. Kakashi spoke as the others gave a silent agreement. We better go, no doubt Iwa will be trying to level down our main defenses soon. Spoke the Sarutobi. Guy gave a howl of flaming youth while Kurenai merely nodded. With that, the four jumped off to meet the enemy. One made a silent prayer while taking a look back to the roof that a certain genin would live through this. Hijiran Sarutobi let out a final breath of fire as he watched the smoldering remains of his Karyudan attack burned away a major portion of roofing where Orochimaru had been standing. Come out, I know that didn't kill you. Spoke the third, his voice not wavering at all. Orochimaru reappeared out of the roofing, smiling that serpentine smile of his. I see age hasn't hindered your battle instinct, Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru sneered. Don't think that you have the upper hand, though. I am going to make sure that this battle will be your last. Orochimaru smirked as he went through a few hand seals, and roof tiles began to rise up and spin. The Sandaime foresaw his student's plan, and made an attempt to move. However, he never expected to have his sink into the roofing. Looking down, the old Hokage wasn't surprised to see a few tendrils of mud holding him in place. No escaping this one, Hokage-sama, laughed the original Orochimaru, and with a flick of his wrists, sent the numerous tiles at the Sandaime. Hijirin began to prepare for a substitution when something unexpected happened. I've got your back, old man. A blast of wind sent the tiles flying harmlessly to the side, and away from the Hokage. A second later, Naruto landed by the elderly shinobi's side, and pulled out a kunai. Naruto. The Sarutobi spoke in shock. Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto turned to the man, pulling down his mask. I'm giving you back up, isn't it obvious? The third Hokage shook his head. Naruto, you need to leave this battle as soon as. That's when he heard 4 separate pairs of feet landing on the 4 corners of the roof. Orochimaru looked at the 4 Oto nin, not much older than Naruto himself. What took you for so long? A boy with a messy ponytail and 6 arms spoke. Sorry, Orochimaru-sama. We were held up by a few chunin of Suna who were supposed to be giving us escort into the village. He smirked. We took care of them. Orochimaru nodded. Very well. Jirobu, Kidomaru, Sakin, Kimamaru, raise the barrier before we have any further interference. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, replied the 4 boys. They quickly went through hand seals at a pace that could only be done through rigorous training and repetition. Shishi engine. The 4 shouted, and a violet barrier rose up around the perimeter of the roof. They then went through a few more seals and created a secondary wall to cover the inside area, encasing them safely inside this odd barrier. Not a moment later, 4 Anbu jumped up to the roof, having eliminated the last of the Otogakure forces in the stadium. Hokage-sama. Hijirin Sarutobi held up a hand, and the shinobi stopped. Don't touch that wall. The captain of the squad nodded, and picked up a piece of broken tiling from the roof. He threw it at the barrier, and cursed as it burst into flames. Damn it, the Hokage is on his own inside, hold on. The masked ninja looked at a young Suna nin that had been fighting earlier in the finals. Why is that genin in there? Another one of the Anbu took a closer look, and noticed the boy no longer had his cloth wrapped around his face. Hold on, Taiko, isn't that Hitaki's missing student, that Uzumaki boy? The Anbu captain was quiet for a moment, and took a knee as he nodded. You're right, the Jinchuriki boy is alive. He looked to his 3 subordinates, and then sighed. I guess that would explain that random outburst of chakra he had during his fight with the Hyuga boy. He's still just a genin, he won't last in there. The captain shook his head. I don't think the boy is worried about that, he's fighting to help the Hokage. Though it couldn't be seen, the Anbu squad captain smiled. It's good to see that he's still a loyal leaf ninja. The 4 men all knelt on the roof, watching the battle that was about to unfold. Orochimaru smiled wickedly as he threw off his cage robes. Well. I must say, I never expected to encounter you, Naruto-kun. You bastard, who do you think you are? He took a step forward, but the third held his arm out in front of Naruto. Hey, what's wrong, old man? The Sarutobi looked to his side at the blonde. Naruto, as good as it is of you to want to help. Orochimaru is much too powerful for you to fight head to head. Stay back, and only help when you are sure you have an opening, understood? Naruto nodded, seeing the seriousness in the elderly man's eyes. With a quick movement, the Sandaime threw off his robe and hat, revealing his pure black shinobi attire and battle helm of swords. Naruto noticed the leaf Hitai-ite adorned on the front of his head covering. Naruto suddenly remembered something. He dug into a pocket deep within his tan vest, and pulled out of it his old Konoha forehead protector. I'm still a leaf nin, even if I fight for Suna-2 now. I won't let either of my homes be taken by this bastard Orochimaru. Naruto thought, tying his leaf Hitai-ite around his left bicep. The third didn't let this go unnoticed. He smiled a bit, and spoke. Naruto. I always had a feeling I'd see you again before I got too old, though I wish you weren't in such a predicament with me. I know that you carry the will of fire in you still, that's why you won't back down. Naruto grinned, and turned to Orochimaru, who was holding a sword of sorts. You're going down, scale face. Naruto then noted Orochimaru had no scales at all on his skin. He didn't mention that though. Kukuku, my, such bold words for a greenhorn shinobi. He chuckled a bit more before letting his sword hang at a relaxed grip by his side. Naruto, tell me, have you actually killed anyone before? Naruto said nothing, unable to retort to that question. Enough fooling around, Orochimaru. I'm fed up with you and your pointless ambition. He made a few seals while throwing a single shuriken cage bunshin no jutsu. The single projectile burst into multiple copies, all of them heading towards the snake Sannin, promising pain should they hit. Orochimaru clapped his palms together, and with a burst of chakra, stopped them in their path. That is until a certain blonde decided some reinforcement in the shuriken's flight pattern was necessary. Fuden, Repusho. The shuriken, which were still lingering in the air, suddenly began flying at the snake Sannin again. A couple of stray shuriken nicked him as he jumped into the air. He could actually see blood trailing down his arm. That damn Kyuubi brat, cursed the Sannin. He knew full well just what the boy was capable of if he was pushed far enough. I better put the odds in my favor before things get too out of hand. He smirked as he went through a series of seals while the third and Naruto stood at a far distance from the Serpentine Man. Naruto, be on your guard. The Hokage warned while Naruto stood behind, watching as Orochimaru's strange jutsu began to unfold before them. As two caskets rose from seemingly out of nowhere, the Sandaime took one look at the symbols on each of the caskets and his eyes widened. No, he couldn't possibly have brought those two back. Naruto said nothing, but from the look on the face of the man that he had always seen as a calm and collected individual, he knew something bad was happening. Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai had managed to reach the main battle at the gates. Thanks in part to Suna, the casualties were less than they might have been, that is, until Iwagakure decided to show up. He knew all too well that while his sensei was loathed to this very day by the Hidden Rock, the masked Junin had managed to create his own reputation as well with the Rock Nin. That made him a big-time target in the Iwa bingo book, no doubt. A Junin that looked like he had just been promoted a month ago ran up to the group of instructors. Thank goodness you four are here. We've managed to hold Iwa at a standstill at the western half, but I think they're going to try and flank us from the south. We've got a group formed of Suna and Konoha ninja to try and cut them off, but... Asuma thought it over a moment before nodding. I'll take the group to meet up with them for an ambush. He gave Kurenai a glance that seemed to speak something silently between the two, and ran off to meet up with the group after receiving directions from the Junin. Guy went to take on the main forces, being a close-range fighter made it only logical for him to do so. Kurenai headed off shortly after to set up a genjutsu trap with a team of specialists. Kakashi was soon standing by himself, pockets in hands as he watched smoke billow into the air. He let out a sigh. Well, this is wonderful. He shook his head a little before running off to help Guy. Kakashi took another look at the purple barrier where Naruto was. Be strong, Naruto. Kakashi whispered, and continued onward to confront the enemy. Chap. 16. The Leaf in the Ashes Part 2. Keep moving in an orderly fashion. We'll protect you with our lives if needed, just please remain calm. Iruka ushered the children through the halls of the academy as explosions were heard in the distance. Although he was calm on the outside, he was feeling uneasy as hell on the inside. The invading forces had already breached the walls, and were now heading their way. Iruka noted that almost 3/4 of the student populace still hadn't entered the underground entryways. At the rate they were going, the enemy would be on them in no time. Iruka. The Chunin looked to see Anko heading towards him. Anko. What's wrong? It's the invading forces, apparently it's not just Oto that's attacking. Anko spoke in a hushed tone, so as to not worry the kids. What? Iruka hissed, are you serious? Yes, we've had visual confirmation from several of the Junin on the battlefield. Iwagakure. This attack just got a whole lot worse. We need to get these students out of here. The academy is a major target for attack. Anko nodded, saying nothing further as she headed down the hall to help usher the other students down to one of the other secret passageways. The explosions continued to go off, getting closer and closer with ever passing minute. Ji-san, is this a genjutsu? Sarutobi shook his head, but said nothing else as the two caskets before him stood in front of Orochimaru. Tell me, Sarutobi-sensei, how would you feel to see some old friends of yours, You truly have no shame, Orochimaru. Bringing the dead back from their rest. Sarutobi spat, glaring as his former student. It was a true mistake on my part to let you live all those years back. Orochimaru merely smiled in his usual sadistic manner as the casket stood before him. Sarutobi closed his eyes, and clapped his hands into a seal. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Oh. What do you plan to do? Sarutobi let out a yell as he released a wave of chakra, and much to the surprise of the snake Sannin, the two caskets began to sink back into the dark portals where Orochimaru had summoned them from. Not this time, Orochimaru. The third spoke as he stood straight. That disgusting jutsu of yours won't be used on such noble men. Not today, and not ever again. Orochimaru, however, seemed to laugh as Sarutobi suddenly noticed a very large detail that was left untouched when he sent the 2 caskets back. There was a third casket that had been standing behind the casket labeled 1. Sarutobi felt his blood go cold as he watched the casket creak open. No. Not him, how could he have? Naruto was a bit confused. Hey, Ji-san, what's wrong? What's with this coffin? Sarutobi watched as the door to the coffin fell with a loud thud. The old ninja gave Naruto an apologetic look. I'm so sorry, Naruto. There before them stood the man who was debated to be the greatest ninja to have ever been raised in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi went into a ready stance, and couldn't help but feel he had betrayed the young man before him all those years ago by having Naruto here. The figure blinked before noticing the other shinobi, Sarutobi. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sarutobi glared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you fiend. To have tried to summon those 2 was one thing, but him too. This is unforgivable. Orochimaru laughed while walking over to the ashen-looking figure that had come out of the coffin. I thought it'd be wonderful chance for a nice family reunion, don't you? Naruto felt his jaw go slack. Ji-san, is that the 4th Hokage? Yes. Naruto, I need you to be on your guard at all times, is that understood? Naruto gave a quick nod. You got it, Ji-san. The blonde-haired man by Orochimaru turned to the youngest of the shinobi. Whisker marks. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. He shook his head as his eyes widened, and Naruto. He turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you sadistic bastard. You're going to force me to fight my own flesh and blood. Orochimaru laughed. I suppose I could. I was originally going to have you go for the old decrepit worm over there, but I suppose the demon fox brat is a good idea. Give you a chance to catch up with your son, don't you think? Naruto was feeling his body shake a bit, his knees quaking as he heard the exchange. What does he mean, Ji-san? Son, the Yondaime had children. Sarutobi pinched the bridge of his nose as he let out a ragged breath. Naruto, this is a horrible time to tell you, but that man before us is your father. Naruto felt his head start spinning, and he had to fall on one knee. What? The 4th was my father. Orochimaru laughed as he stuck a kunai with a spell tag on the end of the handle into head of Minato. It sunk in, and color started to return to Minato's dull and ash-colored body. I was amazed when some of my spies found out about the missing Jinchuriki of Konoha ending up in Suna. I decided to look a bit into the boy, and lo and behold, I managed to make a few connections after getting some inside help. I was suspicious, the resemblance between the 2 is uncanny, after all. He took a few steps back. Now, Minato, why don't you go have some father and son bonding time with little Naruto-kun? Minato, despite his reluctant scowl, was moving into a stance. Orochimaru, this day will be one you'll live to regret. I'm sure, Minato. I'm sure. He clapped his hands into a seal, attack. Minato was gone in an instant. Sarutobi's eyes went wide and he whipped out a kunai just in time to block Minato's very own kunai from stabbing Naruto in the neck. Naruto move. Minato turned to look at Sarutobi, and a small smile graced his face. Sarutobi, thanks for watching my son, even now. Sarutobi gave the blonde ninja a nod before getting kicked back and watching as the blonde man ran after Naruto. Standing up, Hiruzen was relieved to see Naruto evading. He'd have to believe in Naruto to survive long enough for the elderly ninja to eliminate Orochimaru before he helped the boy. Orochimaru snickered in a sickly manner, and opened his maw to reveal a snake. The snake in turn opened its mouth, and Orochimaru pulled out a long blade. The Kusanagi. I see you want to go about this quickly, don't you? Sarutobi bit his thumb. I'll just have to even the odds, I suppose. Sarutobi went through several seals before slamming his hand on the tiled roof. Kuchio's no jutsu. A plume of smoke erupted by the elderly shinobi. As it cleared, large monkey stood before him with a leaf Hitai around its forehead. Sarutobi. Hiruzen gave the large monkey a nod. Enma, it seems that the past is finally catching up to me. I need your help. Enma, the great monkey king, grunted as he turned to face Orochimaru, who was brandishing the infamous blade that supposedly could cut through anything. I told you we should have killed him all those years back. Ignoring his summoned companion's comment, Hiruzen instead gazed at his former student. Orochimaru, you've been living on borrowed time. It's time to end this, once and for all. That's my line, you senile fool. Enma, now. Got it. The large monkey made a hand seal as the two simultaneously yelled out the technique, Henge, Kongonyoi. Smoke erupted as Sarutobi held in his arms a battle staff of black color, the shining of hard metal evident as he spun it around with practiced ease. It's been quite a while since I've had to use this technique. Orochimaru gave his former teacher a predatory grin. Well, I suggest that you enjoy this moment, sensei. You will not live to see another sunrise, I promise you that. The two legendary shinobi clashed with each other, one wielding a blade rumored to cut through anything, and one an unbreakable staff of adamantine. This battle was already proving to be one that would not end well. Kakashi, duck. The copy nin ducked as a kunai whizzed over his shoulder, hitting an Iwa nin square in the face, causing the foreign nin to cry out in agony, thanks, Kurenai. The Iwa nin were much larger in numbers than expected, but this was Konoha, the leaf had home field advantage. Kakashi ripped his kunai through the throats of two other Iwa nin before spinning around to deliver a crippling kick to the back of an Oto nin. Damn it, we can't hold them off like this forever. Guy, meanwhile, was having the time of his life as four shinobi of Iwa were sent careening over the walls of Konoha. Yosh, don't worry, my eternal rival. We'll make it through this battle. Don't forget about Asuma and the others. Kakashi nodded, right. Guy, watch it. Guy turned around and instinctively smashed a fist into an enemy kunoichi's gut before grinning, thanks, Kakashi. Kurenai had cast a genjutsu over herself, making her invisible to the enemy. She quickly moved behind a trio of Iwa nin, and the sound of three kunai embedding themselves into the necks of human flesh could be heard. Incoming! Yelled a chunin from Suna. Shinobi moved as a rock crashed down onto the battlefield, taking the life of two young Konoha chunin and a Suna junin. We need to take out the Iwa nin who are launching those boulders at us. Spoke a junin from Konoha as he threw a few shuriken towards the Oto nin running through the gate. Kakashi was quiet for a moment, then spoke, I can take care of them. I'll need some help though. Two Anbu, who had been engaging the enemy as well, nodded, we'll help you get there, Hitaki-san. Kakashi gave a nod as well, right, let's move. He turned to a few of the other shinobi, give us the cover we need to get out of the gates. Kakashi and the two Anbu dashed out from behind the building they were using for cover, and ran like mad as shuriken went flying from both sides. As enemy ninja tried to attack, projectiles of all sorts met them, killing them before they could reach the trio. There's the gate entrance, move. Kakashi yelled, and the three blurred away as they ran at maximum speed. They were soon out of the village wall, and hiding in the cover of the dense foliage surrounding Konoha. Hitaki-san, look. Looking towards the direction one of the Anbu pointed in, he noted about 7 Iwa nin creating large boulders from the earth around them before hurling them over the edge with catapults of some sort. Kakashi made a thoughtful humming noise before holding up a hand, and there's no support for them. Iwa was never big on defense, at least not during attacks in foreign territory. The older shinobi made several signals with his raised hand, and the two Anbu nodded before dashing off in opposite directions. Kakashi soon disappeared as well. Moments later, several cries of pain were heard, and the attacking Iwa nin fell to the ground, dead. A moment later, several explosions went off as the catapults exploded from dozens of explosive tags placed on them. The trio reappeared in a tree, and Kakashi nodded to the two, well done, you two. Inform the southern defenses that we've negated the main threat from the western gate. Right away, Hitaki-san. The both gave quick nods before disappearing in a whirl of leaves. Kakashi, meanwhile, ran back to join the battle with the others. We should head down Naegi Road, it's one of the smaller streets, and an unlikely target for the enemy to go down if they're trying to hunt down targets. Sakura spoke as she gave a look to the second strategist of their sudden plan. The road will then intersect with Ashiki Court Lane, which is the only road we can go down to the Anbu headquarters. There is a disadvantage though, the last couple of blocks of Ashiki are rather bare of any buildings, which will put us in plain sight, considering that the enemy is probably trying to attack the Anbu stronghold. Shikamaru gave a sigh while he unfolded his hands from his usual thinking position. Sakura, that idea can still work. We'll have to break into teams though. Temari seemed to catch on, one team to send the scroll to the Anbu, the other to serve as a diversion. Shikamaru nodded, it seems drastic, but we have very little options. The 12 of us should split into 2 groups. 6 would seem like a logical number for a group of genin to travel in during an invasion, especially since the majority are rookies. 12 would likely draw suspicion. The teams were split accordingly at that point. Shikamaru was made leader of the diversion group, which consisted of Lee, Tenten, Shino, Ino, and Kankuro. The second group that would deliver the scroll consisted of Sakura, who surprisingly was elected leader, along with Sasuke who carried the scroll for the Anbu, Temari, Gaara, Kiba, and Choji. Stay close to the buildings, and low if possible. The less attention your team draws, the better. Shikamaru finished, we need to have a code word when we meet at the academy. Something to make sure we don't end up getting ambushed by enemies posing as us. After deciding on a code word that would be replied with another in turn, they prepared to part. "We'll see you at the academy." Sakura spoke as she adjusted her kunai pouch. They watched as Shikamaru's group took off down the street towards Konoha. Several seconds passed before they saw a few blurs trail after them. The group of genin had to restrain themselves from attacking their friend's new pursuers. They were the diversion team, it was their role in this mission. "Sakura, we need to go." Sasuke spoke. Sakura nodded before looking up at her team of 5 other shinobi. "Right, let's go." Hopefully that was the only enemy group within the area. The pink-haired Kunoichi spoke. Naruto was breathing hard, feeling his muscles scream in protest as he jumped back in time to be merely grazed by the reanimated Yondaime's kunai. "You should adjust your footing." Naruto gave Minato a confused look. "What?" Minato smiled while spinning his kunai by the loophole handle. "Your mother would have taught you how to evade properly. She wasn't the strongest woman, but she was always good on the defensive." Naruto had no time to react as his idol zipped behind him and kicked him in the small of the back. Luckily, Naruto managed to roll, minimizing the amount of pain he would have felt. He stood straight and raised a kunai as the fourth met his weapon with his own. "You knew my mother." Naruto spoke, a myriad of emotions playing on my face. "What about my father?" Minato smiled, sadness etched into his features. "Orochimaru and Sarutobi weren't lying, Naruto." Naruto shook his head, finally letting all that had occurred since he entered this battle catch up to him. "Wait, you mean, when the Kyuubi attacked?" Minato sighed. "I hold nothing against you if you hate me. Any person would probably hate the man who sealed such a powerful demon inside of them." Naruto felt tears prick the corners of his eyes. "Hate you?" Naruto ground his teeth together. "I can't hate you. I've always wanted to be like you were." Minato gave the faintest hint of surprise on his face. "You were my idol growing up, all the stories, and the way everyone spoke so highly of you. People still think you're the greatest Hokage ever." "Well, I never expected myself to be seen as the greatest Hokage of all time. I mean, the Shadaime could have probably mopped the floor with me 10 times over without batting an eyelash." Minato chuckled. "I'm honored even though I probably don't deserve such praise, especially from the son who I placed such a burden on." "Dad." Naruto spoke the words, maybe for the first time in such a way. Not as a reference to a man's relation to one of his friends. Not as a word in a book or scroll. He spoke it as a name. A title to a man that was part of a family he never knew. Minato wanted to embrace his son that he never got to know. He wanted to make up for all the time he and Kushina never got to spend with him. He couldn't come any closer to his son unless he rammed his blade into his son's gut though. "Naruto, please don't come any closer with your guard lowered. I consider it a miracle that I've been able to hold back. Don't risk it any further, please." The younger of the two blondes wondered just how he was surviving this fight with the legendary yellow flash of Konoha. Maybe it was partly because the man he now was told was his father didn't want to fight. "I knew it. You're holding back against me, aren't you?" Minato nodded. "The jutsu is only as effective as the victim's will is weak. How do I stop it from working? Kill Orochimaru, or separate my soul from this shell. This body is not like that of normal human flesh, Naruto." Gritting his teeth, Naruto held back frustrated sob. "Kill you. I can't. Then killing Orochimaru is the only other option, after you somehow get past me." Minato pulled out a rather unique kunai with 2 prongs on either side of the main blade. "The only way you will be able to get past me, Naruto, is to defeat me." Naruto cried silently. "I'm sorry, Dad." Naruto created a miniature windstorm in his left hand while brandishing his kunai in his right. "Me too, Naruto." Kankuro chanced a brief glance behind him before speaking. "We've got company." Shikamaru dropped back to speak with Shino. "Can you stall them at all?" "I'm already on it." Meanwhile, about 10 or so Oto nin were trailing behind the 6 genin. They were merely waiting to strike, knowing that surely this group was going to a safety point where other Konoha citizens, civilian and shinobi, were surely hiding. This was too easy. Now if only these damn bugs would stop bothering their eyes. Gah! The other Oto nin turned to see one of their comrades covered by hundreds of the blasted insects. Moments later, the bugs flew off the downed shinobi, who appeared unconscious. The other shinobi were perhaps perturbed the most by how the strange beetles were flying as a single unit, hovering before the group of shinobi. Like they were actually planning on their next move. The genin tried to ignore the screams from the enemy, though they were once again glad that the Aburame boy was part of their team. "My insects have taken care of the enemy. Their chakra has been depleted, so they will not longer be a threat to us." "Good to know," Kankuro commented as they saw the academy in their sights. They stopped a few roofs short of the Shinobi school. Ino turned to her teammate, her voice just over a whisper, "What's up, Shikamaru?" "It's quiet over there." The Nara boy replied to Ino, "Though it could very well be that no one is there, I also imagine it could be a trap for any shinobi going to investigate. I don't want to fall into such a mess, it'd be a real pain." Tenten took a look at the academy before pointing at one of the windows. "There's a few paper bombs sealed on that window's surrounding frame. I can't tell from here, but they seem to be planted from the inside. They're proximity activated, so we can't go through there. My guess is that the academy teachers set them up, and if my guess is right, the explosives are low explosive grade. Minimizes the amount of damage to the building." Shikamaru gave a hum of understanding before looking to the group. "Okay, well, we'll split in teams of 2. Shino and Konkuro, head over to the southern entrance, but don't go in unless you're positive it's safe. Lee, Tenten, take the main entrance. Tenten, seeing as you happen to be the most knowledgeable in traps here, you'll do best in the main entryway, which I'm sure is laid with traps. Ino, you and I will wait here for the others to arrive." "Yes, we shall show the enemy what it truly means to work as a team, right Tenten?" "Right, Lee, now just make sure to keep your voice down," replied the weapons expert. The groups gave a quick nod before dashing off in different directions. Hopefully, Shikamaru thought, the fighting would be minimum here. He wasn't looking forward to another fight, seeing as he was still tired from his fight with Temari. "Troublesome women. What's the matter, Shika?" Ino asked, not catching what he said. "Nothing. Let's find a safe place to keep watch." Gaara lowered his hand as 2 unconscious Iwa Nin fell from being knocked out by his sand tendrils. "That's the last of them." Kiba took a quick sniff, and nodded. "Yeah, looks like you got them all. The headquarters should be just." Several explosions of smoke went off, and the genin were soon surrounded, various weapons pointed at them. The Anbu had moved in rather quickly, Sasuke thought, seeing as Kiba hadn't caught their scent. "We were not the enemy," Sakura said. "Kakashi Hitaki sent us here with a scroll." The apparent captain put up a hand, and the other masked shinobi lowered their weapons a fraction. "My apologies. We've had a few enemies already try and disguise themselves as Anbu. What did Hitaki-senpai wish to give us?" Sasuke reached into his shuriken holster, and handed the captain the scroll. The captain read it over before sighing. "We were expecting this. We've got our orders then." He nodded to one of his subordinates, a kunoichi in a monkey mask. "Begin operation, Wing Whisper." The kunoichi nodded before pulling out a small whistle. She lifted her mask enough for her lips to be seen, and pressed the whistle to them. A high-pitched whistling note was made, and a small little kestrel appeared above them. It let out a trill cry before perching on the woman's arm. She pulled out a scroll from one of her bodysuit's pockets, and tied it to the ankle of the hawk before giving it a gentle scratch behind the neck. It then flitted off to at a high speed. "What was that?" The Anbu kunoichi turned to Temari. "Sora is one of our smallest messenger birds used in Anbu. He'll be in Fire Country's capital city by morning, since he'll make a quick stop to hunt and rest for the night." Sakura sighed in relief. "Good. We have to meet up with the rest of our group at the academy and provide any backup needed afterwards." The captain nodded. "We'll escort you there. We need to head into the main gate anyway, and it won't be too far out of our way." Without another word, the group took off once again. "Kekiki, getting tired, Sarutobi-sensei." The third gave a grim smile. "Don't let these gray hairs fool you, Orochimaru. I can still fight." Orochimaru sidestepped a joust from the metallic battle staff of Hiruzen's, and lunged at him with his blade. Sarutobi quickly spun the end closest to him to block the sword, and then using the leverage he gained, sent Orochimaru flying back. The Sannin landed gracefully, a serious look etched into his pale face. "You old fool, why won't you give up? Konoha is doomed. I have the support of both my village and Iwagakure. The losses are already piling up on your end as well as Suna's." Sarutobi merely chuckled. "I see you've so quickly forgot all that I taught you about the bonds of Konoha, Orochimaru. The bond between ninja of the Hidden Leaf is that of the will of fire, one that cannot be broken by merely attacking us." Explosions rattled off in the south, and Sarutobi watched as a fairly large toad appeared out of thin air. "As long as one shinobi remains, Konoha will live on." Orochimaru moved with speed defiant of his age, and was soon up in his sensei's face. Sarutobi kicked at the Sannin while the snake-like ninja hopped to his left. He lifted his blade to jab it at Sarutobi's shoulder, but the third managed to move to his right in time to avoid the blow. Taking the opportunity Orochimaru had opened to him, Sarutobi delivered 4 successful blows to the Sannin's chest before giving a rising swipe, sending Orochimaru careening into the air. The Sannin landed on his feet, and coughed a bit as he spit up blood. He glared daggers at his former teacher, as he stood, appearing relatively unharmed. Even with the odds clearly against you, you still remain in denial of defeat. Orochimaru raised his blade, die. Sarutobi braced himself as the blade aimed towards his chest. He sidestepped the first strike, slammed the end of Enma's metal form into Orochimaru's chest, and watched with only a slight bit of surprise as it shattered into dirt, a clone of mud. As expected of you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru cackled softly as he resurfaced from underneath the tiling, and held his blade at ready. You seem as though you were aware of that little imitation of mine this whole time. Shame on you, sensei. You were holding back on me. The third spun around and extended Enma's length in attempt to take out Orochimaru's head. The Sannin, instead of ducking, stretched neck out like he had times before, and opened his mouth. Kusanagi appeared from his mouth, the leader of Otogakure intent on plunging it into the head of the third. Sarutobi waited until the last possible second, and rammed the end of Enma to meet the blade's point. Gah, watch it, Sarutobi. That one actually hurt, spoke Enma as an eye appeared on the pole, I only capable of taking so much from that sword of his. Orochimaru let out a gurgled sound before he retracted the sword into his mouth again. He pulled his head back to his shoulders. I can see that this is starting to wear down on you, isn't it? Hiruzen couldn't help but feel exhausted as he felt beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. The man was experienced, yes, but age hadn't been completely merciful on him. The cry of Naruto was heard, and Hiruzen watched as Naruto went flying towards the two older ninja. He hopped up, and looked to the third. Haha, that's my father over there. Hiruzen was a bit shocked to see that Naruto was speaking in a tone that sounded of admiration and even joy. Naruto, you're badly injured, Sarutobi said, now taking notice of the various wounds on his body. They were from kunai. Yeah, Dad's Hiraishin no Jutsu. It caught me by surprise. Naruto wasn't really paying attention to the various wounds and bleeding, looking to his father, Ji-san. Despite everything going on, I feel happy. My dad was the man that I always wanted to become. Sarutobi gave him a grim smile. He looked to Orochimaru, and his expression turned to one of horror. Naruto. Orochimaru was mere feet away from the blonde, the deadly Kusanagi about to plunge into Naruto's heart. Sarutobi barely had time to react, and used a quick kawarimi. Next thing Naruto knew, he was facing Sarutobi as the old ninja coughed. JG-san, Naruto said, immediately noticing the blood running down his grandfather figure's chin from his mouth. No. Ji-san. Orochimaru laughed. Oh, sensei. You foolishly go and throw your life away to protect the Jinchuriki filth. Amusing to no end, really. He laughed a bit more, pulling out his blade, raising it for the finishing blow. Goodbye, sensei. Naruto watched in horror as the lethal blade moved. Naruto felt as though everything had slowed down. He suddenly felt it. I can't let this happen. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed in a sadistic way as he grinned. This would be the finishing blow to Konoha, and the end to any obstacles he had towards his own ambition. I'll end this myself. Now. Splurge. Orochimaru looked at his blade as it was blocked by the blonde shinobi's own arm. It was, surprisingly, only barely piercing the flesh beyond the muscle. It should have gone straight through and punctured the boy in the chest. There was the small fact that Naruto's eyes were crimson now, and an aura of orange and red was flaring up around him. I'm going to make you pay for that, Orochimaru. The Sannin leapt back as a clawed hand slashed at him. He sneered at the boy. That's it, Naruto-kun. Make this fight interesting for me. Your ancient excuse of a leader has failed to do so. Naruto roared as a single tail began to form behind him, waving like mad. You bastard, what makes you think you can just waltz into our home and attack us? You did it once with the cage, and now Ji-san. I won't allow any more of it. No more. A heavy weight settled upon the area, and even the Anbu behind the barrier were feeling the pressure. See, Captain, that's. The leader of the Anbu squad nodded. Yes, the boy's unleashing the Kyuubi's chakra. It's a bit ironic, if you think about it. With the Yondaime here, and now the boy unleashing the fox's power. The other Anbu nodded, trying not to let the tainted power creep them out too much. Orochimaru's own sickening chakra was enough to give them an unsettling feeling. Minato watched, having noted that the power driving him to attack had lessened even more. He instead watched, motionless as his son released the power that the man had expected for him to use someday. Naruto, you've already proven yourself to be the son I had hoped you would be. Minato would have cried a bit had he the ability to. Unfortunately, Orochimaru had created a mere shell, no organs, let alone tear ducts, for Minato. The fact that he had to have a sacrifice for this technique was enough to make Minato feel sick to his non-existent stomach. When he saw Sarutobi take the Sannin's sword to the chest, he cringed inwardly. He had failed yet again. This time, he let the man that had given him the title of Hokage years ago take a blow for his son. That should have been me, Minato thought. Then again, if Minato had been truly alive, Orochimaru may be dead by now. He returned to his son, who was now sending out a claw of raw chakra to the Sannin. There was definitely a malign feel to it. Still, Naruto was using this horrid power for a cause that was anything but malign. He was using it to protect the Hokage, to defend his home. During their fight, well, it wasn't much of a fight, considering Minato had received next to nothing as far as injury. He had asked Naruto why he was sporting both a Hitai-ite of Konoha and Suna. Naruto merely said that it was a long story for later. Minato smirked. Later. His son spoke as though they'd be able to talk after his was over. No matter what, Orochimaru would not allow the dead Hokage to continue to exist. He would destroy this pseudo-body Minato was given to take form in, and Minato would cease to remain in this realm. It had shocked him when he felt his soul be ripped from its suffering within the gut of the Shinigami after what seemed like ages. How Orochimaru did it, Minato was unsure. Still, whatever the case, Minato, despite how much he wished to kill the pale and reptilian-like man, was thankful that he had been given the chance to see his son again. Minato felt a wind billow his white and red jacket a bit, and he turned to see Naruto dodging various snakes that slithered out of Orochimaru's sleeves. Naruto blasted them away with a wind jutsu, and was soon dodging that horrid sword of the Sannins again. Take this, you freak. Naruto made a seal and 4 shadow clones appeared before rushing the Sannin. They all pulled out kunai as they neared the Sannin, who merely watched with a sinister grin on his face. The first clone dived at Orochimaru, and roared in fury as it tried to plunge its kunai into the Sannin's skull. Orochimaru easily countered by impaling the clone, but was a bit confused to see that the clone didn't vanish, instead gripping the sword tightly. What? Impossible, a shadow clone is supposed to vanish after it's been attacked unless. The Sannin's eyes widened, you couldn't possibly. The original Naruto made another seal as the other 3 clones ran at the Otogakure leader, Nice knowing you, Orochimaru. Bunshin Bakua. A massive explosion shook the roof as the 4 clones erupted in a chakra-empowered burst. Naruto blocked his face from the debris and dirt, and looked to see the burnt spot where the Sannin had been. Kekiki, I am impressed, Naruto-kun. You really are an interesting prey indeed. Spoke the familiar voice of the Sannin as he resurfaced from the tiling, having found cover with his earth-style techniques. It's not enough though, I'm afraid. Naruto found himself wearing down. The fox's chakra, despite giving him immense power, was starting to take effect. He couldn't keep fighting at this rate. First Neji earlier today, which had forced the blonde to call the demon fox's power. Then the fight with his father, which had begun taking its toll on him. The fox's power was beginning to weaken Naruto at a steady rate. I see that you're still able to tire, Naruto-kun. That's good, spoke the Sannin, then you probably are able to bleed as well. Schluck. Naruto looked to see steel embedded into his skin, just narrowly missing his heart. Naruto had, by some small chance, managed to move down so that the blade pierced just above and to the right of his vital organ that pumped blood throughout his body. That didn't mean he was fine though. Naruto was a bit surprised to see that it hadn't gone deeper though. He probably had the fox's chakra to thank for that. Naruto let out a cry of pain, finally feeling the pain rack through his body. Sarutobi, who was doing worse, let out a gasp as he watched the boy he had come to see as a second grandson, scream in agony. The Sannin had yet to remove the blade, instead making small twisting motions with the blade while Naruto's body desperately tried to heal itself. Orochimaru, you monster. Stop. Sarutobi yelled, forcing himself to stand, though barely. He gripped his staff again, though using it for support more than anything else. Orochimaru turned to the injured Hokage, and his grin grew wider. He pulled the blade out rather forcefully, causing Naruto to cry out further as he fell to the ground, blood pooling around him as he tried to recover. The Kyuubi's aura began to gather over his chest as he rolled onto his back, the Biju's demonic power mending bone and flesh together as Naruto felt his body slowly succumbing to blood loss and fatigue. Minato suddenly felt something suddenly snap in him. Watching his son being attacked by one of Konoha's greatest threats caused a part of him to suddenly break free of the trance-like command over his body. He unsnapped the pouch where he held his special kunai, and pulled out every last one of them. Naruto, Sarutobi, I failed you both once. I will not fail you again. Orochimaru spun Kusanagi around once, enjoying the moment of watching the Jinchuriki boy and his former sensei both were on the brink of defeat. It was a moment like this that drove him to raise Otogakure. For power, and being able to crush those who opposed him. He pointed his blade at Sarutobi, grinning with a touch of maniacal joy in his appearance. Now, Sarutobi-sensei. I will end this. Before was able to move though, Orochimaru felt a sharp pain in his back. He growled as the sound of steel embedding into flesh could be heard, and he turned down to see both his ankles had pronged kunai in them. He looked to see Minato holding several more of his infamous kunai in hand. What is the meaning of this? Minato wasted no time, throwing several more of his kunai around the Sannin, sticking them into the roof and Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru, you were a fool to think that you could force me to do your sadistic bidding, especially to my own son. Minato's gaze could have cut diamonds. I will end this. Before Orochimaru could blink, he felt his body being ripped apart as Minato blipped away in a flash of golden light. Minato appeared in front of Orochimaru, gripping one of his pronged kunai that had been stuck in the roof tiles. He disappeared again, and Orochimaru felt his arm drop his sword as Minato tore a tendon in his wrist. Orochimaru was bleeding profusely as Minato stood before him, his palm opened fully as a blue, swirling vortex formed. When I kill you, Orochimaru, I too will be destroyed in the process. I have no regrets though. You gave me a chance to see my son, and I thank you for that. Orochimaru watched in horror as a full-fledged Rasengan began to spin in the blonde man's hand. You think you can kill me? Fool. I brought you to this world, and I will dispose of you just as easily. Orochimaru raised his still-functioning hand as Minato ran at him, his spiraling vortex of chakra ready to destroy his innards in a rather unpleasant fashion. The Sannin released a wave of chakra, and Minato felt himself begin to stiffen in the limbs. He blinked as his body began to lose its color, and crumble. To make matters worse, the Rasengan vanished into thin air. No, he couldn't fail here, not yet. There was one last chance to prevent Orochimaru from continuing further with his ambitions. It may not kill him, but he'd at least put a major dent in the Sannin's power. Minato used his remaining leg power to launch at the weakened Sannin, and whipped through a series of seals faster than even Sasuke or Kakashi could hope to catch on a first glance with the Sharingan. His hands glowed blue, and he gripped either of Orochimaru's shoulders. Orochimaru felt a horrid pain run down his arms. He howled as his arms went numb before they began to burn from the inside. Seal! Minato cried, and Orochimaru howled in pain as his arms began to literally disintegrate, leaving nothing but ash. Grag! My arms! What have you done to my arms? Orochimaru roared as his arms turned to ash before blowing away in the wind. Minato laughed as his body fell to the ground. I've sealed away the chakra coils in your arms, and then destroyed the very limbs afterwards. No jutsu can save you from this, Orochimaru. You will no longer be able to use your arms, and ninjutsu will be forever out of your reach. That's also including genjutsu, and you can forget about any taijutsu with them either. Orochimaru felt his anger boil over as he kicked the limp and weakening body of Minato. You damned fool. How could you? Do you realize what you've done? Minato snickered. Yeah, I know what I've done, but telling you wouldn't be a good idea. After all, after I leave here again, there will be no one who can revert you back. Actually, Minato took in a deep breath as he gave another chuckle. I don't think there is a way to reverse that technique, haha. Orochimaru looked to see Sarutobi slowly going into a stance with his battle staff, clearly injured but now having an upper hand. Not to mention that Naruto was standing as well, building power for a wind jutsu. Orochimaru hated to admit it, but this was now hopeless for him, not to mention even more Anbu were arriving now. He turned to his 4 bodyguards, and yelled, we're retreating. Saken, Jirobu, Kidomaru, and Kimamaru all cancelled their hold on the barrier, and quickly ran to their master's side. Jirobu picked Orochimaru up by one side, and Kidomaru took the other side before they jumped off. Kimamaru and Saken held back the Anbu that sprung immediately for a brief amount of time before running off. Squad A, follow them. Squad B, get me a EMC squad now, yelled an Anbu captain that had just arrived before running to meet the third. His fellow Anbu ran off to do as they were asked as he helped the third sit. Hokage-sama, please try not to move. We have a medical team coming to meet you as I speak. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed up a bit more blood before shaking his head. That won't be necessary, Tenzo. The Anbu captain was a bit shocked before he continued. Hokage-sama, you're in grave condition. We need to heal you before the wounds become too severe. Stop worrying about the old man so much, and go check on the young boy who helped protect our village. The Anbu captain sighed before turning to the blonde boy. He looked to one of his remaining men, and told him to stay by the third while he went to Naruto. Tenzo found it a bit ironic that he of all people was now facing Naruto. After all, being the genetic heir to the Shadaime gave him certain abilities involved with Jinchuriki. My dad. Tenzo looked to the boy for a brief moment, and then followed the blonde's gaze to the slowly decaying body of the fourth Hokage, of course. Tenzo helped Naruto up, and walked him over to the fourth, whose color was beginning to dull, the life no longer evident in his appearance. Minato let a small smile cross his face as he saw his son, who was now free of the Kyuubi's influential features. Naruto, I'm proud of you. Naruto let tears fall from his eyes. Dad, how did you? It's as I said, Naruto. The will of fire is something that bonds all shinobi of Konoha. Spoke the wheezing voice of Sarutobi, who was coughing up a bit of blood, but sitting. Enma, meanwhile, was standing off to the side, watching quietly. Sarutobi gave a weak smile to the Yondaime. Minato, thank you. Minato gave the elder Hokage a nod before looking to his son. Naruto, I'm so sorry your first memorable meeting with me was like this. He felt Naruto's hand grasp his own, but only barely. He had little feeling in his arms, he just felt pressure. There was warmth too, he noted. You fight just as fiercely as your mother did. My mom. The blonde man gave a grin as he seemed to recall events from a time long ago. Yes. Kushina is definitely your mother when I look at you. I see so much of her in the way you fight. Naruto watched as his father gave out a cough. Dad, I don't want you to go, please, don't. Minato raised his hand so that it was on Naruto's head. Hey, none of that. I'm not leaving you. As much as I hate to admit it, Orochimaru did something good for once. He freed me from the Shinigami's stomach. I'll be free of imprisonment when I pass on again. Dad, did Mom? Minato frowned sadly. She too is dead. She suffered from illness that had been going on long before she was pregnant with you. She died hours after giving birth to you. Your very name was her idea, after the character in one of my teacher's books. Wait, teacher, you mean Ero Sennin? Minato raised an eyebrow. Ero Sennin. He suddenly seemed to catch on. Ahahaha. You mean that you called Jiraiya that? He laughed a bit more until he was coughing again. Haha, yes, Jiraiya the Toad Sage was my teacher and mentor. Naruto grinned sadly. He's been training me. I would hope so. He's your godfather after all. Minato added, causing Naruto to choke on air. What? Naruto felt sick all of a sudden. This was too much. Dad, you mean he's my godfather, and… Naruto felt tears prick his eyes. I have family after all, huh? Minato nodded. Don't be mad at him if you hardly know him, Naruto. How long have you known him? Several months, I guess. I actually met him once without even knowing who he was, although I had been using a henge. Minato's strength began to fade, and his hand went limp. What about Kakashi? You know him too. Naruto chuckled. He was my Genin team leader. Minato smiled. Good. He paused as his smile began to disappear. What do you mean by was, though? Naruto rubbed his hand over his left bicep where his leaf Hitai was. I left Konoha a few months back, and ended up in Suna. They took me in as one of their own. Minato seemed upset when he heard this. What caused you to leave Konoha? Naruto put a hand over his stomach. I didn't want the fox to hurt any of my precious people. We were on a mission, and I almost lost one of my teammates. The fox's power got loose when I got angry, and… Naruto shook his head. I didn't want to have that happen to anyone I care for. Minato could draw the lines to the dots from what his son said. He had lived alone, with few friends, maybe only Sarutobi and a few select people. He could tell that he was probably more lonely than actually hurt in any physical manner due to the Biju. I don't think I can ever apologize enough for what I burdened you with. Naruto forced a smile on his face. It's okay. It was either me being a Jinchuriki, or the Kyuubi would have destroyed Konoha. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Minato felt his pride for his son grow a bit more. You really grew into a fine young man. Naruto sensed his father's chakra fade. Dad. Minato was again smiling. Naruto, grow up strong. I can see that you'll only continue to improve. He forced his arms to move, and put a hand on his son's shoulder. You've made me proud. Naruto felt his throat tighten again. He was having a harder time suppressing his tears. I'll be the greatest shinobi ever, Dad. I promise you that. Haha, that's my boy. Minato's sight was going dim, clouding over with blackness around the edges of his vision. Naruto, say hello to Jiraiya and Kakashi for me. Naruto only nodded. Goodbye, Naruto. Stay true to your dreams, and never doubt yourself. Minato's chakra was soon no more, his sheer willpower keeping him in the plane of existence of mortals. I love you, my son. Naruto watched as Minato's body slowly broke apart, the shell of ash finally giving into the wind. Minato let out one final breath. As if on cue, the wind blew his remains away in a strong gust, the echo of the fourth's breath surrounding Naruto. The boy blinked away the tears as the wind blew around him, and he felt a feather-light pressure on his shoulders, causing his head to snap up. He looked, though no one was behind him, aside from the Anbu captain that had brought him over, and he was a good distance away from the blonde still. Live and grow up strong, Naruto. Your mother and I will be with you every step of the way, that is our promise to you. Naruto finally gave in, and let out a sob, not even caring that the dead body of that Oto genin named Dosu was lying where his father's body had been. He had been for at least a half a day, or so it seemed. One of the other nasty requirements for Orochimaru's forbidden technique. Dad, Naruto spoke, standing up proud, his head held a little higher. He would shed no more tears until this attack on Konoha was over. Naruto, spoke a familiar voice. Naruto looked over to see an injured Sarutobi still sitting with a medic tending to him. Are you alright? Naruto felt relief wash over him. Ji-san. You're okay. Haha, hardly the case, but thanks to your bold efforts, I'll live to see another day. Sarutobi winced a bit as the medic helped him onto a stretcher. Naruto, I believe it would be best if you find a safe place to. No, I'm going to help my friends now. Naruto spoke with finality. They're fighting out there, I can't let them down. Hiruzen smiled weakly. I understand. Tenzo, you and your team head to the main gate and inform our forces that Orochimaru has retreated. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu gave a quick nod before he and his group dashed off to the main battle. Naruto, I understand that you're a fast healer, but at least let one of the medics help you with the major injuries before you set off again. Naruto obliged and within 5 minutes was healed a little more thanks in part to the healing chakra of one of the medic ninja. Naruto flexed his arm that Orochimaru had stabbed, and grinned, alright, Ji-san. I'll make sure to clean out this place of the jerks that invaded us. Leave it to me. Naruto crouched low for a brief moment before rocketing off the roof with a blast of wind. A few of the remaining Anbu and medics cried out in surprise. Sarutobi could only laugh in amusement. You've grown up a bit more already, Naruto. Sasuke whipped through the hand seals of his favored Just You before taking in a deep breath. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Two Iwa Nin leapt above the flaming mass only to be met with the grinning face of Kiba and Akamaru who had hanged into the Inuzuka boy, idiots, falling for a simple trick like that. The two ninja were sent crashing into the trees outside of the academy. Kiba landed with Akamaru, who reverted to his canine state before barking triumphantly, nice move, Kiba. The Inuzuka boy gave Sasuke a thumbs up, hey, thanks. Sakura was in a dance of taijutsu with a kunoichi from Otogakure, matching the taller woman blow for blow. You know, I could probably take this up a notch if I wanted, Sakura stated, I'm just trying to conserve energy. The enemy kunoichi let out a bark of laughter, go ahead and try me, brat. Sakura gave a very unsettling smile, my pleasure. Sakura flipped back, her hands landing on the ground while her legs whipped at the kunoichi. The woman grunted as Sakura's left leg hit her ulna rather hard. It was possible that it fractured. The woman tried to snap kick the kunoichi in the jaw, but Sakura only flipped back a second time before aiming her raised right heel and slamming it into the kunoichi's left shoulder. The Oto kunoichi ignored the pain, and pulled out 3 shuriken to lob at the younger kunoichi. Sakura could have been mistaken for dancing with how gracefully she was moving while the shuriken harmlessly flew past her. She landed on her left hand and both feet before grinning, my turn. Sakura covered the distance between them, and ducked under a kick before delivering an uppercut that would have made Guy proud. The kunoichi from sound felt a resonating crack in her jaw before flying a few feet into the air and landing in an unconscious heap. Sakura let out an unladylike battle cry of victory as she pumped her fist, damn, that felt good. The Anbu that had accompanied the genin to the academy couldn't help but feel a bit perturbed by the sight of the beautiful flower of a kunoichi literally drop the older Oto nin in such a fashion. Eventually Sakura's team, along with the Anbu, had cleared the academy area of any enemies. Right before they headed to the building itself, they were stopped by 6 figures that Sakura immediately recognized. The 2 pillars stand between the 2 doors. Sakura nodded to Shikamaru, the monkey climbs the pillars while the port wind blows through the leaves. Shikamaru nodded, I think we should use that code more often. The code was a simple one, in essence. It was a sort of reference to the names of the 4 Hokage that had served Konoha. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. The Anbu approached the other 6 genin from Shikamaru's group, is the academy secure? Tenten spoke, there's several traps that we encountered, though they appeared to be made by the teachers before they left. We were able to bypass them, though I'm not entirely sure if they'll be needed any further. The enemy seems to be passing by this area now that the students are gone. Otogakure is retreating. The group of shinobi turned to the voice, seeing a teenage girl with red hair standing at the far end of the academy grounds. She appeared to be a civilian by the looks of her clothes. She wore a dull blue short-sleeved shirt with black pants that went to her knees, along with sandals. What bothered the Anbu was the fact that they had not sensed her, but chalked it up to the fact that she was a civilian, and probably couldn't mold chakra like a shinobi. Shouldn't you be with the rest of the civilians that evacuated? The girl frowned. I got caught in one of the explosions, and my family was killed. I have nowhere to go now. The Anbu captain sighed. Right. You said that Otogakure is in the midst of retreating. The girl gave a nervous nod. Why yeah. I was told so by an ANBU that had been at the site where some blonde kid and the third Hokage were fighting Orochimaru. Are they okay? Temari asked immediately upon hearing, blonde kid, and Orochimaru, is the blonde alive? Yeah, he was actually putting up a real fight too. The girl added. The Anbu captain gave the girl a critical look behind his mask. You should be lucky that you're alive out here. I suggest you get to the nearest evacuation point before it gets any worse out here. The girl looked down. She nodded. Okay then. I know where to go. She took off at a sprint as one of the Anbu looked to the captain. Huh. You think she was a shinobi with how calm she was? The captain gave a nod. Yeah. Well, we can't afford to waste any more time. He turned to the group of genin. I assume you know where the meeting point is. Shikamaru gave a nod. Southern Market area. We can get there just fine with our group. The Anbu captain nodded. Right. We're going to the outer perimeter walls to see what we can do for reinforcements. Good luck to all of you. With a bang and a puff of smoke, the group of elite shinobi were gone. Just as the genin were about to set off, Shino held up a hand. Someone's coming. His bugs buzzed around him, and he turned to Kiba and Akamaru. The two got a quick whiff of the air before the Inuzuka grinned. Hey, the idiot's here. 2 seconds later, a blonde ninja with a mask covering his face landed from the sky it seemed. He turned to the Inuzuka and frowned. Hey, dog breath. Why don't you come say that to my face? The ninja gave Kiba a dramatic pointing finger before blinking. He pulled off his mask, and every one of the Konoha rookies grew quiet. He really is alive. Ino spoke, feeling a smile spread across her face as the others felt similar relief and joy. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Hey guys. I suppose I have some explaining to. Baka. Naruto turned just in time to see a giant fan smack into his face. He cried out as he rolled a good couple of yards before a very furious Suna Kunoichi hefted him up by the collar. Temari-chan. Hey, don't be angry. I'm alive, see. Naruto waved his hands around frantically as Temari had tears in her eyes. Temari pulled the disheveled Jinchuriki close to her before speaking softly. I was worried about you. Damn it, don't scare me like that. Naruto rubbed Temari's back softly before speaking. I'm sorry, Temari-chan. I had to help the Hokage though. Not only that, but something wonderful happened to me when I fought Orochimaru. Wonderful. What? Temari asked, curious as he gave her a sad smile. He shook his head. Later, Temari. After this battle is all done, I'll tell everyone about what happened, as well as a few other things I've been hiding. Temari gave him a knowing look, looking into his eyes. Naruto, you don't have to tell them about the Q. I want to. They have a right to know. They're my friends. Naruto interrupted, giving her a soft smile. The other Konoha genin walked over to the duo of blondes and eyes on Naruto. They gave him mixed looks, from surprise to confusion, though Naruto could clearly see a sense of happiness among them. We thought we'd never see you again, Naruto. Ino said while giving him a cheery smile. Shikamaru mumbled something about troublesome and friends before nodding, along with Choji. Shino gave Naruto a faint nod while Kiba grinned. Good to see you still kicking butt, idiot. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly. Glad to see you too, dog breath. Akamaru gave Naruto a bark while wagging his tail, and the blonde grinned while reaching over Kiba's head to pet him. How did you manage to defeat Orochimaru? Kankuro asked, and the others gave similar curious nods. Long story. Ji-san, I mean the Hokage and I had some help. Sasuke gave Naruto a nod, while Sakura smiled, happy to see one of her friends and teammates alive. The Uchiha looked over to the billowing smoke in the south. We better get going and help them. Sasuke-kun is right. We cannot let our comrades fight alone. Dai-sensei would never approve of this. I will fight for him in Neji's absence. Lee crowed while Tenten gave a sigh while shaking her head a bit, although a small smile was clearly evident. The group jumped to the rooftops, heading off towards the fight at the southern wall, intent on getting to the battle as fast as possible. Naruto. The blonde turned to see Gaara running alongside him. Hey, Gaara. Dang, you're not even scratched. Not bad, hehehe. Gaara gave a nod before continuing, I sensed your Biju's power. Are you alright? Naruto nodded, yeah, I had control this time. I'm just glad that I managed to save Ji-san before things got too bad. Gaara looked ahead, his sand gourd's cork being pulled off as they neared the smoky battleground. We'll be fine as long as we all stick together. Naruto gave his friend and fellow Jinchuriki a grin laced with confidence, damn straight. Let's do this. Tayuya waited until she was sure she wasn't being followed before going on one knee and speaking into a small microphone hidden in her ear. This is Melody, do you copy? Melody, this is Arachnid, go ahead. I've infiltrated the village interior. What's your status? Orochimaru-sama has been injured gravely, his arms are, what now, Jirobu? Fine, eat already. We're resting anyway. Yes, the Anbu lost us. Kidomaru grumbled before going on, sorry. As I was saying, Orochimaru is injured. Things went badly, his arms are burnt off, or so it would seem. Not only that, but our forces are having trouble too, according to our scouts. Even Iwa, which was supposed to be the trump card to break Konoha's defenses, is starting to retreat back. Tayuya bit back a curse, and looked around before continuing, well, looks like we'll be going through with mission, would rot. Fair enough. Kabuto hasn't arrived at our rendezvous point yet. You know what to do, Tayuya. Good luck. TCH, like I'll need it. These leaf nin are so trusting I could hold a box of chocolates in one hand and a roll of explosive tags with the other and they'd still welcome me into their village with open arms. I'll be fine. Melody, over and out. Tayuya pulled off her earpiece and microphone, crushing it with her hand, destroying any evidence. She looked around, and gave a firm nod. If Konoha couldn't be destroyed from the outside, then she'd be the catalyst to destroy it from the inside. Let it rot, just like a dying tree. The Oto Kunoichi grinned inwardly. Konoha and rotting trees. It just seemed to have a nice ring to it. Chap. 17. Searching for a fifth. The enemy is retreating, shouted a Junin of Suna as they continued to drive out straggling Sound and Rock Shinobi. Asuma let out a sigh of relief. It looked like the battle was finally ending. He had received word via messenger bird that Kakashi, Kurenai, and the others had fought off the majority of enemies at the main gate with only a few casualties for Konoha and Suna. The eastern wall was for the most part safe. Most of the forces defending Konoha had moved to the southern wall, preparing for a final push to drive out the invaders. Asuma-sensei. The Sarutobi turned to see the group of genin that made up the able-bodied Rookie 9, plus Team Guy and the Suna genin that had been in the finals. He grinned while taking a quick drag from his cigarette. Hey. Glad to see you kids are all okay. What's the word? Shikamaru nodded. The academy seems like it was evacuated successfully, so we made our way to the southern market area as planned. The Anbu got the scroll with no problems, either. The Junin gave a smile to the group. Well done. We'll just need to drive out the shinobi forces from Iwa and Oto. Keep back and give any support where it's needed. There was no time for a response as the sound of an explosion went off. Asuma turned while yelling out a string of curses. Damn, those are the paper bombs we laid around the perimeter. We need to. He looked up as several spear-like projections were seen falling from the sky. Move. The entire group of ninja within the vicinity spread out as earthen spears smashed into the open area. Shrapnel went flying in every direction, most of it embedding into nearby buildings. Asuma chanced a peek from behind a stand, and nodded, all right, we're clear. Move and take out any Iwa nin before they get further into Konoha. There were several shouts from the various genin, chunin and junin within the area, and several blurs could be seen heading towards to meet the breaching forces of Hidden Rock. Yet another explosion went off, sending several shinobi into the air. Naruto looked from his cover behind a fallen tin roof. What was that? It appears that Iwa has managed to set up their own counter traps. Our forces triggered them. Gaara spoke. Naruto grit his teeth as he looked to see the now injured shinobi allies. Naruto, what are you thinking? The blonde turned to his Jinchuriki companion and smirked. How fast can you move your sand? As fast as it needs to. Jiraiya's sensei fixed that seal on me, remember? Good. I have a plan. The blonde spoke in a hushed tone while Gaara nodded before uncorking his gourd. Guy let out a battle cry as he sent a straggling Oto nin into a pile of crates before they hit a wall, slumping to the ground and blacking out. Yosh. Come on, Kakashi, Kurenai. Our comrades need our aid. No time for slacking. Kurenai sighed as she picked up the pace along with the silver-haired Junin. I swear, Kakashi, I'm half tempted to put him under a genjutsu and… Easy, Kurenai. Guy's got a point, though, Asuma and the others need help. The last string of Iwa's main forces there. The masked shinobi replied as they hopped from rooftop to rooftop, besides, our students are there. You're right, Kurenai spoke. In truth, only Shino was actually fighting with the other genin of Konoha and Suna, I hope they're alright. Kakashi turned to the kunoichi, his eye crinkling as he gave her a reassuring masked grin. They're a talented group, all of them. I'm sure they're all okay. The three Junin halted only a few blocks from the battle ahead as a large spike of chakra was felt, and a fountain of sand shot into the air. Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he looked to the top of the large tendril of sand, and lifted his Sharingan, not sure if he was seeing correctly. Kakashi, isn't that Naruto on top of that moving tower of sand? Guy asked, what's he doing up there? The three didn't have to wait long as Naruto looked down to someone, waving a hand to them. It must have been some sort of signal, because a moment later the pillar of sand moved towards the gate that was being breached by the enemy shinobi. The blonde was rolling through a set of hand seals before opening his two palms wide and blasting a powerful gale of wind from each of his hands. I have to admit, Kakashi, that boy can put on a show. Kurenai spoke, a light chuckle escaping her lips, makes me wonder what he'll be like in a few years. Kakashi felt himself smile proudly as he watched his student blast away at the Iwa forces while creating an opening for the other Konoha and Suna shinobi to move forward. I wonder the same thing, Kurenai. Let's go. We better see what we can do about getting Iwa out of here. Right, Guy and Kurenai both replied. The two jumped off the roof, and continued onward to the main fight. A few seconds later found the three Junin in the fray while blocking shuriken, kunai, and various Doden techniques. Kakashi-sensei. The masked Junin turned to a familiar voice, Sakura. Glad to see you okay. How's Sasuke and the others? Sakura gave a weary sigh while wiping her brow of sweat. For the most part, we're good. Lee got a piece of shrapnel lodged into his leg, but I managed to get it out and disinfect the wound before wrapping it. Aside from that, we haven't really had any major injuries in our group. Duck. The four didn't even hesitate before hitting the dirt. A second later, about several dozen projectiles ranging from sickles, kunai, shuriken, and knives flew over their heads. Several cries of pain were heard as the weapons hit their designated targets. Tenten landed beside Sakura, letting out a tired breath before grinning. Haha, good work, Tenten, your youthfulness shines as brightly as the sun on A. Hey, thanks Guy-sensei. Tenten said, waving a hand and cutting her teacher off. Sakura, you're the one with the main medical kit, and we have a few injured Chunin and genin with us. We need your help with treatment. Sakura gave a nod. Alright. Thanks. She turned to her sensei. Well, I better go help, Kakashi-sensei. Stay safe. You too, Kurenai-sensei, Guy-sensei. The two kunoichi jumped off when the area was clear, making a mad dash to help the injured. Kurenai was the first to speak. Sakura Haruno, you know, I recall that she was one of the better students in first aid if I'm not mistaken. That's correct. She seems to be doing a fairly decent job at helping lead the group. Kakashi replied while watching the two kunoichi vanish as they turned around a corner. Yeah, actually, I think it was her and Shikamaru that came up with the plan to get the message to the Anbu and then meet at the academy. The three Junin all turned to Asuma. Kurenai gave a rather relieved smile upon seeing the bearded Junin. Asuma. You're alright. Yeah, though I'm going to have a ringing in my left ear for a few hours after that last explosion. Damn it. It was at that moment that a younger Suna Chunin and a Konoha Junin appeared next to Asuma. We've managed to get the Iwa forces at a stalemate at the gate, but we're not sure how long we can hold them back. Asuma gave a grunt. Good. How are we faring as far as manpower? The Suna Chunin nodded. We've lost less than 50 of our ninja, that's including injuries. It's unbelievable that we've done so well. Kakashi looked to see Gaara standing in the middle of the road, sand whirling around him while a large pillar of the small grains continued moving around. Still standing at the top was the blonde shinobi, who had gone to throwing a few clones of himself into the fray for added confusion. I think I have an idea on why we're doing so well. The group of shinobi gave a quick nod and dashed off to finish this battle while they still had the advantage. All clear. All clear. All clear. Hayate gave a sigh of relief as he sheathed his sword after cleaning it of blood. Looks like the worst is over. Genma gave a chuckle while chewing on his senbon. Yep. I have to admit, if it wasn't for Suna, we'd be in a real pickle right now. Hayate gave a cough before he spoke. If it wasn't for Suna helping us, we'd be fighting them. That's true. The sound of feet landing behind the two alerted them, and they spun around to see a female Anbu with purple hair standing before them. She pulled off her mask to reveal a woman with dark-colored eyes and a tearful smile. Hayate, you're alive. Hayate gave a small smile. Yeah. Genma saved my hide on more than one occasion though. Genma gave a nod while mumbling something about mud in his sandals. Thank you, Genma. Yugao Azuki spoke as she walked over and embraced Hayate. Looks like Iwa is retreating. I heard 2 genin were responsible for that. Hayate and Genma exchanged knowing smirks. Yeah. It was those 2 Suna genin, Naro and Gaara. They have a lot of chakra. One obviously has power over sand, and that Naro kid really showed some potential in Fudan ninjutsu. The 3 looked over the village, relieved that the damage wasn't that bad. A few buildings were collapsed here and there, but that was nothing that couldn't be taken care of within a few years at most. The gates of Konoha were damaged, but that was to be expected. You do realize that this is only going to get worse for us later, right? Yugao and Hayate gave a nod to Genma. We're at war with Iwa now. It was only a matter of time. Yugao spoke with a sigh. They've been looking for a reason to fight us since the day the Yondaime was brought into office. The smell of smoke blew through the air, along with the hint of burning trees. Despite the damage they had received though, Konoha was still standing strong. They still remained a force to be reckoned with. Naruto and Gaara sat on top of the gate lookout, both watching as the sun began its descent in the sky. Hey, Gaara. We did pretty good today, didn't we? I believe so. I've been hearing rumors that the 2 of us managed to eliminate most of the major threats when we worked together earlier. The redhead replied. He was quiet for a moment before speaking. I think I understand what you meant about protecting those who you care for a bit more, Naruto. I had no doubt in my mind that I would fail in protecting Nei-san and Kankuro, as well as our other friends when I was fighting. The blonde gave a smile. Good. It's a great feeling, isn't it? Gaara nodded before looking to the side a bit. Nisan is coming. Naruto got up as he felt the faint signature of the wind using kunoichi approaching. Not a second later, Temari landed by the 2 younger males, and smiled. So this is where you 2 went. She walked up and wrapped her arms around Gaara first. Nice job, Gaara. You did great out there. Gaara, much to his chagrin, had a faint blush. Thank you, Nei-san. She laughed before mussing his hair up a little. No problem. Baki-sensei is looking for you. Something about a promotion I think. Much to her surprise, Gaara's eyes widened slightly. Really? He asked calmly. Promotion? Temari shrugged. Yeah, but he didn't explain. The youngest of the Sand siblings gave a nod before heading off in a whirl of sand. Temari laughed while shaking her head. Did you see the look in his eyes? Naruto chuckled a bit as well. Yeah. I think he looked excited. Temari walked over to Naruto and wrapped him in hug while resting her cheek on his forehead. You worried me when you and Gaara went outside the gate to chase off the enemy. Sorry. Don't be. I should be apologizing. I've been a bit rough on you lately with the whole, don't go and do anything stupid, rant. Truth is, I think I should be a bit more trusting of your abilities. Temari spoke while Naruto wrapped his arms around her. I'm still trying to get used to having a boyfriend. I worry about you. Naruto looked up a little to see her eyes watering a bit. Temari-chan. You alright? A sniffle. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit emotional. Must be due to a drop in the adrenaline rush after the battle ended. Really? Probably not. Naruto grinned brightly. Well, if it helps any, you were on my mind while I fought too. Maybe that's why I did so well. Temari blushed a bit, as did the shorter blonde Jinchuriki. If you're trying to earn points with me, keep it up. She gave him a wink while pecking him on the cheek. Right. I also came to get you as well. Baki-sensei wanted to talk to all of us about the same thing, actually. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Naruto whooped. Naruto stood dumbfounded in front of the Hokage's office while a heavily bandaged Hiruzen Sarutobi was smiling. Are you serious? Baki, who was standing a ways off from the Sandaime Hokage, nodded. That's right. Looking at the circumstances behind your absence in Konoha, and the fact that you continued to demonstrate loyalty to both your village of birth and Suna, we've managed to make you the first person to have official, dual shinobi registration. It's still in the works as to what that allows you, but consider yourself a true chunin of Konoha and Suna. Sweet. Thanks Baki-sensei and Ji-sa. Wait, did you say? Naruto paused as his eyes lit up. Sarutobi laughed. Well, Baki, so much for seeing if he'd miss it. Sarutobi picked something up from behind his desk, and handed it to Naruto. I must admit, it's the first time I've seen a flak jacket of such design. Naruto held in his shaking hands a tan jacket, not unlike that of Sunagakure's higher-ranked shinobi. There were some key differences though. One was the red swirl that was commonly seen on the vest of Konohagakure shinobi, which was stitched in on the usual spots that they would be on the green jackets. Another key feature was the green leaf symbol on the left pocket on the left chest area, and a darker brown sand emblem on the right chest pocket. He took in a shaky breath. So, does this mean? Congratulations on your promotion, Chunin Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi spoke as a grin crept onto the young Chunin's features. Now put it on, we want to see how well it fits. Near the entrance of the large office stood the 3 other shinobi of Baki's team, all newly promoted Chunin as well. Temari had a smile on her face as Naruto tried on the new jacket while barely containing his joy. How did you get this made so quickly? We were just fighting less than 5 hours ago. Baki gave a nod. In all honesty, we brought along 4 jackets during the month of the finals preparation. The paperwork was all ready for you as well, that way we could make your promotion official quickly. The minor changes of sewing on the insignias and the red patches were only about an hour and a half worth of work for a professional. Naruto nodded while zipping up the flak jacket and grinning, it feels fine. He moved his arms around a bit and moved around, it's flexible enough. Kind of light, too. That's not surprising. Suna's shinobi jackets are usually lighter than Konoha's, mainly to reduce the amount of heat kept in by the body during the day while in the desert. It's heavy enough though that it holds in thermal heat during the night too. Baki explained while signaling for his 3 other students to come forward as well. Sarutobi looked to the 3 and gave them all a nod. I must say, in all my years as a shinobi, I cannot recall seeing such youthful and strong-willed genin from Suna. I thank you for your help in maintaining secrecy during the planning for our counter against Otogakure. His features fell a bit as he continued, I will not pretend that there is no bad news though. I can only assume Iwagakure will begin making moves to attack Suna from the north. Don't worry, Sandaime-sama. Suna's been keeping a careful eye on Hidden Rock, not to mention all of Earth Country, for a few years now. We've been ready for an attack since the war ended. Baki spoke with a serious, yet assuring tone. Sandaime-sama, does this mean Naruto is no longer at risk of being considered a traitor? Temari asked hesitantly. In most cases, Naruto would have been imprisoned. As the 3 of you are aware though, Naruto's a special case. I don't believe I need to go into details as to what exactly those special reasons are, correct? The 3 nodded. Naruto's reason for leaving due to the Kyuubi, while probably unnecessary, was not intended as direct betrayal towards Konoha. As such, he had not been considered a criminal, just a runaway. Thank you. Temari spoke with a bow. Hey, Ji-san, was anyone else promoted to Chunin? Naruto asked with a bit of anxiousness in his voice. As a matter of fact, yes. Sarutobi dug into a drawer and looked over a newly printed scroll. There were 3, in fact. Shikamaru Nara, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. Even though Sakura lost in the exam, she had demonstrated the ability to lead during the attack, if the accounts from her peers and witnesses are true. Wartime promotions aren't uncommon, Naruto. I imagine that your other friends will be promoted soon enough if they continue to improve. Neat. So that means they can take higher ranked missions too, right? Yes. Naruto laughed while pumping a fist into the air, sweet. This is awesome. Maybe we'll be doing joint missions sometime. Kankuro shook his head. I swear, give the guy a new jacket and he thinks he can take on the world. He chuckled a bit while Temari rolled her eyes. On that note, Sarutobi began, Gaara and Naruto, if I may, I'd like to speak to you 2 about a special request. Request? Yes. It pertains to the future of Konoha. Naruto's eyes lit up. Before he could ask further, Baki spoke, before you go and play 20 questions, Naruto, wait until the Hokage has told you what he needs to. Naruto closed his mouth while grinning sheepishly. The 3 Sunanin left the office, and Sarutobi cleared his throat, alright, Jiraiya. The boys are ready. A second later, said Sanin hopped through the open window of Hiruzen's office, hey you 2. Ero Sennin. Jiraiya-sensei. The Toad Sage looked to his 2 pupils, one with mild annoyance, and the other with a small grin. I heard you 2 really gave Iwa and Oto a good amount of trouble. Nice job. Hehehe, yeah, Gaara's gotten a lot better at moving his sand thanks to the chakra control exercises. Naruto replied while giving the Sanin a thumbs up. I'm sure. Jiraiya nodded. Anyway, boys, the main reason I wanted to talk to you 2 was for the very reason Sarutobi-sensei said. This is for the future of Konoha. In what way? Gaara asked. Sarutobi folded his hands. I'll be honest with you 2, I'm old. Past my prime. This battle has shown me just how much I've lost to aging. I'm afraid that if there were another attack like this on Konoha, I would not be able to provide the adequate protection. What are you getting at, Ji-san? Jiraiya spoke, we're going to look for the next Hokage to take over his place. I'm taking you 2 with me so I can train you further while we travel. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Wait, you mean, you're stepping down, Ji-san? Sarutobi gave a nod. I'm afraid so, Naruto. I'll become an advisor to the future Hokage, and work alongside with Kaharu and Homura as well. Good luck with that, Jiraiya muttered. It's my civil duty, Jiraiya. It's a choice, too. I like to think that it's my post-Hokage position. Makes it more bearable. Sarutobi chuckled, besides, I haven't really spoken with Homura in ages. It'd be good to catch up with him outside of office duty. When do we leave? Gaara asked. In a few days. We're going to have a public service for the ninja who were killed, and then we'll head out the day after. Jiraiya replied, in the meantime, rest up and make sure that you've got everything you need. Right, both Jinchuriki boys said in unison. They headed out afterwards while Jiraiya and Sarutobi remained in the office. So, you really think Tsunade would be the best choice? The elderly Hokage asked. I suppose you weren't as eager for receiving that title compared to Orochimaru. Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade has always been a better person in the responsibility department, you know that. Besides, how will I maintain my contacts in the spy network if I'm stuck in one place? You prove your point. I just hope you can locate her. She's good at disappearing when she wants to. Trust me, old man. Her debt is big enough that it alone provides a big enough trail to follow. Jiraiya joked as he walked over to the window. Well, I have to go take care of a few errands and send out a few letters. Jiraiya. The Sannin looked to his former teacher, noting the serious tone in his voice. Yeah. This scroll you gave me a week ago. Sarutobi held up a small scroll. Jiraiya's face became stony as he recognized it. What about it? Are you certain about this information? I got it from him personally. He warned me about the organization a year ago, but didn't really know their motives until just a few months ago. You know how hard it can be to maintain a safe system of communication with him. I understand. I'll leave it to you to inform him that we're taking the proper steps to ensure we're prepared for this. Hiruzen spoke. Jiraiya simply nodded before jumping out the window. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the scroll for a moment longer before letting out a weary sigh. He had feared that this day would come. He just hoped that Gaara and Naruto would be able to handle this new problem. The funeral was as any would be for a large group of shinobi. Those who knew the fallen ninja, from Suna and Konoha alike, were there. Naruto noted that even Neji, Hinata, and Kiba, who had been taken to the evacuation center of Konoha Hospital during the attack, were present. To his right stood Temari, and his left were Gaara and Kankuro, and Baki behind them. None of the Suna shinobi had any black attire to wear, so they were forced to wear their normal ninja clothing. Most of the Konoha shinobi populace was probably present for this funeral, if Naruto guessed right. Despite the atmosphere, Naruto was relieved. Not a single one of his friends was killed in the battle. The worst injuries were maintained by Lee, who was already on his way to a swift recovery. Still, not everyone was as lucky. A few ninja, despite surviving near-fatal injuries, would never be able to serve as shinobi again. They were the luckier ones. Others were dead, obviously. Hey, Temari. The blonde kunoichi turned to Naruto. Naruto gave a soft smile. I'm glad you're here with me. Temari gave a gentle smile of her own. Yeah. Me too. There was a small cloudburst, and rain softly fell on the shinobi gathered as they looked at all the pictures of fallen friends and comrades. A good portion of the ninja present held a single white flower in hand, and laid it down upon the hero's memorial as they said their final goodbyes to the fallen. After the funeral, Naruto slowly walked down the road to his old apartment. The rain had stopped, much to his relief, and he had decided to go to his former residency and get a few things that he had been meaning to retrieve after he found out about the mission to find the next Hokage. Naruto-kun. Naruto froze in place, and turned his head to the left to see someone he hadn't been expecting, Hinata. What are you doing? Why did you leave Konoha? Naruto was a bit shocked by the firmness in her otherwise soft-spoken voice. Hinata, look, it's a long story, and I don't really. Please, I'm just asking for the truth. Hinata spoke, fidgeting with her two index fingers and looking away. We were all sad when we found out you hadn't returned with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was quiet for a moment before he chose his words carefully. I had my reasons. They were not reasons directed towards Konoha in any way that was bad. I don't think it'd be a good thing to tell you right now. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Hinata didn't look too happy about this, but nodded. I understand. We're shinobi, secrets are a part of our duty. I'm just glad that it wasn't for a bad reason dealing with Konoha. We're your friends, Naruto. I know that you have been through tough times, and, well, I was worried that maybe you had run away because of that. Great, now Naruto felt guilty. He couldn't tell her right now though. Well, he could, but he'd rather climb that ladder when he had more people gathered. In fact, he'd rather it be in front of the entire Rookie 9, Team Guy, Temari, Konkuro, and Gaara. He'd rather get it out of the way with everyone at once than little by little. Thanks, Hinata. He grinned a bit. How are you doing, by the way? Ah, I'm better. Still a bit weak, but I had a checkup today, and the medic said I was recovering well. I should be able to go back to full training within a month. That's awesome. You were really looking bad back in the preliminaries, so it's good to hear that. Yes. Naruto. Naruto noticed the pale-eyed girl was looking at him directly this time, a rather pink blush on her face. What's up? I also wanted to thank you for cheering me on when I fought Neji-Nisan. It helped me keep fighting, even though I was tired and weakened. She looked away the minute Naruto's smile grew. So, thank you. Ha ha ha. Yeah, no problem, Hinata. You're not that weak, either. You just need to believe in yourself more, you know. That's what makes the difference in a fight, right? Alright. So don't go and worry about whether you're weak or not good enough, because that's a load of crap. You're a Konoha ninja, and you were able to make it to Genin, which means you obviously have the potential to become a great ninja. The blonde spoke as he chuckled lightly. Thank you very much, Naruto. You're too kind. Too kind. I'm just being honest, haha. Hinata actually laughed a bit as well, before she spoke up. Oh. I'm getting along better with Neji-Nisan too. He wanted me to thank you. He says he thinks he understands what you meant in your match with him. I'm glad to hear that, Hinata. I hope things continue to be well for you and your family. Naruto looked up to the sky, noting the faint rays of sunlight breaking through the dark clouds. Well, I have to get going. I have a mission tomorrow. Oh okay, Naruto-kun. Please be careful on your mission. I will, Hinata. Take care. As Naruto dashed off to his apartment, Hinata felt a smile creep onto her features. She watched the boy she had admired for a few years now as he became a blonde dot in the distance. I'm glad you're still the same, Naruto-kun. You've changed so much at the same time though, but I think it only made you stronger. The night came quicker than expected for Naruto. He had brought a few extra ninja tools that he had left at his apartment with him in a pack and dropped them off in his hotel room. Hey, Naruto. Konkuro greeted as the blonde walked in. That guy with the ponytail and dark hair dropped by. Shikamaru I think. Yeah, Shikamaru. He invited us to his house for some get-together or whatever. Shikamaru. Holding something at his house. Naruto scrunched his face up a bit. I wonder how badly Ino had to nag him for that one. I don't know, but we're leaving in an hour. You know where he lives? Yeah, I've been to his house once or twice before. He lives near the woods. The whiskered blonde replied. Is Temari here? Yeah, she's on the roof or something. She wanted to get some air. Gaara's making some final preparations with Baki-sensei for that mission tomorrow. The puppet user replied. I'm just cleaning out Karasu's gears a bit before we leave. Alright, I'm going to go find Temari then. Naruto headed up to the roof, and sure enough, there was Temari. She was sitting on the edge of the roof, looking up at the early night sky. She didn't even turn to him when she spoke. Hey, Naruto. I was wondering when you'd come up here. Naruto grinned. Haha, yeah. Konkuro said you wanted to get some air, and told me to look up here. Yeah, Temari said quietly as Naruto sat down beside her and held her hand. You know. Konoha's night sky is nice, but the desert doesn't get many clouds, so the nights are clearer. I guess you're right. I like Konoha though because there's lots of trees. Temari nodded. Hey, Naruto. How long are you going to be gone? The younger blonde thought for a moment before shrugging. Ero Sennin didn't say. We could be gone for a week, or a month. Maybe longer. No real clue, but he was favoring less than a month. He said he has a good idea where our person we're looking for is. Oh. Well, either way, there's something I wanted to before we went to that gathering with the others at that Nara boy's house. She rolled up her left arm, and did the same with Naruto's arm before he could ask questions. What are you doing, Temari? Just watch. Kamatari told me about this today. I figured it'd be a good idea, and help us when we're separated. She pulled out a kunai, and cut the index finger of her right arm. Can I have your right hand please? Naruto hesitated for only a second before she took it. She cut his index finger and pressed it onto his left forearm. She made a simple seal of sorts, and then made the same seal on her own left forearm. She went through a few quick hand seals and whispered something before the seals glowed green. Whoa, that feels weird. Naruto spoke as the green light faded. Yeah, it's called a mutual summoner seal. Usually they're unnecessary, but considering that Kamatari is the only summon in his clan, this can help. Whenever one of us summons Kamatari, the seal will tingle, allowing us to know that he's been summoned. Temari explained as she pulled down her sleeves, it also doubles as a warning signal. Whenever one of us completely runs out of chakra or if the seal is cut off from our chakra system, then the other person will feel a sharp tingling feeling run down their arm, and the seal will glow red. Haha, so it's kind of a bond between us, huh? Neat. Temari smiled brightly, yeah. That way, we'll always know that the other is okay. The two sat in a comfortable silence, Temari leaning against Naruto's body a bit as they stared at the moon, you know. I'm glad I ran from Konoha. What? Temari asked, unsure if she heard right. Yeah, I mean, if I didn't, I may have never met you, Gaara, Kankuro, and Baki-sensei. Well, maybe I would have, but it would have been at the Chunin exams, and I can't be sure that we'd be friends, you know. I guess I never thought of that. Yeah, that'd be weird. I can't imagine me seeing you as a stranger, to be honest. You've been around us for too long already. Naruto looked up to the sky as he continued, I wonder what Gaara would have been like. Temari fought down a shudder. She always loved her brother, but in the same token, he had been scary to deal with. That and bloodthirsty at times. She shook her head, I don't want to think about that. I'm just glad we met you. You helped us all so much. The Uzumaki boy gave a light shrug, you guys helped me too, though. Hell, you saved me from being vulture food back in the desert. Yeah, then again, you were too cute to pass by. Even if you had turned down being a ninja, I would have made you mine. Temari said with a playful grin. Haha, yeah, only because I'm so damn charming. Naruto joked, getting an elbow to the ribs from the kunoichi. He continued laughing as Temari tackled him in a playful gesture. Naruto looked up to see Temari sporting a light blush, and he felt his own face heat up as she smiled. What's the matter, Naruto-kun? Naruto felt his body shiver a bit as she pressed her forehead against his, the breath from her nose tickling his face, I'm so damn lucky. Temari giggled, you're a smooth talker, but you need to work on making your voice sound huskier. The whiskered blonde pouted while Temari simply gave him a teasing grin. Naruto felt his face heat up further as she brushed a gentle hand over his whiskers, Temari-chan. Temari hushed him softly and nuzzled against the crook of his neck while Naruto rubbed soft circles on her back, let's just enjoy this quiet for a bit. I like the sound of wind blowing through leaves. It's calming. The two remained on the roof, just listening to the sound of the other breathing as the wind blew softly. Naruto felt Temari's steady heartbeat against his own chest, and felt like he could practically fall asleep to it. The two blondes shifted a bit to see Kankuro giving a rather embarrassed look to the two. Temari gave her older of two younger brothers a death glare, what, Kankuro? We're heading over to that Shikamaru guy's house. You coming? Naruto blinked, completely unaware of the glare Temari continued to send to the puppet user, oh yeah, we don't want to be late. Ready to go, Temari. Temari sometimes wished that Naruto was a little more mature so she could better enjoy the romantic moments with him. He was a lot better with patience, and he didn't mind sitting in one place with her, but she was pretty sure that if given the option, he'd rather train with her for an hour than spend 2 hours walking in a park at midnight with the stars out and sakura trees blowing softly in the wind, sit in each other's embrace and let their hands wander as they. She really needed to stop reading those damn novels so much. Ika was good and all, but she couldn't deny that it was still smut. She was pretty sure there should be a warning about the series affecting the libido of readers pasted on every copy that was sold. She had bought the first of the series about 2 weeks ago during their time in between the preliminaries and the finals in Konoha. She had done it out of sheer curiosity, then ended up finishing the book in a week's time. She now had the second one in the series, and was pretty sure that she had developed an addiction of sorts. She was just glad that she had managed to scare the bookstore owner into selling it to her despite being underage. It helped to carry her huge battle fan around. About 10 minutes later found the 4 newly promoted Chunin hopping across the rooftops towards the Nara estate. Once the trees started getting especially large, Naruto stopped, and pointed ahead to a decent-sized house with a few lights on, that's Shikamaru's place. I didn't expect the Nara clan to have so much land, Gaara commented, there's a lot of trees around here. Yeah, Shikamaru's family raises deer. I think their antlers have some kind of medicine ingredients in them. Anyway, the deer like walking in the woods. Kankuro took a look at the trees and gave a hum, you know. I may have to talk to Shikamaru about timber. I could use some for replacing parts in my puppet gears. The four approached the front door of the Nara estate house, and Naruto knocked. There was a sound of someone walking towards the door, and it opened to reveal none other than Shikamaru. Oh, it's you guys. Come in, just don't mess anything up. My mom is bad enough without the house being a mess. Just be glad that my parents went out for the night. The four took off their sandals and walked inside. They followed the Nara boy into the house, walking down a hallway lined with pictures of various members of the Nara clan. Naruto noted that most of them had deer in them as well as people. So, Shikamaru, you're a Chunin too, huh? Yeah, I'm not too sure if that's a good thing though. More work is likely to come with the rank. The lazy shinobi replied. He turned towards a room where the sound of chatter could be heard, and the five entered a large den room where all of the Konoha 9 and Team Guy were socializing. There they are. We were worried you guys forgot about us. Ino spoke with a smile. Sasuke gave Naruto a smirk. Nice jacket, Naruto. Naruto grinned, giving Sasuke a thumbs up. Yours isn't too bad either. Sure enough, Sasuke was sporting a green flak jacket that was standard issue of Konoha Chunin. He left it partly open while the bottom was zipped up. Sakura, who was sitting by Ino and Hinata, however, wasn't wearing a flak jacket, though he noticed that it was lying behind her. Kiba waved over to Naruto. Hey, Naruto. Get over here, Sasuke keeps saying you drove back a group of Iwa Nin. I want the story from you before I believe it. Naruto chuckled, and looked to Gaara. I think you better come with, Gaara. Kiba won't believe me if you aren't there to help me tell it. Gaara gave a nod. Very well, though I believe that he'll be hard to convince either way. Kankuro rolled his eyes. Great. Our brother and Naruto have become celebrities already. He headed over to say hello to Shino, who was sitting next to Kiba. This left Temari standing by herself while unsure if she should sit down with someone or not. Sure, she knew the girls a little, but not enough to really socialize with them. Truth was, she never did socialize that much, she was always busy training. Temari, get over here. Ino called out, and the Suna Kunoichi gave a nod before sitting down by the platinum blonde and Sakura. Soon enough she found Tenten and Hinata sitting nearby, forming a circle. So, is it true that you and Naruto are? Ino gave a giggle as Temari blushed a bit. Ah, I rest my case. So, is he a good kisser? Sakura sighed. Ino, seriously. Give her a break. Ino giggled lightly. I can't help it. I just find it adorable. I mean, she's dating Naruto. Our Naruto. The hyperactive ninja that can be heard halfway through Konoha. It's cute. I mean, the idea of someone from another village stealing his heart and… Ino. Sakura ground out, seeing Temari now had a healthy pink blush. Stop before you say something you'll regret. Tenten decided to speak. So, Temari, to repeat Ino's question, is he a good kisser? Temari noted that the Hyuga girl seemed thoroughly interested in the topic as well, giving a nod for the wind using Kunoichi to answer. Temari fought down the urge to cover her face behind her fan. I guess he is. I mean, I haven't really dated before, so I wouldn't really know if he's good or bad. Ino covered her mouth as she squealed quietly. Oh my gosh. That's so romantic. He's your first boyfriend. How did you meet? Temari decided that she may as well tell the story, while leaving out certain points like the fight between Naruto and her brother. Well, I found him half buried in the dunes outside of my village. Wow, so you can store that much sand in your gourd. Gaara gave a nod to the Inuzuka boy. Yes. It actually weighs a lot. Choji gave a grunt while munching on some chips. I bet it'd make for good weight training. That or storing food. I wouldn't recommend that though, the gourd itself is made of molded sand. If you don't mind getting that in your food, then I guess it'd be okay. Kankuro replied. Gaara gave a nod as the guys looked to him. That gourd would probably be good for holding a hive in it. Shino spoke quietly while the others gave nods, though most were not entirely sure what would qualify as good material for holding an insect hive. Yeesh, that must weigh at least 100 pounds. Shikamaru muttered while looking at the giant sand gourd. That may be pushing it a bit. Neji spoke while giving Gaara's gourd a once-over. I'd say closer to 80 pounds. 117, actually. Gaara replied, I've had it since I learned to control my chakra though, so I don't notice its weight anymore. In fact, it's been getting heavier. The guys were quiet for a moment. You're kidding, right? Naruto turned to Kiba. He's telling the truth. I almost pulled a back muscle out of place when I tried to lift it once. Oh, that would be an excellent way to train myself further. I must tell Guy-sensei about this. Lee crowed while Neji groaned, already seeing what would likely result from this idea. It was that day that the males of the Rookie 9 and Team Guy found a newfound respect for Gaara. The night passed by for the young shinobi, and eventually they started leaving, claiming they had to wake up early to help with repairs on the village and take small missions. Before Naruto left, he was stopped by Sasuke and Sakura. They wanted to speak to him in private. The blonde immediately sensed a tension between his two former teammates, and gave a small grin. So, what's up? Sasuke decided to speak. Naruto, we were just wondering if you were going to be staying in Konoha. Naruto was struck speechless for a minute before he gave a mental slap to his face to knock him out of his trance. Well, I don't know, really. I mean, I'm a ninja of Konoha and Suna now. I think I may end up staying at both places, switching off every now and then, haha. Sakura gave a sigh. If you want, we can help make sure that your apartment is taken care of. You guys would do that for me. Sasuke gave a nod. Yeah, as much of a hassle that it would be, you're our friend. We don't want you to be without a place to live in when you're here. Well, we could always let you stay with us too, Naruto. Sasuke's got a few spare bedrooms, and my house has a guest room, though it's kind of small. Either that, or I'm sure someone else would be happy to help. No, I can't do that to you guys. I don't want to be a bother or anything like. Naruto, I have the entire Uchiha fortune under my name. No offense, but paying rent for your apartment is not a problem. Sasuke spoke as he gave Naruto a small smile. I know how hard it is being an orphan. Naruto still wasn't willing to give in just yet. Call it pride that kept him stubborn. Sasuke, really, there's. Naruto, it's either that or I start moving your stuff into our spare bedroom. Sakura said with a smile, though still she held some firmness in your voice. You're not just our teammate, you know. You're one of our best friends. Friends help each other, right? The blonde shinobi gave a sigh, finally giving in. Fine, but only if I can pay for the apartment while I'm in the village. I don't want anyone paying for it when I'm around, okay. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders while Sakura gave a happy nod. Fair enough. I still don't think this is necessary, but if you two are so hellbent on it, I won't stop you. The Jinchuriki boy said with a roll of his eyes. Anyway. I'm leaving tomorrow with Ero Sennin and Gaara to go on some long-term mission. It may be a month, if not a little longer. Ero Sennin, Sakura repeated. Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Naruto spoke with a wave of his hand. He's a total pervert though. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. You're training with one of the Sannin. Yeah, he's the one who helped me learn to better control my chakra as well as the other chakra. The two nodded in understanding. Well, good luck on the mission. No doubt that we'll be receiving our own missions as soon as Konoha is ready for that again. Sakura spoke. She gave Naruto a quick hug. Take care of yourself, Naruto. Naruto fought down a blush as Sasuke smirked. I'll see you soon enough, Naruto. Count on it, Sasuke. I still haven't got to spar with you yet. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do that. The Uchiha replied with a nod, and gave Naruto's hand a shake after Sakura let go. Naruto said his goodbyes to the others, and eventually headed back to the hotel with Kankuro, Gaara, and Temari. Gaara sat on his bed and began to meditate as soon as they entered their room while Kankuro turned on the television to see if there was anything worth watching before going to bed. Naruto was stopped though by a hand that held onto his shoulder. He turned to see Temari. Hey, Temari. Naruto grinned, already knowing what to expect. Temari wrapped her arms around him while planting a chaste kiss on his lips. His grin grew as she held him for a while longer. I really think that I'm becoming addicted to you. Temari spoke, her voice just above a whisper. I know I already said it, but it's going to be hard to not have you around for a month. I know, I'll miss you too, Temari-chan. Naruto spoke with a smile, his cerulean eyes meeting her teal ones. Don't worry though, I'll be back before you know it. Maybe you can train with Tenten, Sakura-chan, and the others. Since you're a Chunin now, you'll get to do cool missions, right? Temari gave a chuckle. I swear if you weren't so adorable. She shook her head while giving a tired grin. Well, I better get to bed. I'll be up in time to see you and Gaara off. Alright then, Temari. Good night. Good night. The two slowly parted from each other, and headed to their respective rooms. As Temari closed the door to her room, she let out a rather dreamy sigh. She couldn't help it. He was everything a girl could want in a guy. In her mind, at least, that was the case. What scared her a bit was the fact that she was already wondering what it'd be like with him in the years to come. Temari never really gave much thought as far as the future went. She focused on what needed to be done, and lived in the present. Naruto had more or less flipped her world around. He made her appreciate the little things more. Sunny days, starry nights, a good joke, a bowl of ramen, stuff like that. She also became closer with her brothers too. In turn though, she was pretty sure Naruto had changed too. He was more mature, though he still retained that childish demeanor that she couldn't help but love about him. He was more thoughtful of what he said, and he learned what it meant to have someone who cares for you the way she did for him. He also learned a little of what it's like to have a family. There was one thing that was bothering her though. After the battle, she had gone to talk to Naruto about how he had managed to survive Orochimaru. He was quiet for a moment while a far-off expression etched its way onto his face. He only had those looks on his face when he was thinking about something that he didn't want to really talk about. He then laughed and told her he's just that good, and that the Hokage may be old, but he still kicks butt. She tried to ask him what was wrong, but he simply shook his head and said it was nothing. She didn't like it when he kept stuff to himself, though he probably had his reasons. Hopefully someday she would find out. Until then, she'd continue to be there for him, and he'd continue to do the same for her. Throwing off her ninja clothing and putting on a light gown, she crawled into her bed and gave a yawn. She finally felt her body catch up with her, and she felt sleep claim her a short time afterwards. The next morning came quickly for Naruto and Gaara. The blonde blinked as a few rays of early morning light poured into the window. He grumbled a bit while turning over in his bed, hoping that he may be able to fall back asleep for a few more minutes. Naruto, it's time for us to get ready. 15 more minutes, Gaara. Naruto said groggily as a hand waved from the pile of blankets. Jiraiya's sensei expects us at the gate in an hour. He can wait. The sound of a gourd being uncorked was heard. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and a second later he found himself being yanked from the bed by a tendril of sand. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi hung in the air by his ankle as the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi looked to him with a slightly annoyed look. You got the recommended 9 hours of sleep. You're fine. Whatever happened to sleeping in? Gaara blinked before replying, whatever happened to Shinobi waking up with the first light of dawn? Kankuro, who was sitting at the small table in their room with a cup of coffee, laughed. Seriously, Gaara, just because you hardly sleep doesn't mean you have to take it out on Naruto. Gaara sent his older brother a somewhat irritated look before promptly dropping Naruto on the bed unceremoniously. Fine. We still will be leaving in an hour, so he has to be ready to go. Naruto clambered out of his bed, and rubbed his eyes while cracking his back a bit. Okay, I'm awake. Anything to eat? Granola bars. Kankuro offered, not sure what this stuff is. Coffee cake is what the girl down at the kitchen called it. As far as I know it's just bread with raisins and cinnamon. I don't see any coffee beans in it. Gaara looked at the sweet breakfast food before nodding. It's usually served along with coffee in Fire Country, Kankuro. If you had been watching The World of Dining with Aina-chan last week you would have known that. Kankuro would have said something, but the idea of Gaara watching that damn show with that cute young woman in various dresses traveling the many countries of the world and talking about food just seemed too hilarious at the moment. He instead settled for a smile and light chuckle. Alright, you got me there, Gaara. A half hour passed, and the three boys along with Temari and Baki were heading towards the main gate of Konoha. Naruto could see a few familiar faces at the entrance: Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Jiraiya. Hey guys. Naruto waved to his teammates, here to see me off too. Kakashi gave a nod. We didn't want to miss the two newest celebrities and heroes of the Iwa Oto invasion leave without a proper goodbye. Despite the humor in his voice, Naruto gave a faint blush. Seriously, all Gaara and I did was what any ninja would do. Temari gave Naruto a light smack on the shoulder. Geez, Naruto, learn to take a compliment. You and Gaara are heroes, just like everyone else who fought for Konoha and Sunagakure. If it wasn't for you two, things could have been a lot worse for the rest of us. Temari is right, Naruto. You two, along with the rest of your friends, did a great job in defending Konoha. I just received word from the Fire Daimyo that he has increased defenses around the capital as well, thanks in part to all of your efforts in getting that scroll to Anbu. The Sandaime said with a smile. Naruto, I also owe you my thanks once again. I fear what may have happened had it not been for your help in fighting Orochimaru. So, thank you. I owe you a debt I cannot repay. Sarutobi gave Naruto a discreet bow, and Naruto began stuttering. JG-san. You don't need to bow to me. You're the Hokage, it's my job to help you. Ha ha ha, yes, but it's my job to protect the village. You helped me. I thank you for that, and I truly mean it. You've grown up a lot, Naruto. All of you have. The elderly shinobi spoke, looking to Sasuke and Sakura as well, then to the Sand siblings. Well, I better not keep you two any longer. You have a lot of ground to cover, and the sooner you leave, the better. Naruto nodded to the man he had seen as a grandfather. Right, Ji-san. Naruto turned to Temari. I'll be back sooner than you think, Temari. He wrapped her in a hug, and she returned it with a smile. Come back in one piece, Baka. She spoke softly. Take care of Gaara for Kankuro and I while you two are away, alright? I promise. Naruto said while parting a bit from her before letting go. Temari then walked over to Gaara to hug him as well while Kankuro approached the blonde. Alright, Squirt. Whatever you're doing, best of luck to you. Don't go and get in over your head if you get in trouble, got it? Naruto grinned while taking the puppet user's hand and shaking it, you bet. Later, Kankuro. Baki headed over to Naruto and gave him a pat on the shoulders. Stay sharp, Naruto. I know you and Gaara will do well. Right, Baki-sensei. Naruto noticed Sakura and Sasuke approach him with Kakashi behind them. Naruto placed his hands behind his head while smiling. Keep Konoha safe while I'm gone. Sure thing. Sasuke gave a smirk. You better get stronger while you're gone. I'll be training hard too. Kakashi walked over to Naruto and ruffled the boy's hair a bit. Naruto grumbled while Kakashi just gave him a hidden grin. I expect that with you being a chunin that you'll take this mission with great responsibility, alright. Naruto gave his former teacher a thumbs up. Sakura simply smiled before she spoke. Good luck, Naruto. We'll keep a watch over Konoha until you get back. Naruto turned to face Jiraiya and Gaara, who were now waiting at the gates. Jiraiya gave Naruto a grin, and Naruto nodded. The three were soon on the road, their friends watching them as they headed out to find the future Hokage of Konoha, and bring a once powerful shinobi back to the Hidden Leaf. A red-haired girl watched from a distance as the legendary Toad Sage and two Jinchuriki exited the main gate of Konoha. She sighed a breath of relief. With those two gone, this would make her job a lot easier. Hopefully. Tayuya held a manila folder in her hands, and pulled out a few papers, one which contained false records and a picture of Tayuya wearing a Hitai Ite of Kurigakure. She would use the excuse of being a refugee kunoichi who was seeking a safe haven. It was no secret that Kurigakure was still in the midst of a long-running civil war, though the amount of fighting had died down a lot over the past couple of years. She would say that she was a chunin who had no family, and wanted to start anew. I wouldn't have to do this if we had succeeded at invading Konoha. Tayuya grumbled as she shuffled around in her pack for a band to put her tail in a simple ponytail. The last thing she wanted was to be recognized. She then went through a few seals and opened her eyes to reveal what were once brown now turned to a pale green. She did a finishing touch and changed her dark red hair to a dark brown. Sure, they weren't drastic changes, but sometimes it was simple stuff that proved to work best in the ninja world. Taking in a deep breath to calm her features, she turned towards the Hokage Tower, and began her trek towards the tall building. She couldn't fail this mission. If she did, she risked getting captured by Konoha, sent to prison, and even executed. Though that was nothing compared to what could happen if she somehow got out of Konoha and returned to Orochimaru. If he found out she had failed. She let out an involuntary shudder. The screams that echoed in the halls of Odo's torture chambers were not something she enjoyed. Sure, she was a shinobi, but she was still human too. Being human meant she wasn't a fan of experiencing death. This damn Uchiha better be worth all this trouble. She grumbled, tucking the manila folder back into her pack. If all went well, she would then find an apartment, reside in Konoha for a while, and give reports on the Uchiha to the Snake Sanin. If she could, she'd even try and get on the same team as him. She had ways of convincing people to see her side of things. A small smirk crossed her face, and she continued onward. Eros Sennin, who exactly is the person we're looking for? Jiraiya turned to face his blonde pupil, and gave a small grin. Tsunade, the slug Sanin. She's one of the greatest medical shinobi in the elemental countries, and has amazing skill. Jiraiya dug in one of his pockets, and handed a picture to the two young chunin. Gaara raised an eyebrow. It's hard to believe that she's around your age, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto grinned. Haha, she's got a nice. Wait, what do you mean, Gaara? She's around 50 years of age. Jiraiya stated with a smug grin. She's constantly under a henge, making her appear younger. This picture is the most recent one I have of her. She may be a bit older in appearance now, though I can't be sure. Naruto seemed to deflate upon hearing this. Dang. She has a good body, too. Gaara, like Naruto, was still staring at the picture, agreed. Jiraiya laughed. Ha ha ha. Tsunade being swooned over by two young men. I don't know whether she would be embarrassed, angry, or happy about this. Ha ha ha. The Sanin continued down the road. Come on, now. We're burning daylight here, and our first stop is a good 17 miles from here. Can't we just run there? Naruto asked with an annoyed sigh. Of course not. We need to conserve our energy for the evening. Gaara's face reflected the slightest hint of confusion. Why do we need to do that? The two younger males felt perturbed as Jiraiya's grin grew, because the loveliest ladies are the ones who live the nightlife. Hehehehe. Temari would flay me alive if she saw me with another woman. Gaara gave a nod. She wouldn't approve of me walking the red light districts. Jiraiya frowned. haven't you boys ever heard of keeping things to yourselves? It's hard to lie to Temari-chan. Naruto replied, that, and Sakura-chan wouldn't be happy about that either. I remember her once hanging Kankuro to a flagpole by his briefs. Gaara spoke, though, I think that was because he was hitting on the Wind Daimyo's daughter when her family stopped in the village once. Both boys were quiet as they tried to shake the mental image away of Kankuro crying while hanging from a flagpole while Temari cackled like a maniac. Jiraiya sighed, well, if that's the case, I'll just introduce you to a few of the gentler women. Besides that, I'll be teaching both of you as well. Speaking of which, the Sannin dug into another pocket and tossed a scroll to Gaara, start reading that. Gaara opened up the scroll, basic fuinjutsu for aspiring seal makers. Jiraiya-sensei, you wish for me to learn sealing techniques. Not just you. Naruto will be studying alongside you until I find the right supplies to get you both going on separate training schedules. Considering the both of you are unique due to seals placed on you, I think it would only make sense that you learn to better understand the ways of sealing. It wasn't long before the two Chunin were trailing behind Jiraiya while reading up on the scroll. Jiraiya glanced behind him while a small grin played on his features. He knew that while it would be taxing on his patience to deal with the two, namely Naruto, he still would enjoy this trip as well. The two boys were quick at absorbing information, especially when it came to techniques. They were a good pair as far as helping each other learn. Gaara was good at helping Naruto maintain his patience, and Naruto was good at helping motivate Gaara to learn other techniques outside of using his sand. Yes, this would definitely be a worthwhile trip. Chap. 18. The bet. Toromaru's principle still confuses the hell out of me. Gaara gave a nod. I agree. He says that, while the seal's design is what determines space dimensions, the amount of chakra put into the seal can overcome this problem. I think it's a bunch of crap. I'm glad that I'm not the only one that thinks so, replied Gaara. Jiraiya sighed as he took a swig of water from a canteen. Toromaru's principle was challenged and proven false 40 years ago, boys. The two looked up from the scroll, and Naruto grumbled, what do you mean? Why are we reading this, then? It's good for historical purposes too, you dolt. Jiraiya snapped, if you want a real principle on sealing and storage, look up the Dimension Proportions Principle by Suzumi Ayashi. She knew her stuff, until she went mad, cut off her arm, sealed it in a scroll, and then died from blood loss. The Jinchuriki boys didn't know if the Sannin was kidding or being serious, so instead settled for reading up on the recommended principle. About 10 minutes later, Jiraiya got up from the tree they were sitting under. Alright, time to go. Our next stop is just beyond the next hill. It's also where I'll give you your first steps in training. Perverted training, or real training? Naruto asked with a suspicious look. Real try, hey. My training is not perverted. It's essential to getting information. Jeesh, when I was your age I would have killed for adventures like this. Jiraiya mumbled while walking down the road, come on now. Let's move. The two Chunin followed behind their teacher, still delving into the large scroll while speaking in lowered tones as they looked over the material. About 15 minutes later, they found themselves at the gates of a decent-sized town. There were a few bars lining the streets, and a casino or two. Cripes, every other one of these towns has a casino and at least 3 bars within the first 2 blocks of the front gate. Naruto grumbled. I see a brothel at the end of the street. Gaara spoke in a hushed tone. Let's get Jiraiya-sensei to tell us about training before he runs off. Naruto gave a nod before speaking up. Hey, Ero Sennin, what are we doing for training? The white-haired shinobi turned to face his 2 pupils, then smirked, right. Follow me. They were soon in a small store, and Jiraiya purchased several water balloons, a basket of rubber balls, and a bag of marbles. The trio exited the store, and went towards a park outside of the town. He handed Naruto a balloon after filling it with water in a nearby water fountain, and then gave Gaara a single marble. He grinned at the two as they stared at their respective objects in a confused manner. A water balloon. Why do I have a marble? The Rasengan and Genkudenpen no Jutsu. Jiraiya replied with a dramatic pose, 2 very destructive techniques. I'm going to teach them to you. The two nodded while suddenly becoming more attentive. Jiraiya sighed while walking over to a large boulder. He opened up a palm, and a blue swirling mass began to form in it. It condensed a bit before forming a perfect sphere, and he pulled back his open palm while shouting, Rasengan. The boulder shattered in an explosion of raw power as Jiraiya dusted himself off. Both Naruto and Gaara looked at the minor degree of destruction caused by the small sphere that Jiraiya had in his hands only moments ago. Whoa, that was amazing, Naruto shouted as he walked up to his sensei. Good, you're the one who's going to learn it. Jiraiya smiled before looking to Gaara. Alright, Gaara, now, this one is a bit more complex, but I think it's right up your alley as far as techniques go. Watch. Jiraiya took a few steps away from his two students before facing a second boulder. He made a few seals before gently pressing his right hand to the ground. Doden, Genkudenpen no Jutsu. A second later, and several projectiles burst from the ground before flying into the targeted boulder. They lodged into it before the giant mass of rock burst into pieces. The area rained of rubble as Jiraiya let out a sigh. Phew, been a while since I've done that one. I was worried that I had gotten rusty. That's an interesting technique. Gaara spoke up. The projectiles burst after hitting their target, didn't they? Yep, hence the name, mineral shrapnel, jutsu. It's good for taking out multiple enemies at one time, but it requires more time and concentration. Considering your sand already works as a primary defense, even without you thinking about it, you should have enough time and protection for the just you. So, how do we perform the techniques? Naruto asked. Glad you asked, the Sannin replied. Alright, now, Naruto, first I want you to take that balloon and hold it in your throwing arm. Tsunade-sama, where are we going? No time, we're cutting town again. Already. Tsunade-sama, I thought we agreed that we weren't going to be gambling this time. A beautiful blonde woman turned to face her companion. Shizune, we're leaving. Get your things. Shizune sighed before picking up the small pig following her. Shizune looked to see Tsunade was already heading for their hotel. Tonton, I swear, I don't know how much longer I can take this constant travel. Oink. Naruto and Gaara had spent the last few hours in the park outside of the main village area, struggling to accomplish the first step in mastering the techniques Jiraiya had presented to them. Rotate the water, rotate, come on, pop, 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 damn you. Naruto grumbled while holding the water balloon in his hands. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to pop a balloon and spin the water around while I'm at it? Gaara, who was having an only slightly easier time, looked to his blonde friend. Have you tried rotating the water the other way? No. Though I have to spin the chakra in different directions, remember? The blonde replied. Try focusing differently. Focus on one direction first, then the other. Focus on the opposite directions that you are right now. Gaara replied before turning back to the marble in his hands. He closed his eyes before pressing the marble into the dirt a bit, then let a layer of earth cover the marble. He continued to keep his eyes closed as he made a few seals while the marble began to move a bit. Doden, Genkudenpan no Jutsu. The marble flew into the air before crashing into a boulder and creating a minor dent in the rock. Gaara frowned before walking over to assess the damage. Jiraiya had given Gaara the instructions to create a shell of earth around the marble, launch it at a rock, and be able to maintain the shell around the marble without it crumbling apart. So far, he had only managed to maintain about half of the covering around the marble after it hit. It was arduous, but he was slowly making progress. Hey, Gaara, maybe you should try and call on harder stuff in the ground. I could, but it would take much more chakra to do that, and then maintain the shell. Jiraiya's sensei was able to shatter that boulder with just a bit of clay and topsoil. Gaara replied. Well, yeah, but that's because he's experienced, and probably is better at using less energy to get the same effect. I mean, yeah, he's perverted, but he's still strong, right? Gaara nodded. That's true. I'll try it. So Naruto and Gaara took each other's advice, Naruto focusing on the opposite spinning directions that he had been, and Gaara calling on harder materials to work with. As if it was a message from a higher power, the two simultaneously got the desired effects. Pop, splash, crack. Naruto looked at the popped water balloon in his hands, and whooped in triumph, haha. Yeah, I did it, Gaara. Gaara, meanwhile, smirked a bit as he looked to see the marble projectile still had its earthen coating covering it while it remained lodged in the boulder. Nice work you two. The two Chunin looked to see their sensei smiling at them proudly. Hey, Arrow Sennin. I did it. I was watching. Gaara gave you a good suggestion. You were trying to force chakra out of your body in a way that went against your natural flow. I don't know how he managed to explain like he did, but it worked. He turned to Gaara. As for you, Gaara, Naruto also proved to be smart in what he suggested. It's true that I used softer material from the earth, but you're still learning, so using harder material was needed to maintain the shell around the marble. It may be more difficult, but it'll get easier if you keep it. Jiraiya then tossed Naruto a rubber ball, and gave Gaara several more marbles. The two boys looked to their materials, and knew that they weren't over yet. A week had gone by for the two boys since they completed the first steps of their jutsu training, 2.5 weeks since they had left the village. After several hours in another village in Western Fire Country, and about 4 hours in attempting to complete their respective second steps in the techniques they were learning, they had decided to call it a day for some food. Naruto had once again been instructed to pop a container, this time the rubber ball, which was much more difficult on several accounts. 1. Rubber is thicker than a balloon. 2. Air and water are two separate things, and as such, denser and more powerful chakra was needed in order to accomplish this. When Jiraiya had instructed Naruto to pop it, he meant to make it explode. Naruto had, at best, managed to cause the rubber to rip open and slowly leak out air. That was not powerful at all. Gaara, on the other hand, had been given several dozen marbles this time. He was to first coat them all in the earthen coating before combining the marbles into groups, and then encase them within a similar earthen coating. The result would be for the larger projectiles to still impact the boulders before exploding, sending the smaller marbles in various directions as well. It proved to be much harder for the sand user. Right now, though, the two boys were enjoying a good meal of steamed rice, vegetables, and pork with some water and juice. You know, I'm starting to think that Ero Sennin is shirking his duty to train us so he can go and be a pervert. Naruto pointed out while jabbing his chopsticks into a piece of eggplant. I mean, come on, we haven't seen him at all today aside from when we woke up this morning. You may be onto something. Gaara spoke as he looked at his pork with some slight dissatisfaction. They overcooked the meat a little. Just put some curry on it. Gaara gave Naruto a skeptical look. You do realize that this style of food isn't meant. Okay, sorry. I forgot I was speaking to the expert of cuisine, Jeesh. The two were quiet for a moment before Gaara looked to Naruto. Could you pass the curry, please? After they finished eating and paying their bill, the two headed out to walk for a while. It wasn't long before they started passing by various bars and less desirable businesses of the sort. That's when they heard it. Raucous laughter. The kind of laughter of a man that had been through every bar and brothel from river country to wave. The laughter of Ero Sennin. Naruto growled, heading towards a particular tavern that had a sign with a peppy young waitress smiling on it. Gaara knew that if he left Naruto to his own devices, he'd either get kicked out of the tavern, or worse. He followed his blonde friend, hoping that Naruto would keep his cool. The two Chunin walked into the tavern, and were immediately assaulted by the smell of tobacco smoke and cheap sake. Naruto scrunched his nose up while Gaara gave a grunt. Jiraiya-sensei's over there. Sure enough, there was the toad sage, laughing like no tomorrow while three lovely women with just a hint of makeup on, and a fine layer of eyeshadow. If you asked anyone though, the makeup wasn't really necessary to make them look good. So yeah, I'm training two boys right now personally. They're great kids, but they need to learn to loosen up a bit and learn to relax. All they ever talk about is training and finding my old teammate. It gets exhausting. Oh, that's sweet of you, Jiraiya-sama. Teaching two younger shinobi your secrets. You're so kind, spoke one of the girls in a sugar-coated voice. Ah, get me a pail, Gaara. I feel my dinner coming back. Naruto commented as they walked over to the table. Naruto slammed his hands on the wooden surface, startling the women and causing Jiraiya to snap his head towards the noise. Sure enough, the man had a rosy tinge to his cheeks, but seemed for the most part rather coherent. Naruto. Gaara. Hey, I was just telling these three lovely ladies here about you guys. How was training today? Jiraiya asked as he grinned. It'd be going better if you were around when we needed the help. Now Naruto, the best way to learn something is through time and patience. You'll get the hang of it. Besides, you and Gaara are a great help to each other, right? Gaara noted one of the women looking at him. When he made eye contact, she winked. Gaara raised an eyebrow before taking an unconscious step closer to Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei, how much longer are we going to be in town? Jiraiya shrugged, that depends. I've narrowed down the area Tsunade is into this place. She's probably only going to be in town for another day or so. We've been on her trail for a few days now, and I'm guessing that we'll find her soon enough. He let a grin spread across his face. So, would you two care to join us for a bit? The three women smiled at the boys the way someone does when they see an adorable animal. Okay, that one woman seemed to be finding Gaara rather interesting, but that was different. Sorry, Ero Sennin, we have to go in. Bah, come on, you boys have been working yourselves to the bone lately. Live life a little and relax. He rubbed his chin before grinning. Tell you what, I'll help you boys tomorrow if you do. Damn, he just had to throw the trump card out at them, didn't he? Naruto looked to Gaara, giving him a questioning look. Gaara simply shrugged his shoulders, and the two nodded, whatever. Naruto sat next to a rather cheery brunette while Gaara sat next to a woman with sandy brown colored hair, the same one that had been winking at him. The two made sure to sit at the very edges of their seats, just in case they needed to make a break for it. A black-haired girl who sat between Jiraiya and the brunette smiled at Naruto. You don't see too many blonde-haired people in Fire Country. What's your name? Naruto looked to the woman before giving her a forced grin, and Naruto. The woman giggled, and leaned close to the brunette and whispered something in her ear. The brunette gave a gasp before laughing and slapping the black-haired woman playfully on the shoulder. You know, I remember one time when I was in Grass Country, and I had to spend a week in the plains while hiding from enemy ninja. Oh boy, let me tell you, I never thought I'd make it out of there in one piece, but I did. The three women eventually started returning to their conversation with the sage, while occasionally throwing a question over to the boys. More than once Gaara felt the woman run a hand through his hair, though he was guessing that if the faint smell of sake on her breath was any indication, she was just tipsy enough to find the feel of hair relaxing. An hour later, and the two were actually talking casually with the other three. Yeah, Gaara and I helped defeat the Hidden Rock and Hidden Sound ninja that tried to invade Konoha. It was pretty easy once we broke through their main defenses, looking back on it now. Naruto said as the women listened with rapt attention. Oh my gosh, really? Wow, you two are so brave. The sandy brown-haired woman said before looking to Gaara. Did you guys get hurt at all? And not really. Gaara replied as he felt the woman rub a cheek against his head. A moment later he heard light snoring. The black-haired girl giggled softly. Sorry, Gaara-kun. Kura's never been good at staying awake after getting a few in her. She sighed before getting up from her spot by Jiraiya and lifting her up with relative ease. The brunette laughed a bit before getting up as well. Well, Naruto-kun, it was fun meeting you. She gave him a hug before helping her friend carry their sleeping friend out of the bar. Bye, Jiraiya-sama. It was good talking with you again. Haha, take care now, ladies. Jiraiya waved with a grin. As they left, he turned to his two pupils and gave them a smug grin. I'm glad you stayed. Those three are some of my most trusted contacts in this part of Fire Country. Naruto and Gaara blinked before the blonde spoke. Wait, you mean, those three women are actually spies? Sort of. They used to be kunoichi from a megakure, but left after the village plunged into civil unrest. They keep me informed on the happenings in this region. I was hoping I'd get to introduce you to them before it got too late. They leave tomorrow morning. So they were actually shinobi. That would explain how they had such an easy time carrying their friend out of here. Gaara noted with nod. Usually a passed-out adult takes more of an effort to carry around like that. So, you weren't just being a pervert. Jiraiya gave Naruto a flat look. Hey, I can be refined when I want, Gaki. Gaara looked to the doorway they had exited from. That one woman seemed a bit clingy. Yeah, Kura's always been like that. If it wasn't for Mia and Tama, I doubt she'd ever leave the tavern. Needless to say, they were happy to talk to you both from the way they were acting. I had been talking to them earlier about some information, so we decided to just enjoy a drink or two. The Toad Sage responded before getting up himself. Well, we better get back to the inn. We'll need to get up early tomorrow so we can train for a while before we go and find Tsunade. I have a hunch as to where she's staying at in this town, so we'll probably find her tomorrow. With that, the trio left the bar, and headed out to get some rest. No doubt that the task of getting Tsunade to return to the village alone would be a night's worth of rest. I don't know what to make of them. You. Kakashi looked across the street to the two men in black cloaks with red cloud patterns. Your guess is as good as mine, Asuma. Kurenai, Kakashi, and Asuma stood by a dango stand, chewing on their dumplings in a nonchalant manner while casting a wary eye over to the strangers. Their outfits fits the description that Jiraiya-sama gave. Asuma looked to Kurenai, and grunted in agreement. I take it they're already aware that we noticed them. Well, of course. In fact, they probably can hear us right now. Kakashi replied with a dry chuckle. After all, that's the great Itachi Uchiha. He was one of the best. It was no surprise to see the two strangers finish their tea quickly before getting up and heading out. Kakashi swore for a brief moment that he saw the reflection of red in the pupils of the otherwise hidden face of the shorter person. Let's move. Right. Asuma and Kurenai spoke. They jumped off and followed the two from a distance. Looks like we're being followed, Itachi. We are. The two men stopped at a river, and turned to see three Junin. It's been a while, Itachi. Ah, Kakashi-senpai. I thought I recognized your face earlier. Very funny, Itachi. I see you haven't lost your subtle humor. Kakashi spoke as he lifted his Hitai-ite over his left eye while keeping it closed. The taller of the two strangers gave a toothy grin to his partner. Itachi, you know these three? Yes. Kakashi-senpai and I were in Anbu. Asuma was well known even when I was young, and Kurenai had a great amount of potential in genjutsu from what I remember. The eldest of the Uchiha brothers replied, Kisame, don't underestimate them. Hey, of course. Which one you want? The two didn't have a chance to decide as Asuma made a rush to the missing nin of Kurigakure. He pulled out his trench knives and made a move to cut Kisame at the throat. It was within the blink of an eye that the Sarutobi's knives met with one of the oddest swords he had ever seen. It looked like it was scaled, now that he got a good look at it. The large bundle that had been on the blue-skinned man's back was in reality though, a sword. One of the legendary 7 swords, to be more precise. The chakra-eating blade, Samahata. Well, so the stories are true. You're Kisame Hoshigaki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. I guess I should feel a little humbled. Glad to see that my reputation is still as strong as ever. Kisame replied as he pushed the bearded Junin away, haha, I think I'm going to enjoy this. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Kurenai were working together to try and take out Itachi. Kurenai had seemingly vanished from sight as Kakashi kept the Uchiha busy with a rather intense battle of taijutsu and ninjutsu. I have to admit, Itachi, you have a lot of gull coming back here like this. Kakashi spoke as his Sharingan glared into the Uchiha's own red pupils, you're here for Naruto, aren't you? How much lower can you stoop? Trying to kidnap the very boy that you once helped watch over. That was my duty as an Anbu. He never knew me by my face, only by voice and my codename. It makes no difference either way. Naruto is our target, and Itachi moved just in time to avoid a kunai that would have plunged into his back. Kurenai reappeared, her concealing genjutsu dispelled as she moved to Kakashi's side. A moment later, a rather annoyed Asuma joined their side as well. That Kisame is strong. His sword has been eating away at the chakra I pump into my knives. I only managed to cut his cheek. Kakashi watched the 2 nuke nin as they stood over the water, I'm afraid we'll have to end this. Itachi spoke before raising his head to face Kakashi directly. Kakashi closed his right eye while his Sharingan continued to bore into the Uchiha's own eyes, you cannot defeat these eyes. Close your eyes. Now. Asuma and Kurenai did as he said while Kakashi continued his staring match with Itachi. Itachi closed his eyes before reopening them, the 3 tomo changing into something different, Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi spoke in a grave tone. So this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes, they've changed. I just hope I can stand up against this powerful Kekai Genkei. Itachi wasn't through yet, Tsukuyomi. Kakashi's eyes widened before he blacked out. A second later, he opened them to reveal a world of red skies, a red moon, and black and white scenery. He looked around to see that we was strapped to a wooden board. Itachi stood before him, sword in hand. Where am I? Is this genjutsu? Not just any genjutsu. The most powerful visual genjutsu. With Tsukuyomi, I can make seconds seem like hours, control matter and space, and even create realistic pain. This world, Itachi raised his blade as other copies of himself appeared, is mine to control. Steel ran through Kakashi's abdomen. He grunted in pain, and looked to see Itachi staring at him impassively. 2 more copies of him stood before him, you, bastard. For the next 72 hours, I will continue to impale you like this. You will not die, you will only feel pain. I will kill the pain, and then you will relive it all over again. 3 swords ran through his stomach this time, and Kakashi coughed up blood before looking into Itachi's eyes, defiance and determination evident in his features, this, won't defeat me. I won't let you harm. Naruto. 71 hours and 58 seconds to go. Itachi replied, slamming 4 swords into Kakashi this time. The Junin cried out in pain as he felt the cold hard steel rack pain through his false body. Kakashi swore he felt an eternity pass by. Itachi had healed his injuries on several occasions before restoring his body to perfect health. At one point Kakashi had lost count of the time he heard Itachi speak. There are things you don't understand, Kakashi-senpai. Things that are best left unsaid until the time is right. There is more to Konoha's history than is told. Kakashi raised his weary head, eyes barely remaining open as he managed to speak, Wah. 10 seconds remain. Kakashi opened his eyes again as the world returned to normal. He was still by Kurenai and Asuma. He hadn't moved an inch. No one had. All that, in only a few seconds. Kakashi breathed, his mind slipping into unconsciousness. Asuma caught Kakashi before he fell into the water, and placed him on the pathway lining the river. He looked to Kurenai, we have to end this, and quickly. Right. Kurenai spoke, preparing a genjutsu as Asuma raised his knives. Dynamic entry. The group looked to see a green blur flying towards them. Kisame raised his blade, only to crash into a nearby bridge. He managed to stay on top of the water, glaring heatedly at the new arrival. Who the hell are you? I'm Maida Guy, Konoha's beautiful green beast. Guy turned a bit to face Asuma and Kurenai. Is Kakashi okay? I think so. He was hit by a genjutsu, or at least that's what it seems like. Kurenai replied, holding the kunai in her hands while facing the enemy. It all happened too fast to tell. Guy nodded. It was probably Itachi's Sharingan. Making eye contact with him alone is enough to throw you into one of his illusions. If you're going to fight him, you have to keep an eye on his feet, not his face. The other two Junin nodded warily, both preparing for the next attack when Itachi spoke. Kisame, we've stayed too long. We're pulling out before we're noticed by too many people. What a shame, I was getting into this too. Kisame chuckled, looking to Guy and Asuma. I'll remember you too. The two disappeared with a quick shunshin, leaving the three able-bodied Junin on the water with Kakashi unconscious on the walkway. Kurenai let out a sigh of relief while Asuma grumbled, lighting up a cigarette. Guy looked around a bit before giving a nod. Right. I'll take Kakashi to the hospital. We'll go report this to my old man right away, then. Asuma replied. A minute later the area was void of any people, and aside from a few shattered boards on the bridge, and a dent in the concrete, one would have never guessed that a fight between Akatsuki and Konoha Nin ever took place. It was around noon when Jiraiya had called it a day for the boys' training. They had improved a little, but they had yet to complete their training. Naruto had managed to get the ball to tear open, but not burst. Gaara had managed to use actual rock instead of marbles, and was able to have the projectiles stay condensed when he launched them, but they always seemed to fall apart when they hit the object instead of lodging into the target. Can't we practice for a few more hours? I swear I'm close to getting it down, Ero Sennin. I agree, I think I can get the rocks to stay together if I just have a bit more time to train, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, who was walking ahead, felt himself smile a bit. He admired the work ethic of his two students, though he still had to play the role of the tough sensei. No. We're going to town to find Tsunade. I have a good lead on her, and if I'm right, she's at a restaurant located in a small inn. Time is of the essence right now, so we can't afford to dawdle around. Come on, it's been close to 4 hours and we still haven't found her. That last restaurant said they've never seen her before. Naruto groaned as he and Gaara continued following their sensei. Easy, Naruto. This kind of stuff takes time. Don't forget that Tsunade is a shinobi, she knows how to hide when the time calls for it. A lesser man would have lost her trail weeks ago. The Toad Sage replied, you also forget how many other buildings said they saw her in passing with a brunette and a small pig. She's likely with Shizune and her pet pig Tauntaun. Shizune, Gaara repeated. Yeah, the niece of a man that Tsunade had a deep relationship with. After he got killed during a mission, Tsunade took in Shizune as her apprentice and kind of adopted her. She's a really kind girl, if I remember correctly, though. How old is she now? Probably in her late 20s. Jiraiya shook his head. The point is, Shizune and Tsunade are still in town, so we've got to monopolize on this while we can. Fine, this lady better be worth all the time we're wasting that could be used for training. Naruto grumbled, shoving his hands in his pockets. About another 2 hours of walking led Jiraiya lead the trio down the main street of the town. Jiraiya was about to turn down one of the smaller roads when he suddenly stopped as he looked through a window of a small tavern. He smirked. Bingo. Naruto. Gaara, we found our targets. We have. Naruto asked, where? Right in there. Jiraiya replied, jerking a thumb into the window. Sure enough, Gaara and Naruto saw the blonde woman and her apprentice, as well as a pig wearing an odd vest of sorts. Well, it took long enough. Let's go in and. Hold it, Naruto. This is Tsunade we're talking about. She's really cautious, and if some random kid goes and tells her to come back to Konoha, she's going to be suspicious. Jiraiya smoothed back a few strands of hair and smiled, let me do the talking. You two just stay by my side and keep quiet unless spoken to. As they walked into the tavern, Gaara turned to Naruto, do you have a bad feeling too? Naruto simply nodded, yeah, my bad situation caused by Ero Sennin's senses going haywire. Tsunade-sama, perhaps you should call it a night. That's your second bottle, and that stuff isn't cheap. Shizune suggested, already knowing the reply. Don't worry about it, Shizune. We made some money, and I wanted to spend it. Besides, I bought this for both of us, remember? Yes, but still. Well, if it isn't Tsunade. What a coincidence. Tsunade looked up, her eyes as wide as possible before she regained her cool expression. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? Jiraiya grinned as he sat down on the other end of the booth while Naruto and Gaara sat behind the booth next to them, acting as though they were simply here to eat and unaware of the three behind them. Well, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, and thought I'd. Cut the crap, what do you want? Jiraiya's grin disappeared, HMPH, as Tsunade as ever, huh? He smirked a bit while shaking his head, come back to Konoha. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, that better be a joke. You know as well as I do that I'm never going back to that thankless village. They took Dan and Nawaki from me. They won't get my life as well. Tsunade, Sarutobi-sensei was almost killed. Orochimaru attacked Konoha, and almost succeeded in invading the village. I already know that. The old fool went and tried to be the hero and fight by himself, didn't he? The sound of growling was heard from the booth next to them before Jiraiya continued, Tsunade, look, the village needs a new leader, and they need one now. Iwagakure is at war with us along with Otogakure. Iwa? Tsunade asked, raising her eyes to his, I wasn't informed of this. Informed? By who? Tsunade took a drink before she replied, Orochimaru. Jiraiya's hands clenched into fists, what? You saw him? When? No more than 2 days ago. He came, asking for me to heal his arms. What did you do? I said I'll think about it. He agreed, and gave me time, telling me to meet up with him at a spot in town in 9 days' time. The slug Sanin responded calmly, ignoring Jiraiya's glowering look, he seemed pretty bad. What happened to him? He brought back the Shadaime, Nadaime, and Yondaime using Kenjutsu. Minato must have been too much to handle, though, somehow using a sealing technique I didn't see, and made the snake's arms as they appeared, gone. Minato. I thought that he was. There's a lot to the Shiki Fujin that we don't understand, Tsunade. Spoke the toad Sanin, taking a glass and filling it, by the way, in case you were wondering, his son is alive and well. Fought the snake as well, gave a good fight against your grand-uncle. Tsunade spit out her alcohol, you lie. Nope, it's true. Surely you heard the rumors that 2 genin stopped the Hidden Rock's forces from getting into Konoha, haven't you? Shizune instead spoke, there have been rumors, but, they're so varied that we don't know what's true and what's false. Minato's boy was one of the 2 genin. The other was Gaara of Suna. Ha, like 2 snot-nosed genin could possibly be a challenge for an entire invasive force. Jiraiya chuckled as he heard his pupil behind him mutter, old hag, under his breath. Gaara gave a grunt of agreement, regardless, Konoha's in need of a new Hokage, since the old man plans on stepping down. I was offered the position, but thought you'd be better suited for it. Why the hell would I want that job? Every person who took it was a fool. A damned fool protecting an ignorant village. Tsunade snapped, 2 died in a war, 1 was almost killed by his student and is already beyond his years and still leading. Tsunade-sama. Shizune spoke quietly, seeing Jiraiya shaking his head. In Minato, he was one of the biggest fools of them all, going in. It happened in an instant. Naruto jumped out of his chair while Jiraiya tried to hold him back, sake was spilled on the table and plates of food were thrown onto the floor. Tsunade found herself face to face with a pissed-off Naruto Uzumaki, his fist being held back by Gaara's sand as the blonde Chunin gave her an enraged glare, you take that back. My dad was not a fool. He was the greatest Hokage ever. Tsunade's eyes fell upon the blonde hair, then the blue eyes, then the whisker marks, who the hell are you? The one who's going to kick your sorry. A hand was put over Naruto's mouth before he could finish. Jiraiya pulled Naruto back as Gaara corked his sand, Naruto, I said to stay quiet. Jeesh, you're lucky that this place is practically empty right now. Jiraiya looked to the still somewhat confused Tsunade, meet Naruto, the Yondaime Hokage's legacy. He sighed while running a hand down his face, not exactly how I planned for this to go, but, I guess at least now you're acquainted, right? Naruto spoke up yet again, this time to Jiraiya, Arrow Sennin, if she's really the one we've been after all this time then we've wasted time. She's the last person I'd want as Hokage. She doesn't even respect them, damn it. You heard what she said. It's bad enough she insults Konoha, but the Hokage too. Tsunade actually felt a twinge of shame as she looked at the angry blonde before her, you're Minato's boy, huh? You better believe it, you old hag. The temperature of the restaurant seemed to drop several degrees as Tsunade's calm expression seemed to become more serious, what, did you call me? I called you an OLMPPHMMMH. Naruto's mouth was once again covered by Jiraiya's hand, who was instinctively pulling Naruto from his chair while Tsunade continued to glare daggers at the boy. Shizune was trembling in place while Taunton shook in her lap. Even Gaara seemed to be backing off a bit as he felt a rising killer intent. You, loud mouth, outside, now, Tsunade spoke before getting up from her spot and walking out the door. Shizune was biting her thumb a little before she hesitantly followed the Sannin outside. Hey, I'll show her a thing or two. Naruto declared before following Tsunade as well. Aren't you going to interfere and stop him? Gaara asked his teacher. Jiraiya shook his head. Nope, this will be a great learning experience for you and Naruto to see why Tsunade is so famous among the Sannin. Gaara was torn now, protect his good friend from getting in way over his head with a battle between one of the legendary Sannin, or watch and see his good friend get beaten like a rag doll by one of the legendary Sannin. Needless to say, Gaara was soon following Jiraiya as the Toad Sage pulled out his notebook, humming as he wrote some notes. Tayuya stood before the current leader of Konoha, his gaze seeming to pierce through her very soul as he calmly smiled. So, Tayuya, is it? Why did you leave Kurigakure, if you don't mind me asking? Tayuya nodded, her expression was a bit strained, as though trying to suppress a bad memory. My family was killed during the civil war in Hidden Mist, Hokage-sama. I'm tired of the senseless violence. I wanted to find a new home, and get away from there. Call it cowardice, or morals, but I refuse to serve a country that purges out others based on something like Kekkei Genkai. I see. I'm sorry that you had to deal with such a tragedy at your young age, though such is the life of a ninja. Hiruzen spoke quietly. Tayuya, I will give you a chance to prove yourself as a possible kunoichi of Konoha. Your record is quite admirable for a first-year chunin. You've taken 32D ranked missions, 16C ranked missions, and 10B rank. Konoha is in need of all the manpower it can muster, and having more capable shinobi join our cause is welcome. I'll place you on a team and give you probationary status until I see you fit to be given full shinobi rank. Oh, thank you, Hokage-sama. Tayuya bowed deeply. I'm in your debt. Haha, no need for that, Tayuya. Now, let us get down to the business of getting you settled somewhere in Konoha. Tayuya smiled a little. Right. I'll be willing to deal with minimal accommodations, if necessary, Hokage-sama. She had to give herself a silent applause. She had managed to pull of this whole good kunoichi wanting to start over act pretty well. At this rate, getting information on Sasuke Uchiha would be a breeze. She could probably even convince him to follow her back to Otogakure and call off the plan with the other four if the right conditions occurred. For now she accepted her single-bedroom apartment a block away from the house that she later would find out was where Sakura Haruno, the female member of Sasuke Uchiha's team, lived. She didn't let herself get comfortable though. After all, she was in Konoha, and while the village had until recently been in a time of peace, the shinobi here were some of the best in the elemental countries. This would require patience. Lots of patience. Luckily, Tayuya had plenty of that when the time called for it. Naruto got up from the pile of rubble he had made. He rubbed his forehead, groaning as he stood up. How the hell did she do that with just one damn finger? Naruto groaned. He had managed to get the first move in, and he could tell she had been surprised to see the boy had created an imperfect Rasengan in the palms of his hands. He would have probably nailed her with it, too. She managed to create a small fissure in the earth though by smacking her index finger to the ground, causing him to lose his footing long enough for her to give him a chakra-empowered finger flick to the forehead. That wasn't the half of it though. Gaara must have tried to jump in, because he was lying in a similar condition on top of what was once a produce stand. If he had been hit as well. That woman is a freak of nature. Naruto concluded as he got up. He tried to stand straight, but the street wouldn't stop moving around. Jiraiya, what's the big idea teaching these two such high-ranked moves? They're just a year or two into their careers at most, and you've already got them learning such destructive moves. Jiraiya shrugged, looking away from his old teammate as he helped Gaara to his feet. These boys are my students, and they're more than capable of using such moves, Tsunade. The Rasengan hasn't even been completed. Minato died before he could do such a thing. Hell, even you and Kakashi weren't capable of figuring out how to finish it. Tsunade growled, stop giving that boy false hope. Then there's that Doden technique you had Gaara use. That move is from your own personal rapport, isn't it? Tsunade shook her head. If I remember correctly, you used that move to kill off an entire platoon of Kusa-nin on several occasions. Doden. Genkudenpan no Jutsu, wasn't that the name of it? I'm surprised, Tsunade. You can remember the names of my more obscure jutsu, yet you never remember my birthday. Enough. Jiraiya, you'd be smart to stop with teaching these youngsters such deadly techniques. It'll just get them killed quicker in a battle. Tsunade interrupted, turning her back to the three male shinobi. Coward. Again, Tsunade found herself turning to face Naruto. She gave him a flat look. Stay down, brat, before I have to do some serious damage to you. No. Tsunade didn't know why, but that blonde-haired brat was starting to grate her nerves. Not only that, but now that Gaara boy was getting up as well, listen, the both of you. If you don't stop harassing me right now, I'm going to make you wish you did. Got it? Gaara, much to everyone's surprise, replied first, Naruto's right, you are a coward. Tsunade's fists tightened, watch it, gourd boy. I can see it in your eyes, Tsunade-san. You're afraid to go back, probably because your loved ones died, right? That's none of your concern. I'll take that as a yes, then. Gaara spoke, if you talk to those people now, would they be happy with the way you are? With that, Gaara turned around, not saying another word. Naruto decided to put in his 2 cents, if you won't become Hokage, then I will. I may be a Sunanin, but that won't make any difference. To be the Hokage, that's my dream. I used to say that all the time when I was younger, and in a way, I still do want to lead Konoha. I thought a person who's gained as much respect in the shinobi world as you would understand what it means to be the Hokage. Naruto's sapphire eyes locked with Tsunade's chocolate brown, maybe I was wrong. Naruto followed in step with Gaara. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a look that plainly said, they're right, you know, before turning with his students. Tsunade-sama, Shizune spoke, or you. Tsunade, however, was repeating the words she heard from Naruto. To be Hokage, that's my dream. To be Hokage, that's my dream. Naoki. Dan, Tsunade whispered, clenching the necklace around her neck. She looked up to the trio, hey, hold on. Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya all stopped, looking to the buxom blonde. Naruto quirked an eyebrow, what? That technique you used, the Rasengan, and the Genkudenpen no Jutsu, they're both not complete yet. Gaara spoke, we're still working on them. Tsunade grinned a bit, how about we make a bet? Jiraiya groaned while Shizune lifted a hand, Tsunade-sama, we still owe a. Relax, Shizune, it's not like my other bets. Tsunade spoke, if you two can complete those techniques within a week's time. I'll give you both a portion of this necklace here. Tsunade-sama, that necklace is. I know. It's worth enough money to buy 3 mountains if it was sold to the right person. Tsunade finished, her eyes still on the 2 boys, anyway, if you two can manage to master your respective jutsu, then I'll give each of you a portion of the necklace, if you don't, well. Tsunade tapped her chin in thought for a moment before smirking, you both will have to give me all the money in your wallets. Naruto smirked, leaning towards Gaara, joke's on her, I keep all my money in a scroll ever since Ero Sennin started plundering Gama-chan. I heard that, Tsunade said. Never mind. Naruto sighed, fine, all the money we have on us. Naruto looked to Gaara, who simply nodded, you're on, Tsunade Bachan. Bachan, Tsunade repeated, and shook her head, sounds like a deal then. 1 week. Tsunade grinned, holding up 7 fingers, better get going, boys. If I remember correctly, the last steps of those techniques are the hardest ones, haha. As Tsunade and a baffled Shizune with Tantona left, Naruto and Gaara both looked to Jiraiya. The Toad Sage simply smirked, well, it's a good thing you two are close to the last steps of those jutsu, huh? He rubbed his chin, I guess we better get back to the hotel and rest up. You'll be busting yourselves to the max if you plan on getting those techniques completed in 7 days' time. Jiraiya-sensei. What's up, Gaara? Tsunade, is she always that cold towards her friends? Jiraiya sighed, there's a lot to Tsunade that I really can't say, simply out of respect for her. She wanted to make an effort to increase the medical nin training, but it didn't fall through. War brings casualties, and more people in Konoha were dying. Gaara, I'm sure that you've learned a bit about Suna and how bad they had it due to war as well. Yes, Suna took a hard blow from the wars. Gaara replied quietly. Jiraiya continued, let's just say this, Tsunade had 2 people she loved with all her heart died during the Second Shinobi Great World War. After that, she lost faith in the title of Hokage, and, well, she's as you see her now. Still though, as harsh as she can be, she is a caring person. She just doesn't like showing her vulnerability to others. Naruto grunted, she really ought to stop using that henge though. People will start thinking she really is that young. Jiraiya laughed before patting his 2 students on the shoulders, alright, you two. Let's go. Tomorrow I'll try to help you a bit with your training. Temari and Sakura sat outside a dango stand, eating their sweetened dumplings as they talked about their lives and experiences. Well, I live with my mom. She's gone a lot though, being a merchant and whatnot. Temari gave a small smile, I don't remember much about my mother. She died after giving birth to Gaara, so. I was only a few years old. Oh, I'm sorry too. Temari waved a hand, don't worry about it. You didn't know. The wind user bit into her dango again, savoring the sweet sauce that dripped off of it. Man, you wouldn't believe how great this is. They charge an arm and a leg for dango in most of the stores in Suna. Come to think of it, most of the stuff in Suna is more expensive than it is here. Everything except glass and raw ore, at least. Sakura gave a hum of agreement. Yeah, that's namely because of the lack of fertile land in Wind Country's central plains. It's kind of the same for Water Country, since they're surrounded by water. They can do tons of fishing, but they have little trade going on outside of local business. Fire Country's lucky since we've got great farmland, and, oh, I'm sorry. Sakura spoke, seeing the rather amused look on Temari's face. I tend to go off on a tangent when I start talking about stuff like this. Temari laughed. It's okay. I actually was enjoying the lecture. She grinned. You know, I can see why you're a chunin. Sakura blushed a little, fiddling with the zipper on her chunin vest. Really? I think I'm not quite qualified for the rank if you ask me. Temari sighed. Sakura, I've told you before, you've got to stop doubting yourself. People will be more willing to respect you if you respect yourself. I know, it's just, well, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Kankuro, Gaara, Naruto, and you're all really talented. I don't have any special talents like the Sharingan, puppet mastery, or wind just you. I'm just, book smart. I'm a nerd, in a way. So what? As far as I see it, you being a nerd is what helped us disarm those tripwires without triggering the bomb tags 2 days ago. Aiwa had them placed all over Konoha, and if you hadn't noticed them and knew what to do, a good portion of the forest around the village would be gone. Sakura felt her face heat up from the embarrassment of being complimented. Thanks, Temari. No need to mention it. Temari grinned. Seriously, you ought to give yourself a bit more credit. You're a chunin for a reason. Sakura felt a smile tug at her lips. You're right. The Sandaime chose to promote me for a reason. She finished her last stick of dango before getting up. Say, Temari, if you're not busy, do you think you could help me train? Sasuke's been doing his own thing lately, and with Kakashi-sensei in the hospital, I don't have anyone to help me with genjutsu. I'd ask Kurenai-sensei, but she's busy with her own team. Temari gave Sakura a nod. Sure, I'm not an expert in that field of jutsu, but I'd be more than happy to help you. Just as long as you don't pull anything too hardcore on me. The Rosette laughed. Don't worry, I save the scary stuff for Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. Temari raised an eyebrow in confusion. Scary stuff. Oh, you know. Sakura waved a hand, people's heads blowing up, rabid squirrels, tentacles strangling the life out of you, a naked guy sensei, stuff like that. Temari shuddered. You're cruel. Nope, just proficient. Sakura grinned. Anyway, how about training ground 7? That's my usual place to train. Fair enough. What time? 9 in the morning sound good. I'll be there. Sakura smiled. Great. See you then. As Temari and Sakura headed back to their respective places of residence, Sakura couldn't help but feel excited. Ever since Naruto had left for his trip with Gaara and Jiraiya, she and Temari had begun to hang out more. She found that the Sunakunoichi was not as mean as she acted in a battle. Temari, just like most of the other women Sakura knew, enjoyed the occasional bit of gossip, though the wind user found she was much more willing to talk about the history of the elemental countries. Well, that sold Sakura right then and there. Shinobi history was one of Sakura's more familiar subjects in the academy, so the two hit it off well. Not only that, but Ino and Sakura were making good progress in patching up the holes in their friendship. Just the other day, Sakura had gone over to the flower shop and helped Ino with some bouquet arrangements for a wedding. Sakura opened the door to her home after unlocking the door. She pulled off her sandals and sighed, alone again. Sakura was different from most of her graduating class that had been put on a team, since unlike the rest, she didn't come from a clan of shinobi. Her mother was a simple woman who had wanted to start a new life in Konoha, so she moved here when she was pregnant with Sakura. She set up a small merchant shop, and after Sakura was old enough, began to travel to do trade and make income for the family. Once a month Sakura would get a card from her mother in the mail with some of the money she made, as well as just giving Sakura an update on how things were going. Of course, with the strained relations between Aiwa and Konoha being rekindled, she doubted that her mother would be going anywhere northwest for a while. She was last informed that her mother was well, and currently in the developing wave country. That put a smile on Sakura's face. She was glad to hear that the country was making a recovery. She sorted through the mail, and found a small letter that had a return address she was unfamiliar with. She set the rest of the envelopes aside, and tried to weigh the letter in one hand. It didn't weigh more than what was normal for a letter. She didn't see any traces foul play on it, and didn't detect any poison. Opening it, she found a single piece of paper. Unfolding it, she read it over. To Sakura Haruno. Hello. I'm the new member of Team 7 that the Hokage has informed you of. I'd be happy to meet you sometime soon. My name is Tayuya, and I'm a refugee of Kurigakure. If possible, would you be able to meet me at the Ichiraku ramen stand tomorrow around 2 in the afternoon? I look forward to meeting you. Tayuya. Sakura felt a bit of excitement run through her. She had heard the rumors of a new kunoichi appearing in Konoha, supposedly a refugee of a war-torn village. Apparently she was from Kiri, at least that's what the letter stated. It should be interesting to have another woman on the team, wonder if she's any good at genjutsu. Sakura thought aloud, hope she doesn't mind waiting for Kakashi-sensei. Sakura went through her nightly ritual before heading to her bed, plopping her head on her pillow as thoughts stirred through her mind. The missions she'd be going on once Konoha got back into a normal routine. What she'd be doing in the next few years. What she would be doing in the next decade. What Naruto was doing. What Sasuke was doing. With a yawn, Sakura rolled onto her side, looking out the window of her bedroom. She noticed the moon was quite full tonight. It cast a pale light onto the roofs of other houses, allowing her to make out the faint details of the occasional anbu that ran across the rooftops on patrol. Before Sakura began to drift off to unconsciousness, she swore she saw the faint flash of brown and blue on a roof across from her house. She didn't give it much thought though, instead settling on letting sleep claim her. Tayuya had decided to try and go about approaching the Haruno girl in friendly manner. Now that she knew where the girl lived, she would have an easier time getting to know the girl's habits. If she could get to be friends with the female of the team, then there was no doubt that she would have an easier time dealing with the Uchiha and the infamous Sharingan Kakashi. She could do this though. She was one of the elite bodyguards of Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Besides, out of the Sound 5, she was the one with the best looks and acting abilities. Tayuya would write a letter and have it sent within a few days to a random inn where one of Orochimaru's messengers would then retrieve it and deliver it to the leader of Odogakure himself. At this rate I'll be out of this stinking village in a month's time. She chuckled, and with a quick leap off the rooftop, headed back to her new apartment. So, Itachi, you sure that the Nine Tails is in the area? Yes. If he were in Konoha, we would have known. Trust me. Itachi turned to face his blue-skinned partner as they continued down a forested path. Besides, knowing your sense of direction at times, I'd be more trusting in my judgment right now if I were you. Kisame laughed at the Uchiha's subtle insult. Haha, whatever you say, Itachi. Things are always more interesting with you around anyway. The two were quiet for a while longer until they came upon a small inn near the edge of the town where Naruto Uzumaki supposedly was residing in at the moment. Kisame, tell me, did you notice anything odd in the reports about Uzumaki from the leader? Kisame scratched his cheek. Yeah, now that you mention, there was that one part he said about the kid traveling to Konoha from another country. I thought the kid was living in the village. So did I. Itachi replied, perhaps we should investigate into this matter as well. I'm curious as to where he may have been before the exams. You're curious? Kisame asked, you sound almost like you care about the kid's life. Itachi's expression remained stoic as he turned to the inn's entrance. No. I'm merely interested in our target's mannerisms so we have less difficulty in capturing him. He's a halfway decent fighter from what our report stated. Hey, right, something tells me that you have a soft spot for the kid. Itachi didn't reply, instead opening the door to the inn and getting a room for them to stay in for the night. The two were soon in their room, Kisame already snoring in one of the 2 beds provided. Itachi looked outside the window of his room, feeling like he was being watched. He turned around to see if Kisame was awake. The swordsman was still sleeping. Itachi pulled out an envelope, paper, a brush, and some ink that he had stored away in a small storage scroll. He quickly scribbled out a message before sealing the envelope and creating a single shadow clone. The clone looked to him, then took the letter before nodding and heading out the open window without making a sound. With that taken care of, Itachi slipped into the covers of his own bed, closing his bed and drifting off to a much-needed slumber. Chap. 19. Snake in the Grass. Of all the rotten, Naruto grumbled as he tried to focus his chakra on making the rubber ball in his hand explode. Unfortunately, all he had managed to do was waste an entire bag of them, causing them to tear more than anything. Gaara, on the other hand, was already on the final steps of his own technique. Simply put, Gaara was to compress molded earth and rock into smaller masses, yet the hardest part was controlling and maintaining the shape of the clusters while launching them at the target. Controlling one cluster was hard enough, several was a whole other story. I'm guessing that Naruto's having a hard time with the Rasengan. Gaara turned to see Shizune heading towards them. Hello, Shizune-san. He nodded to her before continuing, Naruto's Just You is admittedly more difficult going from step to step, and he's still on the second one. Jiraiya's sensei says he's making great progress though. The hell I'm making, great progress. Naruto growled, picking up another rubber ball before focusing his chakra into the spherical toy. Where the hell is Ero-Sennin anyway? He said he was going to help today. Shizune gave a sympathetic smile to the stubborn boy. I'm sure he has a reason to be absent. Yeah, like the women's bathhouse. Naruto replied. At that, Shizune found herself unable to comment. Naruto, Jiraiya-sensei said that the second step emphasizes power. You need to pour more chakra into the ball while still spinning it. Gaara spoke, trying to placate his friend. Yeah, I know. It's just like trying to punch through a brick wall with my little finger. The blonde sighed, stopping the chakra flow into the ball. Hey, Shizune Nichan, you have any tips? You were around when my dad was Hokage, right? You've also seen Ero-Sennin use the technique, right? Ah, well, I was just a teenager at the time of your father being Hokage. Shizune scratched her cheek in thought. Well, if I remember Tsunade-sama talking last night, she said that your father took almost 3 years to achieve the current level that the Rasengan is at. In all honesty, I'm astonished to see you at this step already. Shaking her head, she spoke, I'm not sure if I'm the right person to ask, Naruto. Ah, this is just great. The one guy that can help me is off doing who knows what, and I'm stuck here with a bunch of rubber balls. Maybe you just need to use denser chakra, not more of it. Shizune suggested. I mean, you can cut paper with a scissors, but it's not as easy to do the same to something like plastic. She laughed as the two boys gave her a confused look. What I mean to say is, if you have a harder material to break, then maybe you just need to use a more powerful force to break it. Gaara gave a nod. I think I understand, Shizune-san. If Naruto uses a more concentrated amount of chakra, he can get the rubber to burst. Yes, precisely. Shizune spoke before clearing her throat. Well, I would imagine so. I mean, I never made the technique, so I'm not positive, but it's worth a shot. Naruto gave a shrug before putting a hand over the ball. He began to make the practiced hand movements over the sphere, spinning the chakra as he normally would. This time, however, instead of just spinning it faster, Naruto made the chakra thicker. He made it stronger. He made it denser. Gaara and Shizune watched as Naruto's eyes squeezed shut while he poured more and more chakra into the ball. The ball began to shake before a faint light could be seen inside it, and then... Pop! Gah! Naruto flew back a bit as shreds of rubber fluttered down to the ground. He looked in mild awe as he lifted his right hand that had been holding the balloon, and smiled, haha, hey, ha ha ha. He hopped to his feet. All right. I did it. He turned to Shizune before sprinting over to her and Gaara. Thanks a billion, Shizune Nichan. Shizune blushed a bit, namely out of the familiarity Naruto was using in addressing her. Oh, it's nothing. I'm glad to help. Her eyes widened as she suddenly remembered why she had come here to begin with. Oh, that's right. The next thing the two boys knew, Shizune was holding a glowing, green hand over either of the two boys' chests, moving it over their eyes and then to their abdomen. She smiled after she finished with the both of them. So, were either of you experiencing any pain or fatigue? Fatigue? Not really. Naruto moved his shoulders a bit, maybe sore, but that passes with some rest. Gaara shook his head. I'm fine. She nodded. Good. Jiraiya-sama actually saw me this morning, and asked that I check on you two and make sure you two weren't going off the wall with your chakra usage. We have more than enough chakra to use. Naruto replied. I could do this for another 4 hours if I wanted. Same here. Gaara replied, returning to his task at hand. He formed a casing over the minerals, and lifted all of them at once. Doden, Genkudenpen no Jutsu. The earthen projectiles flew at a boulder, and hit with a loud crack. Gaara watched with disappointment as the earthen cases around the mineral shrapnel cracked. He was glad to see that the boulder itself had been cracked as well though. Progress was progress. The first step was maintaining the speed of the technique. The second step was maintaining control of the earth's durability. The third is both control and speed. Gaara said to himself, Jiraiya-sensei said I would be able to get this technique down if I kept those things in mind. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. Hey, Gaara, maybe you just need to pour more chakra into the earth. Gaara blinked. What are you suggesting? Well, it's kind of like my situation. I was just spinning the chakra faster, yet I wasn't making the chakra any denser. Maybe if you pour more chakra into the minerals while launching it, you'll do better. I mean, yeah, controlling the projectile is important, but what's the point of shooting something that can't penetrate its target? Maybe your chakra can add more firepower to the mineral pieces. Shizune gave a nod. That's a great idea, Naruto. She turned to the red-haired Jinchuriki boy. Give it a try, Gaara. The sand user nodded before calling back the earthen projectiles using his affinity to earth. He layered the cases with additional minerals before pouring more chakra into the technique. He felt a bit of a strain as he prepared the attack. Closing his eyes, he calmed his breathing down before continuing with the jutsu, raising the cases of minerals towards the boulder. The projectiles flew, embedding themselves into the boulder, a large crack spreading as it hit. Gaara gave a hum of amusement before clapping his hands together. Doden, Genkudenpen no Jutsu. A plume of dust and debris erupted from the boulder as Gaara shot the projectiles out in various directions. The shards of rock in turn embedded into the surrounding earth and rock. Watch it! Naruto shouted as shrapnel flew towards them. Gaara raised his sand in front of the three, stopping the bits of hardened earth, letting them fall harmlessly to the ground. The three were quiet as Gaara called his sand back into his gourd. He looked at the damage he had done, and nodded, I need to practice more. It's a start though. Naruto grinned to his fellow Jinchuriki, damn, Gaara, that was explosive. It was just like how Ero Sennin performed it. You think so? Gaara asked, corking his gourd, thanks for the help, Shizune-san. Your helping Naruto also helped me. Shizune laughed with a shy smile, oh, no need. I'm just glad to have been helpful to you too. Her smile dropped a bit as she looked to her hands, now folded in front of her. It's been a while since Tsunade-sama has been anything close to happy. Personally, I think she wants you two to succeed. She's had a hard time recovering from the death of my uncle and her brother Naoki. Naruto gave a nod, she seemed to be touchy on the subject of the Hokage, too. Shizune shook her head slowly, that's due to Naoki and my uncle Dan's dream to be Hokage as well. Gaara noticed the kunoichi's voice fade, what, Shizune-san? I don't think it's my place to say. Tsunade-sama herself doesn't really enjoy talking about it. The brunette dug into her pocket, oh, that reminds me. She handed Naruto and Gaara each a small bundle of Ryo notes, that's from Jiraiya-sama. He says sorry for 2 weeks ago when he spent half of your money at the bars and other establishments. You seem to know Jiraiya-sensei fairly well. Gaara spoke as he took the roll of Ryo notes. I met him a few times when I was with my uncle. Tsunade-sama would stop by our house, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru were with her a few times. I got to know Jiraiya-sama fairly well before my uncle died out in the field. That makes sense, Naruto began, you know how big of a pervert he is then, right? Shizune forced down a chuckle, Naruto, it's not polite to talk about people like that behind their backs. Naruto waved a hand dismissively, it's alright. He's probably griping about us too in some brothel right now. That or a bar, Gaara added as he sat down to meditate. Everyone has their flaws. Shizune spoke, trying to defend what little dignity the Toad Sage had in the eyes of the two boys, there's no denying that he's powerful. Naruto gave a laugh, well, yeah, of course he's powerful. We saw him fighting in Konoha. He was untouchable. Shizune bid the two farewell and headed back to the village, stating she had some errands to run for Tsunade-sama. Sitting down, Naruto folded his legs and looked to Gaara, hey, Gaara, should we try it again? Gaara opened a single eye, looking to Naruto before closing it again, if you feel up to it. Naruto nodded before closing his eyes and assuming his own pose for meditation, hands resting in his lap. The blonde opened his eyes to find himself in a small white void. He turned around to see none other than Gaara behind him, you got here quicker this time. Yeah, I guess that's a good thing, hey. The blonde replied. What the hell are you calling me here again for, boy? Naruto turned around to see the gargantuan form of the Kyuubi standing behind him. The faint glow of runic symbols used in Fuinjutsu could be seen floating around it. The fox was held in place as it glared at the blonde. We're just meditating, fox. Naruto said before turning back to Gaara, only to see the giant form of the Ikibi towering over the red-headed Sunanin with symbols that differed from the Kyuubis floating around it. You again. The demon Tanuki growled, if it weren't for this seal, You wouldn't be able to do anything, Ikibi. The two Biju glared at each other, though the one-tailed demon knew the Kyuubi was right. Naruto's access to the Kyuubi's powers was not something to take lightly, and the boy clearly overpowered the demon in the last fight. Enough. Gaara spoke, voicing his annoyance. Jiraiya-sensei said if we become adjusted to each other's life force, we'll be able to communicate like this over great distances. The Kyuubi directed its glare down to the redhead, foolish brat, if you think that I'm going to forge a bond of sorts with the Ikibi and you, then you are sorely mistaken. You don't have a choice, Kyuubi. Naruto spoke, looking up to the fox, we're the Jinchuriki. We have the control here. Ha! The fox gave a snort of laughter, you think I can be overpowered by you? No, I can't overpower you. Naruto replied with a smile on my face, with my help, though, my seal can do that for me. The Kyuubi knew Naruto wasn't blowing hot air, the boy had been studying more into seals thanks to that blasted Sannin, Jiraiya. Sure, the boy was still a blooming novice in Fuinjutsu, but he knew enough to cause the fox some grief, blasted mortal whelp. That's better. Naruto spoke, okay, Gaara. Ready when you are. Gaara gave the Aikibi a look over his shoulders. The Tanuki merely growled before closing its eyes, signaling it too would comply with the boy's demands. Gaara turned back to Naruto, and nodded. The boys began to glow with a faint blue aura, Naruto's slightly larger than Gaara's. The faint ripple of crimson could be seen in Naruto's while Gaara's had a faint aura of almost yellow. Their life force, having been intermingled with their respective Biju, was the cause of this strange coloration in their auras. Naruto's aura was just like the boy himself, bright, warm, and powerful. However, Gaara was able to read the more passive signals, like Naruto's less shown serious side, his small insecurities of failing the ones who he held close to him, and the vulnerability he felt in trusting others to the extent that he did with Gaara. Gaara aura was, unsurprisingly, not as bright as Naruto's. However, Gaara's aura was more calming, and more controlled. It stayed close to itself, but didn't close up completely to those who it knew. It reflected Gaara's ability to understand others at face value, the flickering motion showing the slow growth Gaara was making in becoming a happier person overall. The auras sent out a small tendril of their light towards each other while the two Biju poured a bit more of their chakra to help ease the process. While humans such as monks and veteran shinobi were able to extend their senses as far as several hundred meters, most humans were only capable of doing this after decades of training. Biju could extend their senses out without a second thought. Being beasts of nature and chakra allowed this. The two boys were able to feel their auras surround each other, and could clearly tell each other's health, state of mind, and base emotions by doing so. So, Naruto spoke, we can actually talk to each other since we're so close, but, say if we were in separate countries. How would it work then? You'll be able to send simple thoughts and reflections of your memories at best, along with your vitality and what your body is feeling at the moment. The Kyuubi answered, being an ancient beast, it already knew this. The farther away you two are, the harder it will be to do this, though getting better at this will help with that. Continued the Aikibi. A thought crossed Naruto's mind, hey, you think we could use this to find others like us? Gaara's eyes widened a little, that may be possible. It would be hard to do, and you wouldn't even know where to start. Kyuubi replied with growl of annoyance, besides, you'd have to track down the demonic aura of a Jinchuriki, and whether it be out in the wild or in a crowded city, Biju can conceal themselves well when needed, especially if they're inside a host. Naruto grunted in understanding, well, if they have sealed beasts inside them as well, they're likely to be shinobi or at least in a shinobi village, right? I mean, Fuinjutsu likely is what sealed a demon inside a human, and since shinobi generally use jutsu. It's very likely. Gaara said, a somewhat thoughtful expression replacing his usually calm features, I don't think we should try it out until we're more experienced though. Great, are you finished now? Grumbled the Aikibi, I'd rather not waste further time with you two humans. Naruto and Gaara gave a nod to the two demons, yeah. Cut the connection. The two demons disrupted the auras, connections and the two boys found the white void around them began to disappear. Opening their eyes, they found themselves back in material plane, still sitting in the grounds they had been training at outside of town. I think we should ask Jiraiya-sensei if there are any other known Jinchuriki that could be found within the elemental countries. Gaara stated as they stood up. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I mean, if there's others like us, who knows what kind of lives they lived. The two boys picked up their supplies and made their way back down towards the town. Jiraiya walked into the hotel room he was staying at next to Naruto and Gaara's room. He walked in, only to be greeted by the duo, what are you two doing in here? Naruto and Gaara were watching a show on the bug species of Northern Fire Country from what it looked like. Naruto seemed thoroughly engrossed with the show, and blinked a few times before turning towards the Toad Sage, oh, Ero Sennin. We were waiting for you to get back. I can see that. Now, can I ask why? Gaara decided to get straight to the point, Naruto and I were wondering if there are any other Jinchuriki in the elemental countries. The Toad Sage was quiet for a moment. He sighed deeply, figures, it was bound to be asked sooner or later, I suppose. He scratched his chin before continuing, as far as I know, there's at least one Jinchuriki in Kumo, though I've heard that another one is living out in the mountains nearby. Iwagakure supposedly had two Jinchuriki as well, though I'm not sure if they both still live within the village itself. I heard that one of them left years ago. So, that means there's possibly 4 of us out there, right? Naruto asked. Well, that's the thing. I've also heard that there was a Jinchuriki in Takigakure and 2 more in Kurigakure too. I've heard rumors that a previous Mizukage was one of the Jinchuriki of the Sanbi as well. However, I've heard that he had the 3-tailed giant turtle extracted from him. The shinobi feared that he was being manipulated somehow. The Biju is believed to still be roaming around in the wild. You'd be surprised how well some villages keep the secret of their Jinchuriki hidden from other shinobi. Jiraiya placed a hand on Naruto's head. You're a prime example, Naruto. Well, at least to most of the shinobi world anyway. Yeah, Naruto nodded slowly. So, do you think it would be possible if we somehow managed to find these Jinchuriki? Hard to say. Not all Jinchuriki are the same. Gaara, from what I know, you weren't always the most approachable person, and Naruto, you didn't even know of your status as a container until just a few months ago. Some people respect the demon hosts, others not so much. The Toad Sage replied with a shrug, it's all a matter of who they are as people. I suppose. Naruto sighed, it was worth a shot, anyway. We've got bigger things to worry about right now, right Gaara? Gaara nodded, I'll help you with completing the Rasengan later. Naruto grinned, thanks, Gaara. Jiraiya gave a sigh while sitting down, I'll look into the Jinchuriki situation if I can, boys. I have a feeling that making friends with them will probably be a good idea that will pay off in the years to come. The Sannin cracked his neck a bit before kicking off his sandals, now, if you two don't mind, I'm going to get some shut-eye. It's 5 in the afternoon. Gaara spoke. Yeah, and I plan on waking up later on. Now get out of here so I can sleep. Jiraiya groaned. The 2 boys got off the bed and left their teacher to sleep. Legendary Sannin, my foot. The guy's an old hermit, enough said. Naruto grumbled as they headed down the hall to the exit. So, you're from Kurigakure, right? Tayuya looked up from her cup of tea she was trying to sip. Yeah, my family was wiped out during the massive bloodline conflict. We didn't have a Kekai Genkai, but we made enemies with a clan that did, so. She shrugged, I was able to escape, luckily. I can't imagine what that must have been like for you. Sakura frowned, it's horrible that Kiri had to go and have that happen. Well, the past is the past. Tayuya waved a hand, it happened almost 5 years ago. I've managed to fend for myself since then. I figured Konoha would be a stable place for me to get my shinobi career back on track. Sakura smiled, well, I'm glad to have you on my team, Tayuya. Sakura stood up, say, I know what we could do. The Rosette laughed a bit, oh, I think Ino is off, and Temari doesn't have anything going on either. You could meet 2 of my friends, and they'd be sure to help fill you in on Konoha and Suna. Temari is actually a kunoichi from Hidden Sand, but it's a long story, I'll let her tell you. Oh, that's okay. Tayuya seriously didn't think she'd like to spend any more time than needed with these weak-leaf nin, I don't want to be a bother, and You're not being a bother, Tayuya, and I think you'd honestly get along perfectly with Ino and Temari, well, at least Temari. That, and I can introduce you to Tenten and Hinata later as well. Sakura giggled, man, we could even have a girls' night out. We could splurge some Ryo at the mall, go to that dance club, and… Tayuya mentally let out a scream, damn it, as smart and educated as this Haruno girl was, she still acted like a child at times. Tayuya wondered for the umpteenth time how she was suckered into this mission. It was hell trying to act like a semi-timid refugee ninja, but dealing with this kind of crap too. Seriously, why her? Oh, right, Kimimaro was on a steady road to recovery after Kabuto had managed to find a serum for that illness on him. Tayuya would forever curse that damned medic nin for managing to find the supposedly incurable illness that would have wiped Kimimaro out for good. Don't be silly, Tayuya. Sakura said, pulling Tayuya up from her seat, the girls would love to meet you. It doesn't matter what kind of village you were born in, the fact you want to start over and have a better future says enough about you as a person. Tayuya couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt run through her, the poor naive kunoichi seriously thought that she was a Kiri nin with a tragic past. The fact that Sakura wanted to befriend her made the guilt a little worse. Still, it was only a minuscule amount of guilt. What did it matter to her if this girl was stupid for trusting a person she had just met? Besides, she had a mission to take care of. She should be asking about the Uchiha brat, and what she knew about his skills. Not about what the latest styles were in kunoichi apparel. Okay, I'm not a big fan of malls though. Tayuya said in a defeated tone, just as long as you don't go make me try on a million outfits. Sakura snickered, that's Ino's job, not mine. For some reason, Tayuya had a feeling that this was going to be a really long day for her. It was around 2 in the morning as Naruto stood before a tree. He stared hard at a large, spiraling indent he had made into the bark, clearly taking off a significant chunk of the woody plant. Damn it, still not what I wanted. He growled in annoyance before opening up his right palm and making circular motions over it with his left hand. Concentrate, concentrate, focus the chakra into a central point, expand, rotate, rotate. Naruto reared back his hand, Rasengan. Naruto slammed his open hand into the tree, blasting away a good portion of its bark again. There before him was another spiraling indent, a bit deeper than the previous one. Gah! Damn it, damn it, damn it. Naruto looked at the indent within the bark before looking to his somewhat burnt hand. Chakra burns, a clear signal to stop training for the day. Gaara had long gone home to meditate and attempt to get an hour or two of sleep. He had suggested that Naruto call it a day as well, but the blonde refused to give up yet. One more hour. That's all he needed. Naruto clenched his fist before opening it up again, ignoring the soreness and cramping of his fingers and wrist. He needed to do this. One more time. If I don't do it right this time, no, I'll get it right this time. Naruto panted, sweat stinging his eyes as he forced one eye open. He summoned chakra into his left and right hands, spinning the blue light of energy into a swirling vortex. Focus, find your center, and concentrate all the energy into a central point. Don't disturb the stability. Naruto thought to himself as he formed a sphere in his hands. It was fluctuating in size constantly, but the blonde refused to give in until he got it to hold. The sphere shrunk before condensing and growing larger. Naruto nodded, it was what he was looking for. He looked to the tree before him, and let out a breath. He growled as his hand twitched slightly, struggling to maintain the powerful jutsu. Now. Naruto took a step forward while slamming the vortex forward, Rasengan. The sphere smashed into the tree before chipping away pieces of bark and turning the wood into a fine dust. He struggled as he took another step forward, come on. Come on. The sphere collapsed, and an explosion of wood and unstable chakra sent the young Chunin flying back several feet. He coughed up dust as he struggled to his feet, and walked over to his practice dummy to see the results. It wasn't perfect, uneven strips of bark stuck out in various places, but Naruto could definitely make out the concave area where his jutsu had hit. He smiled to himself, that was what he was looking for. He'd have to work at it, but he had gotten the basic idea down to a practice. Now to go home and... Naruto leaned against the tree before falling to the ground, passing out from chakra exhaustion. The blonde was soon snoring lightly, curled up against the very tree he had been pummeling just moments ago. A figure, a woman to be precise, appeared from the shadows, walking over to the blonde and kneeling down to get a look at him. A well-manicured hand rested 2 fingers under his neck, and checked his pulse. Hey, just like your mother. Chocolate brown eyes twinkled a bit as the woman smoothed away some stray bangs of her blonde hair as she stood up, reckless and stubborn. He's something else, isn't he? Tsunade whirled around to see Jiraiya leaning against a rock while watching her from his peripherals. She snorted indignantly, TCH, he's reckless and a loudmouth. True, but he's got an unbending will to improve himself. Jiraiya added as he walked over to his longtime teammate, looks like you'll be handing over that necklace after all. HMPH, whatever. Just my luck, I suppose. Tsunade spoke as she got up, the brats look like they're somewhat capable as far as shinobi go. How exactly do you plan on giving them a necklace like that? You have some professional who can cut valuable jewelry in town. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as she smirked, don't tell me you've been playing my students for fools. A bet's a bet, right? Tsunade chuckled, relax, I've got a method to dividing the jewel into equal halves. She lifted a finger, and a faint blue light appeared, chakra has amazing properties to it, after all. Jiraiya nodded, right. They were quiet for a few moments, Jiraiya debating whether or not he should carry his godson home and Tsunade pondering on the next words that probably would change her life forever. I think I'll be taking the position of Godime for Konoha. Jiraiya gave a small smile, glad to hear that. He chuckled quietly, the old man will be happy to see you after all these years. First me, then Orochimaru, now you. He shook his head, I won't try and put pressure on you, but Konoha's unofficially at war with Iwa and Oto right now. I know. Tsunade sighed, Jiraiya, I've been doing some thinking. I've come to realize that dwelling on the past and regretting things won't help me get over Dan and Naoki. I love them, but... She was silent for a few moments, but this boy here. She put a hand on Naruto's forehead, smoothing away his bangs a second time. He along with Gaara have shown me that it's important to remember who I am, and who I was, and honor the memory of those I loved by continuing to be the kunoichi I used to be. She closed her eyes, Jiraiya, I won't lie. I'm old. I lived a good portion of my life running from the past. Tsunade, you lost 2 people that you care. No. Tsunade looked up, her eyes moist, I've been running from the past, but as a result, I've also abandoned my friends and those I care about, you among them. She looked away. I just wish I could have realized it a lot sooner. Jiraiya wouldn't lie. The fact that Tsunade had admitted she cared about him meant more than most things did in his world. He grinned a little. If it helps any, I forgave you years ago. Tsunade smiled, looking at her old teammate. Thanks. Don't mention it. The Toad Hermit replied, you won't be alone, either. Sarutobi-sensei will more than likely be stubborn and continue to guide you while you're the Hokage, and I'll help whenever I can. The blonde woman stood up. Right. I guess when Orochimaru asks for my answer, I'll give it. I'll be there with you. Jiraiya replied, it'll be a nice little team reunion. I think it'd be good for all three of us. TCH, you just make sure not to get yourself killed if we fight him. Tsunade looked up to the darkening sky. Well, I better get going. The last thing I need is for Shizune to worry about me arriving to our hotel late. Yeah, if it wasn't for her though, you'd probably be a wreck. Jiraiya added, receiving a light smack on the shoulder, which actually hurt quite a bit. He didn't show it though. Tsunade began walking. Shizune's a worrywart, that's all. She just needs to find a good man that'll take her out for dinner and show her. Jiraiya, I swear if you start writing in that notebook, I'll make that incident back in the hot springs years ago seem like a picnic. Jiraiya pouted, spoil sport. He looked down to his sleeping student, and groaned, I suppose he would prefer to sleep in his own bed tonight. Lifting the still sleeping form of Naruto over his shoulders, the Toad Sage headed towards the town along with Tsunade, feeling happier than he truly had in a long time. Naruto awoke the following morning to the sound of a songbird chirping outside the window of his room. Groaning while stretching, he sat up and looked around. He remembered passing out in his training spot outside of the town. Why was he here? He got out of bed, and noticed a piece of paper sitting on his nightstand. He picked it up and read it. Hey Gaki. Next time you decide to camp outside for the night, make sure to let me know. I had to haul your unconscious dead weight of a body all the way back here without help. Anyway, Gaara and I are training at the usual spot until noon. If you want to join, head on over there before 11:30. Jiraiya. Naruto grumbled a bit to himself, and stretched. He blinked away the sleep from his eyes and changed his clothes before grabbing a pair from the basket on the table and wolfing it down. He bounded out the door and headed to the streets. He needed to find Jiraiya and show him before he and Gaara demonstrated their progress to Tsunade. That necklace was as good as theirs. He was at the designated training area within 10 minutes' time. He waved a hand to Gaara and Jiraiya, who had noticed him running towards Arrow Sennin. Gaara, I did it. I did it. Jiraiya was already well aware of what he was talking about, but decided to humor the boy. What are you talking about? Naruto grinned, and held out a single hand. Check this out. He clenched his palm for a moment before opening it up and manifesting a small blue vortex. He then began to make a circular motion with his free left hand. The sphere grew in size before it compressed once more. It began to spin faster, and eventually small streaks of light began to appear, swirling around the stable yet dangerous ball of chakra. Jiraiya smirked, impressive. I never thought you'd get it down so fast, but I guess you've proven me wrong. He gave the blonde a serious look. Let's see just how powerful that really is though. Creating the Rasengan is all fine and dandy, but unless you can use it properly, it means jack squat in my book. Naruto just smirked, watch and be amazed. He flexed his fingers a bit while concentrating his energies into the ball of raw power. He chose a nice-sized boulder, and adjusted his footing a bit before bursting forward. He was nothing short of a human blur, reaching his destination in a matter of seconds. The rock exploded, sending bits of pebbles and dust into the air. Jiraiya let out a low whistle. Not bad at all. He clapped a bit while Naruto walked towards them. Looks like someone's been putting their nose to the grindstone lately. I guess that means both you and Gaara win the bet, huh? I guess so. I think we should find Tsunade-san before she decides to cut town again. Gaara spoke. I doubt she's one who willingly owes up to her debts. Jiraiya looked to the redhead. Don't worry, Gaara. Something tells me that she won't be backing out of this bet. In fact, I think I know where she is. The trio of shinobi began to make their way back towards the village, intent on getting their rightful prizes. Boom. Jiraiya and the two boys were immediately on alert, crouching a bit lower and turning towards the sound of an explosion. Looking to the east, they saw a plume of debris just outside of the village. Jiraiya seemed to be focused on that direction, his eyes never leaving the spot. His eyes widened. Damn it, that was definitely Tsunade. He looked to his two students. Follow me, but stay back. I think our favorite snake decided to pay an early visit, and didn't like what Tsunade had to say. Right. The two Chunin replied. They dashed off towards the soon-to-be battleground, hoping to assist Tsunade with whatever was happening. That's my answer, you slime ball. Now, leave now or I'll knock you into orbit. Tsunade growled, walking away from a large pile of rock that had once been part of a boulder. You've done enough harm to Konoha, I won't let you get a second chance to attack the village. Orochimaru chuckled a bit, as though he had just heard an amusing joke. Tsunade, you mean to tell me that you wish to protect the very village that took away two of your dearly beloved? He shook his head, how sad. It seems that senility has finally gotten a hold on you. Kabuto, who stood a short distance behind the snake Sannin, spoke, Orochimaru-sama, shall I dispose of her? He brandished a kunai, I'll make it quick. No need, Kabuto. I don't need jutsu to beat an old, helpless hag like her. A serpentine smile crossed the Otogakure leader's lips, keep Tsunade's attendant out of this. Kabuto looked to Shizune, a small smirk appearing on his own lips, as you wish. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, Shizune, stay on alert. We don't know what abilities Orochimaru has up his sleeves, and that kid with the glasses is definitely a talented shinobi if he's with that snake. Right, Tsunade-sama. Shizune replied, her fingers straightening as a light blue light began to form around her hand. He's not the only one with skills. Without warning, Kabuto dashed towards the two kunoichi. Shizune responded by dashing forward as well. The two met, Shizune ducking underneath a kick from Kabuto. She quickly leaned backwards as a kunai missed her forehead by mere seconds. She lunged forward, grazing Kabuto's side with her medical chakra emblazoned hand. Huh, looks like you can fight after all. Kabuto spoke, his voice less playful, that little scratch there kind of smarts. He placed a hand over his injury, and light green chakra began to surround the wound, healing it up as though nothing had happened. Shizune's eyes widened for a moment, so, you're a medic too, she got into her stance, I guess I'll have to take you out quickly then. Go ahead and try, Kabuto retorted with a smile. Orochimaru jumped away as Tsunade created another crater in the earth. She was fighting with much ferocity, but luckily for him, he had greater speed than her. As long as he avoided those monstrous punches and kicks of hers, he'd have the upper hand. Quit running, you coward. Tsunade roared as she dashed forwards, going at him with her dangerous combination of taijutsu and superb chakra control. Orochimaru prepared to jump, but found his feet unable to leave the ground. He looked down to see his feet covered in sand. What? Got you. Tsunade shouted, delivering a powerful right hook to the jaw. Orochimaru cried out in pain as he was sent rocketing into a few trees. Tsunade dusted herself off a bit, turning to the side to see Jiraiya beside Gaara, who was calling back tendrils of sand into his gourd. Nice job, Gaara. Gaara simply nodded, and Jiraiya walked over to her side. I take it he didn't agree with your decision. Tsunade laughed, he's a bit livid, I suppose. She looked forward and raised an eyebrow, you've got to be kidding me. He's getting up after that. Sure enough, Orochimaru was standing up, albeit with some strain due to a lack of arms and the fact that he got hit by one of the most powerful kunoichi in all of the elemental nations. He gasped a bit, you fools. I've learned the secret to immortality, I cannot be defeated so easily. Jiraiya took a step forward, Orochimaru, you've gone too far. Consider yourself no longer a member of the Sannin. The Toad Sage's eyes locked with the eyes of his one-time best friend, I'm going to take you down by any means necessary. Orochimaru just laughed, ah, Jiraiya. Always playing the fool, aren't you? He stood straight, eyes flashing dangerously, I believed you once telling me that you'd bring me back to Konoha, saying that you and I were friends. Isn't that right? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders, people change. I've come to realize my past mistakes, and I've learned you're too far in with your obsession for immortality and learning all the jutsu in the world. A simpleton like yourself could never understand my ambition. The snake Sannin replied. I guess I'm thankful for that. Jiraiya shot back. Kabuto suddenly reappeared by the snake Sannin's side, his hair a bit of a mess, but otherwise unscathed. It seems we've got some uninvited guests. Orochimaru followed the eyes of his subordinate, and smiled as he noticed the familiar blonde hair and whisker marks of a certain Jinchuriki. Ah, Naruto-kun. I see you're doing well. Naruto was helping Shizune stand, seeing as she sustained a minor gash on one of her calf muscles. Long time no see, snake bastard. Orochimaru grinned, sharp incisors making themselves visible. Kabuto, the seal. Now. Kabuto looked to his leader, an alarmed expression on his features. Orochimaru-sama, are you certain? You don't have the proper sacrifice for summoning. I said now, Kabuto. Orochimaru repeated, Manda is probably aching to have a stab at the Toad Sage and the Slug Princess. I'm sure he'll make an exception. Kabuto lowered his head for a moment, as you wish, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto untied the bandages around the snake Sanin's left arm stubs, which seemed to have been sewn up around the joint where the elbows would be. Kabuto bit his thumb and drew blood, then drew a few symbols onto the Sanin's arm. Jiraiya cursed, "Tsunade, better get Katsuyu out here." Jiraiya looked to Naruto, Shizune, and Gaara after biting his thumb. "You three, get back, now." The three complied with Jiraiya's request, putting a significant amount of distance between themselves and the other four. Naruto was the first to recognize the seals Jiraiya was making. "That's the summoning jutsu." Shizune nodded while healing her wound. "Yes. It looks like the three of them are going call forth their strongest summons. I've only seen Jiraiya-sensei summon toads the size of small buildings before. What can Tsunade-san and Orochimaru summon?" Gaara asked, sand whirling around the three. Shizune finally stood on her own, her wound much less painful now that she was able to treat it. "Tsunade-sama holds the slug contract, and if I remember correctly, Orochimaru can summon snakes." "That's pretty fitting. Snake bastard summoned snakes." Naruto grumbled. "Shizune Nichan, stay here, I'm going too." A coil of sand wrapped around Naruto's leg. "Hold on, Naruto. This battle is between the three Sannin, they're cage-level shinobi. If we get involved, we better make sure that we're not going to in the way of Tsunade-san and Jiraiya-sensei." Naruto sighed. Gaara was right. Sure, he and Gaara had improved by leaps and bounds, but in skill and experience, they were still wet behind the ears compared to those three out there. The shout of the three Sannin was heard, snapping them from their thoughts. "Kuchio's no jutsu." 3 plumes of smoke could be seen, and a moment later, Naruto was able to make out 3 distinct figures wrapped within the clouds of white. One he immediately recognized as Gamabunta, another was a white slug, which Naruto guessed was the summon of Tsunade's. That obviously left the giant purple snake with Orochimaru. "Holy crap," Naruto uttered, "I think we need a strategy." Gaara. Manda took in the scenery before him, and growled, "Orochimaru, why have you summoned me?" Kabuto, instead, spoke, "Manda-sama, please, we need you too." "Was I talking to you, pissant?" Manda snapped, "Start explaining before I devour you, Orochimaru." Orochimaru was visibly nervous, he didn't have the proper 100 bodies to offer to Manda. He hoped his excuse would work. "I thought you'd enjoy a chance to finally kill Gamabunta." Manda looked forward, his tongue flicking out for a moment before he chuckled, "Well, if it isn't the old toad himself." Gamabunta, who had been taking a drag from his pipe, exhaled a giant cloud of smoke. "Manda, what an unpleasant surprise." "HMPH. Katsuyu, never thought I'd see you here too." Manda added, "In fact, I never thought I'd have to deal with you two ever again." Katsuyu raised herself up a bit higher to match Manda in height. "It's been too long since we last spoke, Manda. It appears that I've no choice but to fight you." "You fight me?" Manda chuckled a bit. "Please, a soft-hearted glob of slime like you would never have it in you to fight me." "I think you're forgetting that there's 2 of us versus you, Manda. Looks like I'll finally get the chance to make that snakeskin wallet I've always wanted. Over my dead body, you wart-covered mud lover." "That's precisely the idea, Manda." The 2 summons lunged at each other, Gamabunta pulling out the blade tied around his waist while Manda opened his maw, rows of teeth awaiting the flesh of the giant amphibian. "Now, Katsuyu," Tsunade shouted. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Katsuyu replied before opening her mouth wide and blasting out a torrent of slime. Manda noticed the attack coming, and quickly moved to the side, avoiding the corrosive liquid. "Too slow." Manda laughed, suddenly by the Slug Queen's side. He wrapped his body around her, intent on suffocating her via constriction. "Jienig, ga." Katsuyu fought to stay conscious, awaiting for the right moment to make her move. Tsunade jumped into the air, and Katsuyu suddenly exploded into hundreds of miniature versions of herself. "Grr, damn slugs and your ability to divide." Manda growled. "Hurrah. What the ga?" Manda never knew what hit him as a force equivalent to a dynamite blast hit him in the head. The giant snake fell to the ground, along with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Tsunade landed gracefully in front of the fallen summon, shaking her wrist a bit. "Give it up, Orochimaru. You're outnumbered, outclassed, and have no access to any of your jutsu." Orochimaru let out a laugh as Manda got up, shaking his head a bit while trying to gain his bearings. "You think I'm that unprepared for a battle, Tsunade Heim?" The snake Sannin opened his mouth wide while a snake slithered out, doing likewise and opening its jaws wide. The glint of steel could be seen by Tsunade as Orochimaru called forth Kusanagi. "Tsunade, watch out!" Jiraiya cried out. A second later, the snake lunged at Tsunade, the point of Kusanagi aimed at the slug Sannin's heart. Tsunade moved quickly, flipping back several times just as the legendary blade stabbed the earth where she had been standing. My, looks like you haven't lost all of your flexibility yet. Orochimaru commented as he called back Kusanagi, now holding it with his extended tongue. You know, Tsunade, I was honestly telling you the truth when I said I would bring back your loved ones. If you had only helped heal these arms of mine, I would have resurrected them. You continue to grow older and steadily approach your death, yet you deny yourself the chance to live with them once more. Tsunade shook her head. Trust me, if there's one thing I want more than anything else in the world, it's to see Dan and Naoki once more. She kept her steely gaze on Orochimaru, yet, to bring them back from the grave, that would be an insult to them. One should never tamper with what has already happened. By helping you, I would be spitting on everything they ever believed in. To help the enemy of Konoha would be to insult their dreams. I never thought you'd become a fool like the rest of the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade. Orochimaru stated, very well. You'll join your loved ones in the afterlife very shortly. Just as soon as I defeat you and force you to heal my arms. Aren't you forgetting about someone? Roared Gamabunta. The snake Sanin, along with Manda and Kabuto, looked up to see the toad boss aiming his blade over Manda's neck. The snake curled his body to the side, avoiding the blade and countering with a whip of his tail. Gamabunta was sent flying back, along with Jiraiya. I'm not that easy to defeat, you damn toad. Manda laughed. Now, watch how it's properly done. Manda raised his head into the air, and dove into the earth, burrowing below the others. Gamabunta and the now reformed Katsuyu both felt the earth shaking before them. Gamabunta kept his blade close while Katsuyu prepared to be ambushed. Damn, that snake isn't a pushover. Jiraiya complained as he stood on Gamabunta's head. Any idea where he's going to strike? None at all. He's probably going to go for me first, since he probably views me as a bigger threat at the moment. No offense, Katsuyu. None taken, the slug replied. Meanwhile, a ways off from the battlefield stood Naruto, Gaara, and Shizune. The two boys were speaking with each other over the strategy they had developed while Shizune debated on whether to stay here and keep the boys from going and getting themselves killed or assisting Tsunade. So are we clear on that part? Naruto asked, receiving a nod from the sand user. Great. Now, we just have to wait until that damn snake comes out from wherever he's hiding underground. I think I can find out. Gaara spoke, putting a hand on the ground. He closed his eyes, and focused on the vibrations coming from beneath the surface. After a moment passed, he spoke, found him. Huh, Naruto blinked, really? Gaara didn't even give Naruto an answer, instead turning to Jiraiya and Gamabunta. He lifted up the sand around him, and with both hands blasted it towards the toad boss and Sanin. Gaara, what are you doing? That's arrow Senin your attack. A second later, Manda burst forth from the ground, right behind the giant toad. However, what Manda didn't expect was to have a pillar of sand smash into his face, knocking him off balance. Gah, what the hell? Sand. Manda ducked as Gamabunta's blade narrowly missed his head. He quickly grabbed a hold of the toad chief's wrist with his tail before throwing him back some distance. He growled as he took a second to recover. Orochimaru, I'd better have 100 sacrifices after this is finished, or so help me I'll feed on you instead. Orochimaru cursed under his breath, turning towards the source of the surprise attack. It's that damned Ikibi boy and the Kyuubi brat. He suddenly had a wonderful idea. Manda, the one who attacked was none other than the Jinchuriki of the Shukaku. He's over by that group of boulders, and right next to him is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Manda turned to his left, and his eyes rested upon the two boys and Shizune. So those little morsels think they can take me on. Manda narrowed his eyes. What are they doing here to begin with? Orochimaru grinned, tongue hanging from mouth while still wrapped around the sword handle. The two boys are apparently studying under Jiraiya. On top of that, the woman next to them is the personal assistant and traveling companion of Tsunade. Killing them would deal a harsh blow to the two, and rid the world of two village weapons. Defeat them, and I'll let you feast upon all the inhabitants of Suna as payment. You don't say. Manda chuckled. Suna, huh. Fair enough, that brat had it coming when he attacked me anyway. Manda let out a hiss before almost 24 giant snakes erupted from the ground, though they were still small in comparison to their leader. They looked to him expectantly. Keep the slug and toad out of my way. The snakes gave a hiss before slithering towards Katsuyu and Gamabunta. Tsunade hopped back onto the slug queen's back. Katsuyu, we've got company. I'll take care of them. Katsuyu spoke, spitting out a gob of acid. It hit one of the snakes, which let out a shrilling hiss before being burned alive by the corrosive material. Gamabunta got up just in time to raise his blade to hold a snake's mouth back. I've had enough of these damned snakes. The toad chief slammed a foot on the reptile before crushing its skull in with another foot. He sliced through another one of the snakes, its bottom half still wriggling as it died. Taking a look ahead, Gamabunta growled in annoyance as several more snakes were heading towards him and Katsuyu. Looks like there's no getting out of this one without killing them first, Bunta. Jiraiya spoke, we've got to hurry. Naruto and the other two noticed Manda's eyes were now set on them, uh-oh. He wasn't supposed to be heading towards us. Naruto turned to Gaara, okay, better get going with the plan. Gaara gave a nod, and went through a few hand seals, Doden, Yomi Numa. Manda raced towards the trio, but found moving becoming increasingly more difficult. He looked down to the ground to see a giant body of muddy water had formed around him. An Earth-style technique, no doubt, the brat knows an A-class Doden technique. Damn it. Gaara strained to try and hold the snake in place while Naruto began to gather wind chakra into his two open palms. I'd recommend hurrying up, Naruto. I can't sink him, he's too big. Got it. Naruto spoke, shifting his feet a bit. Shizune Nichan, you probably should take a step or two back. This is going to be big. Shizune nodded, doing as Naruto had asked and watched as the boy's clothes began to flutter in the wind he had created. He aimed his two palms at the giant snake, and combined the two balls of wind into one mass. He's getting free. Gaara warned as Manda managed to free himself. Naruto didn't need any further coaxing. Fuden, Kazabakufu no Jutsu. A powerful gust of wind blew Naruto back a few feet, though he managed to stay standing. The snake's head snapped back as the wind blast hit him dead on. He roared as he lost balance, causing Orochimaru and Kabuto to hop off and onto the ground. Just as they landed, several tendrils of sand lashed out at them. Kabuto, get rid of them. Orochimaru growled. Kabuto dashed past the streams of sand, drawing a kunai and tossing at Naruto, who was still recovering from the backlash of his jutsu. The kunai, however, was knocked off course by another projectile. Kabuto looked to see Shizune drawing several more Senbon needles. You again. Kabuto smiled a bit, I see you don't realize how outclassed you are. Looks like I'll have to teach you. Shizune glared, don't underestimate me, it could cost you your life. I highly doubt that. Kabuto replied, as though he was correcting a child, you're welcome to try and defeat me though. Gaara stood before Orochimaru, sand whipping around him all the while. Orochimaru, you'll pay for what you did to the cage, and for trying to bring war between Suna and Konoha. Avenging the death of a man who tried to kill you. Orochimaru laughed, that's a bit odd, don't you think? I honestly don't care about that fact. He was still the cage. As a shinobi, it's my duty to bring those who threaten my fellow ninja to justice. Gaara answered before going through several hand seals and placing a palm on the ground, Doden, Genkudenpen no Jutsu. Several clods of earth burst out of the ground, flying at Orochimaru with great speed. The Sannin dodged all of them skillfully while lessening the distance between him and the Jinchuriki boy. Gaara stood up and hopped back while raising a single hand, calling forth a tendril of sand to ensnare the snake Sannin. Orochimaru stopped himself, sidestepping the sand and rushing forward once more. Kusanagi tried to pierce the grains of sand. Luckily Gaara had managed to wrap enough of the fine-grained material around the steel, holding it back from stabbing him to the stomach. Orochimaru locked eyes with the sand user, you've gotten faster. Among other things. Gaara replied. A dozen more streams of sand shot out, attempting to capture Orochimaru. The Sannin faded from view, reappearing on top of Manda's head. Manda, feast on that boy if you like. He's of no use to me alive. TCH, like you giving permission makes any difference. Manda shot back, opening his mouth wide and lunging at Gaara. The sand user gathered all the sand he had in an attempt to form a dome around him. Kaden, Gamuya Enden. A stream of flames connected with the side of Manda, scorching him instantly, along with Orochimaru. Gaara looked up to see the flames. Source was Jiraiya and Gamabunta using a combined jutsu, Jiraiya creating the flames and Gamabunta giving the oil for the flames. Jiraiya eventually stopped blowing flames, and called down to Gaara, you alright down there? Thanks, Jiraiya-sensei. Gaara called back, I find it hard to believe that Manda was taken out so easily though. Jiraiya frowned, I was thinking the same thing. Jiraiya turned to the burning coils of snake skin. His eyes widened suddenly, and he turned back to Gaara, Gaara. Move. Gaara barely had a chance to react, for right behind him emerged the jaws of Manda. Gaara turned around, and all he saw was black. Naruto watched in horror as Gaara was swallowed whole by Manda. He wasn't even aware when he heard Tsunade, who was heading towards him, to move. Manda turned towards the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, eyes set on him now. Gaara, no. Naruto spoke. Gaara, the one boy he knew that lived with a curse like his. A boy who could understand what it truly means to have friends, and just how horrible it is to be alone. The boy who he had saved from seclusion and who had given him a bond that one would see between brothers. Naruto's brother in all but blood had just been eaten before his very eyes. Gaara. Naruto held his head in his hands, fighting off the sudden burning sensation that came with the Kyuubi's chakra. He grit his teeth. I won't lose control, I won't lose control. Not now, I. Grog. Naruto looked up to see Manda groaning in what seemed to be horrible pain. The snake lurched forward while twisting and coiling constantly. Then Naruto felt it. Gaara's life force. He's alive. Naruto shouted to himself, haha. He's alive. Where am I? You'll be in the afterlife if you don't do something quick. Ikibi. Yes, now hurry up and get out of here. Gaara smelled what he could only associate with something burning. His skin was irritated, he couldn't breathe, and he suddenly remembered that he was inside the belly of a snake. I can't die. Not here. Not with the rest of them still out there fighting. Gaara thought, and began to move the damp sand around him as much as possible. GRK. What the hell? Manda growled, Gah, my stomach. Orochimaru could feel movement within Manda, and watched as Manda vomited onto the ground below. Amongst the bile and spit he could make out the form of Gaara, covered in mucus and goo. A moment later Manda coughed up some blood. What happened? Orochimaru inquired, irritation evident in his voice. I don't know, but that damned brat did something to my insides. Manda replied, that's it, Orochimaru, you're on your own. Next time we meet, be prepared to face punishment for summoning me in such conditions. With that, Manda disappeared in a giant plume of smoke. To think, Orochimaru snarled, looking at the slowly rising form of Gaara, between these two Jinchuriki, I don't know which one is worse. Gaara struggled to take in air, the putrid smell of stomach bile filling his nostrils as he coughed. He looked on to see Orochimaru heading towards him, sword wrapped around his tongue still. He couldn't call upon his sand, seeing as it was weighed down by the digestive juices of Manda. Gaara felt a pain run through his leg, and looked to see the Kusanagi extended and pinning his leg to the ground. He grunted in pain as the Sannin walked towards him, Kukuku, how sad. You managed to avoid being food for Manda, only to be slain by my blade. Gaara didn't stop though. Instead, he went through a set of hand seals he was familiar with, and pressed a palm to the ground. He felt a pull on his chakra coils, and strained to pour enough power into the technique, I won't miss you this time. Orochimaru let go of his blade as several pieces of earth flew at him a second time. He wasn't quick enough though, having a piece lodge into his left leg. No. Gaara lifted a palm and spoke, Doden, Genkudenpen no Jutsu. Pieces of debris erupted from Orochimaru's leg, causing him to scream in pain as his leg became limp. He ignored the pain, and took note that he still had limited mobility of the injured limb. He looked behind the red-haired boy, and saw Kusanagi laying behind him, the young Chunin having yanked it out of his leg and thrown it aside while having his sand trying to clot the bleeding. A clever maneuver, Gaara. Unfortunately, it seems that you've left yourself completely open, and I can tell you're growing tired. Kusanagi suddenly lifted into the air, the point aimed at Gaara's spine. A flash of light blonde caught Orochimaru's eyes, and he heard a cry of pain. There by Gaara's side was Tsunade, Kusanagi lodged through her right shoulder. She had managed to get to the boy just in time to move him to the side, though it cost her a serious injury. Gaara had no idea what had happened, but he felt the trembling arms wrapped around his body. He also saw the point of Kusanagi less than a foot away from his face. He turned to see who had a hold of him, and his eyes widened a little. Tsunade-san, your shoulder. Gaara spoke, taking in the amount of blood spattering her clothes. She may have ruptured an artery, though Gaara wasn't an expert of anatomy so he was unsure. Tsunade chuckled weakly, I'm, alright, see can you help me and pull out that blade. Pulling it out without proper medical supplies could be. Gaara, I'm a master in the field of medic nin practice, just yank the damn sword out of my shoulder already. Tsunade growled. Gaara hesitantly grabbed a hold of the sword's handle, and after Tsunade gave him a weak nod, pulled it out. She cried in pain, but waved Gaara off when he tried to pull of his shirt to apply pressure to the wound. Just, hold me steady. I can fix this. How? Tsunade took in a few deep breaths, and spoke calmly, Influent, Kai. Gaara watched as the diamond seal on the slug Sannin's forehead glowed before turning purple. Her chakra level spiked up before she continued, Sozo Seisei. Strange markings began to form around her body, and Gaara watched in amazement as the wound on her shoulder closed up, leaving no marks of ever being existing. He could see her muscles tighten for a moment before she let out a breath and relaxed. Your wounds are healed, Orochimaru noted. Kusanagi still held within his tongue and pointed in her direction, going and using such a technique seemed to require a lot of your chakra. That could have been avoided if you had decided to simply leave that boy be. What makes him so important that you'd go and take a stab in the shoulder from my blade? Tsunade smirked. You ask why I'd go and sacrifice my safety for a younger shinobi like that. That's because I'm the future god. I'm Hokage. I cannot allow you, nor anyone who threatens Konoha's safety, to harm those that are under my care. Tsunade-san. Gaara spoke, a bit surprised by her sudden declaration. The blonde smiled. I'm fine. Let me take a look at that thigh of yours. She held a hand over his injury, and began to apply chakra to the wound. In only a few moments' time, the wound had healed up, leaving only a small scar in its place. That's all I can do for now. She stood up, looking to Orochimaru. I'll take it from here, Gaara. You boys both did well. You healed that up so quickly. Gaara stated, how did you do? It's a special technique of mine. Don't worry about it. Go help Naruto and Shizune with Kabuto, alright? Very well. Gaara slowly got up, and was relieved to find no pain in his leg aside from a dull throbbing. He noticed that both Gamabunta and Katsuyu were gone, likely because Orochimaru was both injured and without a summon that posed a threat to the two Sannin. Numerous pieces of snake parts were now littering the field too now. Gaara looked to see both Naruto and Shizune locked in combat with Kabuto, Naruto attempting to slice at him with wind techniques, though this proved to be difficult as Shizune was also close by. Any attempts to attack with his wind would likely hurt Shizune as well. Looks like Gaara would have to do something about that dilemma. Shizune grunted as she blocked a hand that sparked with chakra, her own chakra blades glowing on either hand. Shizune's taijutsu wasn't that great, to be quite honest, but when you were using chakra dissection blades, shinobi tended to avoid close combat if possible. Looks like you're getting tired. Kabuto commented, maybe you should have just given up when you had the chance, Shizune pushed back and spun around while almost slicing open Kabuto's forehead. The silver-haired medic nin just smirked while blocking a kick with his knee, then delivering a light jab to her abdomen. She coughed up blood, obviously having been hit by the chakra blade, and now bleeding internally. She fell to the ground, trying to heal herself. Unfortunately, this proved to be quite difficult with her steadily weakening body. Shizune! Naruto shouted, throwing all caution to the wind and charging at Kabuto. Naru, Shizune coughed a bit, get back. Eat this, bastard. Fuden. Kazabakufu no jutsu. Naruto cried out, blasting another wave of pressurized air. Kabuto managed to avoid the blast, jumping off to the side as the attack blasted into several rocks, blowing several of the chunks of granite across the battleground. Kabuto quickly sprinted forward, that attack of yours is too slow to work against me, Naruto. Shizune forced herself to stand up, pulling back one of her sleeves to reveal a wristband with a needle projectile launcher attached to it. She pulled back a string, and shot several needles at Kabuto. Kabuto turned around as the sound of metal whizzing through the air could be heard. He leaned back, avoiding 2 needles, though 3 of them lodged into his arm. Kabuto quickly removed the needles, and cursed under his breath as he saw a clear liquid dripping from the tip of the needles. Poison. Damn it. Kabuto began to feel the apparent effects of the poison kicking in, his eyes losing the ability to focus clearly. He spun around as Naruto returned to his feet while drawing a kunai from his pouch. Kabuto quickly jumped to the side, though he was finding it hard to maintain balance, his world spinning whenever he moved too quickly. Just when he thought his situation couldn't get worse, Kabuto felt something rough and coarse grab a hold of his feet. He looked to see light brown clouds of what he could only guess was sand gathering around his feet. He tried to move, but this resulted in him almost falling over. Rasengan. Kabuto could barely make out the blonde Chunin heading towards him with a glowing ball in his hands. The next thing he knew, he felt an immense pain in his abdomen, looking down to see Naruto hit him dead on with this most powerful jutsu. Kabuto forced chakra into his hands, and just before being blasted back, made contact with Naruto's left pectoral. Naruto lurched forward as Kabuto was sent reeling back, smashing into a tree and falling to the ground. Naruto coughed up blood, and rolled onto his side. What the hell d? Naruto coughed more, his voice being cut off as he felt warm liquid running down the side of his mouth. Shizune rushed forward, ignoring her own pain. Naruto, just hang in there. She knelt down by his side, and moved a hand over the spot Naruto's hands were clutching. She let healing chakra flow into her hands, just calm down for a moment. I can. She felt her strength draining, but forced her chakra to continue flowing. You've been hit right next to the heart, Naruto. I have to heal it. Naruto looked to the medic, smiling a little, did you see it? I got him with the Rasengan, hey. Shizune kept her eyes glued on the blonde's chest, having pulled away his shirt, but she spared him a smile. You did great, Naruto-kun. Gaara was soon by Shizune's side. Is Naruto alright? He'll be fine. The injury wasn't as bad as I had suspected, but it needs to be taken care of immediately. Shizune replied as she continued to heal the internal wounds. Gaara turned his attention over to Kabuto, who was by Orochimaru's side, and healing the wounds that Naruto had inflicted with his last attack. How the silver-haired man was able to recover so quickly was nothing outside of extraordinary. Then again, Naruto and himself were able to heal at a rapid pace compared to other humans. Seeing as Kabuto was a medical shinobi as well as a fairly intelligent man, he supposed it shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Game over, Orochimaru. Jiraiya spoke as he and Tsunade stood before the injured Sannin. Orochimaru looked haggard, and it didn't help that his one other bit of support had been poisoned and was hit with a Rasengan. He growled while glaring at the two Jinchuriki who had caused so much trouble, then turned back to his two former teammates. I suppose we've overstayed our welcome. This will probably set my plans back even further, but mark my words. He grinned, despite his injuries. I will return, and next time there won't be a chance to fight back. The lack of arms can easily be fixed. Your student was a genius in some regards, Jiraiya, but Minato died a fool like everyone else who lives in that damned village will. I have the secret to immortality, and with it, I will continue to live. The two Oto nin disappeared with a large plume of smoke. Jiraiya took a step forward, but Tsunade held a hand out before him. Don't. We have bigger problems to worry about. Jiraiya followed her gaze to see a weak Shizune doing her best to heal Naruto, while Gaara stood before them with weak acid burns on his skin. Jiraiya let out a sigh. Right. The snake got away again, but I doubt he'll be able to fight back for quite a while. Hey, Tsunade looked to her old teammate, a grin on her face. Looks like we're not as rusty as I thought. Jiraiya smirked. If I didn't know any better, Tsunade, I'd say that there's a bit of fire burning in your eyes again. I recognize that look from a mile away. Tsunade blinked before blushing lightly. Yeah, well, it's been a while since I've gotten a chance to fight like that. It felt reinvigorating. I guess it would. Jiraiya replied, we should go help them. Tsunade nodded, right. Temari scratched her left arm a bit. There's that tingling again. Sakura, who was taking a break from training with Tayuya, Temari, Kankuro, and Sasuke, spoke. What's wrong, Temari? The blonde shook her head. Not sure, really. My left arm's been tingling a bit. It's not really painful, but it's definitely irritating. Tayuya piped in. Maybe you're stressing your arms too much. Temari instead rolled up her sleeves, and looked at the seal on her upper arm. The seal's acting up. Maybe Naruto called Kamatari. Kamatari. You mean that weasel summon you and Naruto have? Sasuke asked, how can you tell? Kankuro spoke, it's a mutual summoner's seal. Whenever Naruto or Temari summons Kamatari, the other summoner will know so that if they tried to summon the weasel that they wouldn't be wasting time when they know he's already been called upon. Temari nodded. Kankuro's got the basic idea. Though, if he's summoned, it makes me wonder why he. The tingling suddenly stopped, and Temari took a good look at the seal on her arm. Weird. Now I don't feel anything. Maybe you should summon Kamatari. Kankuro suggested. Temari nodded, unfolding her fan and drawing some blood before calling forth her summon. The weasel in question appeared before her in a puff of smoke, nodding, hey, Naruto was right to summon me. Jiraiya said we should send a toad, but it'd take less time for me to just be summoned here than for a toad to travel to Konoha. What happened? Is Naruto alright? Kamatari sighed. He's alright, but he received a nearly fatal injury. It was a good thing that two of the best medic ninja in all of the elemental nations were by his side. Temari's eyes grew fearful. Nearly fatal. What? Who was he fighting? Kamatari raised a paw. Temari, you need to calm down. Look, I can't tell you directly, but I have a message for the Hokage. He turned to Sasuke, Sakura, and Tayuya. I officially have to give this message to one of you three, namely because this scroll is for Konoha's sake. Sakura held out her hand. I can take the scroll. The white weasel smiled. Thanks. He looked to Temari and gave her a small grin. Temari, I promise that Naruto's alright. Okay. He's just resting right now, but he was awake and able to summon me so I could get your attention. He figured you'd be worried the minute you felt your arm tingle. The blonde-haired Kunoichi sighed. Fine, but he better promise me not to get killed. How is Gaara doing? Better than Naruto, unsurprisingly. Kamatari replied. Kankuro chuckled. I could have called that one. Tayuya raised an eyebrow and turned to Sakura. Naruto. Is he one of the Chunin who got promoted recently? I think I heard you or Sasuke saying he was a teammate of yours, right? Was being the key word. Sasuke replied, though he raised a hand when Sakura gave him a warning look. He's a shinobi of Suna now, as well as Konoha. He's part of the dual shinobi registration idea that was put into effect just recently. Tayuya nodded. So, from what it sounds like, he's a pretty reckless guy, huh? Reckless isn't doing the idiot justice. Kankuro answered, earning a light elbow from Temari. Still, he's got guts. I'd put my life in his hands without a moment's hesitation. Yeah, that and Temari has dibs on him. Don't even think about trying to date him. Sakura added with a grin, causing the Suna Kunoichi to sigh while rolling her eyes. Naruto's a lovable guy, but he's a free spirit. Someone has to keep the dobi anchored to the ground. Sasuke added. Tayuya grinned, really. She looked to Temari. He sounds like a real challenge, if you ask me. Temari gave a flat look to Tayuya. Look, he's my boyfriend. Nothing more to say about it, okay. She'll probably force him into wedlock by the time he's legal. After a smack with her fan onto Kankuro's head, Temari let out a huff. Okay, enough. She looked to Kamatari. We'll bring the message to the Hokage. Tell Naruto that if he so much as does a sit-up until he's completely healed, he'll have to answer to me. Kamatari grinned. Yes ma'am. He gave her a salute before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Sakura looked at the scroll in her hands. Well, we better bring this to the Hokage as soon as possible. The 5 shinobi headed off towards the Hokage's tower, hoping to find out the latest on their friends and their secret mission. Well, I heard that our target has passed through here. He apparently got in a bit of a scuffle with Orochimaru of all people. We should make our move then, Kisame. No doubt he's probably weak from the fight. Kisame looked to his partner, a grin forming on his face. I like your thinking, Itachi. The 2 Nuke Nin headed into the village, straw hats shadowing their features. If their information was correct, their target was likely asleep in a bed, recovering from chakra exhaustion and heavy wounds. If they made this quick, they would be able to capture Naruto Uzumaki without any obstacles whatsoever. Chap. 20. Dawning of the Hunt. Thanks again for helping me with Genjutsu today, Tayuya. It's great to have someone my age who's so experienced in that area of shinobi techniques. Sure thing, Sakura. Glad to help. Tayuya replied, a small smile tugging on her lips. It had been a little over 5 days since the incident with Temari getting a message from Naruto to deliver to the Hokage. The Suna Kunoichi never stated the exact reason why, but she seemed to become even more focused on her training since she got word of Naruto and Gaara's fight. Kankuro suspected that it was her way of keeping herself occupied so she wouldn't continue to worry about the two. Hey, Tayuya, can I ask you a question? Tayuya didn't let the hesitancy slip past her senses. What's up? Sakura fiddled with the kunai in her hand that she had been cleaning. If you like someone, but you're worried that letting them know will tear apart another friendship you have, what do you do? Oh boy, relationships, Tayuya's weaker field in terms of experience and knowledge, hell if I know. I never understood men that well. They either have their mind in the gutter when they're talking to you, or they just don't listen. Especially after they've had several rounds at a bar beforehand. Sakura gave a laugh. Right, yet somehow they attract me. She shook her head before returning her attention to the kunai. Never mind, Tayuya. It was a hypothetical question. Tayuya was a bit perturbed to find herself concerned with the rosette before her. She had slowly found herself becoming familiar with the girl since she joined Team 7. What scared her even more was that she had yet to send any reports out to Orochimaru. She could have on several occasions given information she gleaned from a bit of scrounging around in the Hokage Tower halls. She had found it relatively easy to get past the shinobi guards, and had managed to get information on the current number of registered shinobi. The names of the shinobi with the highest standings in Konoha. Kakashi was among them, obviously, and other valuable information. Nevertheless, she still kept in mind that her main objective was to try and see if there was a way to get Sasuke out of Konoha and to join the forces of Oto. Orochimaru didn't have much more time, if her information was right. The sooner she got the Uchiha into the Snake Summoner's hands, the sooner she'd be able to leave Konohagakure. Possibly the most disturbing thought, however, was the fact that she was questioning herself more often these days. She wondered such things like, if I betray Konoha, how much information would I be able to give while still giving the village a fighting chance against Orochimaru? Or, would it be safe on my part to reveal who I truly am to Sakura before knocking her out and leaving for Oto with Sasuke? Or, and this was the one that made her lose a good 2 hours of sleep, do I really want to betray a village that has treated me better than my own home? She didn't know if it was something in the water, or just a psychological disorder she was developing from the stress of being a kunoichi, but she found herself actually feeling like she belonged in the village of the Hidden Leaf. I won't tell anyone, Sakura. Sakura blinked as she looked to see the pale green eyes of Tayuya locked with her own. The ex-kunoichi of Kurigakure gave the slightest of grins. Besides, Ino will somehow force it out of you one way or another. May as well speak now. Sakura took in a breath before exhaling. You promise to not tell anyone. Tayuya was quiet for a moment before she spoke. On my honor as a kunoichi of Konoha, I promise. The rosette gave a weak smile before looking to the ground. It's Naruto. Tayuya raised an eyebrow before speaking again. Sakura. I know, what kind of person am I? Temari and him are perfect for each other, but I. She set the kunai on the ground before she continued. Tayuya, I'm messed up, aren't I? Sakura, as a girl who's killed people twice her age, I don't think I have a right to answer that question. Hey, right, we're shinobi. We don't really have exactly normal lives. The rosette leaned back a bit. I want to tell him, but that could be a bad idea as well. First off, he used to continually ask me on dates, which by the way I always rejected on instinct, and Temari's a good friend of mine. The last thing I want to do is lose one, if not two, of my friends. Tayuya grunted in understanding. She took a look at a clock on the wall of a stand nearby. It's 5:06, Sakura. What do you say we go find some nice little bar and pretend to flirt with a few chunin while they pay for our drinks? Sakura's eyes widened. Tayuya, you're joking, right? Tayuya gave a bark of laughter. Hell no. According to the laws of Konoha, we're both legally able to drink. It's a little loophole in the bylaws of Konoha. A shinobi can legally have a blood alcohol content of 0.05% while not on active duty. However, on active duty relates towards being on missions. None of us have anything going on, right? Sakura seemed to still be wrapping her mind around the idea. I can't do that. I've never had anything but a small bowl of sake with my mom during the New Year's festival last year. I've never. Tayuya laughed. Sakura, I promise I'll keep an eye on you. Hell, maybe we can even get the girls to join us. Tayuya, you've been hanging around Ino too much. Sakura commented, earning a chuckle from the other kunoichi. Come on, Temari's probably looking for something to distract her from training. Ino's not doing any missions today. Tenten said she was free for anything this week after 2 in the afternoon, and I'm positive Hinata wouldn't mind getting out of the stuffy Hyuga estate. Tayuya stood up while offering a hand to Sakura. We deserve a break once in a while, too. Sakura grinned before accepting the hand and being helped up. Alright, but nothing too strong. I can only imagine what would happen to me if I spent the night hopping from bar to bar. Hey, I said I'd look after you. Tayuya raised the pitch of her voice a little. Quit being a stick in the mud, forehead. If you start wearing purple and dyeing your hair blonde, I'll disown you forever. The world's not ready for a second Ino Yamanaka. The two girls laughed, heading out to find their friends and have a night to themselves. 2,020,202,020. 2,700 a night. That's robbery. Naruto, that's actually a fairly decent price for a hotel with 4 stars. Gaara spoke, looking at a brochure for the Swimming Lily Hotel, by a river in the northeastern region of Fire Country. Fine. Naruto dug into his wallet and produced a roll of Ryo. 1 room for 2 please. Certainly, sir. The desk receptionist took the money and then handed Naruto and Gaara each a key to the room labeled 235. The room has 2 beds, air conditioning, and a wonderful view of the town through the window. Thanks. Naruto took the 2 keys, handing one to Gaara while pocketing the other. Any places that have good food around here? I can't say for sure. The war with Earth and Rice Country has hurt our trade from the west a bit. Most of the food we would have around here is local, but a lot of our grain comes from the fields just bordering river country. Replied the receptionist, we have a lot of farmland in southern Fire Country, but up here we have soil that's not as good for grains. He shrugged his shoulders. The western front is a pretty sketchy area for merchants to travel on right now. I heard they've been having bridges destroyed left and right just east of Grass Country's borders. I'm not surprised. Iowa is known for their sabotage of transportation routes. Gaara spoke quietly as he set down the brochure. We'll only be here for a night. Thank you. 2 minutes later found the boys walking into their room. It was a fairly nice room, and the beds were queen size. We still have time before the world of dining with Aina-chan starts. Gaara said as he looked at a clock. Let's go get something to eat. Naruto gave a nod, setting down his bag and other belongings. I've had a craving for fish all day. Let's see if there's a smokehouse around here serving salmon or trout. In no time at all, the 2 chunin were walking the main drag of the town. The paper lanterns were being lit by the various stand owners that were stationed on the streets, and various smells invaded the nostrils of the boys. Naruto, I think I smell fish. Gaara spoke, that way, I think. Naruto grinned, haha, yeah, that looks like a good place to eat. Let's go. In less than 5 minutes, the two were seated at a table facing out to the river that ran east of the town. The waiter handed them menus and gave them time to make their selections. The past few days had been a bit slow going for Naruto and the others. Jiraiya had claimed it a smart idea to take a longer route back to Konoha by going southeast instead of straight south. He stated it was because of safety precautions. Otogakure was already attacking outposts within Fire Country on a small scale, and with their recent battle against Orochimaru, they didn't want to risk further conflicts until after Tsunade was safely within the Hidden Leaf village. Gaara had questioned this logic, stating that Otogakure was more likely to attack from the east, considering there was a neutral country that they could station forces in while still posing a risk from the north as well, where Rice Country lay. Jiraiya had told Gaara that he made a good point, but sometimes the best way to avoid risks was by teetering on the razor's edge. Naruto called that logic crap and stated there was just more brothels in the eastern region than the west for Jiraiya to visit. Tsunade, much to their surprise, didn't voice any objections to Jiraiya's decision. As the two ate their meals, they conversed on the current state of the elemental countries, so, from what I hear, Kumo hasn't even put a foothold on where they wish to stand in the war. Gaara nodded. It would appear that way. I asked Jiraiya-sensei about that. He simply said that Kumo probably is either waiting for the opportune moment to strike Konoha, or they wish to remain neutral. Then again, I'm betting that all of the shinobi villages are going to be involved sooner than later. Before further discussion could be made, a shadow cast itself over the table that Gaara and Naruto were eating on. They paused, and looked to each other before looking up to see who had interrupted their meal. The first thing they noticed was that there were two people before them. They both had straw hats of sorts, and black robes adorned with red clouds. Naruto personally thought that the colors made them stand out too much. Hell, even orange was a better choice in his opinion. Then again, everything was lesser in the color spectrum to that of orange, so he doubted the two were trying to be subtle with their presence at the moment. Can we help you two gentlemen? Gaara asked, setting down his chopsticks. The taller of the two laughed. Hey, the redhead's polite. He shifted a bandaged mask tied to his back before continuing, hey, Itachi, were we supposed to capture only the brat with the Kyuubi? I personally think it'd be more interesting to bring both to the boss. The shorter of the two, Itachi, or so he was called, didn't move as he spoke. We were informed that securing the Ikibi would be fine, as long as we captured the Kyuubi first. Both boys were on high alert immediately, pushing their chairs back and getting into a stance. A few of the other patrons looked to the sound of their chairs hitting the floor. Naruto cursed under this breath, damn it. Gaara, we can't be fighting here. Agreed. Gaara spoke, holding two sand shuriken in either of his palms. He locked eyes with the one named Itachi. Fighting here wouldn't be good for either of us, as you're aware. Civilians are obstacles. The taller man laughed again, smart too, haha. What do you say, Itachi? Let's humor them. Take them outside. The two boys suddenly felt like their world was spinning, colors blending together as they watched the two robed men burst into a flock of crows. The black birds caught as they fluttered around the room before flying out one of the nearby windows. Eventually the spinning stopped, and the two Jinchuriki found themselves still sitting at the table they had been eating at. Gaara was the first to speak, shaking his head a bit. We were under a genjutsu. Naruto groaned as he rubbed one of his temples. Must have been. No wonder I never sensed any danger. I suck at making and detecting genjutsu. Gaara looked around the restaurant, not surprised to see that the scenery before them had changed very little. We must have been caught in it the moment we entered this place. The red-haired teen was quiet for a moment before continuing, the waitress that seated us. She was the only person we came into contact with. Naruto's brow furrowed. You think one of them was disguised as her? We don't even know what our attackers really look like. For all we know, they could have just made up those appearances. Gaara pushed his food to the side. If that's the case, we can't be here any longer. We're targets. Yeah, but leaving won't help at all either. Naruto grumbled, they want us to leave. Gaara placed his payment for the meal on the table. We should go and look for Jiraiya-sensei or Tsunade-san. The blonde placed down a few Ryo notes before getting up. Right. The two boys left the restaurant quickly, heading down the main road while avoiding the alleyways and side streets. Much to their dismay, they couldn't locate their sensei nor the future Godime in any of the buildings on the main drag. Gaara, does something seem odd to you? Like what? Gaara asked. We've walked past the tavern 4 times already. Naruto noted, nodding over to a dimly lit tavern. I think they're still holding us under their illusion. You're right. Gaara spoke, looks like we need to break from this ourselves. Naruto and Gaara put their hands together and both shouted, Kai, while sending out chakra throughout their body. Gaara watched as the world before them melted into a scenery of trees and shrubs. He looked to his side to see Naruto looking around. Hey, Gaara, nothing changed. How about you? We're in a forest. Naruto sighed, still the same for you too. Damn. Naruto put his hands back together, Kai. Naruto, I said we're. Naruto growled, I'm trying to get us out of this genjutsu. I'm a dud with breaking illusions, remember? The blonde rolled his eyes, looking to thin air by his side. Well, yeah, maybe we really are in the town. Gaara closed his eyes while shaking his head, and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He channeled chakra into the blonde's system, and Naruto's eyes blinked rapidly before he looked around. His eyes rested on Gaara before his face reddened. Oh, thanks, Gaara. Not a problem. Gaara looked around. It seems they lead us to a woods through genjutsu. We must have headed towards it between entering to the restaurant and now. The rippling of chakra running through the air was sensed immediately by the two boys. They jumped into the trees just as a giant stream of water smashed into the ground they had been standing on only moments ago. Naruto pulled out a handful of shuriken while Gaara uncorked his gourd. Damn, Itachi, they're faster than they look. Especially the Ikibi brat, hey. The two figures from earlier appeared in a clearing below Naruto and Gaara, though they were not wearing the straw hats they had in the illusion. The one named Itachi was a raven-haired man, his body cloaked in the same robes as they had first seen him in. His eyes were an onyx color, and his face was rather unreadable. What immediately caught Naruto's attention, however, was the Hitai Ite he wore. It bore the symbol of Konoha, though there was a slash mark across the leaf emblem. The other man was a bit taller than Itachi, and he had the strangest color of blue skin and hair. His eyes were almost beady, like a shark. Hell, he looked to be a combination between man and shark, more or less. If not to further support the possibility, his teeth were all sharp and much like that of the predatory fish. The final feature that caught the two boys' eyes was the Hitai Ite belonging to Kurigakure, also possessing a single slash across the symbol. Kisame, we'll handle this quickly. No doubt we'll have interference from the others accompanying these two if we take too long. Itachi spoke, his voice almost monotone with the lack of emotion. Hey, I'd rather drag this on a bit. Kisame unstrapped the massive bundle tied to his back, revealing a sword-shaped weapon that was wrapped in bandages. So, who you want? The Ikibi or the Kyuubi? It makes no difference. Itachi spoke. Gaara seemed to have a solution for that question, throwing several sand shuriken at the man named Kisame. The blue-skinned man laughed while raising his sword, blocking the granular projectiles. Looks like they already decided for us. Kisame jumped into the air, sword raised. I'll just take a little off the top for you. Gaara's sand automatically raised itself before the massive weapon, defending the teen from receiving any damage. The sand user narrowed his eyes. Sabaku Q. Kisame was encased in a shell of sand, his eyes widening a little by the sudden counter. The hell? It's over. Gaara's voice showed no emotion as he raised a single hand. Sabaku Susu. The sand surrounding Kisame imploded, sending out an explosion of sand and water. Naruto saw the figure of Kisame appear behind Gaara. Gaara, behind you. The sand rose once more as Kisame struck on the shell that formed around the Ikibi Jinchuriki. Gaara hopped back while running through a string of seals. Doden, Ganchuso. Several sharpened spikes of earth erupted from below the tree which Kisame was perched on. The water-using shinobi jumped out of harm's way, continuing his pursuit of Gaara. Naruto was about to assist Gaara in fighting the missing nin when the sound of steel whizzing through the air vibrated in his ears. He quickly rolled to the side of the branch he was on as four kunai embedded themselves into the tree behind him. He looked to see Itachi standing calmly below him, one arm tucked into his cloak. You shouldn't be so careless, Naruto-kun. If it weren't for the fact that we need to procure you alive, I could have killed you several times over by now. Oh, shut up. Naruto threw his shuriken while running through several seals. Try this on for size. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The shuriken erupted into smoke before several hundred appeared in the air, all heading towards the Uchiha. Itachi remained in place, closing his eyes. Impressive, but nothing that can stand up to my power. Itachi quickly pulled his hand out to his sleeve while crouching and drawing on several shuriken. The sound of hundreds of metal weapons hitting each other echoed through the woods. But Naruto felt his jaw go slack. Itachi seemed to prevent any damage to himself by launching hundreds of his own shuriken, every single one blocking the ones the young Chunin had thrown. The blonde grit his teeth while pumping chakra into his legs and rocketing off the branch. The limb of the mighty tree snapped as Naruto flew at Itachi, fist cocked as he attempted to knock the stoic man's clock off. Wham! Naruto felt his arm go numb as his arm came into contact with Itachi's open palm. The Uchiha looked to Naruto before speaking, a frontal assault like that won't work with your level of skill, Naruto-kun. You're wrong, Naruto retorted, a smirk on his face. Itachi's eyes widened a noticeable amount as Naruto chuckled, got you good, he caught Itachi by the robe, sayonara, bastard. An explosion rocked the forest as Naruto's Bunshin Daibakua created a decent-sized crater in the small clearing. The real Naruto watched from the cover of the leafy canopy, nodding to himself. He waited for the smoke to clear, anticipating the body to be lying there. Sure enough, the dark-clothed man's body was in the center of the crater, unmoving. Poof. Naruto suppressed a series of profanities, the guy could use shadow clones too. This was going to make things much more difficult for him. He'd have to act now. Summoning a shadow clone, Naruto spoke quickly, get back to the village. Look for Ero Sennin and Tsunade Bachin and let them know what's going on. The clone saluted before leaping off into the trees while Naruto burst out from his safety, landing on the ground below. He whipped out a kunai while blocking a shuriken that would have hit him in the back of the head. I must admit, Naruto-kun, you're much more skilled than our information had stated. You obviously are a capable shinobi for your rank and age, echoed the voice of Itachi. Naruto found it hard to pinpoint the man's voice, as it seemed to be coming from all directions. I suppose it would be wise to not take you so lightly. TCH, that explains why you're hiding like a coward. Naruto groused, it seems like you enjoy using genjutsu and keeping your distance in a fight. I suppose that's partially true, though I can hold my own in unarmed combat just as well. Spoke the voice of Itachi, I could also say that you're a complete failure in genjutsu and favor brawn over brains. You son of a, where the hell are you? Naruto shouted, you don't know a thing about me. Don't be so sure about that. Naruto whirled around to see Itachi standing right behind him, damn it. Naruto blocked a kick to the ribs with his arms, feeling his limbs get jarred by the impact. He flew back into a nearby tree, gasping as air left his lungs. Before he could get up, he felt a hand wrap around his neck. Tell me, Naruto-kun, how is my brother Sasuke doing? Naruto's eyes widened, why you're Sasuke's? His words were cut off as he was thrown to the ground. He coughed a bit as he jumped to his feet, bastard, why haven't I ever heard of you? If you're the brother of Sasuke, how come I never saw you in Konoha? I'm a rogue nin, that's why. The blonde felt his hands tighten into fists, I'm going to go on a limb here and guess that you're the reason Sasuke has no family. Right. Itachi closed his eyes. Figures. It's the jerks like you that piss me off the most. Naruto opened up a palm while forming a Rasengan. He dashed at the elder Uchiha, the vortex of volatile, concentrated chakra spinning wildly in his hands, Rasengan. Itachi caught Naruto by the wrist. He quickly followed through with one fluid motion, slamming a fist into his stomach, and then used the boy's momentum to throw him into yet another tree. Naruto cried out in pain as his head smacked against the hard surface. He struggled back to his feet, his vision getting blurry. Your determination is unbreakable, isn't it? Naruto spit out some blood, I can't afford to lose to you, especially now that I know what you did to Sasuke. I've heard about the Uchiha massacre, but not much. Naruto held his hand out again, I'll beat you, even if it takes every ounce of my energy to do so. Itachi didn't budge an inch as he watched the young Chunin try to keep himself steady, prove me wrong then, Naruto Uzumaki. 2,020,202,020. Gaara grunted in pain as he pushed himself up. This opponent was not like any he had faced before. He didn't seem to grow tired in the least as he fought. If anything, he seemed to be getting stronger. Not to mention that Gaara was feeling a significant drain in his chakra as time wore on, which was saying a lot on the boy's part, considering he was a Jinchuriki. He has to have a weakness. All opponents have a weak point that can be exploited in battle. Gaara thought, crouching against a tree as he gathered his senses. The blue-skinned man had vanished after Gaara had attempted to smash him into the ground with several tendrils of sand, and now was hiding quite well. It didn't help that Gaara was feeling Naruto's own chakra surging through the air. He could almost read the uneasiness permeating through the air with how much Naruto's chakra signature was saturating the air. Obviously these two men, whoever they were, knew how to go about fighting Naruto and Gaara. That bothered the sand user. Not only did they know how to separate them, but they also knew about their biju. Apparently they were after them for some reason or another relating to the tailed beasts, whether they would be killed or simply imprisoned was unknown to Gaara. Gaara decided to see if he could draw out his opponent. Going through a few seals, a column of sand rose out of the ground before forming into a humanoid shape. It slowly took on details before taking on the appearance of Gaara himself. Gaara directed his sand clone into the clearing while keeping himself hidden under the foliage. The sand clone drew several sand shuriken out from an arm while surveying the area. Doten, Dochu Senku. Gaara was able to catch a glimpse of white and gray smashed into his clone, scattering the granular particles in every direction. Gaara hopped up into a tree above while surveying the area. This man was fast too, it seemed. He had a definite edge in the area of Sweden, and now he demonstrated a rather unique Earth-style technique as well. Looks like Gaara had to go to extreme measures. With a simple wave of his hand, sand spewed out of his gourd, covering the surrounding area for at least several dozen yards in every direction. Gaara landed on the sand, and sure enough, the sword that Kisame had been using came rising out of the ground. It almost resembled a shark's fin coming out of the water. Gaara began to go through hand seals as the sword neared him. He just had to wait for the right moment to set his trap into motion. As soon as Kisame crossed the boundary between the forest floor and the sand from Gaara's gourd, the Chunin slammed a single open palm to the ground, Goku Samaiso. 2,020,200,2020. Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with a rather disheveled Shizune who was given the task of carrying around a rather empty briefcase containing the buxom blonde's finances, exited another small casino in the village. Tsunade-sama, with all due respect, we don't have that much money left. Perhaps it would be best if we just save what we have and continue with our trip to Konoha. Shizune asked, sending a pleading look to Jiraiya, who simply shook his head, already aware that he had little to no real influence on the situation. Just one more round of poker at the building across the street and I'll call it quits. Tsunade replied, rubbing her hands together, I can feel it, this time I'm going to win big. Eros Senin. Eros Senin. Jiraiya groaned, looking around to see a worn-down Naruto heading towards him. Upon a closer inspection of the boy, he could immediately notice something was off about the blonde. He was a shadow clone. What's wrong? Jiraiya asked, his voice serious as he took in the panicked expression of the doppelganger. I don't know. One minute I'm walking with Gaara, the next we're ambushed by two guys with some stupid robes on. One of them has a Konoha Hitai Ite with a slash across it, and the other has a Kurigakure Hitai Ite with a slash as well. I think they're trying capture us or something. Jiraiya's expression was grim. If the situation were less serious, he would have pointed out the fact that the clone was speaking as though he had experienced all the events himself, but decided to focus on the topic at hand. What do the robes they wear look like? Black with red clouds or something. The clone shook his head. We were caught in a genjutsu by one of the two, and end up finding ourselves in the woods to the east of here. Akatsuki. Jiraiya said to himself, his fist tightening, damn, I was hoping we could avoid a confrontation with them. He turned to Tsunade and Shizune, who both looked concerned. Every second we waste is a second that could end up costing Naruto and Gaara their lives. The Sannin looked to the clone, do you have enough strength to lead us back to the area you encountered them? Why yeah, sure. The clone jumped up to the roof of one of buildings, follow me. The trio of shinobi followed the clone, the two kunoichi of the group unsure what was going on, but realizing that the lives of the two boys of their group were at stake. That was enough reason to trust Jiraiya's commands at the moment. 2,020,200,2020. Naruto felt a slight tremor run through the ground as he tried to hold himself up against a tree. Gaara must have just used a lot of chakra if the blonde's senses were accurate. That could either mean one of two things: Gaara had finished off his opponent, or he was turning to desperate measures. As far as his own situation went, Naruto wasn't doing too well. He had a few singed spots on his clothes thanks to the Kaden Jutsu that Itachi had used against him throughout their battle. On top of that, the young Jinchuriki was pretty sure Itachi had yet to sustain any real harm yet in their battle. Damn, this guy's on a whole other playing field than me. Naruto pushed himself upright from the tree trunk. I can't let these guys beat us. I have to keep going until Eros Senin and Tsunade Bachan arrive. Pulling out a kunai from his pouch, he got into a stance, trying to keep himself from falling over from the soreness in his legs. He twirled the blade in his fingers several times before throwing it towards the Uchiha. Itachi, as expected, avoided damage by simply catching by the handle with his hands. He looked up in time to see Naruto right in front of him. A reckless strategy, Naruto-kun. Itachi spoke in a lightly chiding tone. I had expected you to develop a better plan with your current situation. Oh shut up. Naruto growled, launching a fist to the Uchiha's face. Itachi simply blocked Naruto's attack with his free hand and threw it to the side before kicking him in the side. Naruto cried out in pain as he went flying into a tree and landing in a heap. I must admit, though, Naruto-kun, Itachi continued as he walked towards the beaten Chunin, you've lasted much longer than I had expected. Your skills are in need of work, but seeing your current situation, I doubt that's much of a concern anymore. The blonde felt the back of his head, warm liquid matting his hair. He looked at his hand to see blood, and cursed his luck. He couldn't keep a steady focus on the raven-haired man before him, but he could still sense his presence. So, why do you want to capture all of us, Jinchuriki? That's nothing you need worry about, seeing as you are going to die before we reach our goal. The Uchiha replied. Really? Naruto asked, dragging a hand to a pouch tied around his waist. He slowly opened the pouch up and gripped a piece of paper before pulling it out. You shouldn't say things like that when your opponent is still conscious and capable of fighting back, am I right? Itachi blinked. You mean to say you've still got enough strength to fight back? The blonde laughed, not entirely. I can still fight back though. Naruto inserted a small bit of chakra into the paper before tossing it into the air. Itachi's eyes widened a little as he recognized the design for a chakra-triggered paper bomb. Clever maneuver, Naruto-kun. Itachi commented as he jumped back. Naruto rolled behind the tree he was leaning against as the paper slip exploded with a flash of light. An explosive wave of heat and flames quickly engulfed the area as Itachi barely escaped the explosion. He landed on a nearby branch, eyes scanning the area. He looked to where Naruto had been, only to find a charred shell of bark and debris in his place. He had used a kawarimi at the last second, it would appear. Hopping back down to the now scorched earth of their battleground, Itachi looked for any signs of the blonde. His eyes caught a flash of red on the grass. A blood trail. He shook his head. Naruto should have been paying more attention to his wounds. He began following the blood trail when he felt a presence behind him. He turned around to see Kisame walking into the clearing with the unconscious form of Gaara on the wrapped blade of Samahata. Hey, the brat was tough, but I managed to beat him. I see. Itachi replied, our main targets managed to escape for a moment, but he has left a blood trail. Really? Kisame grinned, he's managed to give you trouble, Itachi. That's unusual for you to be having such a hard time. The shark-faced man looked around. We never received word on the Kyuubi brat having any special powers, right? He then thumbed to Gaara. I mean, this guy was tough, sure, and he almost had me when he tried to crush the earth over me. Good thing I managed to turn myself into liquid at the last second with Sweden. He wasn't ready for that, haha. Itachi suddenly looked up, dropped the Aikibi. Kisame frowned, what? There are two powerful enemies approaching along with a Junin-ranked power level and a clone. Likely Jiraiya and Tsunade of the Sannin. We cannot travel to our base with the two Jinchuriki and expect to put up a fight against them. Sannin. Kisame repeated, you mean that Jiraiya and Tsunade are heading this way? He laughed, you sure? I wouldn't mind trying to shave off a bit of their chakra for. No, we're not able to fight them in our current situation. Besides, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is currently a good 20 meters north of us. By the time we reach him and secure him with the Aikibi, the two Sannin will. Just as Itachi was about to finish his sentence, several flashes of metal caught the eyes of the two Nuke Nin. Hopping to the side, Itachi and Kisame looked up to see Jiraiya, Tsunade, and a brunette woman alongside a panting clone of Naruto. Jiraiya met the gaze of Itachi Uchiha. I heard word that you've become a member of Akatsuki. Looks like I heard correctly. Tsunade looked to see Gaara hanging on the wrapped blade of Kisame, then looked around the area before her gaze met with Itachi's. If looks could kill, Itachi would have been dead 7 times over by now, whereas Naruto. The Uchiha pointed ahead of where he had originally been facing. He's no more than 20 meters that way, probably in that grouping of saplings over there. Itachi met her gaze without even flinching. You have fairly good timing, we would have captured them if you were only 3 minutes later. I suppose Naruto-kun was smart to send out a clone to find you. Tsunade and Itachi seemed to have a silent staring match for a whole 30 seconds before the elder Kunoichi spoke. Shizune, got 10 to Naruto. Shizune gave a nod, and quickly hopped down to the direction that Itachi had pointed. Sure enough, there was the blonde she was looking for, taking in deep breaths. When he heard her land a few feet to the right of him, he pulled out a kunai and nearly threw it at her on sheer instinct. He stopped at the last second when he noticed who it was, Shizune Nichan. Shizune gave a quick nod. It's okay, Naruto. We're here now. She crouched beside the boy and began tending to his wounds with her healing chakra. You did the right thing by sending a clone to find us. Gaara's been knocked out, but we managed to stop those two from getting away. Naruto let out a sigh. Good. He looked over his shoulder a bit, trying to get a view of the clearing, so I take it that Itachi's unharmed. As far as I could tell. Why? I used a C-class explosive tag on him. Naruto grumbled, that thing cost me a little more than 1,000 ryo. Shizune shook her head. Naruto, that's hardly something that you need to worry about when it comes to preserving your life. Yeah, but still, Naruto griped. Tsunade and Jiraiya, meanwhile, had jumped down from their perches on the tree branch, and stood no more than several yards away from the two rogue nin. So, were you two planning on making a run for it with Gaara? Kisame chuckled. Luckily for you, Toad Sage, we decided to be smart. He tipped his sword to the side, letting the unconscious Ikibi Jinchuriki fall onto the ground. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She dashed forward, fist cocked back. Itachi and Kisame both knew well enough to stay as far away as possible from the blonde kunoichi of the Sannin, hearing that her taijutsu was not something to sneeze at. Jiraiya, get Gaara to Shizune. What? Jiraiya exclaimed, like hell, you're not fighting those two aloe. Just do it, you idiot. The blonde roared, jumping into the air and missing Itachi by a mere second, sending up chunks of earth as her fist made contact with the ground. Kisame. Itachi spoke. Kisame simply gave a nod, and his cheeks puffed out a bit before he expelled an enormous amount of water. The area became covered with a good 3 feet, smashing into their pursuer and sending her off course for a few seconds. She managed to get her feet on top of the watery surface, but by the time she looked up, the two were gone. Damn it! Tsunade growled, clenching her fist. She took in a deep breath and exhaled, remembering the reason why they were here in the first place. The water began seeping into the soil as she made her way over to the others. Shizune was finishing her treatment over Naruto, so Tsunade set to work on Gaara. Jiraiya looked to his old teammate. I told you not to attack them. Shut it. Tsunade spoke, her eyes focusing on the redhead before her. He seems to just be out cold from a blow to the head. Aside from that and some chakra depletion, he seems alright for the most part. Thank goodness. Jiraiya shook his head before looking to Naruto. You two are lucky to have come out in the shape you're in from that battle. Those two are some of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. Naruto gave a laugh, and looked to his clone before giving it a nod. The clone dispelled in a puff of smoke, and closed his eyes. I guess I can finally understand a bit of the reason why Sasuke is so distant. Tsunade gave the blonde an inquiring look as she looked up from her work on Gaara. What reason is that? Naruto shrugged. His family was killed by his own brother. I don't know how anyone could live with that kind of experience and not be affected by it. Tsunade gave a nod while Shizune frowned a bit. The three never noticed Jiraiya though, who was looking to the trees. A lone crow landed on a distant branch, flapping its wings and as it adjusted itself on its perch. Jiraiya simply gave a nod to the crow, and the coal-black bird cawed once before opening its wings and flying off deeper into the woods. 2,020,202,020. Gaara eventually opened his eyes after he was treated by Tsunade. He looked around, noting that he was back in the hotel room that they were staying at for the night. Images of a blue-skinned man invaded his memories, and suddenly he remembered what had happened. He attempted to sit up, but felt a firm hand on his shoulders, followed by the familiar voice of a certain hermit. Easy there, Gaara. You're still recovering, though I have to admit that you're just about as good as Naruto at fast healing. Jiraiya-sensei. Gaara spoke, blinking several times as mid-daylight invaded his sight. He lifted a hand and saw the Sannin grinning a bit. Where are those two rogue nin? Gone. Naruto managed to send out a shadow clone to find us, and we got here just in time to stop them from capturing the two of you and getting away. I see. Gaara replied. Is Naruto alright? He'll survive. Minor bodily injury, some second-degree burns, though he's managed to heal up fine for the most part. Jiraiya answered. You two are lucky to be alive right now, you know that. I'm aware of that. It's not like we went looking for the two, they found us. The Sannin frowned upon hearing that. That's what I thought. He placed a hand under his chin as he looked towards the window. Looks like I'll have to have a talk with you and Naruto about that organization a little sooner than I had hoped. Organization? You mean there's more of them? So my sources tell me. Jiraiya answered. I have no definite number right now, but there have been 6 to 8 shinobi that I've been told are part of that organization, but I'm positive there's more. What did they want with us? The Sannin's face seemed to become more grave as he turned back to his student, your Biju. 2,020,202,020. Hey, one more round for the 6 of us over here. I'm buying. The bartender chuckled. Ladies, while I appreciate your business, I think you're all close to your limit. Ino waved a hand. Please, we're adults. We can hanale a little sake. Hinata, who was leaning against Ino a bit, mumbled quietly, actually Ino, you've only been having amazake tonight, and that stuff is low in alcohol compared to what Tayuya and Temari are having. She giggled as Ino gave her a light nudge. The bartender shook his head. In all the 17 years since he retired from active duty as a Konoha shinobi, he never once thought he'd see a Suna kunoichi, or Hyuga Eris, let alone 6 greenhorn kunoichi, all at his little bar. Though, the girl in the pink shirt and who wore her hair in two tight buns claimed she had a full year under her belt. I also have the best hit-to-miss ratio in Konoha's academy records for projectile throwing, Tenten boasted while stirring a small cup of a mixed drink. It was. She scratched her head. Hey, Sakura, you know these things, what was my record? Sakura looked off in thought for a moment before speaking, 98 hits and 2 misses. Tenten slammed her hand on the counter. See, Temari. Beat that. What do you have against that? She grinned while Temari merely shook her head. The Suna Kunoichi had decided to be the responsible one of the group tonight and had only 1 cup of sake. She was now enjoying a free fruit juice, a courtesy of the bartender for taking the girls under her wing for the evening while enjoying the antics of her friends. They had just survived an invasion, strengthened the ties between 2 shinobi nations, and were on their way towards war with one of the most powerful shinobi villages. They needed this. Tayuya laughed a little. Well, Temari holds the record for having the first man under her thumb out of this group. Hinata giggled a little more while Tenten stuck her tongue out at Tayuya. Ino snorted a little. Bah, Naruto's probably a real submissive guy when you get through the loud voice and huge grin, right? She waggled her eyebrows at Temari while the older blonde just chuckled. Don't plan on finding out anytime soon, Ino. He's mine. He's good, huh? Ino joked. Temari, much to her embarrassment, blushed a bit while trying not to smile too much. I think that's a yes. Sakura whispered loudly, earning another chorus of giggles from the group, Temari included. The group laughed as they finished the last of their drinks. Ino, as she had stated, laid down a decent pile of coins for payment. She grinned at the bartender. Keep the change. Much obliged, miss. The bartender chuckled, shaking his head. As Temari got up with the group, he spoke in a hushed tone. Make sure they all get home, all right? Temari nodded. I will. Despite the fact that they had left the bar, Temari noted that the night was still rather young. Tayuya, unfortunately, did as well. Hey, it's only 9. Ino, not one to be outdone as the life of the party, let out a loud whoop. Alright. Let's go to the dance clubs. Temari sighed. Ino, we're not. Oh, that's a great idea. Tenten agreed, wrapping her arm around the platinum blonde. Hey, maybe we'll see the guys on the way there. Sakura laughed as she walked alongside Hinata, who was still giggling while trying to maintain her balance. Pissed, Hinata. The Hyuga heir rested her head on the crook of Sakura's neck. Haha, what, Sakura saw. If we see Kiba, you should ask him on a date. Hinata's laughter died down for a moment as she processed the proposition from Sakura, then gasped, oh, and no. I couldn't do that. It'd be too embarrassing for. Tayuya slung her arm on the other side of Hinata. Yeah, and then we'll teach you how to give him tongue. Hinata blushed a deep red. What? Tenten snickered a little. I think she could get Kiba easily with that cute expression of hers. Ino looked over her shoulder to Temari, who was trailing behind so she could keep an eye on the girls. Hey, Temari, did you know that Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya, right, Sakura? Yeah, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Right. Ino nodded slowly and deliberately. Well, I heard he's the one who wrote all those smut novels that Kakashi-sensei's always reading. TCH, masked pervert. Tayuya chortled while the other girls suppressed their laughter. Temari decided to humor her fellow blonde Kunoichi. What's that got to do with anything? Ino waved a hand to the older Kunoichi, signaling her to come closer. Temari smiled a bit while rolling her eyes and walked closer. Ino spoke loudly, though she probably thought she was whispering. I bet Naruto's going to learn all sorts of dirty things from Jiraiya. He would. Sakura exclaimed, he's a guy. Hinata prodded her fingers together while looking down. Well, She faltered with her words for a few moments before continuing. I'm reading one of the books. The group all stopped and Ino and Tenten walked in front of Hinata while Temari raised an eyebrow. No way. Hinata, you read Ika Ika. Shish. Hinata hushed, surprising the girls a bit. I'm borrowing it from Kurenai-sensei. Her pale eyes widened as she clapped a hand over her mouth. I mean that. Whoa, Kurenai-sensei's a pervert, too. Ino asked to no one in particular, huh? The books aren't that bad, well, aside from the. Tenten grinned, the smut. Why yes. Hinata nodded, they're actually written well. Are the sex scenes hot? Tayuya asked, leaning close to Hinata as the Hyuga began to stutter quietly, edging closer to Sakura, who took pity on her and pretended to shield her from the other girls. Okay, stop teasing Hinata-chan. Sakura laughed, wrapping her arms around the poor Hyuga, so she reads adult literature, big deal. Temari took advantage of the distraction, and began to walk again, the girls instinctively following. I don't know, I think maybe I'll buy one of the books tomorrow myself. Hinata seems like the kind of girl who knows good reading material when she sees it. Ino chuckled, that way you'll have ideas of what to do to poor Naruto-kun. The girls continued on their way home, Temari managing to convince Ino that dancing was not a really awesome idea, as they did so. That's when the Suna Kunoichi overheard it. Hey, we just got word from a messenger hawk flying in from the north. Apparently Jiraiya-sama and his 2 students found our new Hokage. Temari, as well as the other girls, all stopped. The signs of inebriation became less relevant on their features as their instincts kicked in. Temari would have applauded them on keeping their senses tuned if she weren't more interested in the conversation between the 2 chunin walking down the street from the Hokage Tower, which they were currently passing by. Yeah, I heard. Apparently they were ambushed or something, right? A laugh, you're not going to believe who it was, Kotetsu. A chunin with a bandage over his nose raised an eyebrow, go on. The other chunin, whose hair was blocking a portion of his face, continued, Itachi Uchiha. Izumo, that's not funny. Izumo, or so Temari heard, shook his head, I'm not joking. What's most surprising though is that apparently that Naruto kid took him on. By himself. Son of a. Kotetsu let out a low whistle, the kid's either got luck on his side or he's more skilled than he appeared during the invasion. Well, whatever the case, he and that Gaara from Suna were ambushed by Itachi and, say, weren't those 2 supposedly in Konoha a little while back? Kotetsu nodded, yeah, you're right. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all took them on, then Guy arrived and Itachi and his partner left. I heard that Itachi's working with Kisame Hoshigaki of the Hidden Mist. I heard so too. Izumo grunted, apparently Kakashi-senpai recovered rather quickly from whatever Itachi attacked him with. He said that he thinks Itachi was holding back when he attacked him with his genjutsu. The 2 continued down the road, their conversation becoming indistinguishable by their distance. Temari felt her hands tightening and she turned to the others, all of them sending her mixed looks from worry to confusion. Meanwhile, Sakura was barely able to suppress the worry and panic she was feeling. She managed to look concerned as she looked at Temari, but her heartbeat was now going a mile a minute. She glanced over to her side, and saw Tayuya. The older Kunoichi shared a worried look with the rosette before they returned their attention to Temari and the others. Something happened to Naruto and Gaara? Ino asked, once again being the first to voice her thoughts. Temari frowned, I guess so. He just got in a fight with Orochimaru a short while back, didn't he? Well, at least Jiraiya-sama is with them, right? Hinata added, the group nodding in agreement. Damn, even I've heard of Itachi Uchiha. I heard he's a master in the art of genjutsu and kaiden. Tayuya commented, you know, for a couple of shinobi, they're sure loose-lipped. Izumo and Kotetsu, they work at the guard gate a lot, and sometimes do errands for the Hokage. They gossip like 2 old women. Tenten commented, so, Naruto and Gaara are okay, right? Temari rubbed her right arm, I think so. They didn't say anything about Naruto or Gaara being really badly hurt. They're both really strong. Sakura stated firmly, I know they're okay, Temari. Besides, those 2 are a dangerous combination together, remember? But, they said Naruto fought Itachi Uchiha by himself. Temari stated, her voice laced with worry, I heard that the Uchiha know some of the most powerful fire jutsu and well, Naruto uses Fudenso heat. Temari. Sakura spoke, he's fine. Trust me. Temari looked to the others, all of them nodding a little. She sighed, you're right. I must appear pathetic, worrying like some helpless damsel waiting for her man to return home from war. Tayuya snorted, yeah, you do. It's okay though, we won't tell. Temari gave Tayuya a flat look while the other girls laughed a bit, alright, come on, let's go. Hinata, by the way, what excuse did you give your father for being out so late? Well. Hinata began pressing her fingers together, that is. Tenten, knowing Hinata a little better than the others, began to worry, Hinata, you did have a plan for all of this, right? No. Hinata stated, I simply told my father that I'd be out later, practicing with Sakura-san and Tayuya-san on my katas and form for taijutsu. Tenten was quiet for a moment before sighing, I better go with you. If I know your family well enough, Neji's probably pulling hairs right now while your father's worrying himself sick. Well, Tusan doesn't really worry about. Tenten waved a hand, I understand, Hinata-chan. Though, I assure you that Neji worries about you. He talks about how you're becoming more rebellious these past few weeks. Ino giggled, Hinata, rebellious. Oh, this I have got to hear. What is he accusing her of doing? Sleeping in. Worse. Tenten replied with a chuckle, he says she's flirting with that Inuzuka boy. Hinata felt the eyes of her friends falling upon her, and all she could do was look down while blushing. I don't know what he's talking about. Neji Nisan must be over-exaggerating things. Ino was up in the young Hyuga's face, grinning. Hinata, come on. Spill the beans. We all thought you were too scared to get close to Kiba. We're just close friends, Ino. Nothing is going on between us. Hinata spoke, looking everywhere but up at the blonde. There's your problem, Ino stated, you gotta ask him out. She poked the Hyuga in the chest with a finger, you've got the figure to get his attention, for crying out loud. Sakura sighed, Ino. Temari clapped her hands, alright, for the second time, enough with teasing Hinata. She's probably one of the more mature ones of our group anyway. Ino was about to open her mouth when Temari continued, I mean that she's more mature in acting proper and being polite, Ino, not physically speaking. Ino laughed, fine. She gave Hinata a gentle nudge with her elbow, we only tease you because we love you, Hinata-chan. The Hyuga blushed a bit, I know. The group continued on down the road. All the while, Temari couldn't help but think back to her boyfriend and kid brother and the supposed attack they had supposedly been through. She just hoped that they both got back soon. It was close to midnight when Sasuke finally took a rest from training. He had recently heard from Kakashi himself that Itachi had stopped in the village, apparently looking for someone. He didn't say it outright, but Sasuke got the feeling that his rogue nin brother had been looking for Naruto. Naruto. The blonde had made a bit of a name for himself among the rookie shinobi of Konoha for his supposed battle with the snake Sannin. He had also apparently attracted his older brother's attention for reasons not yet known to him. Why? Why would that bastard of a murderer want anything to do with Naruto? Was it because of? It's possible. Sasuke stated to himself, why though? If it's because of the fox. Sasuke stood up, I'll just have to ask Kakashi tomorrow if he can tell me anything else. Sasuke, however, wasn't aware of the news that Naruto had recently fought his older brother. He wasn't aware he would catch word of it eventually, though. It wouldn't settle well with him, either. Jiraiya sat outside on the balcony of his hotel room, smoking a pipe while replaying the events that had occurred over the course of the day. He had been, for the most part, surprised to see Akatsuki show its face so soon. He had just gotten word recently about the organization's existence, probably a little more than a month ago to be precise. Now they were beginning to show themselves. He knew they were after the Jinchuriki, yet he didn't know why yet. The theories were many, but the facts were few. For a spy master like Jiraiya, that was a problem. Jiraiya looked up to see a piece of paper fluttering down onto his lap. He looked up, but saw nothing. The faint echo of crowing could be heard, but he wasn't concerned about that. Picking up the paper, he unfolded it and sighed. Decent at best. Need of practice in all fields. Impressive resilience from both. Well, that was better than he had expected. With a snap of his fingers, a light spark of fire caused the paper note to burn. The ashes floated into the night sky, blowing away in the calm breeze. Well, once we get back to Konoha, I'll have to start getting serious about their training. The Toad Sage thought aloud. Putting out his pipe and tapping the ashes off the side of the balcony, he got up and headed to his room. He'd need all the sleep he could get. Tomorrow they'd be making the homestretch back to Hidden Leaf. Chapter 21. Enter Godime Hokage. Kakashi was one of the first people to receive the message that Jiraiya, Gaara, and Naruto were planning on making it back to Konoha by later afternoon today. As such, Kakashi had deemed it appropriate to give Sakura, Sasuke, and his newest student, Tayuya, the day off. Tayuya, however, didn't leave the training ground that morning. She simply sat on the log post and looked up to the sky, deep in thought. Kakashi had been tempted to ask her if something was wrong, but decided it was none of his business. The last thing he needed was to give advice to a teenage kunoichi. He had enough trouble taking his own advice half the time. Still, while his thoughts were on the topic of Tayuya, he couldn't help but think back to yesterday evening. He had seen something that unnerved him a bit. Kakashi, what exactly happened to Naruto the other day that's caused his name to be tossed around so much? Sasuke asked. The Chunin cursed under his breath, word was bound to reach the young Chunin sooner or later. He noticed Sakura and Tayuya share a concerned look before turning to Sasuke as well. Kakashi scratched his head, well, to be honest. I just want to know. I've heard rumors. I just want to know how true they are. That's all I ask. First off, Kakashi began, the rumors of Naruto fighting your brother are true, Sasuke. Second of all, yes, Naruto did manage to hold his own against a shinobi that was in an entirely different league than him. However, Kakashi continued, seeing Sasuke preparing to interrupt, Naruto would have likely been defeated for certain had Jiraiya-sama and the future Godime, Tsunade of the Sannin, not arrived when they did. Both Naruto and Gaara were down for the count, from what I was told. So Naruto's gotten stronger, huh? Sasuke sighed, that idiot's still way ahead of me. Not necessarily, Sasuke. You have strengths over Naruto, remember. You have a high level of understanding in the field of Kaden, and from what I last heard, you're one of the better tacticians of your class. Next to Shikamaru and Sakura, the Uchiha added. Sasuke. Sakura began. Look, I just wanted an answer to the question, alright. That's all. Sasuke began, I'm heading home. I'll see you all later. Sakura frowned as the Uchiha headed off, damn it, if he goes back to his old sulking self, so help me. Take it easy, Sakura. He just found out that his older brothers decided to appear to the shinobi world. Not only that, but he attacked one of his good friends as well. Kakashi spoke, putting a hand on the young Kunoichi's shoulder, try to put yourself in his shoes for a moment. Sakura's shoulders drooped a bit as she thought about what her sensei had said. She had been informed on Sasuke's family history just earlier that day by Sasuke himself, and had come to understand him a bit more from it. She knew a little about the Uchiha clan's tragic past, but only from gossip and hearsay. I may not have much of an understanding of this predicament as you two, but I think Sasuke's made a 180 in his attitude since word of the search for the Godime got to Konoha. Tayuya commented, I for one don't want to deal with him being a dark cloud all the time. It gets annoying. Now, Tayuya-chan. That's no way to treat your fellow teammates. Kakashi chastised lightly, for the record, Sasuke's made a vast improvement in his attitude since Team 7 first formed. Sakura can vouch for that claim, as well as Naruto. Tayuya rolled her eyes, yeah, well, what should we do about it? I'm no psychologist, and I don't have any degree in child therapy. Just give Sasuke some space, that's all for now. If he starts showing problems, we'll take further measures to help him out. I noticed him rubbing his neck, Tayuya noted, that mark was appearing again. Kakashi paused before looking at Tayuya with an even gaze, mark. Tayuya opened her mouth to speak, then realized her slip. She kept her expression from being too revealing to the Junin, why yeah, I saw it on his neck. That shouldn't have been the case. Kakashi was told by Jiraiya that part of the sealing process on Orochimaru's curse mark was that it made the mark invisible to the naked eye. So, either Sasuke's will was wavering in resisting it, or… Well, that wraps up our meeting for the day. I'll see you two tomorrow. Sakura bid the two farewell, stating she had to meet with her mother for lunch. Kakashi lingered a bit, and noticed that the second Kunoichi on his team had stayed behind. Now Kakashi was watching the Kunoichi from a tree branch, not hiding himself too much so that she wouldn't grow suspicious if she did notice him. He had pegged her from the start as a rather perceptive and experienced ninja, considering her age. He knew very little about her other than she had a rough life growing up in Kurigakure during the Kekkei Genkei purging, and that she was not easily deterred from any challenge set before her. Aside from that, she seemed to be a rather hardy character, and was well accustomed to hard work. He also sensed a bond between her and Sakura, which was good news in his book. Tayuya seemed to take on the role of an older sister to Sakura, offering her pointers in her taijutsu. Not to mention the girl had a decent rapport in genjutsu, a field of shinobi arts that Sakura expressed an interest in. Still, the fact remained that she had known about the curse mark of Sasuke's, which he had thought to be a rather tight-lipped secret. Not even Sasuke talked about it, and Sakura wasn't allowed to speak of it to anyone besides the Uchiha, Kakashi himself, or the Hokage. So, how had Tayuya found out? Tayuya, you can go home, you know. Kakashi said, his eye smile present as he approached the Kunoichi, I gave you the day off. Tayuya frowned a little, and couldn't meet the Junin's eyes, I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's smile returned to its usual unreadable masked look, you sure? You look a bit bothered. Something wrong? Like I said, I'm fine. Tayuya repeated, I just want to get some training in for the day. That's all. Kakashi remained quiet for a moment, watching Tayuya as she began to stretch her arms a bit. I'm glad you take your training so seriously, Tayuya. He smiled, you're one of the most dedicated kunoichi I've seen in your age group for quite a few years. Thanks, but I'm just trying to keep my skills sharp. Tayuya replied humbly, besides, never know when you're going to be a jerk and throw the infamous Konohagakure marathon run on us again. She frowned as he chuckled, there's nothing funny about running around the village 30 times at 7 o'clock in the morning, damn it. The Junin shrugged, hey, you three are more than capable of taking that course. Anyway, Tayuya, as I was saying, If there's something bothering you, and I can tell something is, feel free to talk to me, Sakura, or Sasuke. We're a team. He placed a hand on her brown hair, and we help each other. Right. Alright. Tayuya spoke quietly, thanks, sensei. Don't mention it. I'm glad to have you as a student. Don't forget that. With that, Kakashi headed down the road from Training Ground 7 towards his flat. He stopped for a moment to see Tayuya was facing towards the 3 log posts that were sticking out of the ground, appearing as though she was mulling over something. If he was right about her, she'd eventually come to him. He had a few ideas on what her problem was, and hoped that he wasn't completely right about them. Tayuya seemed to be a smart, overall good-hearted person. Still, the way she had been acting moments ago seemed a bit off for her. He'd find out eventually, to be sure. Tsunade. I'd be lying if I was to say I didn't miss you. Sarutobi spoke as he removed his pipe from his lips. Jiraiya has informed me that you've been on the move from your mountain of debts for quite some time now. The blonde-haired beauty rolled her eyes, grumbling insults about the toad sage under her breath. Yeah, you could say that. She couldn't help but grin as she faced her old teacher from decades ago. Despite how much she attempted to appear indifferent, I've missed you too, Sarutobi-sensei. Hiruzen let out a heartfelt chortle as he emptied his pipe into the tray on his desk. Really? You make an old man glad to hear that, Tsunade. I see you've managed to keep your practice in illusion strong, judging by your appearance. That's nothing you need to worry about, sensei. Tsunade spoke carefully. So it would seem. Bah, listen to me ramble on like this. Let's get down to business, shall we? Sarutobi removed his hat for a moment, and for the first time since she had entered the office, Tsunade could see the age appearing on the Sandame's face. Tsunade, I'm much too old for my title. I nearly died against Orochimaru, whom I probably could have defeated if I were only 20 years younger. I'm starting to find it hard to keep track of all the things that need to be done. If not for my secretary, bless her soul, I'd be forgetting important meetings with clients like the Fire Lord. Tsunade decided to save the elderly shinobi from going on a long-winded speech. Sarutobi-sensei, I'm ready to take up the title of Godime Hokage. The elderly man blinked before cracking a smile on his face once more. I should have guessed that you were. He stood up as he replaced his hat upon his balding head. Looking out the window to the Hokage faces, he sighed. Tsunade, I won't lie to you, you're taking up the position of Hokage during a time that would be horrible for someone who has never had much experience in leading people, considering the 4th Shinobi War is just over the horizon for us. You've led platoons before, I know that, but this is an entire village. He turned back to her, his gaze surprisingly sharp. Are you certain you can handle this responsibility? Yes, sensei. Besides, if I don't take the position, that crazy little Gaki might, then we're all doomed. Tsunade answered. Sarutobi openly laughed at that. Yes, Naruto-kun seemed to be rather happy that you decided to take up the position, though he claimed you, and I quote, aren't as cool the old man. Little runt. Tsunade muttered under her breath, remind me to send him on a long-term D-rank mission when I get the chance. She laughed as Sarutobi seemed to give her a knowing grin. Who am I kidding? Naruto and Gaara both helped me realize what I've been doing for all these years was simply running from my problems. Ah, yes, Gaara. That boy is perceptive as well. I'm sure you're aware of his predicament as well, correct? The to-be Godime gave a nod. Yes. Those two are both doing well for themselves, considering the burden they carry. They're like brothers, in a way. Sarutobi added as he began to rise from his seat. Gaara's the opposite of Naruto in a lot of ways, but they get along so well, from the little I've seen of the two when they're both before me. Yeah, that and Jiraiya seemed to take in quite a liking in the two as well. Tsunade smiled. He looks like he used to when he was teaching Minato. Well, I suppose that's only natural. The two are eager to learn, and absorb anything you teach them like a sponge. Sarutobi stared at the picture of Minato on the wall inside a bit. He seemed happy to get a chance to see his son, even if it was during the middle of an invasion on his home. That's right, Tsunade began. Jiraiya told me Minato was brought back by Orochimaru. How is that possible, considering the circumstances with Naruto's seal? I have no clue, Tsunade, and Jiraiya was just as baffled. Sarutobi replied with a shake of his head. We can spend more time discussing that later, however. Right now I need to have you meet with the council and go through the proper papers and such to make your title as Hokage official. The blonde seemed to go a bit pale upon hearing this news. The council. She groaned. Damn, I knew that I was forgetting something. Haha. Welcome back, Tsunade. Sarutobi laughed as he guided her out of the office to her awaiting council. Naruto and Gaara were walking down the main road of Konoha, all the while the villagers were giving them some space to move through. They would have believed it was because Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sage, was with them as well, but almost all the looks were directed at the two Chunin. The best part, however, was that the looks they were getting were almost all of respect. "That's Naruto, isn't it? The boy with the Jinchu." "Yeah, I heard that he used it to fight Orochimaru." "That's amazing. No way the Kyuubi would be that honorable. I was wrong about that boy. That other boy's Gaara no Sabaku, isn't it? From Suna. He's really strong. Jiraiya-sama's teaching both of them, if I remember." Jiraiya cracked a small smirk of his own. "Well, boys. Mission accomplished." He patted both of them on the shoulder and handed them each a slip of paper, a check with at least 4 zeros on it. "I need to meet up with Tsunade and the old man and get them up to date on a few things. Take the date off. If I'm right, in another day or so the Hokage's inauguration ceremony will be held." "Cool," Naruto stated with a grin. "I'll be sure to bring some water balloons in." "Naruto, I think that would be unwise. You know how Tsunade-san gets." "True. Scratch that idea," Naruto murmured after a moment of thought. "Gaara, Naruto." Both boys looked up at the sound of their names being called. Just a little ways down the road was Temari and Kankuro, along with Baki. "Temari-chan. Hey, we're back oof." Naruto was wrapped in a hug almost immediately by the kunoichi. "I heard so many things while you were gone. I was worried that you'd be a lot worse than you are." Naruto just smirked while returning the hug. "Bah, I'm alright, Temari." Temari let go shortly after and smiled. "I see that." She sighed with the smile still on her face. "I'll talk to you later about all that." She grinned. "Welcome back." Turning to Gaara, she walked up and wrapped her arms around the redhead. "Gaara, good to see you're alive as well." Gaara was stiff for a moment before he hesitantly put an arm around his elder sister. "Thank you, Nei-san." Kankuro approached the boys, and gave both of them a pat on the shoulders. "Heard you guys got into a few fights." He smirked as Naruto grinned. "I want the details later, alright." Baki rolled his eyes. "Kankuro, don't encourage them like that. They're both lucky to be in the shape they are after fighting both Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha along with Kisame Hoshigaki." The Suna Junin turned to Jiraiya. "So, is it true what's been said about this, Akatsuki, group? For the most part, we have very little on them right now, but..." He looked to Naruto and Gaara for a moment. "What do we have on them seems to be accurate." Baki gave a nod. "I'll inform Suna as soon as possible, in that case." He began towards the Hokage tower. "I have a meeting with the future Hokage today, so I should be on my way." "Temari, we'll continue training tomorrow morning, alright?" "Right, sensei," Temari said with a quick nod. Baki then continued down the road. "Well, I'm actually heading to the Hokage tower as well. I'll see you kids later." Jiraiya gave a wave before disappearing with a quick shunshin. Temari turned back to Naruto, and gave a smirk. "Looks like you've been training hard since you left." "Haha, you could say that. How can you tell? The way you're carrying yourself. I can just tell you've changed." There was a glint in her eyes that made even Gaara feel slightly uneasy. "How about we spar?" Naruto knew that refusing would be a foolish idea. "So, it is decided then." Sarutobi spoke as he looked across the table to where Tsunade was standing. "Tsunade, I hereby declare you the Godime Hokage of Konohagakure. May you continue to guide our village with a sharp mind and strong heart." Tsunade gave a bow to the Sandaime and the council members. She was relieved to see that so many of them were people she knew to be open-minded individuals. Shikaku Nara, Shuza Akamichi, Inoichi Yamanaka were a few she could place her trust in. Hiyashi Hyuga was one she was a bit uncertain of, but he was a loyal shinobi of Konoha. Most of the clan heads were visibly supportive of her as the new Hokage, which she was glad to see. Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo were of course, skeptical of her as the new Hokage, namely Danzo, but she expected as much. The three elders, along with the Sandaime, had seen 2 great wars and lived through them. Now another one was starting. They had a right to be that way. It didn't mean she liked it, though. "Tsunade, we hope you'll lead this village well in our time of need," spoke Kaharu as she along with the other council members stood up. "We will do our part to give you our counsel as well," added Homura, who gave Tsunade a quick bow, as well as the others. Tsunade saw her cue to speak. "Thank you, council members. I take this position with a humble heart and much honor. I will see to it that Konoha and her allies make it through these difficult times and remain strong." Meanwhile, Jiraiya sat outside the window, listening with a smile on his face. "She sure has a silver tongue when she needs it, haha." He looked to the Hokage faces and grinned. "I wonder if there's a way for me to get her real face on the mountainside." Naruto jumped a few feet to the right as a blast of wind smashed into the ground, sending up a plume of dust into the air. The blonde pulled out a kunai and chucked it towards the direction of his adversary, and heard the satisfying clanging sound of metal on metal. Now that he had her location through the dust, he dashed forward. Got you. Temari was a bit bewildered to have Naruto charging her head-on. She raised her fan so the metallic side was in front of her, and blocked a punch before putting some space between them. She ran through a few seals and 3 Bunshin came into existence. The 3 doppelgangers and their creator dashed towards Naruto. Naruto didn't have enough time to try and peg the sound of the real Temari's feet hitting the ground, so he placed both his hands out on either side and began to spin, Fuden, Odori no Senka's no Jutsu. Temari was blown back while her 3 illusions disappeared within the spinning vortex Naruto had conjured. Taking her fan out, she began to channel chakra throughout the folded portion. HMPH, thinks he can just hide in there, does he? She whipped open her fan to its full length. Try this, Naruto. Fuden, Ibuki no Tatsu. Whipping her fan, a stream of blue-colored wind blasted forth. The high-speed wind collided with Naruto's vortex. Folding her fan up, Temari made a few hand seals, and the wind began to rise up above Naruto's maelstrom, and encircled the whiskered blonde, Akiru. The sapphire wind descended upon Naruto's vortex and within seconds the boy's jutsu fell apart. The sound of Naruto yelling in surprise could be heard, and a figure of tan, green, and yellow could be seen being thrashed about in the violent winds of Temari's wind jutsu. Agaru. Naruto was suddenly lifted up into the air by the winds, and a moment later he was sent flying into the air, Temari having cancelled her technique. Naruto opened an eye in time to see Temari jumping towards him. He forced himself to block her kick with his own leg, and pushed off her before landing on the treetop. That was a new one. When did you learn that jutsu? Temari winked. One of the shinobi's best weapons is the ability to improve. She got into her stance. I studied a few B rank Fuden scrolls while you were gone. They proved to be as good as I hoped, it seems. Naruto rotated his shoulder a bit. You caught me off guard with that maneuver of yours. I wasn't expecting wind to be able to be controlled like that. Temari smirked. That's what you get for not being prepared against me, Naruto. While you're able to use stronger Fuden techniques, I have had more experience in using them. She folded her hands into a seal and concentrated chakra into her feet. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as she grinned. Again. I have more experience. I remembered seeing you do this, so it wasn't hard to figure out. Naruto barely had time to react as Temari literally flew at him, her feet a few centimeters from the ground. He pushed her back and attempted to kick her in the sternum. She caught the foot with her arms, but was not ready for Naruto to spin his other foot around and catch her on the side. She flew a few feet, skidding as she dragged her hands through the dirt to catch herself as she continued floating. Yeesh, Temari. Warn me before you go and speed at me like that, haha. Naruto did the same as her, and the two were now hovering off the ground, ready. Do you have to ask? Temari answered with a grin. Fair enough. Naruto got into his stance. Here I come. The two dashed at each other once more, both grinning like it was going out of style, caught up in the rush of a good spar with the person they loved. 2 days had come, and as expected, the village populace had amassed around the Hokage tower as Tsunade stood before them, hat on her head as she looked over her people. She grinned a bit as she was able to see Naruto and Gaara among the hundreds of people. The two were standing on one of the taller trees, one waving to her rapidly while the other simply gave her a nod. People of Konoha, shinobi and civilians alike, I stand before you today as your new leader, the Godime Hokage. Some of you may be concerned with this sudden change in leadership with the approaching war ahead of us, but I assure you that I will see to it that we remain strong in this time of strife. There were applause, but she held up her hands to signal the need for silence so she could continue. I will see to it that we continue to keep our strong ties with Suna, as well as our other allies. She paused. From this day forth, I dedicate my life to this village as your Hokage.